This land is calling.
We've got 25 tournaments across 7 weeks of competition with over $70 million of prize money on offer. And today we kick off the Esports World Cup 2025 with a brand new title, VALORANT. For the first time ever, some of these teams will have their chance to etch their names over on the totem, and I am very keen to get into all of the action. My lovely casters and analysts, Lemon Kiwi and iHold Shift. Welcome, guys. How you doing?
Good. First time in Riyadh. I'm so excited. I wore the wrong sweater for how warm it is, but it's also going to really heat up here in this arena.
Yeah, bold choice with the cardigan. I'll tell you what, it's 105 out here. So, I mean, hey, we got ourselves a heck of a list of days here to come with VALORANT. Pumped to be here again for the second year.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you're prepped and ready. You've been here before, so you know what to expect. And look, as for a lot of the teams and players, they haven't necessarily been here before. It is the first time that we've had VALORANT at this event so far. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what teams will be thriving in that environment. Who you got at the top of the list early on, Shift, you reckon?
It's so tough because like we just came off a major event not too long ago, and I think the recency bias of that event still carries a lot of weight. So there is a level of expectations trying to find consistency, but VALORANT is a day-to-day game, especially with the format that we have this weekend.
Yeah, how about for you, Jen?
I know everyone's very hyped about either Paper Eggs or Fnatic. Then there's also teams playing with new players, which we'll get to. But then there's also the clubs. I know there's a lot of orgs just assembling all of like the Avengers here in Riyadh.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm Pacific biased through and through, so I'm really rooting for a lot of the Pacific teams. Although some of them may be struggling with a little bit of instability, a little bit of roster issues. Some of the other teams are as well, which we'll get into a little bit more later. But I do believe there's a lot of strong Pacific teams. I'm pretty Pacific biased. I'd imagine there's going to be a little bit more NA bias over on this side of the desk, especially from you, Jen, maybe?
Yeah, I'm really excited for Scuba from NRG because, like, coming from Challengers, there's a lot of like players that got promoted from that, and this could be like their first international, maybe their second, and there's a lot of pressure on players like that.
Yeah, with 16 total teams here, I mean, you're dealing with a lot of squads that just barely missed the cusp of making it to Masters, but still have shown improvements, whether that be through the qualifiers, the road to EWC to get here in the first place, or just what they did inside of their region against some of the major favorites that did show up when they played in Toronto.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting narrative. There are not many opportunities in the VALORANT circuit for some of these teams to get that international experience. So you do have a separate qualifier that these teams can battle their way through, and we have a couple of phases, a couple of names that we haven't really seen before, even in our first game here, Jen.
Yeah, I was really surprised. Like, you know, there's a lot of teams that had a slow start to their season, but then really showed up in the qualifier. Like, we'll get into K-Corp in a little bit, but just being able to upset teams like Team Liquid, you know, I think this is a great tournament to show up outside of the VCT circuit and impress everybody.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we're talking about a lot of teams and a lot of orgs, and that is a big focus here at EWC. We do have an overarching club championship that VALORANT does fit into, so let's take a little bit of a look at this video to explain how that all works.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the 27 million. With the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
That's my first time here at EWC, and I imagine for a lot of Valorant fans, they are maybe less familiar with how the Club Championship works. I hope that that video did clear things up, but luckily we have an EWC alumni here on the desk. Shift, you were here last year,
yes, sir.
So what's your favorite part about all of that?
Yeah, it's just really fun, I think, to see an elongated event that covers multiple titles, that turns into a race. Not just to see who can accumulate the most points by how they finish at each individual event that they participate in, but there are also standards that come in with what these clubs have to do in order to win. And that starts with being able to win in a particular title. So starting off with an opening title like Valorant, where, again, it does feel like some of the squads that are putting a lot of teams forward for the Club Championship, they're looking at this first week saying, we win Valorant, we have a chance to take down this whole $7 million prize pool for the Club Championship.
Yeah, and it's about balancing your teams, like not putting all your eggs in one basket of one game. So looking at Team Falcons, who are a Club Championship winner last year, but then Liquid, BDS, Vitality, these are all very big names coming in from last year into this year. So it's about winning as many games as possible, but like over multiple esports.
Yeah, and at least looking through the Club Championship standings from last year, a lot of teams, even if you just win one title, you are up there. You're definitely going to get yourself a chunk of that Club Championship prize pool, most likely. You do have to have a little bit of performance in some of the other games as far as I saw, but plenty of teams that specialize in Valorant will, if they have already participated in EWC or they're participating across the whole Club Championship ecosystem, they'll have an even better chance of placing very highly in the Club Championship. But I think a lot of newer names as well that maybe haven't participated as much in EWC, maybe if they have a very strong team, have a good chance of getting themselves on the board nice and early and really stamping their mark on the whole tournament and the whole ecosystem itself.
That's a really strong point. And I think the other thing about like this year of EWC is that a lot of organizations now know the event is happening well ahead of time. And it's more than just, let's be in as many games as possible. It goes to what Jen's talking about, where we need to make sure we've got solid contenders across all of those games. So I think this puts the ecosystem into a different muse and different lens for these organization owners, saying we need to put together solid teams across multiple games. We can't just focus on one.
And there's a lot of people that love the GMing aspect and the Moneyball aspect of that. So you do have to kind of balance the management aspect of the organization, right?
Yeah, I just love this format because it brought so many more orgs into esports. Like I'm thinking about, I'm a big TFT fan, which I know is not like currently happening right now, but a lot of orgs just came and signed as many players as possible because they want to stack as many club points as possible. So I think it's a really great way to recruit more names.
Yeah, 100%. So look, we've gone through the Club Championship pretty extensively, but there is another thing that makes EWC very unique in comparison to other esports tournaments, and that is how the trophy system works. And we've got another banger video to explain it all for you right now.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The game trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the game trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in golden stone? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Such epic gravitas in that video. You love to see all of the different little iterations of the trophy and how it interacts, particularly how brutal it is to get, eliminated from the tournament early on and have your key crushed and your dreams crushed along with it. That is pretty brutal. Do you have any fond memories of that? I know you enjoy other people's suffering
big
shift.
time. No, last year, I think we, the one game that I was here for that we really saw like the humbling element of like, give me your key, I'm putting it in my trophy, was when Modern Warfare 3 was happening. Like FaZe took Thieves and Optic Gaming, like two of their biggest rivals, and just to sit there and have that thing looking at you like, yeah, we got that, yeah.
So crushing your ego and your key,
literally,
like,
yeah.
Oh my God, that sucks.
It's got to be brutal. Brutal to recover from. So let's change the subject and get into the nitty-gritty. Let's have a little bit of a look at the tournament format here for Valorant, because we're used to very specific format. Usually we stick to what we know in Valorant, but we are doing a slightly different format this time. We are going to start off with 4 groups in a GSL format. 2 teams will survive per group, and then we go into an 8-team single elimination playoff bracket, Jen, which is a little bit different. We're used to double elim. We're used to a little bit different formats in some of the VCT circuits, but this is a brutal format here at EWC for these Valorant teams to attend.
Yeah, 4 groups, 4 teams, only 2 teams can make it out of each group. You got to win 2 before you lose 2, and then you're in playoffs. And yeah, super cutthroat playoffs. That grand finals is best of 3, or best of 5, and then best of 3s before that. It's going to be tough because there is some group of deaths. There's some easier groups, and everyone's mixed and matched.
The other thing too is like getting out of the groups as the first team to qualify gets you one of those top 4 seeds, which is also, I think, super important looking at only a single elimination bracket. You want to set yourself up for success, and that starts here in day numero uno.
Absolutely. Look, honestly, I'm really looking forward to seeing some of these tougher groups, as you guys mentioned, but like you said, no second chances in towards that playoff bracket is going to be the single elim. So, even based on your seeding, you might draw a really tough opponent in that early quarterfinals. You could be one of the better teams of the tournament. You could see a grand final prelude based on people's expectations, and you could have some heavy favorites out early, Jen.
Yeah, that's the thing of everyone's paying attention to this day. We have 12 matches going on just day 1, so it's going to be a marathon, not a sprint. And again, winning 2 before you lose 2, and only 2 teams can make it out of each group. There's some teams not playing even with their full rosters, some teams playing with new players, bringing in new coaches, and you're out of your comfort zone because most people, this is their first time in Riyadh.
I think the other part about it is, for these opening matches, best of 1s. So there is a level of how do you prepare for the team that you know you're going to play for a while now. Talking about the picks and ban system with the maps, I think, is super important. And then just knowing what the general play style is going to look like for your opponent. How do you adapt and mold in quick fashion? Because as much as it is a marathon, not a sprint to get to the end, there is a level of these opening maps, if they get away from you, you could find yourself down and out very early.
Absolutely. Let's take a little bit more of a step back, though, and look at the overall prize pool for Valorant specifically, and it is a top-heavy prize pool. We talked about the cutthroat nature of the single elimination playoff bracket, but it is all or nothing here in EWC. If you're 13 to 16, you're taking home a little bit of change, but it is a top-heavy prize pool. We demand excellence here in EWC.
That is so much money. First time that Valorant is here at EWC, and what a welcome. Just being here, you get $15,000. I just think that's a really expensive participation sticker. Very, very shiny. But going all the way to 500K for first, you're basically doubling your prize pool every time you go up a standing. So that's a lot to fight for, Shiv.
Yeah, it really is. And I think the thing, too, is just, again, looking at the longevity of what the Valorant calendar year looks like, it just adds another staple into being great constantly. You don't have time to warm up to it, not just because of the format, but because there's so much on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And additionally to that, you talk about the club championship, the overarching nature of things. You want that first place for the top-heavy prize pool, but you also want that juicy 1,000 club points to stamp your name in the championship. You're able to get yourself etched over there onto the totem as well and get yourself off on the right foot here in EWC as a whole, Jen.
Yeah, and what's interesting is you had some teams that had to go through a qualifier. Like, that was a gauntlet in its own. Phase 1, Phase 2, slightly different formats depending on the region, but then just for being at the top top of your stage, first and second place, got to just be here. So I'm wondering if there's an advantage of playing in that qualifier, just being on the most recent patch and kind of seeing what the competition is.
Yes.
I'm excited to see everyone today.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, we've seen recently a lot of teams actually, when they're playing and having more recent games, they tend to perform better, at least in the recent couple of Valorant games that we've seen. Being seated ahead is sometimes a disadvantage. Regardless, though, let's take a little bit of a look at the SNB matchup today. For today, we have picked 100 Thieves up against Fnatic. I mean, how could you go past names like these, Shift? Especially that shiny 100 Thieves gold logo. That is fire, mate.
It just tells you what they're going for here at EWC. And I think, you know, those that are watching that are very familiar with Valorant, you're looking at this matchup being like, what do you mean this is the match of the day? Fnatic is by far one of the best teams in the world. 100 Thieves is still trying to find their footing. They did look good in the NA qualifier, but this is, I think, an important match simply due to the fact that this has major implications, not just for this tournament, Fnatic trying to live up to expectations, but 100 Thieves are making moves this year to try to win a club championship. And coming out of the qualifier, they feel like they have a shot to possibly get to the top 8 at least here in Valorant. And this opening match is going to say a lot about what their chances look like.
Yeah, and just Fnatic being the finalists in the most recent Masters, everyone was looking at them of how they were going to bounce back because they really beat themselves up. They felt like they could have won that Masters, and then 100 Thieves, they upset a lot of people. They reverse swept MIBR in the qualifier to be here, so everyone is like, I feel like always dogging on 100 Thieves, but this is like the tournament where they could upset everyone. Like, people think 100 Thieves can't get out of their group, but I think people should watch out for them.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's been a year or so since 100 Thieves have had an international representation as far as I remember. So it's been a little bit of a while between drinks for a organization that really set the tone in NA Valorant early on. Like, they were the first strike winners, if I remember correctly, right?
Wow, what a freaking almanac you are. Are you kidding me? I think you're right. But I think the thing about it is, like, this team has gone through so many modifications since that point. When you talk about, like, how Hiko had the keys to it, and now all of a sudden the show has changed dramatically. And for 100 Thieves, you know, the group stage during stage 1 was fine. They lost matches that you would have expected them to, but they were competitive. I think the biggest start was, again, looking at what they were able to do during the qualifier, being able to take down MIBR in reverse sweep fashion, but also outlasting Evil Geniuses. They definitely look like a team that's here to play for real.
Yeah, even like some of these players, though, you would say that they do have the international experience. They did win an NA stage 1 last year, if I remember correctly. So there's quality on this roster, right?
Yeah, for sure. And it's everyone's looking at North America. I know you and I are very NA-pilled, Shift, so I look at NRG as well to be at I put them at the top of my power rankings.
That's fair.
Above 10th, which I don't know how good that is. But we got new players like Scuba coming in, 100 Thieves. I think have a lot to prove in terms of bringing more positivity to their reputation. And I think this is a roster that could talk a lot of smack at LAN. And just being face-to-face with your opponent, this is a 100 Thieves playground, I think.
Well, speaking of NA, we do have G2 in this opening matchup taking on Carmine Core. So I'm really looking forward to what G2 are going to be able to bring, because this is a team that has been in a Masters Grand Final very recently. They are the cream of the crop when it comes to Valorant, but they are playing with a stand-in in this tournament, Shift.
Yeah, Leaf out, Shaq in, which, again, like, we've seen this G2 team in the past have to make some modifications. Josh, in particular, was the one who had to fill in. I think the thing, though, that, like, I still rate this team pretty darn highly, because this isn't just a situation of we have to find some random fifth, add him into the mix, and hope he fits. You're talking about a guy who knows this system of G2, helped build this system of G2. So if you're looking at it from that standpoint, he knows what the playbook's going to look like. And I imagine if you're IGLing, the call on execute's going to be like, yo, Shaq, bait for me. And these guys, the other 4 guys, are still really damn good. So I still feel like G2 has a lot to prove and definitely can live up to the expectations outside of the fact that they are missing Leaf.
Yeah, I think that is a tremendous loss, by the way. We miss Leaf. We are leafless on this roster, but Shaq was a professional Valorant player, known for his controller, Viper, things like that.
Good call.
So then the fact that Leaf was that Sentinel, are they able to shift towards maybe more like a Sentinel-less, if that's even a word comp, which they do play without a Sentinel on Lotus, so they could do that. And, you know, it's a similar playstyle. Maybe he could just shift to some Sentinels and kind of be the anchor, which is similar to that playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, I'll pick up on that. I think Viper is like Leaf's most played agent, and it's Shaq's most played agent.
Yep.
So there's a lot of overlap in terms of agent pool, but like you rightly point out, I think particularly in that Sentinel role, someone's going to have to fill there, or maybe, you know, he's going to have to be able to adapt his playstyle. He did play a fair bit of controllers, so maybe some lurk overlap, but enough chat about G2. to, we have to talk about their opponents, Carmine Corps, who I think are a little bit of a surprise coming out of EU. They wouldn't have been at the top of many people's lists to be a representative at EWC. They've had a tough time qualifying for international events in EMEA, struggling a little bit here and there, but they do have some quality caliber players that have won championships in the past, mixed in with some rookies.
Yeah, it's a weird, like, hodgepodge of a roster. I think was the biggest thing when they first came together. Expectations were high because of, again, the reputability that some of the individuals have, but the group stage in their region was not successful for them. Just 2 and 3. They finished top 8 overall in stage 1, but their run at the EWC quals, I think, really, again, like we talked about a little bit with the 100 Thieves, impressed people.
Yeah.
They weren't expecting this KC squad to get by in what I think a lot of people would describe as a one-dimensional play style, but it worked. And when you have that, there is a level of either counter us or we're going to run through you. So there is that level of narrative building, I think, for this particular matchup with a G2 squad that is dealing with a little bit of a vulnerability.
I think KC are just right on the edge. I think people are really underrating this team. First, they made it to playoffs at stage 1. I think that's already an improvement after they kind of bottomed out of that EMEA kickoff. But in that one match, because they started in the lower bracket of that playoffs, they went against Na'Vi. It was 2-1, but they went into OT on Na'Vi's map pick. They went 13-11 on the other two. So it's extremely, extremely close series. And then you go to that qualifier where they were able to beat Team Liquid 3-1, which I think is a really good score. Team Liquid came 3rd in the most recent tournament. So I think KC are really underrated, especially for the improvements they made coming into EWC.
I'm an NA guy. I'm going to take a little shot at EU. Team Liquid is cursed. They keep missing out on that one spot they need to qualify.
They were second in the club championship last year, weren't they?
From an organization, I'm talking about like in VALORANT specifically.
Yeah, I mean,
this year's
specifically, but yeah, it adds more curse to it. They need to get some points on the board, mate.
Absolutely right.
They got a good VALORANT team.
They do have a good VALORANT team, just not able to make it here.
Yeah, unfortunate. Look, we won't be seeing Team Liquid, but I'm eager to see what Carmine Corps are going to be able to put together. They have already surpassed expectations in the EMEA qualifiers, being able to get here. They haven't been able to participate in any other international events thus far, but I'm looking at this best-of-1 opener against a G2 that would be a write-off in normal circumstances, but maybe winnable now, honestly, with the stand-in factor, Jen.
Yeah, I think you can punch low against G2 because they are playing with that coach, and who knows just how much time they were able to bring Shaq up to speed. And this is also a KC team that plays kind of weird comps sometimes. Like Phoenix, you don't see that guy every day. They bring him in for a double duelist composition on Haven and a single duelist on Sunset. So I'm wondering if G2 are going to be ready, and how do you play against the Phoenix?
I think it is one of those things, like, not to make it sound like it is one thing or the other, but this is a matchup that has Martin star potential written all over it. Like, his ability to run things through, especially considering that you're dealing with a either control or sentinel player that is not as familiar of the game as Leaf may have been with this team. It feels like it's going to be green light for Martin to do whatever he wants.
Could be. I remember watching a lot of Martin. They had a hell of a run in Madrid in, if I remember correctly, Carmine Corps, a little bit of a come up when Narrate was on the roster, and now you see him over on some NA rosters. That's a little bit of a throwback, but I think, yeah, particularly agree with you. I think Aves as well on the secondary duelist. He's right at home. He's a MENA representative, so he's chilling here in Saudi Arabia right now. He's well and truly within his normal conditions, and I'm going to be interested to see what he's going to be putting together on the duelist. I remember I've seen him playing Phoenix on Haven. That's a hell of a throwback. I haven't seen that in a while, so you love a bit of Phoenix, if I remember correctly. You got the red hair ready to go?
Ready to go. Yeah, for also G2, there was so much pressure on them before this tournament. Like, let's pretend Leaf was here. There was so much pressure on them to finally take home an international trophy. Maybe we thought EWC was going to be that, but now playing with your coach, I feel like you can take the expectations off of yourself. I mean, if they get out of groups with the coach, like, I think that's a solid win for them. But this is a resilient team that know how to come back from the brink of defeat. Like, I'm thinking back of a bit of PTSD from the Icebox against Gen G when they're down like 5-11, and they made this crazy comeback. Like, this is a G2 team that can go through thick and thin together.
Yeah, it's because they got great leadership. Like Valen in combination with the coach. I mean, they're able to get those speeches that we've all seen floating around on Twitter going, and get the boys to believe and be able to put some of those comebacks together. I will say as well, just having been in the coach booth myself, you know how the whole team structure works.
Exactly.
He is very fit to be able to just go into that role. He's played similar roles in the past. We do have to lurk a little bit on controller. You will have to fill Viper. He has played not only competitively in the Tier 2 ecosystem in Valorant, in the Spanish circuit, but even going back to Counter-Strike before Valorant came out, he's played LAN events and grand finals in his own region. So there are some, look, I'm not going to call anybody out, but there are some spreadsheet analysts on Valorant teams that if you put them in the server...
I was going to say,
if you put,
literally spreadsheet for days.
if you put them in the server, I do not think it would go very well. But this guy, I think, might go all right, to be honest.
He's going to shoot straight. Like,
That's so true.
it's
He's not going to be the best player in the tournament, but
maybe
he
not.
doesn't need to be.
He
just needs to be okay.
And especially if you're looking at him to play Viper, and that again, like talking about like how you think about a best-of-1 series.
Yeah.
Can we get a map that is good for Viper to where
just put the wall up,
Put the wall up,
and don't die.
Exactly. Just manage your toxin levels and you're good to go. Hit a headshot and we're going to follow up after you. And then I think the thing about it is, like, again, you're not looking at him to call plays. You're still looking at the same structure the team has had through and through, and you're not looking at him to out-frag anybody in particular. So it feels like the role that he's going to likely fulfill is one that is most beneficial for a sub. Like, it's weird to say that, but it feels that way.
Yeah, I feel like out of all the teams, G2 is the most relaxed team here, because I know this doesn't have implications for like VCT in the long run, but G2 are the only team locked for champs. So I feel like they're able to take this season easy, especially going to VCT and just kind of farm money. And now you get to do it with your coach and then hopefully leave for covers in time for stage 2. But G2 have done so much work throughout the season that if EWC doesn't pan out, it'll be okay.
Yeah, potentially. Maybe just for the Valorant team, but I think overall for the Club Championship, G2's got a couple of decent teams in some other games, Shift.
They do. I mean, you're going to see him in a lot of the heavy shooter type games as well.
Even LoL, I think.
LoL,
yeah.
Rocket League, I think they're also in
that one. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just like, there is a level, I think, organizations, they're like, shoot.
Yeah.
Like, that would have been sick if we could have gotten our first win here.
The Valorant team might be like, yeah, I got chance coming up, and the Orcs would be like, oh,
dude,
come
boys,
on.
lock in.
Man.
Like,
Leaf, where you out, bro?
No, I still think, you know, and just zooming out a little bit from this particular matchup, you're looking at a group that consists of the Toronto Champs and Paper X and a sneaky good Billy team.
Yeah.
I still think this G2 team gets out of this group, though.
Could do.
I think they do.
4v5, everybody? Not that Shaq is missing, but like 4/5 G2?
I think a BO1's going to be key to that, though. You're going to have, you know, Shaq just do his job, and then, look, honestly, you've still got a star-studded roster. You've still got 4 very capable players overall, so I think, realistically, they could still deliver. They could still be able to take this best-of-1 over a Karmine core that has struggled in some of these EMEA matchups.
Yeah, I think the other side of this, too, is, again, if he's going to be playing more of that Sentinel role, I think I'm putting my focus immediately onto Valen. Like, if he's going to be locking down control, likely playing Omen a lot of the time, he's going to have to be active in terms of using Paranoid to get into sight, because it's just, you need that extra layer when you're dealing with someone who doesn't have the same kind of fragging potential that Leaf did bring. Like, he was one of the most clutch players at Toronto for this G2 squad when they finished 4th. He was involved in almost every single play, had like a 75% cast rating, so it's like, he's involved, he's active. So you do need that utility to stand out, but I'm looking more at the supporting roles that have maybe not shined as much in the recent history for G2, rather than what you normally saw, which was a lot of Leaf being a part of the opening play.
Yeah, I like that point, and I think, yeah, there is going to be some more focus on the other players. I think for Leaf, like, he's a player that can lurk aggressively and take over the game. You're not going to get that from Shaq. Someone else is maybe going to have to make some more plays.
Yeah, and I look towards Trent to just be that top 5 player in the world. I'm excited, but yeah, I remember you mentioning the groups, because remember, there's only 2 teams that make it out of each group. We got G2, BLG, Paper X, and K Corp. And I think this could be a big tone setter, because if K Corp sneak a win out of this, it's going to be trouble for G2, because the other teams are extremely tough. I mean, Paper X just won Masters, whatever your opinions are on that. BLG did just get a new coach, so excited to see new looks out of them.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, honestly, there are some tougher groups. I think if you slotted into this group seeing Karmine core, you may be scared of Paper X. I think everybody's scared of Paper X. I mean, I've been in the coaching booth and scrimmed against Paper X, and when they run you down, it is terrifying. I still have nightmares of watching my players get flashed, run out, dead. You're getting 13-0'd. It's not fun.
Yeah, Paper X is going to run through this group. There's no other way of putting it. But there is an interesting dynamic about who the second team is that comes out of Group A.
True.
Because then I think they match up against the second team or first team that would come out of Group D,
Yeah,
which is like the group of death.
We'll have to do some admin checking the details on that one. But,
I just work here. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just work here.
But honestly, you know, it's another one of these Chinese dark horse teams that continue to overperform. Billy have some experience playing at some of these international events as well, so they are going to be somewhat comfortable in this environment as well. You just recently had Wolves do very well in Toronto. They're not here, but every couple of tournaments, it's whether it's Trace, it's Billy, it's one of the teams that's not EDG, just comes out in one of these international events, and they do bloody damage, mate.
That's a good point. And I think just in particular, talking about that region, it is kind of, we talked about Team Liquid, we got to give our condolences to Team Wolves. Like, Wolves looked really solid throughout their stage, and of course they performed well at Masters. Not here, which does, again, open the door to the narrative that you're building here.
Yeah, and Wolves actually did get defeated at the qualifiers for EWC, but K-Corp, I think, their story is just incredible. They had kind of that slow start. They had this rebuild. They came up and got featured at the Red Bull home ground, just debuting this rebuild roster. I look towards someone like Elite, who had some time on BBL, had amazing stats on BBL, but has yet to reach those numbers with this team. And I think K-Corp have only been growing together. And then you kind of mentioned hyping up Martin as that mainstay duelist, but then they also like Aviz on that secondary duelist. This is a team that can have a lot of firepower offensively, but how well can they anchor?
Yeah. Look, honestly, we will shift over the discussion now to the Veto. Now, I've got word from the admin on the ground that it will be Sunset, the map that will be played in this best of one between G2 and Carmine Core. Carmine Core will start on attack. Now, Sunset is a map that was just recently added into the last round of maps. In this map pool for EWC, guys, we are not playing Corrode or Bind. We are sticking with Split and Pearl, and Sunset is in there as well. That was one of the newer ones added into the last set of the map pool, but these teams have got plenty of reps on the map at this point. There's no excuse to be behind the meta on Sunset. How are you feeling about that one?
Well, it's interesting that you say that. They've got plenty of time for reps because neither of these two teams have played this map competitively this year.
And we're just going to play a best of one in the opener of EWC on a gen.
This feels like a roll of the dice.
How are we feeling?
But out of all the comps that K-Corp played, the weirdest one is Sunset. The Phoenix Fade with a double Sentinel with the Vice Cypher with an Omen. Very, very defense heavy. A lot about Fade and the Phoenix initiating in. And it's the only comp where they feature the Phoenix as a solo duelist. So you don't see that one every day, Shift.
This is going to be, I think, you know, looking at it, you're looking at what KC are going to want to do is just they're going to want to run you down. They're going to want to hit something and hit something hard. Whereas for G2, I think they're going to want to finesse a little bit. Try to peel out some of the utility.
Yeah.
Get yourself to a spot to where you can get your stars involved without really having to worry about counter flashes and weird control setups, and just try to outlast your opponent. But this is going to be, I think, the unmovable object meets the unstoppable force.
Yeah, I think just to theory craft the KC comp a little bit. I mean, you have the Fade solo init. That's a good choice for a solo init. You have the Haunt coming back up cooldown. You got multiple Prowlers. It's good for being the solo init. Break multiple lines. You can be a little bit more flexible with your map control. Let's be real. Vice, although has the Arc Rose and the can help you kind of look and have a look at the map a little bit. It's not going to help you really wrestle for too much map control. So they're going to have to be quite dry, maybe rely on the Phoenix flashes. They're not going to have any dive potential. It's going to be a little bit of a slower moving comp on that attacking side to start out, or maybe they just won't play that comp at all because they are starting attack, and unless they've got a couple of good little strats in there. I mean, when you do play that double senti approach, like a lot of teams maybe play on Split, guys, like if you just get a couple of rounds, you get a pistol, you get a couple of rounds, you move over onto the defense with the double senti, you could be set, Jen.
I think G2 are going to be very set, especially when you have Jogamo leading that charge. I mean, whether we've seen some power rankings over on some podcasts, and there's a lot of people have Jogamo like in the top 5, and whether you want to argue with that,
he's decent.
And you hear them getting hype behind us, and I think just how you support Jogamo is going to make the difference. We saw at the most recent Masters that sometimes Jogamo will go in, but not always have teammates to trade with, and they kind of really need to support and play tighter to him. He's always going to have util behind him, but not always players behind him to trade, and I look towards G2 to have even, I mean, I was hoping for a better performance, but you know, the coach caveat, but they lost to, what, Fnatic and Paper X, the grand finalist at Masters. So I think people had expectations that G2 were going to win Masters, but they're still a very strong contender, and I mean, Shift is even saying they're going to get out of groups with the coach playing, so that says a lot to their strength.
Their opening poll for Masters was tough, having to play Paper X in their first round, and that just set up the tournament completely differently. Just your ability to go for a long lower bracket run is just so difficult against that caliber of team. But looking at a best of one in a fresh setting with a fresh face, that one right there.
Yeah.
What do you want to pull? Like, are you going to go to something a little bit more straightforward, just hit the Yoru? Or do you want to try something a little bit more aggressive and play kind of a more of that aggressive Neon style? Like, I think G2 has the ability to make that call, whereas for KC, we really don't see them play a ton of Neon. So I think you know what you're going to get here if you're G2 looking at this Veto out of what KC want to put together.
Yeah, I think, look, Jorgamo's, I could definitely see him going onto a Neon. I think for Shaq, Viper is a bit of an off pick on this map. You're probably not going to be seeing that. He could fill Omen, maybe he's more comfortable in that role, but someone else will have to shift
that would
towards
be
the
Valen who have to shift. Yeah. He probably plays a Vice or a Killjoy here, or Cypher, or something like that.
Yeah, well, look, we'll see what he ends up pulling out. Cypher's, been pretty core on Sunset. We'll see how G2 adjusts their roster overall. If they do just stick to Shaq filling those roles, if they are going to try to throw some spicy comps in the mix a little bit and maybe throw their opponents off. But for me, G2, the whole brand behind G2 is good mid-rounding, just stable, high percentage Valorant, good comps. Like, I don't really see them as a team that really throws that many curveballs.
Yeah, and that's what I mentioned earlier when that G2 can come back from the brink of defeat is because you have someone like Valen, one of the smartest IGLs in the world, that can kind of adapt and overcome against their opponents. And it's not even just about strategy improvement, but team morale, because sometimes people will just know that they're losing and will lose and then have given up, but this is a team that never gives up, and he really is good at shaping the mental of this team, encourages smack talk, which I love, and they're right behind us, so we're gonna hear it, hopefully, and they're face-to-face with K-Corp, and this is a good tone setter of a match, but very unforgiving when it's just one map, best of one.
They also look good. These jerseys are fresh, I gotta say.
Which ones? I like both of them.
They both actually look really good, but the G2 going with like that almond, like very beige, that's super popular right now.
I miss G2 wearing the I Love Tejo shirts from Masters, and I don't think we're gonna see any Tejo, let alone those shirts. But Trent, that was his favorite Asian of all time, so seeing Trent post Tejo meta is gonna be fun.
Yeah, look, as a Pacific stan, I do love that Trent was the second best Tejo in the world, behind Freeing, of course, from DRX. But that's just my opinion, guys.
No bias on a bench over here.
From over in the Pacific region for DRX, I don't think we're going to be seeing them play Tejo. But I will say, G2, I remember one of the games from Toronto. I think it was a Lotus game where in post Tejo nerf, they're still using him because he's still good, and they're still able to get a lot of value out of him, even though the salvos don't recharge anymore.
No, I think the thing about it is it is guaranteed clearance, whatever you're trying to use for, whether that is on an execute to get some of those key positions out of play, or if you're using it and saving it rather for something on a post plan. If you're feeling good about your executes, that still provides a ton of value in terms of the long con on how G2 play. And just to speak to it, you mentioned the point, like G2 feels like one of those teams that really lives in the mid-round. That was the way that they were when they were coming through Challengers and Ascension, and what got them instant success when they got into VCT North America. It didn't take a long time. It's not like the 2-game story where like they get through Ascension and then they struggle. This G2 team got picked up and they instantly found success, and a lot of that was because their protocoling was so good through the mid-round. So again, I look at this matchup, and I think you look at it saying G2 still has a major edge. Just comes down to how fast they figure out what KC want to throw at them, not having recent results in the calendar year on this map.
Yep.
And I think it's a big battle of those top IGLs. I mean, we've already highlighted Valen, but also Sadak, primary initiator, top IGL in the world, I think, but also so good at also molding younger pieces on the roster. I look at Avez, we highlighted him from Challengers, Elite, highlighted from BBL, and being able to bring players with less experience into such a high stakes, high pressure environment. You're in a totally different country. You're going up against the most intimidating team from NA, plus a coach. So I think K-Corp should come into this with the mind of this team is very beatable. You have G2 at a weaker point than they're used to. So I think K-Corp should try to go into this with their heads held high.
Yeah, you also have Sagetsu coming through from the FPX days. He's got a lot of experience. He's won himself a trophy as well. So he's going to be a great voice in the team to kind of steady the ship a little bit. But yeah, in general for Karmine Corp, I feel like that's been the approach for a while. That's the kind of GMing that I actually like. Like, I do like building super teams. I love seeing a roster that's absolutely stacked, but I do love having a few pieces that you build around, a few centerpieces that are rock solid in the IGL and the Senti position, and then you throw a couple of rookies in. Maybe you have some good scouting and you find some people from the Challenger scene that you want to kind of promote. Honestly, that's what Valorant is all about for me. We have this, tier 1 kind of closed ecosystem, and then some tier 2, and if you're good at scouting from the tier 2, instead of just recycling the same players over and over again from the tier 1, you can really pay off huge.
I think the other thing that's impressive about KC is they are not mimicking the top teams that are out there, they are still sticking to what they believe is the best form of Valorant, which, again, I think, you know, when we look at this team on a more global scale, talking to people that are, you know, more involved with the casting on a more regular basis, it's like, it does feel a little one-dimensional at times, but if it works, it works.
Yeah.
Like, it's not just like they're not going to hit you with something that's like, oh, we've seen this before. You can prep for it. They're just trying to execute the same level as other teams in their region. They're still playing under their identity, and whether that's good or bad, at least they have something that they're really trusting internally, which is, I think, always a strong point.
I think in the past, they definitely have been a team that's not afraid to play things that are not necessarily the
Popular,
best. Sadak in particular, I mean, you've seen him come through from Loud and the Brazilians setting the meta with like Harbor, Sky Viper and things like that, and he still plays Harbor in 2025 for some reason at times. So look, sometimes it doesn't go so well. Sometimes it's genius, it gets you a win. It could definitely get you a gimmick win in a BO1, although really it wouldn't be much of a gimmick win with G2 playing with the standard. To be fair, I'd say fair game, to be honest. They should have a decent shot at taking this out. But I think, look, overall for Karmine Corp, at least digging through the EMA qualifier, I didn't get a chance to catch the games, but digging through them compositionally, I wasn't seeing anything that funky. And
just
honestly, yeah, look, honestly, in EMEA, maybe they haven't been having the best results, but maybe going to more standardized comps, Gen has worked out better for them, able to overcome Liquid, able to come through that qualifier and actually get to an international event here.
Yeah, because when it comes to, I'm a bit worried about the Sunset. I would go towards K-Corp because of that weird composition that you're not sure how you're going to prepare against, which I'm sure G2 is smart enough to figure it out. But G2's map picks have been a lot around Lotus, Haven, especially the Lotus being their most picked around Toronto, even just split through stage 1 playoffs. So maybe Sunset has been floated every now and then, but it's not going to be G2's favorite map, and I worry because this is a best of 1. If you lose this because you're underprepared or whatever happens with the day 1 jitters, then you're on your last life. If you lose 2, you're out of groups.
Yeah, and especially with this group where you've got a sneaky Billy, and then you also have the recent Masters Toronto champion. Yeah, if you lose this first match, your chances at finishing top 16 feel pretty likely, but I kind of want to touch on that point with KC on Sunset. They don't play a lot of Breach, so it'll be interesting to see what they decide to set up in terms of how they want to initiate on the map. Is it just going to be something like a Fade KO? Hard to say, but I'm interested.
Could see the solo initiator Fade. They've been playing that a little bit mixed in with the double duelist. I've seen a little bit of double duelist on Sunset. It's definitely not the
Yoru Neon.
The biggest choice. I've seen a lot of Raze Neon, man.
That
honestly, Raze Neon, and you play very bursty. The Neon wall goes up, and then you just got someone sliding at you, someone satcheling you. You're getting Omen paranoid. It's a miserable experience at times if you can pull it off, if you get a good burst. But if you use all your util getting into the site, then maybe things can't go so well when you're trying to defend the retake.
They also just haven't played a lot of Raze though either. Like, this is going to be so peculiar just to see like what exactly does KC want to play on the map that, again, they have not played yet in this calendar year. Neither has G2.
And I kind of just noticed that there was a head-to-head. Both these teams have faced each other with the same rosters back in November. It was 13-7 for G2 on Haven. So that is just the one map, though. It was a best of 1. Not this map, but it also shows just how strong G2 were at the time, and how is that score going to be different with the coach playing and Shaq kind of adjusting to G2, or is G2 going to adjust to Shaq?
Well, look, we've got a little bit of a delay with the game, guys, so let's take a zoom out for the time being. Maybe we can chat about some of the other groups.
Sure,
I'm sure you guys have got all of your notes organized very nicely. You can take a little bit of a look at the groups. Pick a group for me, Shit.
Let's just go down the list. This is Group A.
This is Group A.
We've got Group B coming up next.
Group. Give me your favorite group based on your knowledge of the alphabet, which I know is not very extensive.
They taught me how to read in college, though, so I can get through the first 4 letters. I mean, everyone's got their eyes on Group D. You've got a champion in that mix. You've got a super strong recent runner-up. You've got a very, very potent NA team that's coming out of qualifiers. Like, it just feels like that group is the most stacked in terms of how do you predict who gets out. Difficult, I think, because it could be any, I think, of those 4. But I do look at kind of how you rate the recency bias of a team like Fnatic in the scheme of the overall tournament, because the expectations are that they're going to get back to another grand final. I think that would be a fair point to say, based on how they looked in their region, and then also following up with the most recent international event. All roads lead to Fnatic getting into another grand final, but there's also a world like if they come out and lose their first match, they may not get out of groups considering how good that group is.
Yeah, they're a very momentum-based team, and since you took Group D, I'll take Group B.
Sure.
You have XLG, Sentinels, BBL, and DRX, and I think everyone's very excited for DRX because they did just promote those 2 players from their academy team in Flicker and Flashback, so that's exciting. I think there's another player for another team that's subbing in. We'll just make sure to see who, we'll take attendance on all the players that are here, but I think Sentinels, they have matched up well against Chinese teams. BBL and DRX are very threatening. I think Group B is a toss-up too.
I like Sentinels out of Group B. I think in terms of the primary focus.
They should be the best NA team here.
Should be. Definitely should be. Although I will say, and not to just kind of keep jumping around, I've got like dark horse potential for NRG.
Okay.
They looked really good in qualifiers, so there's something there. But I think just like,
I'll take it with a grain of salt.
That's fair.
Given that it's coming with an American accent attached to it.
I could really get you the southern accent too. Those NRG boys, they'll tell you what. They are looking mighty fine.
Never do that again. What about you, Jen?
I thought I'm going to do it again.
Speaking positively about NRG as well.
Yeah, I'm excited, especially for Scuba and just NRG. I think should be very confident. Team Heretics have a good opportunity to bounce back.
Those are my 2 in that group.
Yeah, just Group D, I think Shift is right, though, that's the worst one going into this.
Yeah, Group of Death for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, that Sen BBL best of 1, that's one of the opening best of 1s. BBL are pretty decent in Europe. I think they could definitely take a swing at Sen for sure. And over on the other side of things, it's going to be a very shaky matchup between DRX and Gilai. Gilai, I think, have kind of been struggling since the departure of Yu. They won VCT-CN, but since then, even in their international foray, have not done as well as they maybe would have expected, and they're also playing with their coach as a stand-in, whereas DRX are also mixing up their roster. Another Korean org that is promoting a academy player into their main roster, but for their IGL. So Mako will have to fill in as an IGL, which is something he's already done a little bit. But I don't know, man. DRX is always so solid that just the core of that team and the coaching staff, like they always show the rosters and you don't see the coaching staff. Every Korean team has got a scary coaching staff, man.
They do, and I think that's what makes that region so fun to watch, because like even in DRX's case, they looked great in their groups, and then all of a sudden they get into playoffs, and they almost look like a completely different squad, maybe overthinking a touch.
Yeah, I think it was like the recent roster shuffle because they had Flashback depart. They recently announced that they're bringing him back in. There was a little bit of a kerfuffle with that. They brought in Australia as an IGL, so I really think they were kind of trying to find their identity and shuffle some roles after they were like a really good team. Like they looked ridiculously good initially, and then they had to change up a couple of things, which is what a lot of teams have had to do coming into this event.
And just a lot of teams have so much prep to do, not only just for this event, but depending on when Stage 2 starts. I know for China, they've already started Stage 2, where they've had to prep for the new patch, prep for Corrode, which some teams are even first picking, while as NA, Stage 2 doesn't start until like sort of the end of July. So basically right after they're done EWC, they have to go home and grind and prep for Stage 2, which is going to matter for every other team except G2 because they're already in champs. So it is a hectic schedule.
All right, well, let's continue the podcast here, Shift. Let's move to the next.
You can find it on all platforms.
I don't know what the title is going to be. It's a working title. We'll just have a placeholder title. We have NRG taking on Team Heretics. You guys are cooked.
Banger.
You guys are cooked. I'm not going to lie. I don't think NRG's getting it done there.
Really?
I gotta be real. Heretics. They went 5-0 in their EMEA group. I thought they might have even won EMEA until you had a bit of a Fnatic resurgence after they were kind of looking a bit hit and miss in kickoff. So I think Heretics is going to cook them, bro.
They have a lot of expectation to live up to because they did not look particularly good in Toronto. On the other side, I think NRG is a squad that's coming in with like nothing to lose. Like this is a bonus event for a lot of regard for what they have going for them after not maybe living up to the expectations that they had in Stage 1, but then they go through a roster change of their own and they have like this new life. And we say this a lot in other titles, that honeymoon period is pretty potent. Like you put them onto a little bit of a pedestal because of the recent success with the recent change. I know FNS is watching. If he is watching right now, we love you. But there is a level of this team looks fresh again, and they're playing with some fire, and I love it.
Yeah, because it's not just Scuba coming in, but also bringing back Bonker, their head coach. So just, it's going to be exciting.
Shout out Paladins.
Give us a Paladins history lesson. We got time for it, for sure.
And figuring out who's IGLing for NRG too, because we're thinking it's Ethan and Som, and just, you know, we'll figure out what NRG's up to at EWC, I guess.
I like him. I'm here for the NRG storyline.
Okay. I can't wait for you guys to be wrong. Look, this is a matchup that brings me a lot of pleasure. RRQ taking on Titan. If there was ever a chance for RRQ to get off to a good start, this would be it. Toronto did not go as well for them as they would have wanted. They won Pacific. I watched them win Pacific over at Gen G from a Veto disadvantage in the lower bracket, which is something we don't have in this tournament. We're doing the single elim playoff bracket, but in the VCT main circuit, that lower bracket run into the grand final is impossible, and RRQ beat a team that won 2 World Championships last year.
Correct, and they also played Fnatic really tight at Toronto. Okay. So there is a lot, I think, riding on them as being, you know, a team that kind of slips under the radar. I think our power rankings had them like between like 6th and 8th overall, somewhere like talking to the rest of the talent.
I wanted to put them 1. I actually think they're a bit of a dark horse in this whole thing.
That's bold.
Yeah.
I'm here for bold.
Like, they need to be able, like, they just have an issue overcoming mental things a lot of the thing. That's the narrative for RRQ inside of Pacific, at least, which hasn't really bled through to the international stage because they haven't had a lot of time on it. But Toronto back-to-back with EWC here, that's a lot of international reps now.
Yeah, I was going to say I thought their mental was good because at least in interviews, Jemkin just says that they don't linger on losses, but what they say in the interview and what actually happens maybe is a different story. But I'm hype on the Jemkin train.
They have some goated coaching staff, and Jemkin, best Yoru in the world, undeniably. That guy is insane, honestly. So look, continue the podcast here. 100 Thieves of Fnatic is the next one. I mean, it was our game of the day. Why is it our game of the day?
I think the thing about it is it's a lopsided matchup in terms of how the recent results have come through, but it is a big but, and I cannot lie. There is a level of 100 Thieves, again, kind of like NRG. They come out, they surprise in their opening qualifier match.
They can't take a map off Fnatic? I think they could take a map off Fnatic.
I think they could. I just think that as you go down to a best-of-1 veto process, Fnatic's not going to put themselves in a bad position. They're going to have an advantage, I think, to playing one map of Valorant. Could something strange happen? Sure. I just think that this is one of those matchups that extends beyond the scope of just Valorant. Like, 100 Thieves as an organization, Fnatic as an organization, are looking to win the club championship this year. They've got teams across multiple games. So if you come out and you falter if you're Fnatic, it puts you in a bit of panic because you're, again, looking at Valorant as that's where we get our club championship win. We want to win this event, knock that off the checklist, and then just do well everywhere else, win ourselves a club championship. For 100 Thieves, you're looking to try to sneak into playoffs, score some extra points, and set yourself up for the future.
I think we skipped over like Titan Esports Club in that RRQ match. At least I just want to hype them up a little bit more because they beat Wolves at the EWC qualifier, and I feel like we're not hyping that up enough. I know Tech is sort of at the bottom end of everyone's power rankings, but with how good Wolves looked at Masters, for Titan to beat them, I think they should get credit for that.
To add to that as well, not only the EWC qualifier, but China is one of these regions where they have VCT-CN and they have mid-season events all the time. They're just smashing these events into the calendar over and over again. And at the most recent EVO, I think Titan was second to EDG.
They were.
You know, EDG was like, oh, we just missed out on an international event. We are going to tell everyone we're the best team in China. But Titan were right up there as well. So they're a team that maybe they've been middling in the past. They had RB depart over back to Nongshim, I think, if I remember correctly. I don't know if that's been announced or not. It might be leaking. I don't think I'm leaking. That's a team in Pacific. Pacific is this region in Asia shift. I don't know if you've heard of it, where, you know, we have Korea.
Oh.
We have, you know.
Tell me more.
And RB, he's Korean guy. He went to the Korean team from Tech. And that means they probably don't need to speak as much English anymore. One language, that always helps as well. And Tech are doing better and better lately.
I just appreciate the geography lesson, as I definitely mastered in
You said it went over your head. I thought I'd bring it back down for you, you know? I thought I would explain things to you.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, what else have we got? We're right to the end. We're right to the end here. Genji and Edward Gaming. Is Edward gaming? That's the question. And who is Edward?
He's gaming.
He's gaming.
So the word on the street, and this is not coming from me, so do not quote me.
Are we leaking again? Are we leaking?
But word on the street is like Genji's having some internal issues getting back and regaining composure after the recent results that they've faced.
Okay.
Expectations are really high for this team, obviously. They have a long history of success, but not being able to get over the hump of some teams that they feel like they could beat, there's a little bit of internal strife, it feels like, between the squad. So coming into EDG, could be a tough matchup for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, honestly, we have run through all of the matches in the tournament, but we'll bring it back down to the brass tacks. We do have Carmine Core taking on G2 in this opening best of one, and to take it away, it's going to be Lemon Kiwi and I Hold Shift.
Let's get it. Woo, that's a podcast right
40
there.
minutes?
Wow, casual.
Let's go.
Let me get some throat coat tea.
We have told you guys everything and anything you need to know, so thanks for tuning into our untitled podcast as we get into sunset between G2 and KC.
Wow.
And maybe I'm just, the C stands for cope for me, because I think KC, it's not unwinnable for me.
Well, let's take a look at the compositions here. Didn't get the full agent select coming through, but we can obviously tally it here. It is still double duelist. Av's still going to be playing on the Phoenix alongside the Yoru, so that is kind of important to note. Where on the other side, you are having Shaq on the Viper. Again, a pick that is not necessarily terrible on this map, but it is different, and Jonah P on Chamber. Okay, so this kind of gives you that intention. We talked about this almost an hour ago. Can you set yourself up to kind of bleed out KC, and already Jonah P kicks us off with first blood down the middle of the map?
Yeah, just the attention of 3 players from G2, all looking at mid. Now that the smoke is gone, you're looking towards Martine to have some presence, and he just gets a shot in the head. So, hey guys, they are all in the middle watching that. Do not cross the road. You will get hit by a car.
Well, opening blood good. 5v3 situation. Spike will have a little bit of freedom to work over towards A elbow, but again, not trying to over-convolute the situation. This is difficult to break through with just a Sova and an Omen. So Getsu just trying to put some noise over towards B. See if they can pull the defense, give some numbers opportunity over on the A site, which, well, they're even getting cold feet about as well. So difficult moments here. 40 seconds to play for KC trying to find an engagement.
Now you got this Sova, you got Sadak looking at mid again, because now just droning up, you are going to spot that chamber from Jonah P, but that lurk being activated over at A is going to inspire some movement. You also have your trip ready for the flank, so KC just have to set their sights forward. There's not going to be any defense from G2 to hold this back, but there's an exchange. Jonah with now the 3rd kill this round.
Yeah, that's all you need, is you just watch over this cross. You know that the play is now moving over towards A, and G2 in normal G2 form, even in a 5v2, are just going to set themselves up to play with the numbers and play just a very simple retake here. Sadak, an opportunity to try to play a little bit scaled forward towards the A site. Splitting the difference here. Sadak will find first blood. There's the isolation. And yep, Sadak will surely fall here in a moment as the last 3 members for G2 are making their way around the back. And it will be Trent with the final shots to comfortably win the pistol.
Yeah, it all started with KC just finding some mid presence. Martine kind of getting a sense of where this defense is set up, and just losing Martine, just your main guy. So early for KC really hurt their chances. At least they finally did get towards a site. I believe they planned it. It's just G2 having more members at the end, especially that haunt from Trent, identifying where Sadak was. You kind of had the ball rolling for G2 early.
Yeah, G2 doesn't care about playing retake. There's no ego about them giving away a plant and just playing their numbers correctly. And that's another important figure about what we're looking at with Shaq in the lists. Like, you're just not going to be using him as a way to, oh, we need him to get a first blood. We need him to play forward. Like, we can just play off the utility, bleed out KC, get a feel, and if we can get the opening picks and then turn that into numbers, we'll just use our numbers and just keep it very, very simple. Paranoia going to cut across over the front side at A, though, as KC will find entry over towards elbow. One-way smoke for Valen to try to isolate, and that will be enough for KC to grab the orb and then figure out if they want to actually commit to this or not.
Now running the double duelist instead of the solo Phoenix. I'm excited to see how KC can find different angles, being able to have Martine play solo like he did in the pistol. But the Outlaw from Jonah P will be just chilling over at B, and very deep B, so you're very certain nothing's happening at B this early. That's why G2 are taking as much real estate over at A, but there's going to be some noise that Jonah P is going to spot. He's able to teleport out in time. Good information, too, being able to activate that Viper wall to slow things down for KC.
Yeah, KC, again, though, just getting control of B main, going to grab the orb, and then get out of here. I mean, again, talking about, like, how do you figure on winning this round? Probability percentages are low, but try to maximize where you can. So grabbing both the orbs is big, and now they're going to be right back over with 35 seconds over towards the weaker of the sites. Fallon will be by himself, at least momentarily, but he is playing backside in the corner of the site with a stinger. So again, he's just looking for first contact, hold the ground as long as he possibly can, and wait for help to start to arrive. Giacomo, the closest one, they're playing off the one-way. And here we go, Execute going to be coming the next couple of seconds.
Yeah, and VALORANT can play safe, especially with the Stinger. You have a paranoia, so as soon as KC emerge, 12 seconds, it has to be here and now. The pressure onto VALORANT will at least bring down one with them. Good chance for KC as they pick up that Stinger left by VALORANT. That IGL from G2, and around the corner, Trent is going to try and activate before the rest of the team are in position.
No utility.
Is trying to pressure them back and not let the entry be as easy. And now spotting that Trent is in a one-and-done position. KC worked together to take him down.
Yeah, that was just not a good spot for Trent to be in. No utility remaining, so he's just stuck in the corner. Good isolation on it. And now it's time for the Shack attack. Able to find the first cleanly. A little bit of a lineup, almost able to find it all. But the Thrifty does come through for KC. Swing the eco around.
That was just really great teamwork out of KC to just not kind of lay back and let G2 re-entry, but as soon as they identified where Trent was, he was isolated. KC played off that information, so already playing with confidence despite playing against an anti-eco says a lot to K-Corp's mental coming into this one map.
But the other side of it too, and just to kind of counteract my own point here, not to flip-flop, but if G2 are going to continue to play for retake, if KC can get a feel for that and say, we're going to get a lot of free entry towards these choke points at A, let's keep putting the pressure on G2 to make a commitment. Are they going to try to have to set up any sort of trap play with this chamber? Or are we going to get some free ground and really put the pressure on G2 having to be perfect in retake situations? So we'll kind of come to see what those patterns exist as we move into KC largely on a full purchase after winning the anti-eco round. And they also collect first blood, another orb for Martine getting closer to Dimensional Drift. And with numbers advantage, it looks like KC's not going to waste their time to feel out the B site.
Giacomo has some nades, has a satchel. You already know that KC are in B main, but kind of wants to only show himself when G2 are ready to set up for trades. So it will be Martine flashing in, ready for the double swing out of G2, trying to put as much damage as possible, but the rifles are simply going to be too strong, and this is looking like a flawless for KC, actually.
Yeah, see if VALORANT can make it a little bit more punishing, but going into what was essentially a couple of SMGs at best with pistol upgrades. Again, expectations start to move over towards KC's direction. VALORANT going to have to make a decision here. Does hit a headshot, but it's a Stinger at range. That's Marshmallow. And it will be a team ace for KC, up now 2-1. But here we go. We're going to get an early gun round into round number 4. Plus you have the tour de force for Jonah P. Early earned. Sadak on the other side does it the Hunter's Fury. So we're going to get a really good intention here in terms of, does KC try to hit and hit hard, or will they continue to play with this more labored approach, playing for orbs and trying to stretch this G2 defense out a little bit further?
It is going to change your approach now for KC, now that G2 do have a buy-up, so you may need to take some time to drone up, check these corners, and really get a lot of usage out of this curveball from Avez, or usually Martine is the one flashing up first, but G2 can insert Jonah P, and he just gets inserted 6 feet underground. So great chance for KC with that first blood.
And that's a Hunter's Fury to isolate the angle, and then finished off as tour de force does not connect. Jogma with one trade, but feels a little bit minimal as he has to move quickly on the other side. Aldro makes his way into A, looking for VALORANT behind the boxes once again. Paranoid to give himself a little bit of space. Now you've got the paint shells to once again create a bit more of a buffer, but Giacomo is completely stuck, struggling to get the utility into play, and it once again comes down to the Love Shack for a 1v3.
Not the Love Shack. I love it though, but yeah, there's only so much you can do. Giacomo was caught completely surrounded, and KC, it went from a thrifty on the anti-eco, or going up against the anti-eco, to a flawless, to now building up these rounds, and using that Hunter's Fury, of course, helped a lot. This is KC building momentum against G2 that now have to fall behind and save.
Yeah, and early on, it's tough to get a full evaluation on what G2 is going to have to try to change and mold and adapt, but there is a level, again, of KC finding a lot of vacancy at the very beginning when the barriers drop. We're not seeing any sort of trap play. It's just hard-scoped angles so far from Jonah P, whether that be with the Headhunter or the tour de force in that most recent round. But you throw the early firewall, you follow up with a haunt or something of the nature to try to feel out what is going to be the defensive setup. And once again, it's just another isolated first blood, this time through the middle of the map.
Now, this a lot rides on Shaq with just the share, but maybe he can get his one and done. This is your signature agent. You gotta show when you can, and you already have some delay with the molly at the front door. KC do not care, and just spraying right through the smoke. Flashes are out. That's just kind of the lethality of running the Yoru Phoenix. As soon as you just flash up the whole site, and you really don't want to play in it.
Yeah, it's just another element too, where it's like, we're seeing Abs right now drop the early firewall just to push off the opening hard scope angles at A. and that's putting G2 in a bit of discomfort, not really getting forward off the Viper's wall at B main. So again, it's just KC do have an early edge of just trying to bully out what G2 want to do. But as we get into round 6, this will be the last chance, I think, for G2 to try to play off of what their playbook was at the very beginning, which has been Jonah P taking an early angle. It worked out in the pistol, has not worked out since that point. How do you try to get a little bit more forward pressure and be a little bit more contest heavy in these first blood battles that, honestly, for KC have just been flat out 1v1s that they've come out on top of?
I'm looking at this run it back from Aves and kind of how much you want to simplify your push. And do they just want to hard commit off the run it back or kind of use it as a fake where they can try and pull a lot of G2's attention towards one side of the map and actually hit the other? We haven't seen too many mind games out of KC. It's been a lot of just the one site, maybe a bit of exploration down mid, which didn't really work out with how much G2 were watching that. So KC are really trying to simplify things.
Yeah, and I think, again, it's just a level of don't fix what's not broken. I mean, if you know for a fact the firewall is going to give you the early angle at A, you know you're just going to be trading smokes over towards B, take the space that you're given, which has to this point been that entry point at A over towards elbow, and make G2 have to defend the site if they choose to from inside the site, or have to play a retake where up until the first round, it has been 5v4s the other direction at least for KC. So an interesting moment here. Early timeout for G2, but with the operator in play, full purchase coming out, this is going to be not last chance saloon for what their defense is, but I think in terms of their opening playbook, you need to show us what exactly is the intention as they, again, just play through mid freely. And this, again, leads you to believe that for KC, it's going to be free at A. You run it back, you get in early, and this should be a very quick post-plant setup for KC.
Just the run it back plus the Yoru clone, like there's just a lot of fakes happening from KC, but now fully committing down to A, immediate spike plant, and Jonah will be on his way. He's kind of more watching the lurk out of mid with the op, but KC are a very proactive team on the post plant, but are not going to try and extend out of the site. Instead, leave the trip, drone up, see if G2 are there, and are just trying to expect what G2 are doing.
You need info here. Because for G2, you're looking at what will likely be Jonah P on a hard scope angle, and then, yeah, it has to be a full flood the other direction. Does this trap wire provide an issue? So far, yes, as Jogabos is getting trapped up and tripped up everywhere, but it still comes down to G2 finding the kills that they need. Elite, the last one left. He's stuck at elbow, and G2 just take the old-fashioned approach. Snowball, get in together, and just work your way through after you block the back of the site. Good retake.
And it's KC kind of getting away from the success that they did in the post plant, where they were, okay, they had info, they extended at the top site and hunted for kills. But now because they huddled up after the smokes, just depending on one ways, G2 had time to kind of develop a plan, see if there was any lurks, no lurks. Everyone from KC is within the site, so G2 just flooded in, and KC couldn't really do anything about it.
No, that's the thing, though. Like, if you're going to use the run it back to get site control, you can only go so far. You can't really get deep into the backside of the defensive angles at A. So you have to essentially either choose to play on site or play an elbow for your post plant. But when G2 outsmoke you, you have to play on site. So again, that's just a little bit of those moments of G2 says, we can outfrag you. Jonah in some trouble, will snap back over into market. Deals with the dart and will set his ground here as the door will keep his aim. Yep, very primed up at mid, but Sadok actually does still try to take the challenge. He gets punished for it. 5v4 early for G2.
There's some mid control for KC and trying to punish that. They've identified that Jonah likes to hold that back mid area. Like ever since that 3K from the pistol, KC have been on Jonah watch. How can you get that teleport out of the chamber? And then how can you activate the lurk afterwards? So really being threatening around mid as G2 are trying to play close attention.
Well, keep an eye here on how deep G2 got through A while all that action at mid had happened. Valen had gotten all the way around the back towards the offensive spawn, but awareness is high for KC. They trade off that first blood and find a follow-up. So now the dimensional drift will get earned. That will clear out B main and a large majority of this B site. They get through the Viper's wall for free. Cypher will also reinforce by getting extra information off the neural theft, and this should be just a dissection of the B site and a post plant somewhere near the front.
And you had ears from Aves around mid to either go towards spawn or just kind of join for the market, flood in, and Shaq will be the anchor. He has flash, he does his best to look away, but it's only death that he sees, and Trent is following suit as well. 13 seconds, and KC have this on lock, it seems.
Yeah, really, really good execute there from KC. But Shaq, you thought maybe had done enough, just getting that spam. Elite not able to get into the site through that Viper's wall, but on the site itself, things trend in favor of KC. Trent, first corner, most important one. Not going to have it. Martin just playing the angle. We'll find the headshot, and it'll be a 5-2 start here for KC. Eco will be okay for G2 moving forward, but off the timeout, you're hoping for more than that.
G2 really, or just KC really tried to slow it down and just kind of identify where the G2 setup was, eventually flooding in. And KC, when they use all those flashes early, you're not going to have much to hold back, but I think just being able to catch people who were anchoring in, like Shaq, with those flashes and dwindling the G2 numbers down enough with those flashes, I think was huge for KC. And even post-timeout from G2, they're able to scratch the surface of KC, but now we can see Aves try to activate around mid, but G2 haven't been aggressive around that area.
Yeah, but an important round here. You've got the Viper's Pit, you've got the Showstopper. So what do you want to do with it? Do you want to continue to display for retake? And, well, having a first blood, especially with the control over towards B main, it will likely be that way. Good early snake bite. Actually put some significant pressure on Aves here, but he'll heal up through the firewall. B still looking very problematic, though, for KC, and they're going to back off and likely head over to the direction of Martin, who's working on elbow with a potential 1v1 in front of him with Trent. Big pick.
And now trying to cross over with the spike is definitely a showstopper. The lead is gone. Jogamo, an insane 3K, and also to get the spike down, that has sealed the round.
Yeah, absolutely has. I love the call to pull out the Showstopper there, too, knowing that it's not just going to be one player lurking through mid. You need this round. It's an important one. You get it. You also just do a little bit of dance with that cyber cage that was tossed out by Elite. You saw the pre-aim looking up. Instead, it's out. The wide blast pack for Jogamo allows him to go 1v3, essentially.
Portal closed.
Martin going to try to work his way around the back to see if he can find some punish. No reason to not try to force some repurchases here with the cash that he's got in hand. But likely the chances at winning this round are going to be a little bit low. Shaq will fall. Information now gained for G2 that if he's going to do anything, it will be around back by our spawn, and they're just going to back away and value saving the 3 rifles.
But G2 are, like we said in our podcast earlier, that G2 are very good at coming back from deficits and kind of outthinking their opponent. And we said that it was a big duel of those top IGLs of Sadak versus VALORANT. But so far, KC are riding off the high of just knowing that this is winnable. You have a weaker version of G2. You are able to punish Shaq, who is trying to anchor, trying to play solo. But besides going for one, a lot of the time, if KC can find where Shaq is set up, that will be a really good punish for KC to get an early round advantage.
Small tech pause on stage, but a chance to evaluate here with a couple of rounds to play. I think what's going to be important here in these next 2 rounds for G2 is, first and foremost, do we pop the Viper's Pit in this round to try to make any of the 2 sites a little bit more difficult to hit? Because you do have a Nightfall coming up, which would be obviously a tool that they would like to use for retake. So do you use both upcoming, or do you try to set something up here to have a more tempered round, try to drain some of the eco out of KC, and then follow up with having things like a Tour de Force and a Nightfall as a retake tool, play off of the first blood, which Jonah P has been often trying to do. Whereas on the other side for KC, there's a level of you can slow this round down, try to take some advantage if the Viper's Pit does get pulled of getting orb collection, because then you're close to run it back, you're close to a dimensional drift, which are 2 tools that they're going to want to use a snowball into these executes. So this is going to be one of those chess rounds, I feel like, coming up here next as fist bumps are out, and we should be looking back in here soon.
I think G2 are okay giving a lot of real estate to KC in terms of mid control. Like, G2 are not really even watching it because they know KC are not taking huge risks of going towards the opponent's spawn or activating a lurk that's very, very far away from the rest of the team. And I think Jonah P has really identified that. He's been on lurk watch against KC. KC are playing very much together. So I think if you early pit on one of the sites, that would make a lot of sense. And now it's actually an aggressive swing out of G2 to check out B main, get that info early, but you got to trade it out.
Trade's fine. That's the same status over the top of the B site. But, yep, that's going to call the Viper's Pit to be used, because now you want to try to stack your resources in a different direction. Curveball out. VALORANT in some trouble, has to paranoid to get himself away. Hot Hands doesn't really do too much in terms of damage, and Jojamo, timing here is everything. Only finds 1 for the effort, and now mid-map is a problem, and that means that Shaq is completely out of the picture here, as he was looking to, his teammates could hold down mid, and he could just watch B main, but now he's going to make a decision. Do I hold my Viper's Pit and stay away from the rest of the 2v3, or do I get out of here and help my teammates?
It is kind of awkward to sync with a Phoenix, because as a former Phoenix main, you'd be team flashing sometimes if you're just a little bit off sync. So trying to play around those corners, curveball in. I like that they're actually trying to push the opponent's spawn or wrap around the backside of A. Use that firewall from the Phoenix to kind of isolate what angle you're looking at one step at a time. But KC are now going to be able to plant at B, just getting around this pit. But then you won't be able to play from B main unless you deal with Shaq.
Huge. That's a huge pick from Trent. Able to find a lead. Nightfall's going to get called. Abs is going to be found on that. They do not get the information, though, on Martin, who is trying to figure out what's happening in the pit, but may not make much of a difference here for a 1v3 situation. He needs to find this elimination quickly. Yep, and then get to work, because everyone is all over this site. He's found himself some real estate to work with. Valen looking for the angle and finds it perfectly. A one-round difference as G2 bring us to a 4-5 count.
I just want to see KC play from main a little bit more, whether it's from the corridor of A, that A hallway, or B main, because they're taking mid control. They were trying to be funny, wrap around the backside of A. Once they got killed, they were like, okay, let's go plan B. So they wrapped through market, then didn't really know the game plan of how to deal with that Viper's pit.
They were trying to isolate the Vipers, is that call. That's the whole idea, is like, let's put some pressure on the site and see if we can force the Viper out. If we can force his attention onto site, then you can lurk through the pit with the shorty. The problem is, Trent gets there faster than I think KC are expecting, and that pick from the backside of B is everything for G2, because then Shaq can obviously keep his attention into the corner. You don't have to worry about the number situation as badly with KC not committing to go to A with a 3v2 in front of them. So yeah, that just kind of works out nicely thanks to the commitment and the mid-game calling from G2 to get over to B quickly.
Yeah, it's just like, how do you force out that Viper when they could just play within the pit, play from B main, and just kind of be a looming threat? And Shaq can just kind of minimize those risks, because kind of trying to play solo, he's been punished a lot. So I think that created a problem of, okay, let's wait for this Viper to come out, as you said. And then when they did, it was when the rest of G2 were there. So both these teams are trading blow for blow, and G2 are closing the gap in the score.
No, looking good. And there's a level of KC not necessarily using the space and the real estate given to them at A main anymore. They're trying to find picks through mid, which I can appreciate, because we have seen that Viper's wall through B main try to set up G2 a little bit more aggressively at B main, at least by intention. They haven't really done that as much. A couple of moments where Jonah P has used that angle as his avenue for a first blood. Hasn't really worked out as well as maybe the intention would lead you to believe, but KC are trying to really separate this G2 defense. And for G2, knowing where their vulnerabilities are, they're heavy rotating back to mid to deal with that, and it's worked out nicely for them to get back to this game.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Okay, there's the running back, the clone, just a lot of disruption from KC. So getting into the site hasn't been a problem, and I think G2 just try to play away from those smokes, and okay, well, Jonah P is deadly, and I think KC have to be aware of that.
Well, the thing about this is KC have the advantage in the backside of the site because of this is their one way. So you get the Phoenix back, you now have the ability to set someone up on this trap wire rather than playing on the front side of the site. But G2, once again, same setup, 4-man hit on the retake, all of them coming over towards this back A alley. Now you have a chance for Abs to try to get to work, but Shaq with the fine first blood. Jajamo follows up. Hunter's Fury is desperate in nature, but can it kill the time? And maybe even better, Sadok's able to find 2. 1v3 situation, needs to have the ace on top of that, but Shaq is holding for the defuse. Could Sadak find the angle in time? He gets one tag, but the spike gets defused, and there will not be enough time for him to find the consolation ace.
Got that player low so quickly. And then Aves, you heard the satchel from Jogamo to get on top of those boxes. He was kind of waiting for his Cypher Elite to put that cage down, because that's been the game plan from KC. Sit that Phoenix in a cage or in a smoke, flash out, and really surprise and utilize those smokes to your advantage. But KC, before all of that utility was set up, G2 had already pulled the trigger. They had Jonah in position. They had Jogamo ready to execute. And KC are still playing catch up. And it's G2 that have caught up to them. We're 5-5 now.
Yeah, that's a huge bounce back from G2. The eco's still fine, at least in this round for KC, but having used the run it back and not finding the success that they were hoping for onto A, it does put some pressure to try to get something going, and they already create a first blood early enough for Elite to find a body for the neural theft. And that should lead to them making a commitment here in terms of, we know where everyone is, where do we want to take our numbers? The snake bite providing some vacancy for Shaq to work with, trying to spam through the dark cover, but firewall goes up, and KC move their way into B.
And Shaq could be just pushing past this smoke and has a duel against Elite, which can open up market and weaken things even further for KC. That's a big win for Shaq. And now KC have to pay attention, but at least playing from B main, they have some space to fall back and play in safer positions. This Viper wall from Shaq, though, is going to be a problem. If he brings that up, it'll force KC to play within the site, but they're just looking at the front door, and Giacomo with the showstopper off in the corner. An easy splash, he gets 2, but KC still have Martin and Fnatic.
Backside of the site, Martin's been very safe. He has an idea where Shaq is. Little wiggle, little wag. Killing time right now, though, is KC.
Standing.
All down to Sadhak. 8 HP, but does have both shock darts, hearing all the footsteps. Does he find the ability to line them all up? There's the first, there's the second. No one expects him to be lurking on the site. It's a 1v2 clutch, and KC retake the edge.
Yeah, the post plants for KC are getting better and better, although it is coming down to the wire of Sadhak just getting behind the backs of G2, but being able to extend out of the site and doing that before you even get the spike down, just having safer positions. I was a little worried about KC when they lost market control, but I'm seeing Shaq just play with a lot of confidence despite kind of coming in as filling big shoes.
Well, I think the thing about that take for KC is, again, with the neural theft being earned so early, you're not setting up your post plant for market. You know that the defense of G2 has to rotate, and you don't want to put yourself in a position to take that contact at market. You want to set yourself up through B main. But now we want to get into the conversation here, which is Martin on the hunt, and Trent just absolutely ran down for first blood. But look at the position for G2, playing really aggressive through mid. So that means that KC cannot necessarily follow up on that first blood. But with G2 losing their defender on B, this is one of those moments where will the element of surprise be enough for them to get back into the site?
I've been finally waiting to see kind of some solo plays out of KC, playing that double duelist, and Martin just pulling 3 players of G2 towards the right side, allowing KC to have a sense of safety. They extend through the top side. Now they only have to worry through main, and that's KC just kind of dotting the I's, crossing the T's.
This is a difficult post-plant setup right now, though, for KC. They do get a really solid reveal through B main, and that makes life extremely easy. Let's say for a moment you might get trapped with Giacomo trying to pinch back through the defensive spawn, but now he's by himself. Giacomo able to find the first, but nothing more behind that. A 7-5 half for KC, doing what they need to keep an edge early.
But now playing this double duelist, maybe you wanted to squeeze out a few more rounds out of the double duelist, but I think that timeout from G2 right in the middle of that momentum, that 4-round streak out of KC kind of really killed the energy. And then G2 slowed it right down, KC as well. So you wish you got more out of a 7-5, but we'll see how these duelists can kind of maybe separate away from the flock and enable themselves, whether it's the curveball with the Phoenix, which is great solo, or even Martin with the dimensional drift, who went from one side of the world to the other. I'm liking the ideas out of KC.
I think the interesting thing here is going to be, again, what pace does G2 want to play with, knowing that trap plays are likely going to be the biggest early indication of KC keeping the foot on the pedal here, trying to play with that aggression. The other side of this, too, though, is like, as much as KC showed us that on the offensive side they can execute really at any point in the round, they could essentially use those same tools and default to playing for retake in their own right. You know, using the firewall to break off parts of A or parts of B wherever a spike gets planted, and then you flash around those close corners, you get the Yoru a little bit deeper, and you just kind of play through the smokes, through the walls. That's definitely, you know, one of those situations of pick your poison if you're KC. I think that's kind of, what are we going to get? You know, as G2's going to play him fast, KC will need to probably match that tempo. But if G2 with a Chamber and a Viper try to feel things out, like KC could just hold back, avoid giving a first blood, and just playing for retake.
Yeah, I think Shaq did a good job of anchoring and really just balancing how aggressive he wanted to be and kind of swing out. Very confident he could get those one-on-one trades, and even going for market, not sitting back and waiting for G2 to rotate with him. But we'll see how G2 now can activate with a raise setup with Giacomo. Well, okay, bye, Jonah B.
It's another one of those things, though. Like, this is what G2 are defaulting towards. When you play a Chamber like this, you're looking for first blood success. And not to say that it hasn't been there, but it hasn't been as significant as you would hope for if you're G2. So now you're just playing off this 4v5 post plant. There's the flash to give you the indication of that retake. Paranoia to counter. And KC will have to kind of set themselves up and likely use Martin as an entry point behind this Sovidrome.
Just G2 very happy to get those flashes out of the way and maybe even baiting that out, playing as close to the corner as they could to fall back when needed. Now G2 were aggressive, but Veto leaped with a big double kill coming through market with the rest. Sugetsu 2 places the smoke, gets the defuse, and you've got kind of a crossfire from G2 to try and prevent this, but the firing squad from KC is too strong, and they get the pistol.
And that's just another one that you use the numbers to your advantage. You know you're likely going to be giving something away by forcing so much action through mid off the get-go. You say, okay, we got a 5v4, let's just play post-plant retake. You don't allow G2 to do anything too crazy. You don't let them get in towards the backside of B. You flash them out, you reset, you split the retake by sending a couple of players through market, and it just forces G2 to have to hold on pistols, which is never going to feel comfortable, especially considering that, again, they don't really have any way to counter-initiate here. This is a Jonah P, Shaq essentially playing double Sentinel, and you really don't have the ability without Trent's utility to do anything else to create deterrence or distraction. So good read from KC early, and J2 is in some problem spots here. They're going to go to the Stinger force up.
Just Casey being able to punish these lurks from Jonah P, getting that critical damage before he's able to teleport out has been huge. Now G2 just going to have double Prowlers. They had one to get through B main, one that's not as deep towards the back, but you got also Martin assisting with Elite. And well, the Marshal's not going to be as cute close range like that. Big Stinger buy from G2. They're known for those forces in the anti-eco or going up against it. And they just try to run it down against KC, who are just ready for this level of aggression. G2 did exactly that in the previous round.
Yeah, love that in terms of a design for an execute for G2. You drop a deep Viper's wall, you throw in the paranoia later than you would expect because you're getting information from Trent. You throw out the Haunt, you throw out the Seize, you throw out a Prowler, whatever you need to try to clear that early space, and then you just snowball with the Stinger. Sadak fighting back though. Spike has not been planted, 2v2, and Jonah's just playing with a Headhunter in classic combination, but he does connect over towards market, leaving Sugetsu by himself in the 1v2.
Such good awareness from KC to hear that spike get picked up. Once that Viper wall was up from Shaq, he thought he just had a second to get around to safety, but still get the plant off. 1v1, Sugetsu versus Valid, and it's G2 that get the round.
Huge stuff for G2 to recover. I mean, it's one of those, like, it's not a do or die situation, not the Stinger force purchase, but getting that back in the mix puts this map right back into your grip. Changes the eco pretty darn considerably and puts KC in a little bit of a weird spot here on their next defense, caught off guard by the Stinger repurchase. And again, I think that opening wall that we're seeing from G2, especially considering what just happened in that last round, the isolation makes that B defense feel a little bit more uneasy in terms of what ground you have to stand on. And you see it, the wall goes to one direction, the Haunt keeps you into place on another, and you just flood through it. So that's something that KC will have to keep in mind. It looks like they're going to deal with that by just having Elite playing a different corner. First blood perhaps, but responded by Trent. Do they recognize that Martin is here? Oh, they're going to confirm it with the Prowler. It just comes down to, will they actually commit? No, they don't need to because he will gate crash back to safety.
It's like the second time now this half that KC have early peaked at mid and have found punish on G2, just ego swinging into them, and it's not working out. KC are deadly with those pistols. They already had a thrifty against G2's anti-eco in the first half, so still, G2 have recollected the spike and now have starting to lean towards A once that smoke goes down.
Tough battle there, though, for Jonah. Now has KC collecting a rifle and with numbers could, again, just back off and play for retake in the 4v2. Recon bolt deleted, but at least reveals onto one. And for Shaq and Jogamo, this is tough because you want to try to clear space out, but you also want to give yourself some sort of a Alamo to stand on. And as Shaq will fall, it just comes down to Jaw. Trying to get it done with the Guardian, and yeah, just shoulders playing with them as everyone else is starting to make their way over. But hold on a second, they're not actually putting themselves in a position to play for trades, but no exit for Jogamo. And KC will take the round.
It's not the first time Jogamo has been caught between a rock and a hard place, trying to push that angle and then have that that lurk from Elite find his way behind. So I'm liking what KC are putting out, especially when G2 were starting to knock on the door in that second half. So now that we're going to have some more guns coming in, we may just have a more even playing field. But then you got the run it back. You have the neural theft. KC can really simplify things, just running it down, having Martin with the clone, and that's been their way to just get the ball rolling early. And a lot of the action in these rounds has started within the first 5 seconds of peaking at mid, and that's been a KC first blood a few times now from that.
Yeah. So timeout coming through. An important round here for both of these two teams. In particular for KC, you use this timeout to talk about what exactly is our protocol for the run it back. Do we want to use it early, gain some early real estate, and really force G2 to have to expend this utility out of Trent, which is really their only initiation they have? Or do you want to give away some space, see if Trent will still use some of that utility early, and then use the run it back as a way to get some ground control on a retake? You know, do you kind of just keep Elite in the corner over towards B? Do you try to play a little bit more of a passive setup around A? Those are the questions here, and it just comes down to what have they drafted up? Because again, if you're joining us here late, neither of these two teams have any competitive experience on this map in official form this year. So this is still a fresh look for both these two squads.
And this is a best of one, and KC are 3 rounds away, and I don't even know whether you want to call this an upset or not. Some people are very G2 pilled and thinking the 4v5, or at least playing with the coach, would weaken them, but still pull out wins against teams like KC. But KC upset Team Liquid in that qualifier, and they have been only improving and only growing from there. So G2 will just take their time at B main to just see how aggressive KC are going to set up their lurks and what they have planned. Where are those trips?
Yeah. Elite able to deal with the first Prowler. That's big. He's got bolt traps in front of him. He's going to collect one and then replace it off of the tight corner to market. Jonah's going to put some pressure over towards mid. Aldrone will not see him.
Ooh.
Hold on a second. G2 have maybe a window here where Jonah can calm, saying, wait a second, guys, I can sneak into mid.
You gotta expect this though if you're KC. Like, Jonah has been first blooded here a couple of times, but okay, it's tough with just the pistol, and you don't look both ways. You don't have a smoke on one side, and Jonah's trying to go for the big plays, and KC are not letting him get away with it.
No. It is one of those things, though. They make the right read, do G2. The Aldrin doesn't see it. That's the protocol for KC to clear mid. But again, in terms of trusting Jonah to get first bloods, he's not really provided. And that's been one of the conversation points about what are we going to expect out of this G2 squad, missing Leaf, who was one of their biggest ACS leaders at Masters. Who steps up? I mean, for Jonah, you're looking at a player that had a 0.9 KD at Masters, middle of the pack ACS, and you're trusting him to find first bloods all of a sudden, where his first kill percentage was only at like 4% at Masters. So not good is what you're looking at. So that's one of those situations that G2's changing their identity a little bit in terms of what they're putting together, not having Leaf in the picture, and it's costing them right now down big.
Ooh, just satcheling in, no paranoia from Valen, and G2 not being able to trade. That was an issue they had even at Masters, but hey, there's the trade. KC kind of overstaying their welcome and not playing around the box close enough to go back to safety. Not maybe thinking G2 where everyone is going to be around that corner.
Yeah.
So run it back does expire.
The space is what you're looking for, because it's not just the pressure at A. You've also got Elite on a comfortable route through B main, looking to trap things up over at tiles. And this will be a backstab of the ages, where Elite's going to be just foaming at the mouth. If he catches the timing, hold on a second, he misses the timing here.
Bit of a ring around the rosy from Elite, and he's been working on those lurks round after round. Not so much in the first quarter of this game, but really activating and punishing people like Jogamo, which great first blood yet again for KC off of that.
Trent gets caught. Yeah, Sugetsu just walks forward. The more space that Elite was able to take, the more that KC realized this was going to be a B hit. And clearing out market
30 seconds left.
now has Shaq. Would have to be a 1v4. Sugetsu, first one, dealt with cleanly. Go with 20 seconds on the clock and no spike. You're looking just to get out of here and save this weapon, staring down the barrel of a 6-11 in favor of KC, which, again, is just, I think, got everyone a little bit jaw-dropped at the moment.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, just KC are really working the map well. Elite, kind of a newer player, kind of going under the wing of more veterans on the team. Being able to activate that lurk is giving KC a lot more options, is forcing G2 to pay attention to what's behind them. And ever since that KC timeout, they've had a flawless. They've won this round. They're 2 away from winning this best of 1.
Yeah, and that's an important gun round right there that G2 don't really get much going with. So now you're in another economical situation that is going to require you to kind of finesse and play off of, do you force buy now? Or do you try to win this on 6 in a row to an OT? That's really what your conversation is in this timeout. So not ideal for G2. And I think it kind of, I won't say it starts and then ends with this conversation point, but it definitely starts with the fact that this whole game plan for G2 has been, let's resolve off of getting Jonah P on this chamber for early first bloods. And in the pistol with the Headhunter, it looked like, whoa, okay, it's going to work. But the tour de force has been a non-factor. The operator in his hands has been a non-factor. And it hasn't even been like KC overwhelming him with both the double duelists. They're just stretching the map and forcing G2 to worry about a lot of things at once. And they don't have the utility to re-clear space with only having a fade in the picture. So KC have got a good idea of what they want to do. Just avoid the first blood battle, or at least put it on your own terms, and then just make sure we're stressing this G2 now offense from really where they lack, which is on the initiating utility.
And you would say that Trent is like another top 5 player in the world. I mean, pick somebody from G2 and you could have a whole essay around them. So you expected him to maybe take on a little more extra weight in terms of the firepower from G2, and he's kind of having a quieter game one. It is just their first match, though, but if you lose this, you go to your last life in groups, and no one wants to see that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just looking at Stage 1 in Masters, Trent averages a 1.26 KD. He's 5-13. He also has an average 80% cast percentage, and he's just not been a factor. Some of it, again, just off of the fact that they're playing odd number situations over and over again. Even right here, he used the Nightfall to try to get into the site, but they don't expect the Cyber Trap to come in. Hunter's Fury to follow is going to find success, and KC could do no wrong.
G2 got nothing out of the Showstopper and the Nightfall. They kind of sectioned the site, and Elite just chose the perfect time to come in and get that headshot on the G2, who are just going to trail behind even more. What a showing out of KC, and that's going to be almost all she wrote, 12-6. I don't think anyone expected a scoreline like this.
No, not at all. And on a map that, again, you're looking at a best of one, so G2 have a pretty good idea in terms of what map we're going to get. You're trying to set up your coach who's filling in to play an agent that they're going to feel comfortable with. You get him onto a map that he has been playing well on, but it's just, again, your one initiator in Trent is just not providing the space because it's always an odd man number situation. And even right there, it's just not clearing and, you know, crossing our T's and dotting our I's. We're getting trapped up by Cypher, who is essentially solo holding B.
I think it's everything rides on what I was going to say Jonah P could do in mid. He's been trying to get those first bloods, but it's gone usually KC's way. And Jogamo, Valen, 2 huge stars from G2 have been dimmed. The spike is down. G2 have to play against it and against a curveball, which this is not something you scrim against every day. And now you're getting zoned off by Molly, so you can't even play off the C's. Yep. So that's tough.
I mean, look at the setup. Elite, again, knows that no one's playing inside of B, so I'm just going to step up. It allows Sugetsu to know he just has to worry about the mid flank. And you can continue to just reset this one-way smoke on the corner where you know where the spike is down. So everything is sitting up nicely here for KC. Jonah needs to hit a shot. I mean, flat out. He needs to connect here. Viper's put to put some pressure, but again, good call here. KC going to drop the firewall, push in, and you got the long flank on the way. Shaq's in trouble. You need to get some help from Jonah right now, and there it is.
And the more time it takes from G2, the more that Elite can just start to creep his way behind, and if Shaq decides to play out of his pit, he's going to be cooked, and Elite can safely just hunt for this Viper's pit and really ruin G2's chances of coming back into this game, but it is only 3 versus 2 for KC, and Elite is trying to seal the deal and put the nail in the coffin, and that's all she wrote. KC win the best of one.
Unreal start for KC. And again, I know it comes on the backside of G2 playing with a vulnerable roster, not having Leaf in the picture. It's just nothing was going right for G2. Not a single thing based on their playbook design was working out for them. Some of it maybe you can look at and say, okay, if we're setting up to play this chamber and we're playing for first bloods, they didn't happen. So it's like, how do you mold that composition into something else that is playing a deeper round? You know, playing with 20 seconds remaining where you only have a fade. Like, it's just, it's so much pressure onto Trent if you're not finding first bloods. And on the other side for KC, they get a good read on their opening half saying, hey, we're getting a lot of space here at A main. Let's take that. And then as we get to the halfway point, the second quarter, if you will, KC start to put the pressure on mid. It just forces G2 to make these tough decisions on their opening setups. And when you've got a Yoru, you've got a Phoenix, you've got the ability to continue to play off of your own Omen, you just continue to win the map by playing with heavy numbers advantages, whether it's off of early first bloods like we saw time and time again, or if it's just we're going to take a 3v2 over on the A site because we know we've blocked off Shaq on the Viper. It's just a really good heads-up play from KC, and they're going to move on to the winner's qualification match.
Just for G2 to only get 1 round on the offense, I mean, the cracks in that armor are starting to show of just how much you miss Leaf and how much Trent needs to activate in their potential final match, because this is a really difficult group if you can't win against KC. You got BLG and Paper X that you have to try and beat to have a chance to get out of groups, and this is really going to hurt the morale of G2.
Oh, big time. And it's just, again, not a lot of forgiveness in a best of one for sure. You know, they're going to have a chance to try to reset here in the next couple of hours, but to have that much preparation leading up to the match that's been scheduled now for quite a while, and to come out and, like you mentioned, not find any success on offense. You didn't really win many full gun rounds where like you're playing full versus full. The only rounds that they really took in the first half were rounds that they had an advantage in the economic department. So not ideal in terms of what we see from G2 as a first look.
At the very least, the lower bracket, I believe, will be played tomorrow, or at least we'll see what the A stream is up to. We'll try and update you guys where we can, and we're setting up our interview because, yeah, we do that on the B stream too. There's a lot of EWC action to watch across all of our streams. So, K-Corp, you know, the C stands for Cope. I've been excited about this team ever since they kind of upset Liquid in the qualifier. They've only done improvements from here on out. And to beat G2, yes, this is not the G2 at their fullest form, but a win here for KC means if they can win against BLG or Paper X or whatever, whoever wins that other match, K-Corp could get out of this group.
I mean, they definitely could. I think this group is open for the taking. I mean, Paper X is going to win this group. I think it's an easy thing to say based on the fact that they just won the recent international event, but the other three teams are either looking like they're not as significantly strength or are dealing with vulnerabilities like G2 is. But kind of like, again, telling the story on this map, you're right. Like, the only offensive round that G2 wins is off the Stinger. So tough moments here for G2, but we're down on the stage. We've got Pilsky with our post-game reaction from one and only Sadak.
All right, we'll start again. Apologies to everyone. But Sadak was just saying, feels good. You won your opening best of one against G2. That puts you in a good position in the group.
Yeah, it puts us, to be honest, in a rough position because now we have to go against the champs, right? If I'm not mistaken. So yeah, it's an amazing position to be in because you never have these opportunities to face the best team. So yeah, we're super happy about it.
Yeah, and you kind of popped off on the Sova there on Sunset. You had a couple of clutches, you put up some pretty big numbers. So you were feeling it today?
I'm still feeling it. No, we're feeling it. I'm still feeling it today. But yes, I think it's all the amazing work we did prior to this. So that's given me the confidence to be myself in stage. So yeah.
Yeah, and you've got Alves on your team. He's a MENA, representative. He should be very comfortable. Is he giving you any hot tips for being here in Riyadh?
Yeah, he's helping me. Shukran. That's all I know, guys. Sorry. But yes, Hassan is amazing. I love him. He brings so much energy, so much passion in the game that just carry us that way,
Tell us a little bit about your qualifier run. You guys were able to overcome Liquid. EMEA is a tough region to compete in, and the results have been a little bit rougher, but still not too bad. But this qualifier, you get your hands on a spot in the international event. How are you feeling about how the qualifier went and your prospects here at the tournament?
I think for us, it was a step-by-step process, because we were struggling so much finding our identity, and luckily we kind of find what we're feeling is working for us here. So, and now we're just trying to evolve that and trying to even more learn how we play, And yeah, all of that just feels amazing.
So you've got G2 out of the way, just the best of one, just for the opening games, all best of threes from here on out. How are you feeling about how the rest of the group is shaping out? Because we've had the other best of one already finish up. I'm sure you'll get yeah, Paper X are able to pick that one up. So how are you feeling about the rest of them?
I mean, it's gonna be fun, man. I'm just gonna say it's gonna be fun. There's no easy matches. This is an uphill battle, So yeah, we're just chilling right now. We have to understand what we're gonna do next because we're gonna play, I think, in a few moments, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, this is crazy to be honest, but yeah, we're ready. We're ready.
All right, I'll go let you take a rest and get the boys nice and G'd up for the next match, and we'll throw it over to the highlights and the casters back up on the desk.
Appreciate it down on the floor. Sadak, I hear you with that paladin shout out. That's my guy right there. Now, I mean, looking at the statistics across this, again, you talk about the differences in these compositions. And for KC, we can now say for certainty that even though the double duelists may not have given the same aggression that we were kind of looking for in terms of a snowball, they did go 8-4 in first blood battles. So they were able to at least use those duelists for that early numbers advantage that we continue to talk about throughout it, Chen.
Yeah, we looked at the leadership between Sadak and Sugetsu to kind of bring Elite and Aves with a lot of confidence. I mean, you know Martin is going to frag out, but how Aves and Elite were going to contribute, that's what I wanted to see, especially with that Phoenix. And then you saw, especially Elite on the lurks, really getting active, getting behind, and forcing G2 to get surrounded and not being able to take as confident of angles. So I'm really happy with how KC played.
You have to be. That's a big dub to get in the opening best of one. And I don't know what Sadak was on today. I mean, it was still a performance by committee, but some big clutches from the man, and he was ecstatic in the interview there. And we didn't get to catch it, but he's still repping the OG Paladins rep, you know. He pointed up the shift. He was like, "Oh boy."
Yeah, dude, he's the Drogos main from the days of old. No, the thing about it is, we talked about this in our long podcast. Like this KC team, when it was initially like kind of re-put together and formed, it's like they have all the pieces you could want in terms of being a major threat out of EMEA. Had not really found that in stage one. A little lackluster initially in terms of what we were expecting, and then all of a sudden you see them in the qualifier and things start to pop up, and it is a little one-dimensional, but if it works, you don't have to go back and refix it. And the first blood battle was so continually in favor of KC that it doesn't matter what your opponents play. You're playing a 5v4, and that's just easy Valorant for them.
Yeah, I think it was Jonah P trying to make the big plays by himself and thinking, well, I've done it against all the other top teams. I could do it against KC, right? And he's trying to pull a little more extra weight, and then when he had that mid-presence, he would get picked off. And you thought that GT were coming in hot when Jonah P kicks off the first pistol with like a 3K.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you're like, oh, we're in for a good G2, a good Jonah P, and then KC were quick to adapt and shut him down.
Yeah, I mean, both pistols ended up being converted, not being converted, rather. You had the second round going the opposite way, which really always messes up the momentum of the game. I think we got a little bit of an answer about what kind of roles G2 are going to try to go for in this particular tournament. You know, you did have, as you mentioned, Jonah P over onto the chamber, very flexible player, and you did have Shaq playing the Viper, which is something that we were talking about. It's an agent that's well within his wheelhouse, very comfortable. And to be honest, I mean, he held his own. He was okay, given that he's not a active player right now.
Yeah, I thought he was able to kind of adjust and balance how aggressive he wanted to be as a solo anchor, because you kind of don't want to just let KC get the site for free. But when you're going up against double flashes, a Yoru, a Phoenix, and everything being thrown at you, Shaq did what he could to kind of find interesting angles, not just being the most obvious one, and find the right timings every once in a while. And even just if he didn't want to be within the site of B, he would go towards market. So Shaq found his opportunities when he could.
The other side of this matchup that I think is really compelling, and again, we talked about this a lot, the most impressive part about G2 from when they came out of Ascension and now have found a lot of success in the professional circuit has been off of what they've done in the mid-round. The problem is they've done that largely off of playing double initiator composition.
Yeah, that's true.
And now you're only playing Fade. Like, you don't have any other information gathering tools. You don't have the Sova in the mixture. You don't have the Breach that they often like to play. And it just felt like a very one-dimensional, non-G2 composition where we're trusting Jonah P to go get first bloods as chamber.
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel very G2-esque.
You got to win the dry duels. I think double Enit definitely is a style where you have a lot more tools, you have a lot more options, and you can use those to solve problems. But when you only have the Fade as the solo Enit, you know, you do have a lot of tools on that solo Enit. You have multiple Prowlers, you have Haunt coming back off cooldown, which can work for some maps. It's why you see solo Enit on Lotus work really well.
Sure.
But it's a long way away from double Enit, especially when they're playing a lot of Teo. Yeah.
Agreed.
Because maybe it was also G2. No, I don't know if it was like giving up, but you know, the mental is very low towards the end. But I think about one of the last rounds when they had Nightfall, Showstopper, G2 are flooding into the site with those ultimates, and it didn't really hit KC that much. You had that Sentinel that poked out right at the Elite, who made that big play against the Nightfall, and and just Elite was able to go up against the entirety of G2, who were flooding in and still make big plays.
Yeah, the Trapwires and the Cyber Cages just had so much survivability to Elite, who was, again, at B by himself. And outside of round 2 of that offensive side for G2, where they put the wall up, they run through his stingers, Elite's like, all right, that's the way you want to play it. I'm just going to throw my Trapwires down to different spots and know that the threat is going to be there before it hits me. And then from there on out, he was successful. Oh, no one's poking or popping me here. I'm just going to take B main for free. And it's just the G2 had no map to work with. Felt like.
So many cracked Turkish players, man. I mean, the one elite, obviously over here on Carmine Core, but if we get to catch a BBL game, they got a couple of cracked Turkish players on their roster as well. So I'm looking forward to catching their game. What I will though mention is that we did have the other game on the A stream finish up, and it looks like it was an epic game. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch it. I hope a lot of you guys were tuning into the A stream because I believe Billy were up 10-4 over PRX, and PRX came back all the way into OT and won 16-14. So that definitely could have been Carmine Core beating G2 on top of Billy getting an upset over PRX, but PRX just tenacious as ever. They've been able to pick that one up. Device got 6 first bloods for himself and had a bit of a time on the Vice there shift.
Yeah, YZ did up 31 for the L is crazy on the Raze, but that's Lotus for you.
So we're thinking BLG G2 then tomorrow or something? We'll see the schedule, but...
BLG has to play G2, and then KC squares up against PRX. It's awesome.
Good luck, everybody. Have fun.
In a BO3, I mean, that's going to be tough for anyone taking on PRX rather. They are probably the favorites in any BO3, no matter who they take on at this tournament. But Carmine Core, there was some energy there. Like Fnatic was buzzing, he was feeling himself, So I don't know. I'd be keen to see them go on a bit of a run here.
I think everyone's been criminally underrating K-Corp and just how good they looked in the qualifier. Even just going from losing to Na'Vi in the playoff, which I mentioned it was 2-1 for Na'Vi, and then you went to overtime and 13-11, 13-11. Unfortunate loss for KC. Then they came back to the qualifier and then beat Na'Vi. Says a lot to, I think, a lot of growth that KC did to come here.
Absolutely. So look, some banger opening games. We've already had an upset. We've had a banger OT in that BO1, and now we'll get into some more matchups. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with the next match very soon.
This land is calling.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2025. We're here in the VALORANT group stage and we've gotten through the opening two best of ones in Group A. Now we're going to move over to Group B and I've brought a new analyst onto the desk and caster. You're a man of many talents, Kev. Did you catch any of those open best of ones and welcome to the desk?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, we had a brilliant opening. KC taking their first best of one victory here. Some could call it an upset, but we know G2 are coming in with a changed up roster due to medical issues relief, so it's a bit rough. Paper X versus Billy Billy. That happened on the A stream. Really close opening. I mean, yeah. Billy actually nearly took that one. A 8-4 start, attacking side on Lotus. Huge game, though, from Divide coming through on that Vice on the op a little bit later on. The own attacking side for PRX, they brought it back and went to OT into this one, 16-14. So it's a good look for Billy. Paper X, I mean, you've talked about them already. Probably still one of the favorites for the tournament, but maybe a slow one for them.
Yeah, we got to set the table for our matchup now, though. It is going to be XLG taking on DRX. So a bit of a China versus Pacific derby. Both of these regions pretty familiar with each other. There's a lot of inter-regional play in some of these mid-season, off-season events, shifts. So I'm really looking forward to this game.
Yeah, recent history with these two squads as well. So there is a level of how much do they learn from that versus what do they want to bring in. It's a little bit fresh because there definitely feels like there's a level for both these two squads where they are trying to make up a little bit of ground from how they finished off both their in-season stage, plus also trying to find some international representation for them, not really being able to find as much success from one of the two. But the big story about this particular matchup is both teams are playing with not their normal roster. Some voluntarily, others a little bit more of making up for maybe not being able to get their full roster here. So for a team like XLG, you're coming off of a Masters performance that really has you wanting, but they had to play two tough opponents. Sentinels and G2 were their two losses, not able to find a map versus either of them. And then you look back at how they played in their stage. They look good. They were auto qualified to get here in the first place. They were finishing top of their region. So there's a level of, again, which team are we going to get? The one that looked so good in their region or the one that fell short at Masters?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a team that early on set the tone coming through Ascension and then into Tier 1. They're able to actually win VCTCN, which has historically been a region that's been dominated by EDG until recently.
Yeah. And they had an 8-match win streak as well. They came into Toronto looking extremely hot. I don't know if anyone would have considered them a favorite, but you never know these Chinese teams, right? Every single year, it seems like every single major event, even a Chinese team is going to pop off. You don't know which one is going to be. Is it going to be EDG? Could have been Shilai. Was Wolves Gaming just recently at Masters? So these types of teams, you can't underestimate them. But you brought this up, Shift. There is a roster change which maybe could influence things. We saw that how that impacted G2. So not exactly too sure how Shilai are going to go into this one, but they did come off of some decent results just in the last stage.
Yeah, 100%. And over on the other side of things, a team that I know I love, DRX.
So biased, dude.
Look, they're probably going to win this tournament even with roster changes. Look, they've had a little bit of roster instability for a while just to set the table for DRX. For those that aren't familiar, they did have Flashback going out of the roster. Then they brought Australia over from RRQ to IGL the squad. Now they have brought Flashback back. He won't be playing for this event. They're going to be using an academy player, which is a very regular thing, I would say, for a lot of Korean squads in particular. Recently, we saw Gen G bring up Ash from their academy team. That's gone quite well for them. I think DRX, I've got an eye on them this tournament, despite the roster instability.
There is a level, though, of like, this is a lot of pressure on Flicker. Like, to come in out of nowhere, essentially. And to be fair, like, the academy team was not performing at a super high level.
That's true.
He looked good, but, like, the team itself was not finding like a tremendous amount of success that made you believe that like, oh, like this guy's coming off of momentum or coming off of like being dominant in that academy space. It just for me comes down to, do DRX have a bit of a honeymoon period in front of them? Can they get themselves on the same page quickly? Because this is not just a fill-in substitute moment. This is the roster now. This is, well, minus the fact that they're missing one of the others, you know, in terms of what Flashback brings to the table. But still, like, this is meant to be a team that they have in mindset for this is what we want to go with moving forward. So now you're playing up against a vulnerable XLG team. You have to find success with it, you think.
And there's reporting that says, you know, Flicker comes in to replace Astray on the team with the IGL, which means Marco likely now be replacing the IGL. But Astray's still here. I walk past him. All the players are right behind us.
Yeah.
And fun thing about that as well is, you know, we're walking. I see the teams walking in. They're seeing the KCG2 handshake. I think it might be Human or Marco, who's like, the teams are asking, like, who won? And Marco's like, KC, Australia's like, Chinchiro? Really? Like, they couldn't even believe it. Like, DRX couldn't believe that KC won. But Australia is here, is the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, I think, well, number one, DRX historically is a team, along with a lot of the other Korean teams that are quite flexible with their roster. They're quite happy to sub different people in for which style they want to go for. I will also say Australia is someone that he's used to being that IGL. He's used to sitting with a strong coaching staff, going back to RRQ with Ewok, and they had Warbirds as well. Now onto DRX. I mean, star-studded coaching staff on all of these Korean rosters. rosters. So he may even help prepare the team for some of these matchups. And look, they're going to have to prepare for this Veto in particular because it is a best of one to remind you guys.
Yep.
And it will be vetoing all the way down to one map here. And we have had some play between both of these teams in the past shift, at least interregionally between CN as well as Pacific in some of these mid-season events.
Yeah, lower final matchup between these two squads when they last played. But back and forth we go kind of again. Do you take out... You have the thing about best of one vetoes is you could take out your worst and also your opponent's best.
Yeah.
So it gets us into what should be a level playing field. But Haven as the map, this was part of that best of three.
Yep.
And it was dominated by XLG, especially from what they did on the offensive side. So that's something to kind of keep in mind to see if that's going to play any sort of a factor here in this matchup.
11-1 for those that don't know. That's the recent game, Sheila game versus DRX from the Asian Champions League. Lower final.
Attacking side, yeah.
I mean, attacking side, XLG 11-1. Really disgusting stuff. One thing to note is, I'm still seeing Teo in that rails. I'm trying to remember if that was on the former patch or not.
Should have been.
Yeah, it was a while ago. This was in like mid-May, so I think we were on the earlier patch. So likely we're going to see some changes up in terms of how the teams are going to reapproach this map.
Yeah, number one, previous patch. Number two, other thing that really stands out to me is that Yu was playing. He has now departed from the roster, and since they have been trying to replace him, I think XLG's kind of been struggling a little bit. Let's address the elephant in the room. Their coach, Havoya, I believe it is playing in the roster here.
Yep.
He is someone that does have some experience playing, similar to what we saw from Shaq in that G2 stand-in situation. He has got a lot of reps in Valorant. He's even played in the CIS region. He's played in the South Asian region. So this guy's been around a little bit. He knows how to play the game, and he should be able to hold his own in the server here.
It's just really interesting because they've sort of moved between this position a few times now. You mentioned this already, but YOU played during stage 1. Then they have to replace him. Midi comes in for Masters. They run through the entire Masters with Midi. And now, before this event, this is between Masters and EWC, they had someone come in called No Man who was meant to be playing. That was meant to be the replacement for Midi, and now he's gone. So this is kind of like a weird situation on the team where this particular role has just been changing hands so many times, and now it's landed on the coach.
Yeah, I think No Man, from remembering back into like the Hong Kong scene, was mostly a duelist player, if I remember correctly, and I don't think he's filling a duelist role. I'm seeing you play a lot of Breach and Init, things like that. So I'm wondering, actually for both teams, not only for XLG, but also for DRX, what are the roles going to be? Because DRX, they've already been mixing up the roles quite a bit in the past, historically. I think with Flicker coming in, I believe he's been playing a lot of Yoru. DRX is a team that likes to play a little bit of double duelist. So I wonder, are they going to just chuck Flicker on the Yoru? Dude, his name is Flicker. Chuck him on a duelist, bro.
Yeah, you should be sitting here looking at a guy who's just like breaking wrists left and right. But the interesting thing is just like, and I kind of want to get your opinion on it being the local expert, like, is this too soon for DRX to be abandoning what seemed to be working? Because their group stage looks solid. You missed out at qualifying for Toronto. You have to fight your way through qualification where, again, you're dealing with a very tough region. You're not able to get over Paper X, but not a lot of people have been able to get over Paper X.
Yeah.
Does it feel like you should give this more time? Because like it does kind of feel like they're trying to find a formula right now with all these recent roster moves.
I think that DRX, for those that aren't aware, were put in a rough set of circumstances with Flashback departing the roster. Some of that is out there in the public on social media. They've made some statements that you can go ahead and read. And I think that that is what led to some of the roster changes that I don't believe were in the org or the coaching staff's best interest. I think that they've been trying to fill the gaps ever since. And now this is another edition of that. But what I will say is that Korean teams are very good at betting in different players. The coaching staff on DRX is star-studded, and they will be able to make different things work more often than not. I've found myself questioning DRX. Like any other team, you'd see them throw academy player and throw another random player into the roster and be like, this is not going to work. Like we've all watched esports for however many years. When teams do this, they usually get rolled. But DRX make it work more often than not. They've got great prep.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about this all the time, like a revolving door of a roster. It's so tough to pinpoint like where your vulnerabilities and where like your mistakes are coming from. Because is it because the chemistry's not there? Are we not hitting our timings right? Are we just not mid-rounding correctly? Do we not have that subconscious understanding of each other? Like it's just tough, I think, to pinpoint when things are going wrong when you've got a revolving door of a roster.
I think as well, DRX, they have a gold standard. Like DRX are a history org in Pacific. They won kickoff. They were an international representative this year. They are not here to be mediocre, Kev. Like they want to be a a top-tier roster. They want to be winning Pacific. They want to be going over internationally and doing damage, and that is the level that they're seeking.
I mean, DRX, they've even got the results to back it up as well. I mean, yeah, they lost to Paper X in the qualifier to even make it here. The ACL event coming second place in Act 2, I believe. But then you look at the fact that they also did end up being Paper X in ACL 25 final, the Grand Final 3-1. It's like, this is a DRX squad that in the same event that they beat Shilai 2-1, they then go in the Grand Finals, they beat Paper X as well. It's just a capable squad that can take down the best in the world. And I mean, you were kind of memeing a little earlier, maybe DRX can't actually win it all. You know, like Mitch Mann on A-Stream was saying that maybe BBL can win it all. Everyone's got their biases, but
yeah,
really...
But DRX actually won.
But that's the thing, right? But then you look at DRX and they actually have like some reasonable, insane results to back it up. So it's a possibility.
I will also say, using PRX as a measuring stick is a trap, because throughout the majority of the year, they were actually quite poor until they had an insane run. Guys, they were 0-3 in Pacific. They were competitive in those group games in the round robin, but I haven't seen a team do what PRX did coming out of Pacific, being down 0-3 in the round robin group stage, to run all the way through playoffs, lower bracket, and then win a bloody event when they have historically choked. That was a ridiculous run. So saying like a team won or lost versus Paper X, unless it's after Toronto, like now, yes, the level is established, right? Like they are a very good team, and they probably were a very good team. The level was there before, but they had a big dip in form from the start of this year to the middle point of this year. So it's hard to say, like,
that story just feels like such a Paper X story, though.
Yeah, bro.
Of like, just,
they're like, it's like an anime. We're living in an anime simulation, bro.
They're legitimately they have to be the scrappiest team in the world. Like,
yeah, for sure.
Legitimately playing things that no one expects and making it work. And there could be some level of like that. You know, talking about their group stage being underwhelming for PRX, like. Yeah, maybe the meta just didn't fit them.
I actually agree with that. I don't think they were great at Teo Breach meta, and also they were trying to make people fit those roles.
Yes.
Like they had like 3 or 4 different people playing Teo. They were putting something on Breach that was not working for them. Nowadays they're slamming double duelist again.
Anymore.
It's good vibes, bro.
Yeah. That's just one. That just feels like such a Paper X storyline. But on the other side of things, like again, this is like meta changes, map pool changes, but you're also changing your roster if you're DRX, and it just. You're in a very competitive region where it does feel like anyone can come out on top at any given moment in time, and the expectations are high. Whereas for XLG, it's not like those storylines aren't there in the region that they're in, but it's just they kind of come in as this team that's like recently got eyes on them in terms of their success that they were able to find, finishing off winning their stage, and then coming up short against both North American teams at Toronto. Just kind of
which are both great teams.
Like, those are both incredibly good teams, but it is like a level of how good are they? How good is the region? Like there's like it just kind of feels like it throws things into limbo a little bit.
Yeah, I do think there's a difference in terms of the subs. So, like, I mean, one hand, you have a situation where a coach comes in to replace a player. I know we just saw that in G2, and you know, there's some equivalency there, but could be the fact that Havoya has had a little bit more recent experience. He played as early as last year. I think he even filled in for a game a little bit earlier.
I remember hearing it, like reading an interview with him where he's like, yeah, I used to play quite a lot, but I felt like I could have more impact as a coach.
Sure.
So like he's someone who seems comfortable playing the game.
Whereas you look on the DRX side, they're bringing up an academy player, someone that's like super active, currently in the game, currently kind of integrated with the team in a greater way, you know, not directly with DRX, but with the DRX Academy, so they're kind of within that system. So to me, there is a level of difference here. You could also argue that Havoya coming in as coach, I mean, he really understands the team, he coaches the team, he knows exactly how they're going to play, how they should be playing, and all that kind of stuff, and there could be an advantage there. But it just, I look at bringing in an academy player as the safer option than bringing in a coach. That doesn't sound good when you talk about let's bring in a coach to play. Even if they did play a year ago, which is a little bit more recent than Shaq on G2, but you know, we're probably still, as you see Havoya on screen here, I have some questions potentially about their comm structure as well. Being that, you know, he is a Russian coach and player, that it's a Chinese team, how's that going to work? So
yeah, I think they already speak a fair bit of English from some comms that I've heard. I know a lot of teams do mix it up, so I think it's on a team-by-team basis. But I have seen him play, I believe, Senti and Init in the past. I think if he's going to fill Yu's role historically, look, I could see a coach playing Breach, you know, and just holding a fault line, bro. Like, he can just be licking a wall, holding a fault line, and getting the timings right, and maybe calling the macro structure. And then you've got Raga. If you got Raga, if he's just said, Raga, go kill, I'm stunning for you, bro. That could be enough to win a best-of-1, boys, right?
I mean, it was that way in a lot of what they did in the group stage in their region, like Raga was disgusting.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about
I want to see
huge
Raga
KDs,
versus
huge
Jenkins.
ACS.
That's what I want to see. That would be an insane Yoru
I'm
matchup.
here for that.
But even Raga versus Hyunmin. Hyunmin's been one of the best duelists. He had his rookie debut in kickoff and won. He royal roaded it in his debut in kickoff, and he's been one of the best duelists. In fact, even when DRX was kind of struggling, he was still getting his numbers. Like, he is one of the best duelists in Pacific, hands down.
I want to re-hit, though, that point you're talking about with, like, play breach, lick a wall. We're playing Haven. Like,
True.
That is
That's
the definition of maps where you can do that. Just put them in either A or C link. Hold on to your fault line. Your defender on site says now, and then you hit it, and then you just retake with flashes. Like, it is very, I won't say like simple, but it is I think a viable way to put, you know, a substitute player in. We're on the other side, like for DRX, like there is a level of you're bringing Flicker in to improve this roster. And I'll just go ahead and say it, like Estrella's just not been performing. Lowest KD on his team by a light year. And is just not bringing the pressure that you want as someone who's looking to also be one of those lockdown kind of controller style players. So
yeah, I think for Estrella, initially he was on like Senti and he was performing quite well. But then he started IGLing and they moved him over to Enit, and a lot of the time he's playing things like KO, he's playing things like Breach, and he wasn't putting up as many numbers. He was having a weaker fragging performance. I totally agree with that. But look, even over on the side of XLG, I'm seeing Happyway on the roster. I remember Chinese Ascension watching this guy on Haven on the Cypher, like lurking up through Garage. He was getting multi-frags. He was fragging out of control. Like, that's another player that I'm looking at on XLG that could do some damage. If you've got Raga opening things up on the duelist, and then you've got a player that is very comfortable lurking on Haven, that could be the 1-2 combo that can get the job done, mate.
Agreed. I'm here for it, man. And I think Haven, again, gives some openings on both sides. You know, I don't think either of these two teams are going to look at the map and say, "Whoa, a little shaky ground here," because again, I think the opportunities are pretty wide, pretty limitless in terms of what their identities had been prior, and now looking into what they're going to give us here, as looks like, and here's what sounds like we're about ready to go.
Could be. Let's see what comps we're looking forward to as well. I mean, just looking through a couple of past Havens here for DRX, really interestingly enough, they were looking at double Sentinel. Look, here's what Bane on the Deadlock, Estrella on the Cypher. Obviously, if Estrella isn't going to be starting here, then that will change things up a little bit, but just a team that's willing to, you know, play a little bit differently to some of the other teams out here.
Yeah, DRX, they are a team that when they were making their run into their Masters event through kickoff, and even more recently, not only are they quite comfortable changing up their roster in terms of individual personnel, but these guys change their comps, like even if they've like won twice in a row, like they change their comps all the time. So like I think honestly for DRX, sometimes I'm almost surprised when they run the same comp 2 times in a row. They are very comfortable just switching styles. They go into double duelist. Like I could see them go back to double duelist, which is something they used to run on this map. I think they were running either Jet Neon or Yoru Neon, and they had flashback on the Neon. I could see something like that with Flicker Hyunmin. I could see them maybe go double Enit. I believe Flicker played some Enit as well, or as well as the Yoru, if I remember correctly. But I'm just really keen to see what exact style they go with at the end of the day.
Fresh slate for DRX.
Yeah.
That's all I'm looking at right now. The recent results, the history, obviously leads to a competitive reputation that they're looking to live up to.
Yeah.
But this event is a complete fresh slate.
Yeah.
And there is a level of, let's figure ourselves out, let alone how we match up on a strong international level. So this is a complete blank slate right now for DRX.
Yeah, so look, we're going to see what we're going to get from DRX. I want to see exactly what kind of comp they want to go with and what kind of style they want to go with. I'm looking even at Marco going back onto the IGL. He's a bit of a beast inside of Pacific. He is a player that is known for being able to carry games, being able to make big plays historically for DRX. But when he's IGLing, he doesn't do as much of that. He still has his moments, but I don't think he's going to have that hard carry potential. I think it's going to fall more on freeing, depending on whether he is going to be on the Senti or whether he's going to be on the Enit role. He does flex between the two. And I'm wondering what Bane's going to play. Historically, a big Enit player, but we have seen him on the Senti role previously.
Yeah. I mean, we have players on this team, on the DRX side in particular, where they've been changing up a couple of different positions on the Enit side. You talked about Bane already, so see how they go.
Absolutely. Well, let's get into the game, guys. It is going to be DRX versus XLG, and to take it away, we'll throw it over to the casters, Shift and Avril.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. Let's get this thing underway. Pistol round Haven, best of 1 action. And it's always so fun because both teams a little bit of a hoop hop hooray as we jump on into the action from behind us. And looking at the compositions here, ooh, ISO going to be in play here for XLG. They've ran this before, but it does, again, put a lot of pressure onto Happy and Araga to kind of set these up for executes.
Yep, so double duel is coming through. Talked about the deadlock potential for the side of DRX. Not going to be the case. Australia not going to install in the roster. Viper there for Flicker. And straight to the mid we go for XLG round 1.
This is a fresh take for XLG on the way into B. Shut down immediately by Veto, who's able to find a little bit of space. And more importantly, Flicker in the corner, never fully revealed. So a free first blood and a quick rotation now for XLG to over to C.
Yeah, the DRX is ready for that. Already coming through into CT. Viva's got Marco. This is looking really nice so far, 4 versus 3, and they should have, you would think, the site control.
Yeah, good next challenge, though, from Flicker. Brings the numbers back to a 3v3. Long lurk on the way for Voya, who does find one, but they lose the spike planter inside the C site. So it's on to the new guy, the substitute and the coach. 1v2 situation against Hyunmin and Flicker, the new guy on the roster. Little shoulder comes out, Hyunmin. Easy headshot for the opening pistol going to DRX.
Voya being tested round 1 here to see if his skills are still sharp enough to hang at the top level here at EWC. Because we have to talk about the fact that this is BO1's. Strats can come through, surprising opponents. You got a moment to really play unorthodox. This would be it. Watching KC run through, especially in that second half versus G2.
Unreal.
Really tells you that in the BO1s, at least starting day BO1s, I know some people are concerned about BO1s here, just on the first day. You have to be very vigilant about these sorts of situations.
And that's the biggest thing, is like you have a lot of time to prep up for these matches to kind of predict and guess how things go in terms of the vetoes and what your opponents are going to play. As Flicker already showing his potential, a little spam through the smoke with Bane is allowed into the first blood.
Too easy.
That, Voya is also going to be tagged off the A main, so just not a lot of space here for XLG to work with.
Happy for the most part as well, just to leave free. Solo onto A, a little bit of backup now for Human as Marco goes tucking himself away in mid. He's going to be able to see a lot here, but he can't hear anything. He just doesn't have any of this audio. Oh, he has no clue.
But there it is. Easy pop-up, and Mako will turn that into a double. Raga responds, but again, with the limited amounts of purchase that they were able to bring into the round, your hopes are low.
Yeah, it's
really
not going to work.
Snake bite over the top from Flicker in that cyber trap. And yep, defenses here trying to suffocate the play, and nothing will happen. Near flawless there for DRX, really clean stuff.
Seen Raga pull off some magic before, but not in that particular round. Marco putting himself in the right spot there. Obviously didn't have the initial info, but all he has to do is look around, stand up for 1 second, sees the entire push coming on through, and that's going to be that. I was going to say, though, on the A side, leaving freeing for the most part. Happy to be alone. They're playing off that Viper as well if he needs some support. Somewhere out will be DRX playing 3 towards the A on side, ready to receive. Look at XLG. All stacked up and ready to go. First gun round on board.
Yeah, and keep an eye on what you have in terms of weaponry for DRX. Judge in play for Flicker, who's going to take that into Garage. So you got a triple setup for DRX, trying to get a little bit aggressive over towards A main. Recon dart in towards that main lobby, and Hyunmin actually able to follow up with the first blood. You've got Mako looking to get aggressive, and a 1-for-1 trade there is really impressive for DRX.
Well, Mako only brought a pistol, so he's the one guy that can go aggressive, not drop a weapon over for the enemy team. So now they have all the info to play through. Still going to push on through as see the double tap being popped here.
Doesn't matter too much if he drops a weapon if they're in full purchase. So, numbers are good.
No, I like to upgrade from Classic to Ghost. So actually, excuse you. Just saying.
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. But trouble here for XLG. They do still have the ISO available, but no utility to play with. So, it's going to be one of those you have to just frag out if you're going to get onto site here for XLG.
Still a lot of time to play through here. You can pop through, trap wire, hopefully drag a few players up from A, allow then the other 2 members to start moving in, but DRX is just not really biting. I mean, you've lured Human over. This won't be enough, you would think.
Oh, the thing is you still have the Viper's Wall here for the defense at A main.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, Cage on top of that.
There's the Viper's Wall. Allows a little bit of a swing for Bane, who's going to put himself into the corner. Happy, not expecting it. Bane will actually snap for 2. Impressive stuff. Free finishes things off, and that's going to be a bonus round converted for DRX. Free weapons upgraded. Everything cooking right now for the defense.
Too easy for Bane just to tuck away in that corner. Play off Free and taking first contact. Wall plus Cage. not enough members being drawn off from DRX. They just have the members to play through and spread on the map. They only lost Marco. It's not a big deal. And now, a bit of a troubling situation for XLG. Do you want to note that first blood though? Raga being down early. You want to see your star player on your first gun round. Get something done here, but it'll be a rough one.
Yeah, great start for DRX. Back to just Sheriff upgrades for XLG. Trying to find some headshot magic.
I don't believe Flicker revealed the judge either.
Did not.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. It's another human first blood. That is really gross.
And it's just off of these little cheeky plays. Like it's a dark cover at the backside of A lobby, a Sova dart, and then a peek. I mean, it's, I won't say day one strategies, but pretty darn close. Mako finds two, just peeking over towards mid. Flicker's getting bored. And now he's getting excited. And a flawless round for DRX. 4-0 up. Nothing, really no sweat at all.
No, I mean, we saw a near flawless before. Now we got the actual flawless in there. I mean, that's what we expect in these rounds. DRX has just been completely perfect so far. These first 4 rounds. Aside from the first round, I mean, we got down to a 2 versus 1, but aside from that, DRX looking good. This is an important round 5 now. Not seeing attack pause come through just yet, but for XLG, you better know that to save your economy, this is the one.
After this round, if they drop this one, Kev, I'll put my house on it. XLG calls a timeout.
Yeah, maybe they're expecting them to do something with a half bite a little bit later on, but for this particular round, I'm still eyes on what we can get out of this XLG squad straight into mid. That's going to be the clone pop in the trap wire.
Well, they've committed the shield from ISO in this, so this is going to be a commitment to get out of sight. There's the Paranoid to cut across the site. Min, fast lane up, being able to find one on the cross, 1-for-1 exchange. Spike trying to get planted, but XLG feeling the pressure, has to back off. Finding a follow-up elimination, though, does give them the sanctuary of at least the front side of the site. Aggressive peek coming through as Freeing continues to out-trade, at least on the other side of the site. This time eventually put down by Coconut, but Mako, who's often been the first blood for DRX, is now stuck in what would have to be
If I heard that you 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 way you do it, the way I live life, way you do it, the way I live life, the way I live life, way you do it, way you do it, the way I live life, way you do it, the way I live life, the way I live life, way you do it. Way you do it, the way I live life, way you do it, the way I live life, the way I live life, way you do it. Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than a fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly phase, losing the race, closing
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2025. I apologize for the technical issues, but I hope you enjoyed the scenic landscapes of Saudi Arabia. I believe some of them may be due to the deafening silence in North America right now. Sentinels just lost to BBL. Jen, your thoughts on that?
I wish I had good thoughts.
Give us your North American thoughts.
I just wish we thought about winning. Back to you.
Well, Sentinel's coming in as a bit of a favorite. You know, they were kind of top 3 in my kind of pre-EWC rankings in terms of who I thought would be able to perform. Given that G2 not coming in with their full roster, Sentinels kind of need to be that team riding in with the hope of NA, you know, and losing out. Well, we talked about losing out at BO1. The BO1s can be quite punishing. A BBL, a strong dark horse for the tournament.
Yeah, I think EMEA Noah's, I mean, I work a lot with Big Time. I'm sure he was beside himself on the A stream. Like, I'm sure he was just chuckling all the way. EMEA enjoys, EMEA Noah's will know BBL. Very solid team, got some great rookie players, some good scouting, and a solid roster overall. I think I agree, maybe a little bit of a dark horse for this tournament. I'm keen to see how far they can take it. However, it was a very, very tight match, and we did even have a tight game between Billy and Paper X, so no one is safe in those BO1s, and we have more BO1 action coming up right now. We have RRQ taking on Titan Esports Club, one of my Pacific sweethearts, up against another, I guess, Chinese, more of an unknown team, but recently they've had some better results, Kev.
I mean, this is a team that was Titan Esports. They took down EDG a couple times, which I think is pretty impressive. You could argue EDG have had a bit more of a rough run so far in 2025. They've had to move through a couple of different players in Simon's position, which I'm sure we'll talk about when we actually end up looking at EDG improperly. But just given that, okay, well, Titan, probably low expectations. Every other talent here coming to this event agrees, low expectation for Titan Esports. Coming to BO1, they can get some of that energy in there. KC showed it, BBL showed it. Might be Titan's turn to maybe upset.
They kind of remind me of K-Corp when we were just hyping up a team that had kind of a slow start to the season. They showed up to the qualifier and they upset like some big teams, like being able to defeat like Wolves and BLG. I think there should be a lot more hype behind Titan Esports Club. I know in the power rankings they were on the lower end, but from bottoming out of stages to now qualifying through that EWC tournament, I think says a lot. Now we got the Vetoes.
We do have the Veto, so Ascent is going to be going out. Look, I think just to piggyback on the end of that topic while we see the Vetoes unfold before us, I think it's just down to China being a bit more of a black box region. You know, I think unless you're on the Pacific time zone sometimes, or there's a lot of, you know, clashing schedules and things like that, I know a lot of people do forego the Chinese matches from time to time. So it's hard to know. You know, you're usually focusing on the teams that do come up into the international events, and that's where they get a little bit more hype behind them. We'll see if Titan is able to have that same effect that a lot of Chinese teams have had overseas. Trace, Billy, as well as more recently Wolves, and the decider of this Veto. We are going to get Sunset between these two teams. Yeah. So any initial thoughts there on that one, Jen?
Yeah, there's an interesting Sentinel choice from Abo. He's really comfortable around the deadlock, and I know you're looking at me strange. Only the deadlock, not deadlock Cypher, just only deadlock on Sunset. He also rocks it on Icebox, which is very unique to this team, which says a lot more about him as a player rather than like a play style thing. It's just a comfort pick for him.
RRQ also haven't played this map in a long time as well. I mean, Red Bull home ground back in late 2024 was the last time I actually showed up on Sunset, so maybe a bit of an unknown factor here for RRQ, but even looking at some of the stuff they've done in the past, very standard comps, so we could be seeing a very large comp difference here in terms of, you know, you mentioned the deadlock already, which is going to be quite very not standard, I would say. Cypher probably a lot more standard on Sunset in terms of cam positionings, a lot more information on the trips as well. Deadlock's just not really that type of agent.
And a difference in the initiators too. We have Breach Sova versus a Breach Fade. I think the same choices we should be expecting the Neon, but then the differences between the Cypher and the Deadlock. So some variations, some different flavors, but obviously RRQ coming in as the favorite after they, you know, not to hype them up too much, but Pacific Champions, that's a big title.
All right, well, we set the table quite a bit, but we're ready to jump in game, so we'll let the casters take it away. It is going to be Lemon Kiwi and Avril to bring you all the action.
Yes, and we're going to try and add as much hype as possible. We got our Pacific Champions in RRQ versus Titan Esports Club, the second seed coming out of that EWC Chinese qualifier. Avril, I'm stoked for this. There's only one map, though. This is very unforgiving.
Let's talk about the fact that you already have Jemkin on the way lane. We've had conversations where Mitch talked about Jemkin looking like potentially the best Yoru in the region. He's not going to be pulling through on that immediately. And this is kind of thing, we haven't seen RQ on this map for so long that this is just going to be a bit of a surprise. You mentioned the Abo deadlock, that's going to be there straight away.
Yeah, Breach Fade, and actually Breach Fade on both sides, so no Sova, no Wayla. I was so stoked. A lot of people have Jumpkin in like top 3 best players in the world. So RRQ will be starting on defense, and they already kind of have like a fault line, paranoia trap. They're expecting some action at A. They have the right read, and Tech are just going to push through that one-way smoke and take their time. You can use that Prowler to check every inch, and already an early peek there from T-Virus.
Wanted to take control of Belt in a hot minute here as well, but lots of defenders already here. Wait to see where Cushy wants to take this one. And also, most importantly, Crazy Guy, probably first contact. Smoke just slows one down though.
Already that paranoia through the backside from Tech, and that sets up some opening kills, but RRQ hold it down, and all of Tech's focus has been at the back of the side with the deadlock walls, but it's still RRQ that just shoot better with almost a flawless pistol at that. With now we go into the second round.
Just coming through from alley, RRQ swinging really large. First contacts, larger being one there as well. Massive round coming in. Large shares coming through from the RRQ squad, as we heard from behind us. Happy with how that pistol went. You can start to see the strategy there from the deadlock. Abo wanting to cut off Link, throwing the barrier mesh, kind of like how you would if you were running Sage on this map. And we have kind of seen Sages, when you look at Paper X, famously playing Sage on the Sunset against Fnatic in that Toronto Grand Final. So maybe hoping for some of those same types of shenanigans, just without the boost that you can get over onto B main, obviously.
Oh, just the Outlaw punctures through early. He got the smokes in place, and look, T-Virus just doesn't care. He's kind of making the solo plays, dancing around, seeing who's going to shoot back and wants to slip behind enemy lines. So RRQ, the B defenders, have to switch around. Now Tech have to get through some Cypher trips, so this breach is going to be identified. We'll be able to kind of be self-sufficient with the flashes, the fault line where he wants, but Tech are really not getting any openings with these pistols.
RRQ's ready for this as well. Look at this crossfire already set up over towards the top of mid, and that's going to be the spike on the floor. So round, that's over. Abo on no HP to be able to do too much more here.
Yeah, you just kind of had to go for a Hail Mary when you just got a bunch of pistols, but tough to do for Tech when they didn't see any presence, and they're really just trying to kind of jiggle peek and check around corners, but not getting what they want in these first couple of rounds.
We'll see how the first gun round is finally going to shape out. As, yeah, wasn't really much to say there coming through from the second attacking round. Obviously, good info, good calls from RQ. Set that crossfire, get the cleanup. We're really seeing too much out of, well, actually, Abos are already going on to Annihilation, so this could be very interesting heading into future rounds. Put up the Sonic to cover at least a little bit of the flanking position on the A. Not quite as good as a trip, but it'll do something.
Yeah, you can't really watch your flank as well without those trips. So this is why Cypher is so important on this map, especially for the cameras. You can just play it like off the site, have a camera within the site, and play as far back as you want. So Deadlock's just really great at delays. You put the barrier up early in the round if you want. Sonic sensors, so you can kind of play it like a trip, just out of sight, out of mind. But we'll see how Tech adjusts this, because look how forward RRQ are. The Prowler's going to reveal it. The paranoia in response from RRQ to keep Tech at bay. But these jiggles from T-Virus, he is trying to bait some shots out of RRQ and see what he can get. He hasn't been punished yet.
Oh,
he gets caught by the trip. That is the power X Pharaoh with that Cypher.
Yeah, his team not there to break for him. That's the one big thing got to worry about, is a Neon running through the trip, and then instantly punish comes on through. Market control at least being taken. Main's gone though, that's the problem. They are going to have Boba here as well, so likely they're going to be able to enter onto B, but how are you going to play the rest of this when so many RQ members still alive? RQ have full main control, and well, that's just going to be the round, really.
I think Tech are kind of overcooking. Like they're going mid, they're wrapping behind. Maybe just go for something standard. B main into market, find where these trips are, and just keep it simple.
It's been tough. You know, they wanted to find something in top mid, which they kind of were able to walk in before, but maybe not really, because they got punished by the double face crossfire. But beyond that, yeah, just a rough round for T-Virus Loot, trying to run through top mid, instantly getting caught by a trip. You saw what they're trying to do in the A side as well. 3 members defensively there to stop them, and it's just a little too difficult for this attacking side to find any purchase. Maybe B could be the play here. We've yet to really see too much happen around the B main side. They've at least managed to take a bit of that market control, but not winning enough duels and not really able to get any trades that would give them a numbers advantage and clearing out different parts of the map. If they won maybe a duel in the B main side and had that option available, then actually going on to B could have been a little bit better for them, but just surrounded on all sides. I mean, you've lost B main. Once you're on site, you really don't have too much boba anymore once the defenders start coming from spawn. It's also a flawless game so far for Jemkin. Xferret, Crazy Guy. No deaths, only 3 deaths. That's 2 on Cushy, 1 on Monyet.
Yeah, and I know that Mitch was just telling us about how important Jemkin is and how good of a Yoru he is. And they went back and forth between the Neon and the Yoru. Maybe some people had criticism towards RRQ of why they were changing what worked for them so well over at Masters. And they just keep on cooking with these comps. Like I don't think we've seen Waylay. I don't know what's going on A-Stream all the time, but Waylay, first appearance there for Jemkin. He's flawless. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It's a very rare pick, but does maybe give you some of the same advantages that a Neon could give you in terms of how fast you can get yourself onto sites. It's a little bit of a tech issue here, but I mean, 3 in a row here for RRQ. Titan Esports, where looked at them as pretty major underdogs, which is maybe even an understatement really in terms of the caliber of teams at this event. And look, Titan have had a couple of good matches in the past. You brought up the fact that they did beat Wolves. A couple of good wins in there. And they've also had a bit of a roster change as well. You know, RB leaving this roster, being replaced by Luke, who I believe moves from substitute to the starting lineup. And actually, those kind of good wins that you talked about came in after Lucas was added to the roster and RB departed, so they got the Billy and Wolves win after that. But yeah.
Yeah, this was just one of those teams that went through big rebuilds after a disappointing 2024. They rebuilt the roster. They bring in this coach after and all these player changes. And most importantly, they bring in the leadership of someone like Howdong, who had a lot of success on EDG. And then you have this new IGL and Lucas, which can be assisted by Howdong's experience. And that kind of showed being able to beat BLG and Wolves to qualify to this, I think was already a huge statement because they went from losing to Wolves to now beating them. And we were kind of seeing, is this going to be the meta where RRQ can, or Titans can catch up to EDG, which I know is a long shot because EDG are one of the better teams. Yeah,
EDG wiped them. I made a mistake earlier. I kind of got them confused with the Wolves and Billy, but that's fine. EDG kind of floored them, and they're obviously in this tournament as well with some reasonable expectations for seeing how they could progress. As, you know, we would like to see one of these Chinese teams have their moment. Kind of talked about the storyline of there always being a Chinese team at one of these major events where they kind of have this huge run in the tournament. Obviously, for Titan Esports, not going to write them off because it's still early days in this BO1, but just given the fact that they are like such insane underdogs in this entire tournament, I think most of the talent would have put them probably in the bottom 2, bottom 3 in terms of rankings.
Yeah, and even speaking of underdogs, at some point you could have said RRQ were that because it was kind of rough getting Crazy Guy acclimated when he joined around March, and they had to build chemistry really, really quickly. That fell all into place, and Cushy went from, man, it's my dream to be in VCT Pacific to, oh my God, they're lifting a trophy in VCT Pacific. So that was just kind of an incredible run that they did. And head coach Ewok and even Xferret were on the team since the start of the VCT lifetime for Pacific. And it's taken years for them to finally lift this trophy to be the Stage 1 champions. And they said in interviews, it's a long journey, and always promised that this is what they wanted to do, and it felt really good to achieve that. And I don't think that they also said Stage 1, we're not done here yet, and EWC is RRQ's chance to achieve even more.
So some teams have already started their Stage 2 journeys in the VC2 so far, and one of those teams is Titan Esports, who their opening match in Stage 2 was actually against Edward Gaming, and Sunset was played there. That's where we get the advanced information that the deadlock composition was potentially going to come on through, and it has. And just to sort of note how that one kind of went, ultimately a 13-9 for Titan, but the real interesting thing to talk about there is the fact that on the attacking side for Titan, 3-9, real struggle on that attacking side, which is kind of what we're seeing here again in our opening 3 rounds.
And you're seeing kind of how they're using this deadlock. I know we haven't been only a small handful of rounds, but that deadlock barrier is being used if they can get deeper towards the enemy spawn, towards the defensive side. They put that barrier as deep as they can so they can kind of be alerted to when that approach is, and you can try and section the reinforcements coming from the opposite side of the map. But now we're back into the game, so we'll see how that deadlock works even more.
Yeah, so not expecting too much here. Lucas does have a stinger though. And we talked about the possibility of the B main. You get your wish here. A couple of members still in tiles, of course. But our first exploration into B main, at least to show some presence.
Yeah, because you can't even use the barrier as something to deter that top mid, because obviously you could still shoot through it and you would just deny the real estate in terms of movement towards mid. But I want to see what Abo can accomplish. He's got that annihilation, but in a mostly pistol round, like, you're praying, you know?
You can see how confident as well that RRQ is just like, this is not going to be a B main. They're more focused towards market. That's where their setup is. As TEC will now be moving over towards the A side. This is as Monyet actually leaves the site, so he's going to end up just giving this one up largely. Might end up playing for retakes here. Prowler goes through mid. They have no info on A at the moment as Tech just take the whole thing.
And previously, RRQ liked to set up Crazy Guy for a fault line, annihilation, go fishing, and no one is there. But hey, at least T-Virus just trying to be fast and loose. He's already taken some damage, and it's RRQ waiting around the corner.
Yep, there we go. Plant's going to come through. A lot of this util already gone from Abo. Of course, this is a eco round coming through from Tech as well, so the fact that they get the plant here, now they're in a position, a post-plant, to maybe get a few kills. Could be big for them.
Oh, double dash from the Waylay. Is there some assists? He's like, he just nopes out of there. I like the rewind, but eventually caught. RRQ's retakes have been so solid, and it's going to be even better when you have better weaponry like that. So doesn't matter how much space RRQ give it, they can retake it easily, it seems.
Yeah, no catch on the annihilation definitely hurts Titan a little bit there. But they get the plant, which I say, like, just for something like this, probably would have been nice for them to get a couple more kills. No punish on the Gemkin there. Too easy just to refract out of danger. And RRQ will pick up their first for Titan now. For the second gun round, very important here. We've seen how this was a struggle in our last map. She-Like Gaming and, well, Chinese team's not off to a good start so far.
There.
And these BO1s, see if Titan can finally turn things around a little bit. This time without the annihilation, but with weapons.
Yeah, not a lot of kills from the side of Tech. I like the op pick from Gemkin. He's going to be watching mid, so... But Tech have to Prowler in one step at a time, and RRQ have smoked themselves off. They're just playing off the camera info from Xferos, so he's going to see this coming, and I don't think Tech know this camera is there.
Well, it's just a lot more presence over towards the B main side. As from both teams, RRQ kind of played without this level info before. Now we're just straight up onto site. Barry Mesh is going to lock out Gemkin too.
T-Virus, knowing no trips are in the way, he scours through every corner, and now Tech can just set their sights forward. They'll have some sonic sensors around the market side, so keeping RRQ trapped, or at least putting more obstacles in their way.
This will be a Nightfall retake for sure. Getting ready for this one. Cushy sends it through. Plenty of members who can caught by that.
But the paranoia from Haldon too limited, or at least it's going to force some hesitation out of RRQ. And Tech, the firing squad's all in position as RRQ's confidence will dwindle, and it's Tech with their first round.
Yeah, the counter util coming through from Titan Esports, stopping the plays pushing in from Boba. You can hear the huge shout in the background as Titan finally get the first round. And no refract coming through from Gemkin as well after jumping on through. Ends up dying and being punished for the first time, dropping the operator, which now needs to be repurchased in a very expensive way. And I don't even believe that Gemkin showed the operator before, so at least that might work out in his favor. But powerful round from Titan, considering we saw they got onto A, were able to get the plant, but just didn't have the equipment to win in the post-plant. This time on B, same deal, but different weaponry.
Kind of seeing the power of at least the deadlock to just focus more on the market side. So we're learning more about how to use deadlock on Sunset, which is very unique to Tech's style. So now going back to having that breach Omen set up on defense for RRQ over at A. So if you're sensing any presence, you would fall line, paranoia. You have a lot of utility from the initiators on the right side of the map.
Same amount of set that we see coming through from Xferos, this time on B main. Once again, the operator lineup from Gemkin looking through market, same as what we got from last round, but Gemkin's really hoping for a lot more. And once this trip breaks, you're going to have to start seeing some adjustments coming through from Titan.
Prowler's got to identify that second trip, so there T-Virus can lead that charge with the Haunt, getting information early. Now, He got the ultimate out, and RRQ do not want to mess with that, but also T-Virus heard the up, so he's going to stay put. He's got a crossfire, he's got, of course, Haldong ready with the paranoia that does just pierce through, and that catches Jemkin. No more off for RRQ, but the rifles are enough. They're lethal at the front, and Tech's crossfire has to hold, and because of that Cypher cage, it sections off Tech, and RRQ falls. A beautiful double kill from Abo, and that's it.
Yeah, he wins that one. Pulls out the pistol towards the end, cleans up 3 when all the dust settles. Massive round and another successful plant on B. This time, no Nightfall coming through from RRQ, but RRQ ends up doing a lot better considering their previous retake. This time taking Haldong early. Not going to see a bunch of that Omen utility being played for all the counter util. Titan Esports, this is the comeback we're looking for, and it's also 2 rounds where this operator on Jemkin just hasn't been able to find anything just yet because there's been no play in mid. And I wonder if that's going to be useful for RRQ moving forward now, knowing that mid could be something that they can take advantage of, given how often Titan's just given that one up. This time, you are going to see Haldong at least play through tiles and a slower round from Titan instead of walking very aggressively into B main as they have. And notably, Jemkin is on the line towards B main, knowing that it's been B twice in a row.
Yeah, you're just putting the bait out. You're just putting out as much space as possible if you're Tech, seeing what RRQ are going to bite on, which is now destroying that sonic sensor, and Tech are going to be aware of that. They want eyes on mid, but now all corralling towards that A side with now the one-way back place for RRQ. They're not seeing much, so they're going to go back to their default positions.
Fighting through the one-way here. There's a couple members start to fall off a little bit. Defensive Rolling Thunder won't find any plays, but will allow them to walk on forward. Is this going to be T-Virus getting an advantage versus Cushy?
Rolling Thunder plus the Nightfall. Tech are throwing everything at this. They're granted 2 kills on entry, and it's just Crazy Guy in this corner. And of course, Monyet to assist. Great Paranoia will hit at least 3 of Tech, and Crazy Guy will benefit. Great double kill as Jemkin is still on his way. Now a defensive Rolling Thunder, and man, you're getting so much more value out of these ultimates if you're RRQ.
It's going to be a 1v3 here. It's got 1 smoke to play through Haldong. No more Paranoia. It's a bit of an issue. Jemkin is going to roll through and unfortunately not find the connection on convergent paths. A lot of work to do here, but he's got the first.
If anyone could do it, it's Haldong. He has the experience, and it's all up to him. The 3K, Jemkin the last one. A 1v1 now, the dance, and it's Jemkin that stays locked in.
Whew, tough situation there. Haldong able to get isolated 1 versus 1. Cardinal Sin, unfortunately from RRQ, leaving it down to a 1 versus 1, but it is Jemkin, the duelist, on this way late. No longer have we got any flawless plays in terms of their KD, but Jemkin, when it counts, is going to come on through, recover the operator, notably after losing that several rounds in a row.
And this is why Jemkin is the GOAT. He's a star player. If he gets shut down, the whole team goes home. There's sometimes a lot of eggs in the Jemkin basket, but he's delivering today.
I mean, take a look at this in the replays as well. How much Crazy Guy was able to do on that defense, holding around Ali, building his own Rolling Thunder in that round to prevent the plant, to prevent any sort of forward momentum still on board for Titan. It could have been a very nasty round. Also have to credit the fact that Monyet had full control over an elbow the entire way through, assisting with paranoias. Massive stuff.
Such a big investment too out of Coco and Lucas. To Nightfall, Rolling Thunder get nothing off of A, but it was mainly to get T-Virus inserted a lot quicker, which he hesitated when he got shots from the right corridor side of A, so things got slowed down from Tech. There's always a response from RRQ.
Well, it got them onto site, but they're just going to get the cleanup on the last 2 members. And talking about members coming through, look at Belt. This is a massive 3-man walk down. They just got to get past the sensor. And it is being watched as well. Look at this. Very important that Lucas has eyes on this positioning.
Spike planted.
Right, oh, you can't even depend on the sonic sensor. And what? Crazy stuff out of the breach. And now RRQ are on the flank. The paranoia will only slow them. I don't know if it'll stop them. And Haldong's taking damage. You send the aftershock, you send the flashes, you send the firing squad, and RRQ are looking to evict these last 2 members with the spike plane. You can't even play time, you can't even play your life. RRQ are here to stay.
Another insane round from Crazy Guy. He just gets that 2-player kill straight away. I mean, he's got backup, so even if he fails, I'm sure the 2 other members walking through with him will be able to get the cleanup. But man, Crazy Guy just says, I'll do it myself. I'll 1v2 this one if I have to. Util to push off Belt as well. Full push through into main, and they just win these duels. They just completely surround.
And Crazy Guy has talked how he really puts it on himself to read the map, lead the guys, how to play, where to go, and he gets so amped up for wins, and he'll like lose sleep. He has said in interviews he'll lose sleep over matches. That is how much he cares. And this has been a good start for RRQ in this best of one. Now they have to hold back and see if T-Virus and friends on a lower buy, if they could put a dent, but RRQ playing so far back. This op is just so disgusting.
Yeah, we're starting to see this op come through big now. Last round, first kill, but this time, Operator versus Anti-Eco. Refracting away, no trade possible.
I have them now.
We'll see if this Annihilation is...
Player standing. Flawless.
That actually got the kill. Okay, the Annihilation actually gets a kill is the only thing. I actually think I heard a big no come from one yet on stage as well as that no one's there to save him. I don't know, using Annihilation on these types of rounds is a little bit of a weird one to me. I think they were kind of losing that round anyway. He just throws it in there and Monyet the sacrificial lamb, but the round was so over. I think when the Annihilation came on through, you already had multiple kills coming on in. Jemkin's already largely shut down all the pressure in that A main side, so bit of a question mark on that play, but...
And we got more question marks out of RRQ because we were hoping to see so much more of them at Masters because as a top seed, they didn't have to play through Swiss. They just went into playoffs and just lost to Wolves, who were peaking that event, and Fnatic, who went to finals. So we wanted to see Pacific be really well represented. RRQ is the best, the leaders of that.
Well, we certainly got to see Pacific well represented in Paper X.
Yeah.
RRQ may be a little disappointing in their own eyes, considering their results in Stage 1 to then not be able to convert too much of that at Toronto. But Paper X also in this tournament, who themselves played a really close game versus Billy. For those that remember, that one went to OT, and they did not suffer from the BO1 curse where the favorite team ends up falling. And right now, it looks like RRQ is not going to suffer that either, at least given how these early 9 rounds have gone, as we also, again, look back to the fact that Titan played this map, same compositions versus EDG just recently in Stage 2 for China, and only got 3 in their opening half, and well, now I think they'll be happy with 3 if they can get that right now. Obviously would like to get a little bit more, but gun round's finally online for them.
Yeah, just so deadly with the op. I'm excited to see more of Jemkin because everyone hypes up his Yoru, but he's so flexible. Raze, Yoru, Jet, and now Waylay of all things, like he's cooking.
I mean, with the Refractor, kind of playing a pseudo Yoru in some ways as well. Not exactly the same as a Gate Crash, but maybe a bit of a mix in terms of what he can deliver between the Neon or the Yoru. We're going to find a customer here. It's not going to be the case. Smoked up. Well played by Haldong.
Now being able to ignore mid, RRQ are just sitting in market, playing off their camera, which is not going to be within B main, and now this Neon's getting kind of trapped, and T-Virus is not going to get any support, so manages to somehow scurry out and gets a kill against Monyet. That's so insane, but rejoins his Omen and the rest of the team. The spike is on its way to B.
It was pretty disconnected because the rest of Titan weren't able to really rush into market and help out T-Virus loop, but maybe they don't need to at this point. They're all grouped up together. They're punishing players in top mid, defeating the Operator there as well. Entire map's open. You have exploration from Lucas into towards A. He knows it's completely clean at this stage, so it's going to be a plant. 2 members left. They have a pretty good idea where those last 2 members are at, especially now they can hear the gunshots coming through from Crazy Guy, trying to get past the barrier mesh.
Just felt very scrappy from Tech. They kind of just swung wherever they wanted and just won all their duels. Xfero's going to be on the flank, but there's still a lot to get through.
Okay,
but Crazy Guy is now carving his way through the opposite side of the map.
Crazy Guy might be my MVP so far for this map. He is delivering once again, but it is Abo currently as the unknown player from Titan that RQ need to be worried about. Double entry here. Crazy Guy goes down. This is going to get a little bit more difficult now. A lot more difficult, actually, considering time also.
Yeah, time running out, and you're netted. So, but at least RRQ can afford to drop all these guns and rebuy. So this is, if anything, great for Tech. The way they kind of scrapped through, ran around market. T-Virus was solo, won a duel off swinging market, and then they somehow ended up at A. So a wild round out of Tech, actually.
But with the final cleanup there, the insurance policy is the one unknown player. GravNet will just completely end that round. I think if Crazy Guy was able to link up with Xfer and they could play that entry together on towards A, and Crazy Guy doesn't just get taken down from a 1-0, 1-4-0, might have been a possible comeback round for RRQ, but I mean, they're far enough ahead right now that they're kind of chilling. Operator back in the hands of Jemkin. who last round got a little bit punished. Remember, 2 players, Jemkin included, top mid, punished by Titan.
Could go for orb though for T-Virus too, but this one-way smoke has been difficult for Tech to get through because you've seen a fault line of Crazy Guy, you've seen a paranoia from Manya, so Tech pushing the right side. They know the initiators have been heavy on that.
Jemkin wanted a shot there. Did reveal the operator, but I think at this stage Titan should know about it anyway. And over into mid we go again. Koshi just deletes Luke.
T-Virus has just been so punished, and now Tag are have mid control, but now top mid is open, and there's only so much the Deadlock can hold back. So the spike has been unassisted over market because Apple's watching top mid. Now you have this Omen of Howdong who's going to make his way through B main, and he got fragged just pushing through smoke by himself. So very disjointed out of Tech. I think the scrappy, wacky style kind of caught RRQ off that last round, but not this time.
Well, Titan did get their 3 rounds, but RRQ, they'll be cleaning up this half. No issues right now. It's all about if Titan can maybe look to clean up at least 1 more with some ultimates that are very close to finishing here for Titan, but that's really the only exciting part about their loader, as the rest of it, money-wise, is not looking too comfortable at all. But every single player that wanted to do something on that last run for Titan completely clean up. It starts with Luke, and it will end with Abo. But for RRQ, speaking about finishing, this is going to look like a strong finish considering how much they got on board here. I mean, no doubt in my mind, Crazy Guy finds a pick here that will enable that Rolling Thunder some point in this round.
Like that Tech are not letting any gaps happen. You're just prowling up through B main instead of conserving both of them, trying to use one for market or anything, but walking into the off, the instant rewind, but not going that far out. The Annihilation will claim Jemkin, and that's your star player. RRQ will just try to get their fate into position for a Nightfall retake or even the Rolling Thunder, but it's so cooked. There's really no one left. It's a 2 versus 4, and RRQ are flooding in, but it's already too late. Tech's post-plant setup is already in place. Crazy Guy can't go anywhere. This is going to go 4 for Titan for sure. He's already taken damage at this point. Ambo's done a lot in this round. And a final Rolling Thunder just to clean up, as Crazy Guy essentially out of util here. If he's kept a couple of flashes, he just can't even really get past the barrier mesh. Yeah, this will end up being a 8-4 half shortly, and Crazy Guy took as much down as he could, but hey, not too bad after how Tech started. Massive round, actually, considering that Tech didn't really have that much to play through in terms of money-wise. Had a couple of ultimates there, way more important ultimates on the opposite end for RRQ. But a first pick into Jemkin, then Abo just pushing to cleaning up a couple more. Leaving the last 2 players on an island, particularly Crazy Guy, who's been playing really well so far in that opening half, with nothing left to do but stare at a barrier wall, as he understands it will be an 8-4 finish, which is still a strong finish, but you'll say it's a bit of a recovery as well on the Titan side, considering how poor things were looking at the start, how shaky those rounds were, how little money they had overall. And that, if I got that correctly as well, I do believe Abo ends up as maybe the most impactful player in that first half for the side of Titan. At least that Annihilation being able to catch Jemkin, deny that op from wherever the heck Jemkin was trying to rewind to. So this is the part where I thought he was going to go further back. And he can't, because he set his refrag position in that one and done. So yeah, he's going to be able to refrag back to the corner, but you can't get out of that situation. So it's just a super easy Annihilation. They don't even really, you could have even considered they didn't need the Annihilation, but it's a guarantee at that point. There's nobody close enough to even break Jemkin out. So that's a guaranteed kill no matter what. Hey, we'll see the beauty of the Deadlock on defense, where it'll shine a lot more, hopefully. And he's already on 14-9, considering the scoreline of the rest of his team. So Abo really just has been putting in the work. And that was, as you said, offensive Deadlock. Now we get to see it on the defensive side, which you would imagine this is where he would really like to shine. But as we kind of talked about on the desk as well, I do think compared to the Cypher, you're going to end up leaving a lot more gaps on the map than you'd be comfortable with. It's going to be a bigger game for Lucas and Coco to step up information-wise to cover those gaps. And these are just sort of newer players. Coco joined in March, and Lucas was a rookie, and he's a new IGL, which you've only had one stage. A lot of teams have had their IGL for quite a while, so Tech still have some catching up to do in terms of just building off of their chemistry. As they spot the smoke in mid, Tech are getting ready to receive this one. It's Howdong ready to go. Yeah, he knows about this right now. But he gets blinded himself. It's a good paranoia, but the Prowl is just as good, in fact, better for Cushy. Man, RQ just always have a response, but it's still a 3v3 with the spike down, and guarding it is T-Virus, but all three are looking towards mid. They're just going to let the... I mean, it got smoked off, so the spike does get grabbed, and the barrier, their Tech's own barrier is going to limit them.
Yeah, I know. This is the unfortunate situation where the barrier's gone. As the fight breaks out, Crazy Guy once more. Look at that, a double to bring this into a 2 versus 1. Lucas has got no HP to play through.
It's such a great smoke from RRQ to make the most out of a situation, just to get the spike back and get things going again. This will be RRQ's second pistol, unless Lucas pulls off something beautiful, but 12 HP, if he's even looking through the camera.
Xpera's facing the wrong way. This is actually a doable situation. Lucas needs to play this one very patiently, but no, he's even fumbling his shots. I was going to say, play this one patiently, try and see if you can find Jemkin as well, but Jemkin was far enough away that even if you do get the kill onto Xpera, you're thinking Jemkin with the HP advantage should be able to clean that one up. But you know, RRQ cleaning a very convincing pistol, which is dangerous for Tech, because now Titan, they were already behind a lot of rounds. You lose pistol, you lose anti-eco, you got RRQ on 10, you got a gap of 6. The comeback in this BO1 is starting to not look that good.
And maybe the nerves hitting Lucas a bit. He did just turn 18. He's played for years in Challengers NA with top players, flexing from Sentinels to Initiators and even Neon, like almost anything and everything. And how we were kind of wondering how Titan were going to use him going forward. And I think with more experience, Lucas will lock in. I like the patience around trying to find that second player, but man, that Cypher is swifty.
I don't think he was going to win the round, but it's a little bit more embarrassing for him just to miss that first shot. You see that replay again, caught in 4K, unfortunately.
There's that one way that RRQ are watching through, and it's Cushy, the Prowler, that'll identify those two close by, and he's gonna respect that and link up with his other initiator while the rest of RRQ play through B main. And of course, you can always have the double dashes from Jemkin, just kind of a budget jet and just suppressing through the market side, hearing some noise through this top, but also RRQ want to cover all their bases.
Well, Jet doesn't refract, and Jemkin was ready to go back in a moment's notice if things got spicy there, but it will just be a very easy plant in this anti-eco, and well, Tech would have preferred to have had a bit more action on the A side to clean up some numbers, maybe get a couple of upgrades. Just not going to be the case now. They, well, at least have a potential 4-man push through on the Boba side.
Yeah, he still had a lot of utility on the post plant there for Cushy to get that info off of Market, which Tech were able to flood through and all the way through the back of site. And RRQ just know where the rest are coming from, especially with Xpero and Market. So Tech, this seems very unwinnable, and RRQ are very happy with taking the anti-eco, almost bringing every weapon to the next.
Yep. Xpero not even going to give away his own life. Easy as you like it, RRQ walk away. Hands clean. It's Titan Esports. Really had nothing to do there at all. Be completely open, and what are you really going to expect on that retake? Pushing through smoke. T-Virus Luke instantly popped. The round is essentially over at that point. So easy for these SMGs to spam through that smoke as well. And again, I think A could have been a little bit more interesting, but RRQ smelled out the push-up from Titans players and made the right call to abandon.
Xpero's been a really good anchor in those post plants. You got to get rid of him. He's been the longest standing player on the team, and Jemkin is out. Good information on who is in Market, and look at this wraparound from Monyet, but he's snuffed out just instantly. So Tech will hold it down even through B main. A good net, but nothing that RQ could capitalize on. And now it's a flawless in response from Tech.
Yeah, well, not bad at all. Reasonable punish, especially on T-Virus Luke's side, looking over towards B main, showing those two players down, but every single face-in from every player on RQ that wanted entry, couldn't find it. Really close to getting that first kill from Jemkin as well, but saw the util coming on through, missed a couple shots, instantly refract. At least he didn't die straight away, but good that Titan will be able to finally get their gun round underway. Can they get a couple rounds from here, though? Because, you know, we've seen them take a gun round that first half, but just now not able to string through rounds together.
Coco and Lucas are just following each other a lot. I'd like to see Tech spread themselves thin a bit more and getting more options. And there's T-Virus just taking advantage and going for a big play, which is what Tech desperately need. And RRQ are going to take advantage of that and go towards A.
A was completely abandoned. You see Titan, they want to make a big play in towards mid. They were rewarded for that one with Xpero down. But that's only going to be the Lurker gone. Speaking of Lurkers, Crazy Guy's going to be very far off the site for the time being.
Still a prowler for Cushy if he wanted to get that information, but Tech tried to prowler in. They know shots are close. RRQ are watching it, and Monyet just going to back away after getting blinded and just reestablish the smokes to allow Jemkin to push through if he really wanted to, but it's Tech. The ball's in their court. They have a fault line. Coco is going to throw it out. T-Virus leads the charge, gets a ping on the other side of the box, but he's basically going in blind. At least Abo begins that opening frag, but once you discover RRQ, your vision fades to black, and it's just Howdong in a 1 versus 3. Spike's about to go off, and RRQ inch closer to the finish line.
No time at all. It'll be save on towards the rifle. RQ find their 11. And Jemkin is... Okay, a couple of members are going to go down Spike there. It's all good, just resetting those guns. But Jemkin just completely infallible in his position on site. 2 away now for RQ, as expected to walk through with this win at the BO1, but maybe just hoping for a bit more coming through from this Titan side. Look at Jemkin, just unbelievable in that corner.
Oh, they're having a blast. You love to see that in your very first map too, to just take it as convincingly as RRQ are 2 rounds away. While as the newer, younger players from Tech, I think after this map, we'll be able to shake off some of those jitters, and you'll be playing your next match tomorrow, so there's a lot to think about, a lot to talk about, while now this deadlock from Apple has to hold it down in a one-and-done position, and RRQ about to discover that once the shots go out. I'm not saying Apple want to go for that swing. RRQ have to know something is up. Now you got the net, and Apple reveals himself. At least he goes 1 for 1.
Yeah, the nades traded for nades here. A little bit of support coming through from Mark, but Howdong needs to do more. He's smoked out, unfortunately. He only dropped the 1-way. Might have been better for him just to drop a full smoke on top of the barrier mesh if they were considering how under pressure they really were.
Paranoia to just drown out those corners that this Neon wants to get through, and you have Jemkin activating the ult, so I don't know if Tech really want to dance against this duelist, one of the best in the world, and T-Virus and Coco is all they have left. 2 ults, but not wanting to pull the trigger on them yet. It's RRQ on match point.
Cushy, final play alive. That one got dangerous. Coco could have made it interesting for Titan survival in this series. And I do say series because we only got the 1 map here, and RRQ find themselves at match point now. Cushy Nightfall available. And Titan have had a couple of rounds where things started to get really spicy towards the end in terms of how few members are alive. Abo starts with a 1 for 1. Probably didn't receive as much help as I would have liked to have seen from Howdong. And Tech did their best to try and hold on, but right now, I don't know if they can do that for much longer. It's just Stingers abroad. Couple of ultimates are close. They're really going to need to fight for orbs and fight for early kills. We have to farm those last couple ults in.
I like that Tech are at least splitting up Coco and Lucas now. They're not just both stacked at the A site, knowing that RRQ have been hitting the weaker site, and Coco and Lucas have a lot of responsibility as the initiators to try and limit the speed of RRQ, to try and make Jemkin look weaker, and the barriers of sonic sensors are limiting the path of RRQ as they can go down that corridor, and awaiting them on the other side could be this fade, especially Lucas, 1 away from the Nightfall, but it is the offensive Nightfall first. The Annihilation is going to claim 1, and RRQ do free Jemkin. Tech are really just delaying these with these ultimates, and Lucas is cut off from going from a flank. Actually, he just managed to squeeze through a Nightfall, well angled. RRQ stuck in that hallway, safe for now, but leaving Monyet on an island, and he is stunned. He tries to teleport out, but there is no saving that Omen. So RRQ have been humbled for the moment, as T-Virus hoping to activate for one of the final times for Tech. They have a lot of rounds to catch up on.
I mean, massive for Luke there. He wins a 1v1, which gets him the Nightfall. That entirely slows down RRQ, and now 30 seconds left to go. They've gone quiet, but no footsteps being heard. Titan, no, it's still going to be an A finish. They haven't heard any movement from RRQ to suggest otherwise. So as long as they can hold these positions, you have Coco as well, 1 away from his own ultimate, Rolling Thunder. And in a good spot to maybe get that kill, unless he is fault lined out.
Tech, I mean, came in with Stingers, and they did their best to play at short range. And this is Tech extending their lives even more. Crazy guy about to fall, and it's 12-6. This Tech will just not go down, but still amazing for them to take that round with a lot of Stingers coming in.
Yeah, Luke with a bit of support from Howdong ends up just living on site by himself for the most part. Coco being fault lined out as the entire potential retake there, as they almost lost control of side, but really to me, again, Lucas holding on so strong, taking control of the A main side, finding the Nightfall, slowing everything down in terms of movement into Belt. And you do have to consider as well, the setup from the deadlock is built to shove players in towards Belt, considering Elbow rather, considering That entire A main side, you just have all of these, the barrier meshes, the sensors in there. And RRQ didn't want any business there. Got stuck in elbow for way too long. Annihilation, they at least broke Jemkin out, but that was about the only thing RRQ found success in that round.
Just a hero rifle for Jemkin. But Tech could use any round they can get, and after just breaking down that barrier, Tech, their attention is summoned. They got presence in market within the site, and Coco can ready to unleash that rolling thunder at a moment's notice, but only when you truly sense you're going to maximize value, and RRQ are not just going to escape through B main.
There's just too many Titan players here. I don't know if RRQ really realizes this. They're trying to re-clear mid even now. The fact that you see the Haunt come through, that's potentially good info for Titan. Knowing that RRQ also don't really have mid at this stage, you can start to see some small rotations. Coco's top mid. He might even just rolling thunder this right now. Yeah, there it comes.
Yeah, and Xfero could use a neural theft. He could access to those corpses, and he's in mid, but he needs to pay attention to the top mid side. So RRQ are just going to fall back. They don't want to be exposed. They are going to have Manya just teleport to a safer position.
He'll commit. Yeah, they're ready to group together now over towards Elbow. I do want to say that Rolling Thunder probably came through slightly too slow. T-Virus, Luke, and Haldong needed to be able to play off that. Coco just loses confidence knowing he just can't run through smoke despite the ultimate coming in. 2 players up. By the way, 1v1 over towards top mid. Could be deciding as well. Goes crazy guy's way.
Oh, RRQ, could they win it here after having a lot of pistols coming in? It's the aftershock forcing Tech back. Lucas just trying to force them back, and Lucas is front and center, and he's got Coco by his side. These are 2 initiators that needed to pop off here and now to save Tech, and it's a 1v1 as Monyet swings first.
Ammo.
Lucas is out in front, and now is just going to concede that because Lucas, time is not on his side. He has to make the move, and Monyet plays his life, and he's not even going to tap the spike. He's going to use Monyet's smoke against him. And Manya's going to trade positions and swing around the Rosie, but Lucas is not going to have time. He has to get on the spike, and we don't not even going to see this happen, I guess.
Yeah, they've won it. Monyet's got this one done and dusted. Headsets come off. He's waving at the other team. Classic in hand. Might have even picked up a gun at the end there. There was a Guardian dropped. As the 1v1 fades away, RRQ, I think we expected them to win. They did win. Maybe just wanted to see a bit more come through from Titans. They are probably the biggest underdogs at EWC this year. Finding a bit of momentum through the qualifier, taking down Billy, taking down Wolves, coming second to EDG after shifting their roster a little bit. RB gone, Lucas in. But despite that momentum, going up against Pacific's best in RRQ, it's just not enough from Titan.
Just the wave, the giggles, RRQ, especially Jemkin looking this warm already at the start. It is incredible to see. Just also cooking with their compositions, bringing out the Waylay was really fun to see. They got a lot more impact with their ultimates, just having more information, like the Rolling Thunders and Nightfall was all precise. And you know, you take down Titan Esports, and that's fine, but how far can RRQ get? Are they expected to make it out of their group? With how well they performed today, I would say, yeah.
Titan Esports in towards the lower bracket. They will be up against Heretics, who lost out to NRG, which I'm sure we'll talk about that a little bit more when we get Pilski back in, but man, that is quite the result as well, considering NRG didn't even make it to Toronto. A team that has had their own roster shuffle situations with Finesse out, Scuba in, Ethan on IGL now. Heretics, who a team that has always performed well domestically in Europe, but even beyond that, seeing second place at Champions, falling to that. Well, speaking of falling, let's see what happens on the interview side. Pilski having a chat to RQ, just beating the opponents.
Here with honorary Indonesian coach Ewok from RRQ, just got his first dub here at EWC. Your boys are used to the heat, you know, in Indonesia, you yourself as well. So how's it feeling here in Riyadh?
It's a little bit extra hot here, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, maybe some advantage, yeah.
Nice. So we recently saw you guys over at Toronto. Didn't get to play as many games as you might have wanted over there. Now you've got back-to-back internationals coming to EWC here. We just saw you pull out the Waylay. Have you guys had a lot of stuff cooked that you didn't necessarily need to use? Now you can just bring it here. Was this kind of a spur-of-the-moment thing? What was the thought process behind everything?
Without revealing too much, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we didn't get to show at Toronto, unfortunately. But we've also been working really hard since we got back from Toronto. There's a couple of stuff that we needed to adjust as well. So I feel like we're just trying to adjust better to the meta right now.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask you a little bit about that and expectations coming into this event. You know, we've seen you guys in Pacific for a long time, maybe not necessarily making the leap until recently, winning all of Pacific. How are you guys feeling after playing your way through Toronto, maybe taking some lessons? Are you feeling more confident on the international stage here in Riyadh?
Yeah, we're here to gain a lot of experience. That's the main goal, and the best way to gain experience is to go far in this tournament. So we're just really enjoying playing on stage and just getting those notches under our belt, really.
Yeah, I saw Monya right at the end there waving as he was clutching with the classic in elbow. What's it like to have his energy? Like, surely he's just getting the boys all laughing. He's always having a good time in the player cams.
No, he's always good fun. Actually, after the first round, after the pistol, he went for the fist bump with Jemkin, and Jemkin after was like, "Yo, bro, you need to chill. It's too hard, man." He actually punched him.
It's getting too excited. All right, well, what are your expectations for the rest of the group then? You got your best of one win out of the way against Titan, but I don't think a lot of people had huge expectations for Titan outside of maybe just a Chinese team that could potentially upset, as Chinese teams often do at some of these international events. What are you guys looking forward to next?
We'll just take whoever comes. I don't think there's any of the groups that are easy, so and same for our group. We just want to play.
All right, thank you so much, Ewok. Good luck in your next game, and we're going to throw it back up to the desk and go through some of the highlights of the match.
Thanks so much, Pilski. Great to hear the great vibes from RRQ. Like just the waving, the giggling, the good vibes. I know it's hot here, but man, Valorant is just heating up, especially with the Waylay. Of course, you saw the weaknesses out of the Deadlock on the other side, but in a best of one, it's do or die.
Yeah, I think taking some risks here in a BO1, but I think RRQ also just understand they have the confidence. They know they're the favorites to win this one, even though it's a BO1. They're happy to take that risk. They're happy to thrive in that sort of environment, put the op into Jemkin's hands on that Waylay, and for the rest of the team to have the trust that, okay, Deadlock's going to be on the other side, not going to be a problem. Abo played pretty well, at least in terms of the scoreline, in terms of the impact that we saw. But yeah, I think Titan, we knew that we're going to struggle into this one. We just wanted to see, are they going to be able to bring us a little bit of action, give us a little bit of confidence in their journey? And so far, between Shilai and Titan Esports, there's two Chinese teams out of two that just haven't looked good today.
Yeah, I was hoping we might see some best of one upsets potentially spice up the tournament. We've seen some spicy games already. So look, we'll get into that a little bit more later, but this is what I was expecting from RRQ. I definitely wasn't expecting the Waylay. That caught me a little bit off guard. That was a little bit out of left field, but just the structure and how solid they are looking. This is what I expect from RRQ early on in this group stage. This is the level of performance that I'm expecting as well. It's more so I'm looking towards when we get deeper into the tournament. If we get into some of those tougher matches with some of the other opponents, how will they look then?
It speaks of the preparation. I mean, you just talked to the coach, and I remember in a previous interview, Evox said that they practice every day of the week. Like, they have a grind set. It's important to just be on the same page. They're sharpening their edge, and they're coming out with new stuff. So Waylay is part of that new stuff, and that's just the first map we've seen out of them.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ is the kind of team that they take a break if they win. And they didn't do well at Toronto, so that means no break, no holiday, guys. Straight back into the practice, Kev.
Yeah, I think they'd be disappointed from that result in Toronto, so they want to be able to kind of turn the ship around, cruise to the group stage if possible, and kind of bring toward the reputation that they came through after winning VCT Pacific Stage 1. It's like, we expect a lot out of this team, and I think first match so far, they have delivered that. And tougher opponents, though, I think, moving on forward, because, you know, we all basically agree that Titan do look like one of the bottom teams coming into this one, so yeah, this was definitely the result that everyone would have expected.
Yeah, I think now they move into the best of three, things could potentially get a little bit tougher for them. We're getting most of the best of one matches. We do still have one to go at the end of things. We'll dive into that a little bit more later, but I think for Titan, we'll have to look towards some of the best of threes through the rest of the group and see how they're able to handle them, because they don't have a lot of reps outside of their own region.
I think best of threes are going to be so much better because, yeah, sure, you play more maps, but you get to actually pick a good map for you instead of everything being banned out. You kind of end up with a map that is floating around, and it's probably not going to be comfortable for your very first match. So I'm excited to see how the best of threes are going to go out, but the lower bracket matches will be tomorrow, so you have that whole day to kind of think about it.
Yeah, they'll be facing up against NRG as well, so RRQ, this is going to be a very interesting game. NRG is a team that didn't even get to go to Toronto, but have sort of changed up their roster and do look a lot stronger. They beat Heretics 13-4. I mean, that's just disgustingly strong series for them.
Yeah, we'll dive into that a little bit more later, but we do have a next match that is coming up. It is going to be Fnatic and 100 Thieves, so I'm really looking forward to that one. It's our last best of one of the day, and we're going to go to a short break just before, and we'll be back with a banger matchup.
shining, never shady. Girl, same cute, but I don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never blame me. He said, please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you through the dark and all my days be. Just never break me. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex piss got my new ones better. Playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex piss got my new ones better. Playground. Bitches got a ring and feel safe now. They see a pretty bird and bird, I want a cage out. It's a playground. Telling me mine, I don't play about. I tell them rise up. Used to cry, river shit don't dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up. I don't mind, but ain't lost nothing that ain't mine, cause it's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex piss come on new ones better. Playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex piss come on new ones better. My new one's bad. He ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back. Touch shots over time, let to shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground. Bitches got a ring and feel safe now. I see a pretty bird, but I want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground. Like a playground. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex piss, come on, new one's better.
Water, water, running as fast as you can. Slow down, can't keep up. Don't think I have any more left. Out of breath, out of breath. Tired, tired, I can't take the pain no more. Yet you insist on making puddles on the floor. Been here before. Been here before. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? Mercy, mercy, none from my head down to my toes. Immobilized, as if my brain completely froze. Colder I go, colder I go. So still, calm like the waters at the sea. Silent as if to say my mind's actually at peace to some degree. To some degree. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. in my throat continues to grow. I say it'll get better, but it's not.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2025 Valorant. We are heading into our last best of one for the day, and we saved the best for last. But first, let's recap what we had over on the A stream. I'm joined by many North Americans, and we're going to be celebrating an NRG dub. It was not close, Jen.
I told you guys, Scuba is cooking, NRG are looking so good. I'm hyped that when you bring a new player in like that, they can deliver on all fronts. So watch out for NRG. I had them in my top 10.
Yeah, they were looking real good in the qualifier. It's really refreshing to see that, again, a little bit more of a break for them in terms of recent competitiveness, but still bringing that same level of fire.
Yeah, they're looking good nonetheless, and we'll see how they head into the best of threes with that same level of form. But first, let's touch on our last best of one here on the B stream, head across the ocean and talk about a very successful team as of recently. Plenty to talk about when you're talking about Fnatic there.
Yeah, I mean, the results kind of speak for themselves, you know, coming up runner-up in Toronto, but more impressively, you come out of a strong group stage, you win an EMEA, you get your auto-qualification here, and then you do follow it up with a good LAN performance at Masters. So lots of things in terms of trying to find patterns and find trends, and I think just kind of like talking with the rest of the talent team, a lot of people have this Fnatic team as the actual #1 team in terms of power rankings, mostly because of their consistency. You know, you see Paper X and you say, hey, they won the most recent tournament, but they weren't as successful in their own region. Fnatic has literally checked every single box. They just barely missed out on a championship.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. Just that final at Masters was so exciting, and I've never seen a more sad team to get into the grand final, especially Boaster, just Fnatic were really beating themselves up. They really felt like they could win that, and a lot of people thought that it kind of slipped through their hands, but I think you come into EWC being able to bounce back from that, especially as stage champions. Fnatic are the favorites coming in.
That was a very, very tight grand final. Really could have gone either way, and honestly, PRX had a lot of plot armor, you know.
True.
They were on an insane run all the way from Pacific. We've touched on it already a couple of times, and we've already seen them perform some magic today. Fnatic, I don't really see them as the team that needs magic necessarily. They are very consistent. They have some bona fide star players, Jen. So, look, yeah. I think a lot of people are really expecting big things from this team. Like, honestly, a favorite to win the event.
Yeah, Chronicle and Alpha especially were dragging this team to victories, especially Alpha. He peaked in Toronto compared to stage 1. Every game he was popping off. Crashies and Kayak did their job. And Crashies is still new to the team. I think he's performing his role well and filled out the gaps in some rounds. But definitely the star players, though, Chronicle and Alpha, can they bring that again, though, here?
Yeah, and I think the only thing that if you were to want to pick apart this team for any particular reason is just don't overlook a best of one. Like, that could be the only thing of, like, you're so focused on finding a championship and to win an entire tournament that you forget that this round 1 matchup is not everything, but in the group of death, you cannot falter. You cannot go down to that lower bracket because who knows what'll happen after that.
And this is a very unique team because they have a very, very slow defensive play style that to be able to force your opponent to play at your pace, it really ruins a lot of game plans from a lot of teams from different regions, maybe even Pacific, that like to play so fast. Yeah. So Fnatic really know how to bring the game down to molasses.
I mean, you saw that narrative play out in the Toronto Grand Final where PRX really had to adapt their playstyle a lot playing Fnatic. They played a lot of contact pops. They played a lot slower, more defaulty than I would say stereotypical PRX play, but they have really been digging through a lot how they like to play and changing things up. But for Fnatic at least, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You've got Alpha. I mean, for me, he was the MVP probably of Masters Toronto. I know obviously Forsaken's such a flexible player. They gave it to Forsaken because he did win the grand final. He was fantastic nonetheless, but look, I think Alpha definitely put up the numbers that everyone was expecting. On the other hand though, we do have 100 Thieves on the other side of things. They have some winners too. It's been a while between drinks. It's been about a year since they were had an international foray their shift. But look, I think honestly, you cannot underestimate these guys in a best of one.
No, not at all. And I think the biggest thing about 100 Thieves is they got their get back on MIBR after dropping in the playoffs in North America. They then pull off the reverse sweep to qualify here, which is impressive in its own right. I think the thing about it though is just like, which 100 Thieves are we going to get today? Are we going to get the squad that feels like they can do no wrong and they start to build this momentum that snowballs them to a quick victory? Or are they going to get stuck kind of where the rubber meets the road and not be on the hot start? Because we've seen that happen where they are victim to following a 4-13 result or a 5-13 result. It just never looks like they can get themselves into their playbook. Best of one. You cannot start slow versus this Fnatic team. You need to see a good 100 Thieves team from the get-go.
Yeah, and I know the head coach of 100 Thieves, Zix, was really working overtime to try and fix some of the mistakes they've had in the past. But being able to defeat Furia, NRG, Cloud9, EG, and MIBR, and that last one being a reverse sweep, says a lot to the level of work that 100 Thieves are trying to do to kind of rewrite their own narrative. And I've casted Boostio for years, even outside of Valorant, and he's a player who's grown to just be so confident, almost too confident, where he's like smack talking. So if I see kind of some early rounds at 100 Thieves and that guy starts getting up, he could be getting into the heads of Fnatic, who can sometimes beat themselves up over stupid mistakes.
Yeah, and I think the other side is like, you know, 100 Thieves can sometimes ride and die off of what Cryocells can bring to the table. When he's popping off and he's hitting, he's getting an early operator, this team's tough to beat because he's one of the best top players in the game, it feels like at times. But if they fall behind that eco disadvantage and they're not able to afford the operator to get into play, sometimes it feels like, again, 100 Thieves just cannot get to where they're their strongest, and that's troublesome against especially other top teams in the world.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, Cryo, when he's on his game, it's just mechanical perfection. Like perfect movement, perfect crosshair placement. He makes the game look incredibly easy. Over on the other side of things, though, he does have to go up against Kayak, who, look, he's more recently come into Tier 1 competition than Cryo may have had, but he has really hit his stride, particularly in Toronto. He was fantastic there.
Yeah, and just like speaking to the numbers, like we talked about Alpha earlier, Kayak as well, like we got both players that are averaging over 230 ACS. They're both averaging over a 1.2 KD across both their regional play in the stage and as well as at Toronto.
And against the best teams in the world.
Exactly. That's the biggest part, is like they're not just doing that inside of EMEA, they did that at Toronto as well. So they're tough to deal with, that duo.
I think I want to see Boostio and Asuna hit a peak, because I think 100 Thieves have to be a more well-rounded roster of not just depending on one or two flashy players, but everyone be able to contribute in those big moments, because I think you're going to have to punch really high up against Fnatic if you hope to make it out of the group, because a lot of people aren't sure if 100 Thieves have what it takes to do that right now.
For zooming out in particular for 100 Thieves, I mean, we look at the organization. This is a organization that has won in North America, both way back and also more recently going back a year ago. But even in the overarching narrative of EWC, looking at things like the Club Championship, I mean, this is an important matchup to set the tone for Valorant here. It's the first event in EWC overall shift.
The biggest thing for both of these two teams is for Fnatic, this is about, can we get our stapled win to put us at a point where we can actually win the Club Championship. For 100 Thieves, you're represented in a lot of games this season and this year. This is about, can you get into the top 8, accrue some more points, and really help the team down the road potentially win a club championship. But it's just like, it's different expectations, because for Fnatic it is about, they want to win. And their organization's looking at this team saying they can and arguably should be able to get to a grand finals and possibly win it to give them that win, a chance to win the club championship because of that. 100 Thieves, the expectations aren't as high, but it's another team that can earn you points, so you love that.
This is a big clash of two different playstyles too, where Fnatic like it really slow, very defensive, while 100 Thieves are known for their very aggressive deep pushes and also cooking up very special pistol rounds out of 100 Thieves. So if 100 Thieves can get that first pistol going, the anti-eco, and build momentum off of that, this is a team that plays better as they get more confident, and have Fnatic been able to kind of stabilize after a result that they didn't want out of Masters.
Yeah, I think particularly that holds water in this best of one. This will be a game of momentum. You convert 2 pistols, you find some really, really good pre-prep strategy that the coaching staff has been able to put together. It skyrockets your chances of being able to get this series across the line. Well, best of one, it is, I guess, still a series. So let's find out what map we will be ending up on as we head through the vetoes. And Shiv, you can chat to us a little bit more about some of your expectations, and maybe if anything stands out in the veto itself, just throw it in there as well.
Fnatic is a hard team to veto against because they've been so good in so many places. I don't imagine we're going to see Sunset come through. At the moment, it does look like they are taking care of each other's, you know, better maps at the moment. You know, Pearl has been a very rehearsed map for 100 Thieves, even though they haven't had a lot of success on it. Sunset is still on the table.
We've seen a couple of Sunsets, but that was some energy from Fnatic.
Okay, there
already
it goes.
there, Jen.
Yeah, they're hyped up, and you got to bring that energy in your very first map too, and we'll see what the final one gets to be. And 100 Thieves haven't played an international since Shanghai from last year, so this is kind of an environment that Fnatic is already warmed up to.
Dude, Fnatic's looking at Icebox and saying, thank you. I mean, they are dominant on this map, including they did win this map versus Paper X at the Grand Final. It took them overtime to do it, but they've been beating the brakes off of so many teams inside of their region. They also found success versus Sentinels and Wolves on this map. This feels like a miss right now for 100 Thieves, unless they're looking at it saying there's a lot of film on Fnatic. We can prep against that, and we can possibly counteract it.
Well, I like the 100 Thieves composition. They have the Jet, Sova, Gecko, Viper, KJ. Gecko's a little old school, but it allows for that forward momentum. And I mean, you're playing with a guy who literally dyed his hair green because he liked Gecko so much. So I'm stoked to see this at least out of 100 Thieves.
It's the kind of vibes-based analysis that I expect for a Valorant test. Yeah, I think it is the slower variant of the double init. I prefer Gecko KO. It's a little bit quicker, but the double drone or like the refresh of the Dizzy, it is really good for contesting map control. You really can wrestle A and B main control on attack nice and early on. 100 Thieves will pick defense to start things off, so I think particularly I'm looking at the pistol. I do have vivid memories of Cryo running around on Jet on this map and having some big games, so I think that's a big win condition for 100 Thieves.
That's what he's going to play, for sure. It's going to be Jet, it's going to be Operator as much as they possibly can. That's kind of the 100 Thieves staple.
So it's got to be pistol, conversion, get money for an op, and then we're cooking for 100 Thieves, right?
I mean, Cryo will legitimately, he'll glass cannon in round 3 if he's got the money for it. Legitimately. He doesn't shy away from picking up an op, so that's the expectation for 100 Thieves. And the Gecko is there as a great support tool in case he does get pushed off an angle. Easy. You throw a Dizzy up in the air, you regain that angle, you re-own that line of sight, you attack A, you profit.
Yeah, I think that's. I'm trying to put together the win condition in my head for 100 Thieves because they are the underdogs at the end of the day in this matchup. They are a little bit more middling inside the North American scene. Fnatic obviously a favorite for the whole event, so we're trying to put a narrative here together, Jen, of how 100 Thieves is going to win. But what are you expecting from Fnatic?
Fnatic, I mean, just how do you count? I think it's that playstyle difference again of just Fnatic like to be able to slow the game down, and I think 100 Thieves are aggressive, maybe overconfident at times, and if you can play back and sort of catch that, force 100 Thieves to hesitate and overthink, then just play the mind game against 100 Thieves.
They're going to play a Killjoy, a Sage, and a Viper, so that's exactly what the case is going to be.
Yeah, Fnatic, I mean, they are known for this Sage on this map. It's not something that a lot of people play, but it is very vintage meta, and they do know how to play it very, very well. I remember even scrimming like boot camp against Fnatic at Masters Shanghai on this map, and I told my Senti player I was coaching, you got to play like Alpha. Like, this dude is so annoying. He's like jiggle picking everything. He's unkillable, and when he finally gets involved in the round, it's already too late, and he's consistently closing out these rounds. Occasionally he can mix in these rounds where he's just going to dry peek something and take some aggressive lurk space and then take over the game. Like, he's an incredibly annoying, difficult player to play against. He's such a confident duelist. Confident Sentinel. Sometimes he plays the duelist, to be fair. Sometimes he does play the duelist.
I think the thing about it is, like, again, talking about where the success story is for 100 Thieves, it is about Cryo. The win condition comes through the Jet for 100 Thieves. The only question mark is going to be if he doesn't find an angle to peek on, and you're getting a defensive side out of Fnatic that is just play corners, play reactionary. How do you get into that space when your duelist is running an op? Like, you don't have that extra little bit of scaling. It's going to be the trouble spot for 100 Thieves.
The good news is the op is going to be much better against the Sage. Like, a lot of people play double init on this map. Sage has fallen out of popularity. They have a lot more tools to push you off lines and things like that. Even like Reyna, Lear and things like that are a lot better tools than a Sage will offer. A Sage is kind of dead weight against an op.
I like the walls, though. Maybe
they're great.
I like the Sage walls, especially over on the left side of the map, and being able to protect your planter and just section off parts of the map. More Sentis, the better. At least with challengers, we're just throwing as many Sentinels as we can out of map.
The retake potential is awesome as well.
Oh, for sure. I think the other part is like the stall tactics that they have involved when they're on the defensive side are limitless. That's the biggest part about it. It's almost like we don't care that there's a Gecko and a Jet. You can toss your Dizzy in the air, no one's peeking it. You can put an operator at the table, no one's peeking it. Like, you have to get into their defensive setup if you want to try to get a successful post plant, and it's hard to do against what is essentially 3 Sentinels for them.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, yeah, Sage, you can have a lot of these set slow orbs as well that can really disrupt the default map control. I don't think that those kind of slow orb tactics in the early round are going to disrupt as much against the double init, because they just have so much util. Like, they can go and take map control, they can just wait an extra 10 seconds out of the slow orb. There's some comps that they really need to get going right out of the gate and take that space, but when you've got the Dizzy wingman one-man combo on B long, or you can just chuck a Sova drone or something like that.
Yeah.
You have everything you need to be able to work the map. It's just a question of how effective you're able to do it and what's the execution looking like.
Yeah, I hope we do see the Gecko, and we'll get into our agent select in a bit, but just allows you to kind of forego the objective and to just keep on pushing. The WK is the only thing that 100 Thieves care about, and what you're able to use that forward, kind of playing this from front to back, whether you want to play for orbs and keep using those dizzies, and how Fnatic are going to want to react to pushing back against that space, and how much are you willing to give up and how much are you willing to fight for is going to be my big question for Fnatic.
Absolutely. So to zoom out for a second, I mean, looking overall at this group, this opening best of one, we're playing the other best of one already in action between Genji and Edward. We'll find out if Edward is gaming, but who needs this win more? Because this group is stacked, bro.
Fnatic need this win more.
Okay.
I mean, just based on the expectations, they're coming out thinking that they're going to win this group. It's a tough group. I mean, it's a group of death. Everyone's been clamoring that that's the case. But at the same rate, like, it is a matching of expectations. For Fnatic, this is about getting to a championship and winning. You know, not falling short against like they did for Paper X. Get your points, get your club championship opportunity to win by winning this entire event. So it definitely puts more pressure on Fnatic to win this opening match.
I think 100 Thieves have to beat the odds.
If they make it through this group, respect.
It'd be
Respect, honestly.
No one is really expecting that, so I think 100 Thieves have, I mean, the ball is in Fnatic's court too, but 100 Thieves are one of the few rosters that haven't made a roster change. So I feel like this is a must-win to kind of prove, okay, we haven't made changes because we really believe in this long-term plan that these players can get to the level where they can compete against the top 5.
It's an interesting point because I know that you guys have your finger on the pulse in the challengers scene. There's a lot of talent in NA, you know.
For sure.
You've even seen, just as you mentioned, Scuba coming up into NRG. Like, surely there's got to be some guys that are just waiting for a chance to hop onto a franchise team, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there's a lot of opportunity below the top 3 in NA for that to happen. I think for 100 Thieves, though, like, it comes with the level of like organizational clout. It's the same thing you could say for Fnatic. We're talking about two of the biggest esports organizations in the world.
Yeah.
A big fan base follows both of them. So an opportunity to set yourself off right now, if you're any of the players that are on 100 Thieves, find a signature win, really boost your confidence going through the rest of this event. Could be massive, but I still put more pressure, I think, on Fnatic to do what they should be doing, which is clean up this matchup, no problem.
And I mean, 100 Thieves missed out on the most recent Masters, so I think they have even more to prove coming into this as an international. They haven't been to an international in a while, to just show up against a team that no one is expecting them to beat. And I think those expectations would make 100 Thieves angry, that no one's expecting them to win, or at least their fan base, even their fan base is against them at times. And I think it's going to anger 100 Thieves to a point where they're going to play better.
It's just a tough draw. Like, there's a level of that too. And whoever exits from not making it out of this group, no matter what two teams fall short, that's what we're going to say. Like, Group D was a tough draw. You're playing up against the runner-ups. You're playing up against former champion. You're playing up against teams that are looking really hot in Gen G. They're consistent.
Yes.
And 100 Thieves team that's not to be taken lightly. Like, this is a very difficult group, and the two teams that fall short, you're going to look back and say they had a tough draw.
I almost feel, I mean, I feel bad for 100 Thieves because what's interesting to me of the many things about EWC is the fact that this is not connected to the VCT circuit, where maybe if you're not finishing in the playoffs, you're not getting yourself enough points, you now have an opportunity to go to an international event. The old esports way, you go through a qualifier, you prove yourself, you get into an international event, and you might have a chance to actually put your name on the map here. But when you draw yourself into a group like this, Jen, I mean, maybe you're out of luck.
It is tough for 100 Thieves, but hey, they've made improvements. They went from losing to MIBR in the playoffs to now reverse sweeping them. Like, you don't hear about reverse sweeps every day in VALORANT because just when you lose harder and harder, and it's just, it gets into your head, especially a team like 100 Thieves. But for them to kind of identify that winning moment and to ramp up to actually believe you can reverse sweep a team as good as MIBR speaks to kind of the mental resilience of 100 Thieves in that moment.
And I think just to kind of speak to it, and this goes a little bit against what I was saying before about how a win condition runs through cryocells. It didn't run through cryocells necessarily during the qualifier.
Okay.
Like, he still played extremely well. He was still top leading on his squad, but I think it was the support staff around him that was able to find as much success and make life that much easier for Cryo that allowed 100 Thieves to look as strong as they did in that reverse. If those back 3 maps were pretty darn convincing. So there is something to be said about the team came together, and it wasn't just Cryo go kill. There's a lot of that still happened, but it wasn't just that, and I think that's inspiring in terms of the growth of the team overall.
All of you waiting for the matchup there at home. We are waiting to find out if we are going to proceed here. So we'll zoom out again for a second since we're on the NA talk, and we'll dive a little bit more into the NRG. We got our NRG dub. Are we feeling better about NRG going through their group winning the best of one, because we talk about these teams that don't have as much expectation behind them necessarily. Maybe they're middling teams, at least regionally. I think NRG could fall into that department, their shift, but that's a big win already.
Yeah, I think the thing that, you know, I look at it, NRG, and, you know, we didn't have a chance to, like, watch it in depth, but it was a convincing, what, 13-4?
Over Heretics, bro.
Against a really strong Heretics team. Yeah, a team that finished 5-0 in groups and second in their region.
EMEA, they looked like they were going to win EMEA to me.
Yeah.
At least initially.
Yeah, I think the thing that's been really inspiring about NRG is you look across, like, their statistics through stage 1 to stage 2, everyone's helping everyone. The cast percentage at EWC Quals had everybody over 77%. That's extremely high. Like, that means everyone is getting involved in helping each other out at a very high level. That wasn't happening as much in stage 1. They did fine. You know, they made it into playoffs, lost to this 100 Thieves team 0-2, but whatever is happening in that camp right now is clicking. And we say this all the time in other esports, that honeymoon phase, when it's working, is a dangerous thing to play up against. And right now, looks like the rest of the world is on notice.
And it kind of in shambles, though, like just a little bit with like Sed losing, G2 playing with a coach, and then it's now you're kind of relying on 100 Thieves, NRG to like...
But look at NRG. They beat Heretics. We got RRQ and Tech.
Yeah, we're relying on NRG and 100
Thieves. Look, you're not touching RRQ, let's be honest, Pacific on top, but Tech... okay, we could do that. You could
I just wish we had like 4 amazing teams, and now we're kind of like worried about two of our better representatives.
Okay.
You know?
We do have 4 amazing
it's all
teams.
Good.
So.
If NRG can show up, like this is their tournament to shine, and if 100 Thieves upset this group, like a lot of people are going to eat their words.
I will say, because this is going to happen, a Sentinels DRX lower qualifier is going to be insane.
That will be.
Those two teams play very similar, and I think that that's going to be one of those, like, who happens to be the best team on the day is going to win that matchup. Yeah. Which we love to see, but I think it's going to be absolute cinema.
I mean, historically, they also have been like some of the longest running orgs, some of the orgs that have participated and run very deep into a lot of international events inside of, you know, the main VCT circuits. So I think, honestly, I agree with you. That could be an absolute banger to potentially be a qualifier match through that group. So many stacked groups here at EWC, and we are just waiting for the final best of one of the day here on the B stream to get kicked off, but we're going to go to a short break before we kick off 100 Thieves versus Fnatic, so don't go too far away.
a beat and now I'm falling. Deeper than a fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than a fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2025. We're going into the last best of one here for Valorant, and we're going to be seeing 100 Thieves and Fnatic clashing to see who's going to start off the group on the right foot. We've got through most of the best of ones already. The teams are definitely trying to keep the energy up. I can hear 100 Thieves very clearly through my headset.
I can see them very clearly. They're right there.
Can we get a vibe check from the North Americans?
Vibe check seems fine. Everyone looks pretty calm. Asuna's looking at some sheet of paper. I'm not really sure what he's up to, but
we got
they're dealing with some stuff. It could be a little bit
With the
anti-strat.
ref?
With the ref.
With the ref?
Could you imagine?
The anti-strat.
Insider
The
trading.
script. The
Here are
script is
all of
leaked.
Fnatic's strats. Hope this is helpful to you, Jen.
Yeah.
He's signing off on something. That's the CEO right there.
I'm just glad the wires are plugged in, the PCs look like they're on, so that bodes well for us starting soon.
Yeah.
That is true. That definitely helps. The lights are on. You know, we're here. It's going great. How is everything else going though, Jen? Like, you know, how's Riyadh? How's your first time? My first time.
It's very beige here. I'm from Nevada, and everything is beige there, and everything is beige here. So it feels right at home. Same temperature, same kind of dry heat.
Fair.
And I know that's something like you and Kevin are not super used to, but you know, let's get our tan in, you know, while we're at it.
I will say, it's a very mild 105 degrees here. Last year it was like 120.
Can you convert from Freedom units to normal people?
No.
You thought about it.
No, I tried.
Absolutely classic.
47.
40-something. 47. That would be more than 104, surely.
Is it? I don't know.
I think so. I think once you get like mid to high 30s, you're starting to get into the hundreds there.
I was stoked to just see like stores from Canada like around here. Like
get your Timmy's in there, bud.
very international around here, which is just super cool. How it kind of does feel like home. Even like I got a piece of Canada, I got a piece of Nevada. About to go to Tim Hortons, get my Timmy's, get
your double-double there,
get
bud?
my double-double there, bud. I don't know what they have in Charlotte that would be here.
Barbecue, but I don't think they have any barbecue.
It'll probably be a little bit different barbecue, but you gotta try some different stuff.
I'm all about it.
Yeah.
I'm man of the culture.
What kind of food have you been enjoying from the buffet? We're very well fed.
We are well fed here. The calories get packed on.
I can tell, mate.
We need to find a spot. Wait, pardon me? I mean, the shirt doesn't do it much justice.
I can't find your waist. I can't find your waist.
That's fine. Let's keep it that way.
Yeah.
This is why I wear an overshirt or a jacket.
Yeah.
It hides all of my insecurities and helps me to do my job. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm literally so wide people here. It's awesome. I love being fed. It does make me a little sleepy, but we are caffeinated and ready for this game.
Fact.
And I think the players hopefully will be soon. This is that I can bring my Canadian terms in. It's called icing your opponent.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That is very much the Fnatic style. Like Fnatic are usually like calmer. They let everything come to them, and then when other people when other people smack talk rather, and then they start
Careful.
to. I didn't finish it. I didn't finish it, so I'm safe. They smack talk, and then you know, Fnatic starts to win some rounds. That's when Alpha starts to stand up. And
100
you
Thieves
know,
are not winning if Busio's not getting out of his seat.
I've already
like-
seen him get out of his seat multiple times.
Well, like maybe
Already.
for the bathroom or like a tech thing. I want to see him like kill, then get up. Because they do a lot of that in VCT. As soon as you get one kill, you start standing up.
Do you guys have that? The getting up curse? That's definitely the thing in Pacific.
Oh, really?
Like getting up is like, oh no, don't do that.
Oh,
You're
no,
gonna,
that's
you're gonna
definitely
lose.
not a thing.
Definitely not. You're encouraged to get up out of
Oh,
your chair.
you're encouraged. Shoot bodies, get up,
Shoot bodies.
get up, stand up.
Yeah, that
I like
could
when the
definitely
players
some
go
draft picks.
horizontal, when it's like a tech pause or some tactical pause. They recline their chairs. Is there a curse for reclining?
I don't know if we really have many curses in NA outside of like what was like
The
the
Champs
famous
curse?
meme
Out of just
9-3
losing.
curse.
Generally, or
Just gonna ignore that you said that. honestly.
look, I'm just rewriting the first few years of Valorant
I can
history,
see
and
that.
I'm
I
only
can see
looking
that.
at the last 4 international events, and those make me feel great.
I
but
bet they
before
do.
that,
I bet they do.
For that, I'm not counting any of the international victories.
Well, the real curse is whenever Shift and I are on, we have a 40-minute podcast.
That's actually accurate.
Have you come up with a name yet?
Not yet. We
yeah.
gotta figure it out though.
I
mean, it's getting.
I hold Kiwi.
This is brandable.
I hold Kiwi, and then we just
Lemon Shift.
Lemon Shift.
You gotta have like
Lemon
a
Shift?
ship name and a duo
A
name.
ship name?
Yeah.
I don't
Like a
know.
sprint
Mine's so
thing?
easy because it's I hold shift, so you just take I hold in the other person's name, and it's I hold Pilsky.
Yeah. Tell us about the origins of your name.
Let's not. Very similar origins of standing up and talking smack, though. I'll tell you that much.
Excellent,
well,
excellent.
my name was taken. Thanks for asking, though. But like strawberry kiwi was taken, so here you guys are getting lore from all of us now because that's just how long it's taking. But I wanted to be strawberry kiwi.
Okay.
Fun fact.
Okay.
And now here I am. Not that.
My name used to be something else, and then someone on the forums wrote, that means something inappropriate in Finnish, and then I changed my name.
It's based off your last name, right?
Yeah, it used to be something similar to my last name. Now it's still something similar to my last name. But you love going and scrolling the forums, and like there's like a talent announcement for an event, and then someone's just like in the forum comments like, that guy's name means this.
Your whole brand ruined, tarnished.
Yeah. Well, he got to me. I changed my name straight after
Literally.
that, so he actually
Yeah.
won. Like the forum haters got to me.
I never make fun of players' names ever again, no matter how derogatory or anything it sounds like, because sometimes it refers to their last name.
Have you?
I would like to be in a desert right now.
Oh yeah.
We are technically
Okay. Look,
We're inside a building.
true, but inside of the city, inside of the
you were
desert.
telling me about that though, like
Yeah,
some of
the edge
those
of the
scenic
world.
views. Have
Yeah.
you been there?
I've not.
But you've been back here a couple of times.
A couple of times. It's just it's not close, and
Right.
it's also the middle of summer.
So what do you do with yourself?
I mostly watch video games.
You watch
Believe it
video
or not, that's part of the job.
I heard
Very
you're really good at the
adventurous.
treadmill.
Oh gosh, the
Oh,
treadmill.
tell us
is
about the treadmill.
Yeah, treadmill
You love
story.
cardio, right?
The treadmill at the hotel is up 1-0 on shift right now. We'll just put it that way.
How do you plan to recover in the series?
I don't. I plan on forfeiting at 13.
Yeah, production, if we don't get this game going, he will show you his crusty knee.
No, we're not doing that. That's
crusty knee.
jeez.
I feel like that would be a
Changed
good
my
name
brand.
for a team.
Crusty
I
knee.
think next Ascension
Oh, yeah.
team coming out of NA, Crusty Knee.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Pass.
That should be our podcast name.
Oh my God, could you imagine? What is this podcast about?
Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't know.
So intriguing by the name, you have to tune in.
Who's winning Ascension NA then, guys? You guys do a lot of the tier 2 stuff. Just
There's
tell me.
there's a whole other stage.
Yeah, there's a whole other
That
stage.
actually,
away.
I don't know if it kicked off today, yesterday. You
It's
know, we're in a
kicking off
different
soon.
dimension. I'm like so many time zones away from home, but
Big
there's
NV fan.
challengers going on for North America
Yeah,
at least.
big Envy fan.
Envy.
Envy.
Oh,
Former, they
Rankers
were the
guys.
Rankers boys, yeah.
Yeah, I have
they're good.
watched many clips of Xtar.
Oh
just-
yeah, dude.
Just sending it.
Oh,
The
yeah,
egghead,
dude.
bud.
Yeah, if you're a Canadian, come on, I love that. I've taught you
I
well.
was just in Toronto recently as well, so
Oh.
for a different.
You're just a little world
video
traveler.
Fuego.
How are your points?
Points are looking great. Me and my flight status are feeling
Austin
pretty
is sprinting away from his seats. Boostio is now gonna go smack talk the crowd
All right.
or the producers, and I'm loving the activity. Got to get your steps in, Austin. I hope you're good.
Yeah. Crashies is shrugging and walking away as well. So.
Oh, I like that the social media guy has a jersey called Twitter Boy.
Twitter boy, yeah. I mean,
He was a Twitter boy.
yeah, we have a skater boy. We have Avril on here usually.
We do, yeah.
I don't know if he really is much of an Avril Lavigne enjoyer.
Or a skater. For
Every
that
time
matter.
I've hopped in his car, I hear like club music.
That
like,
doesn't surprise me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we're
The
we're
warmers
blacking
on
out.
the eyes.
The game hasn't even started. Don't cry.
We're blacking out right
Don't
now.
Okay.
cry.
What about,
I
how
would
about
cry
this?
else and I ran off.
I'm going to steal your host job for a minute.
Okay, sure.
What's been the most surprising result of the day so far?
NRG.
K-Corp?
NRG beating Heretics. I'm a big Heretics fan.
There's a lot
They
of,
did-
like, let's just run through the surprising games today.
Yeah.
Paper X had to survive versus Billy in overtime.
Yeah.
Sentinels lost to BBL in overtime.
Yeah.
KC beat the brakes off of G2.
Hey.
And NRG beat the brakes off of Heretics, which is the most surprising.
We kind of had a wild day. We're waving at Fnatic. They're waving at us. No,
I think-
casters cannot start the game.
I think NRG. I would want to say NRG stomping Heretics. Not that they necessarily.
They can see themselves in the confidence
I've never
monitor.
been more distracted by the players. I wouldn't say necessarily in the fact that they won, just the fashion that they won. A lot of the other like upsets or like close upsets were very tight games.
Sure.
So I would say, yeah, that's a statement win.
13-4 NRG.
Yeah, it's a statement win from NRG.
What about you, Jen? Who was your surprise match of the day so far?
K-Corp, because I was gassing them and I was coping for them and they won, but at what cost? You did it against G2. Do you even get to pat yourself on the back? Like, I'd want to win against a team at full force. You know?
I mean, it's definitely one of those that's like a small caveat to it, but at the same rate, that's still a really solid team 5, and they beat them pretty bad. I would say the most surprising result for me today is actually the Paper X double overtime win, 16-14. Down 10-4 at one point in time against BBL.
Yeah.
Or Billy, rather.
Yeah, Billy.
Billy, BLL.
Billy's.
Yeah, it's technically still
BBLs.
BBL, like Billy.
BBL. Honestly, I think BBL might have one of the better names that I've heard from an org, but I won't
like
get
that
into why.
I'm really wondering why, like, how far you're going to push this boundary real quick.
You know, but look, let's talk about the Esports World Cup, guys. 100 Thieves, they love to talk some smack.
Yeah.
You guys do some other titles. We get any good smack talk, some good fights over in the Call of Duty land from you?
Oh,
Are
yeah.
you kidding me?
Do not go there.
Is
that
that
war.
the kind of vibes that 100 Thieves have, or would they be like
Absolutely.
a mild team?
No,
in COD?
they are not a mild team. their COD team was a built super team, and then they finished top 8 at champs. Like, biggest letdown we've seen out of a hyped up squad in a while.
Yeah.
Both them and Atlanta FaZe, who will be there as FaZe Clan. So both those two orgs, who have a lot of representation across other games, are going to need to step up when it comes to COD.
We need to step up, get this game started because Nate Shot's going to roll $30,000 in cases, and we just don't need to feed the economy more.
I hope he's not rolling the salaries of the boys.
They don't win, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
That's the punishment. Look, what about over in Rocket League or Overwatch land? I know we got that coming up. You dabble in a bit of Rocket League. You dabble in a little bit of Overwatch.
Yeah, Overwatch is at the end of the month. We'll be back for that. I'll be studying for that after this. I've been just locked in for Valorant because it's like the first one and a lot on the line for this, but I like to see some smack talk. Doesn't really happen in Rocket League as much because much younger of an audience.
Fair.
So,
and player base, right?
Yeah.
A lot of
Then
young players.
Valorant? How young are we talking? We got hella Zoomers in Valorant. Like,
fair.
based on the people that I'm interacting with.
Well, I think the Fnatic guys are not like old, but aged.
Not
I'm
young.
not necessarily talking about pro players.
We're talking about the community a lot.
I didn't realize we were talking about the players
I was talking
specifically.
about players.
I was talking about players, yeah.
Yeah, look, I mean, I come from TAC FBS where, like, there are, like, 34-year-olds winning majors at the moment, so there's still hope for you, Shift.
Yeah.
What? That seemed completely unnecessary.
What about you?
What about me?
I don't know.
He hasn't even hit the dirty 30 yet. He's got a lot of life in front of him.
I mean, I'm looking forward to StarCraft. The thing is, StarCraft doesn't have a lot going on nowadays, but the fact that EWC does roll around all the StarCraft pros, get to see them come and compete here, it's something that they really look forward to. It's kind of like the center of the circuit. I love a bit of
love
StarCraft.
that.
I know you love a bit of StarCraft. It's because
Guilty
we're
pleasure.
old. It's because we're
That
old.
could be it.
Yeah.
I also love, like, the one-player games that are EWC. You don't put, like, the team name on the totem when you put your own name on the totem. That's freaking badass.
100%. Look, honestly, this has been great, guys. I've really enjoyed our time
Our
here
friendship
on the
has
desk.
grown.
But let's go to a short break while we sort out some of these tech issues, and hopefully we'll bring the game of 100 Thieves versus Fnatic to you soon. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2025. We have our last best of one in Valorant here between 100 Thieves and Fnatic. Should be getting into games shortly as far as I heard. So I'm keen to get into this matchup. Let's set the table again, build it up again, Shift. It is going to be an excellent matchup, I do believe. It was a while ago. Fnatic was in a huddle. They were getting themselves pumped up. They looked ready to play. I've heard 100 Thieves as well be very loud. Look, we've simmered things down a little bit since then.
A touch.
That can change things, though. That can change a matchup like this, I think.
Where's Booster going?
Boostio's running again. Oh, he's memeing with Boaster right now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
They could just start
we get
fighting.
some shots of that?
Yeah, honestly.
You know,
we just get into rock, paper, scissors for this?
Yeah, let go of the Valorant, just throw hands with Boaster.
Yeah. Well, the rest of Fnatic are gone, so...
They were reclining for a bit, so I was going to bring up the whole recline meta.
Okay, go
yeah, Fnatic were reclining. 100 Thieves were saying wake up with expletives, and so there was very different vibes of how you're trying to get into the game.
What's expletives mean? Can you break it down for me? Okay.
I don't know. You dropped one earlier.
I'll throw you an easy question. You versus Boaster in a fist fight. Who's taking it?
Well, he's probably going to drop some like Espa like dance on me, and I'm just going to break down into tears because it's going to be amazing. He did bring K-pop to Valorant after all, whether you love it or hate it.
Okay. And I know, Shift, you really...
Don't. Just don't.
We could do the apple dance. You know, I could teach you that one.
What even is that? No.
See, me and Boaster got to link up, and I got to get him on it.
Pass.
Apple. See, you thought we were going to do analysis.
Oh, this is better.
This is analyzing K-pop, the history of K-pop starting now.
I mean, I live in Korea. I don't know a damn thing about it.
You don't even have TikTok. You're like, I'm 27. I don't have TikTok. Like,
I'm 29, okay?
Oh, my bad.
Don't undersell it, okay?
Sorry.
I am old. I am aging finally.
I'm auntie age then at 32. Like, what are you trying to say?
Yeah, I think so.
You weren't supposed to agree. That was a trap.
Oh, was it? Sorry.
Let's just...
Are you an auntie, Shift?
What?
Are you an auntie?
Are you auntie? Are you unk? Are you unk status?
Auntie. I was like,
I know his accent.
Sorry, the accent.
What word was that?
What do you? How do you guys say? Auntie? No,
auntie. Auntie. I guess it depends.
Auntie. Are you unk
like
status?
Anti-strap?
But like aunt/aunt is like one of those words. Like, which way do you say it?
Me.
It's kind of like caramel or caramel. Or
caramel. That's more of a southern
caramel
thing.
Or caramel.
Yeah.
That is definitely a pecan or pecan.
Oh, that's true.
Pecan or pecan, rather.
Now I'd just rather talk about K-pop than this wordage.
Sure.
I know nothing about it, which is why I'm swerving.
Yeah, we're trying to pivot out, and you keep bringing us straight back in. Look, tell us about North Carolina, Shift. Because we're talking about Southern. I mean, it's not in the South. It's in the North.
It's in the South.
Oh, it's in the South? Kansas is in the South? Okay.
Yeah, North Carolina's in the South.
There you go.
What's it like?
It's fine. It's hot. Humid.
It's fine.
It's humid.
It's humid.
It's humid.
I mean, you look like you see a little bit of sun.
I play a little golf my day.
Yeah?
I like it.
How's that going for
How's
you?
your swing?
Well.
How's your
Pretty good.
swing?
It's pretty good.
Yeah?
That's pretty good.
What's your max range?
Max range?
I don't know. What is that? Did I just bring a gaming term to golf? What's your range?
What's your max range?
What's your max peak?
My max peak drive, like my longest,
that one.
My longest drive. Well, it wasn't fair because it was in Colorado and the wind was helping, but it was like 360 yards.
Ooh, what are you doing here? Go play golf.
I'm not that good.
Okay.
That seems pretty good.
And tell us about the average age of people that play with you.
Okay, can you not? I'm really, again, I'm talking about things that I'm swerving. Let's not bring up how old I am. Let's just dodge away from that.
I mean,
hey, Fnatic are back.
We do, yes, they are. We do have a lot of
quick pivot.
We do have a lot of different teams with varying ages. I mean, I know we compare average age in Valorant and other esports quite a lot. We got some younger teams. We got some teams with some more experienced players. There are plenty of experienced players on both of these teams. Even some of the younger players that are even in their early to mid-20s, like Asuna, for example, who was a rookie, very, very young. A lot of experience under his belt, but still plenty more years in the tank.
And I look at Crashies, who just joined in December, and I thought he was way younger than he was. He's 27. He's your age.
I'm 29. We just went over this
damn.
like 5 seconds ago.
Her amnesia's kicking in.
It's only in the short-term memory. It's TikTok dances and K-pop. There's no room for anything
I should be a
else.
compliment that you look 27 and not 29. Okay, I'm just a homie.
I know when people are lying. I'm
trying to help you.
It's clearly lying.
Sheesh.
I mean, how do we feel about Crashies looking at his options in North America and then going, no?
Peace.
Yeah, I'm out.
It's not a bad offer to go play for the second best team in the world.
Yeah.
You know?
Seems to be doing well for himself.
Seems to be doing pretty well.
Hey,
for himself.
NRG is Pog too. They're even more Pog right now.
Yeah.
Do you think NRG would beat Fnatic right now?
Do I have to put money on it, or can I just?
No.
Okay, then yeah,
I
sure.
mean, you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to.
Literally not.
Well, I was
not
gonna say, if I could just go off of vibes, then yeah, NRG could beat anyone, because who cares if I'm wrong?
Okay, how about this? I'm going to take your job again.
Okay.
What's our prediction? Closest to it. Who wins and what's the score of this match?
Fnatic wins 13-7.
Okay, Jen.
I think that's reasonable.
reasonable.
13-10, 100 Thieves.
Ooh,
Whoa.
you're going to go for 100
Whoa.
thieves.
I'm bold.
Cryo's getting the AWP out. The AWP
He's
out.
going to have to hit.
Actually, I can say I don't have to correct myself too much this time. That's great.
I'm
The
not
AWP
going to lie. And I'm going Fnatic like 13-4.
13-4. You think it's going to be a stomp?
The absolute bananas out of them. I mean, it's Icebox. Like the thing about this has to be like 100 Thieves has to be sitting here saying we'll give them it. Let's square up. We'll give them 100. We'll give them their Icebox.
We'll give them 100 Thieves.
Until a hand touches a
100
mouse, I'm not sure.
That's fair.
Not sure.
Whoever touches their mouse first wins, I think.
Okay. That's fair. I mean, we talk about the early momentum. Usually we're talking about pistols, converting anti-ecos, getting your economy rolling on the right foot, but whoever touches the mouse wins first.
You know what'd be sick?
What would be sick?
If Asuna brings out his stapled 3 years ago Reyna on Icebox.
Reyna on Icebox.
Whoa.
Sometimes you do see teams do that. I remember watching T1 play Reyna on Icebox. In Pacific, they went A like every round, and they consistently lost on it. Over and over and over again. When they were the best team in the world.
If you're playing Reyna, like everyone knows where you're going. You're going A. Like you're gonna leer over 410. You're
terrible.
gonna push. Like
I just wanted it to end. Honestly,
That's
so
fair.
I'm gonna say no. Please no.
I mean, I don't know. Could happen.
The game has come a little while. You know, it's come a long way since
Hey,
then.
we
You're
saw
not seeing as much
Waylay.
Reyna.
Why can't we say some Reyna? But
One of the teams in North American Challengers plays Reyna on Icebox still. I forget who, but someone does.
it wasn't good though. I'm pretty sure he lost.
Yeah, I mean, it's an NA Challenges. You don't have to
okay.
qualify that.
That's true. Well, it was
You actually
because
do
of the
have to
Reyna.
qualify to that. Your pardon.
You're a hater.
I really, honestly, I enjoy North America in general.
This
You know,
feels like
it's good
you're
times.
That's the
really
nicest thing you've ever said.
recovering, really recovering
You
here.
enjoy it. I wish Jared was on the desk, because then she could talk to us about Reyna forever.
About Reyna. Okay.
Yeah, isn't she a Reyna enjoyer?
I don't know.
So, there you go.
Sure.
What do
Okay,
you enjoy?
sure.
What's your favorite agent, Bud?
My favorite agent, based on aura,
Based on
Aura?
anything.
that's based on aura,
Okay.
Harbor.
Harbor.
Harbor has, dude, Harbor's got some aura. Think about it. Think about Harbor. Think about his persona.
I think so. I just don't think
He
so.
says that because Mitch is a hater of Harbor,
And
by the way.
speaking of aura, guys, there is nothing that has more aura than getting ready to go into the game. So let's throw it over to the casters. I hope you guys haven't talked yourselves to death too much. It is Shift and Lemon Kiwi.
No, this is actually so on par for when Lemon and I do a broadcast, because there's always like a 45-minute tech delay, and it always goes in a best of 3 all the way to 3 with like 3 overtimes. It's just the way it goes. So.
Well, we bring the curse, but we're hoping to keep talking to you all to death. In case you were sick of our voices, you're about to hear it for the next X amount of rounds, because we finally have Icebox. It's the best of 1, and we have Asuna on the Omen. Cool.
Yeah, different look here. No Gecko, which has been a staple for them. So, again, looking for a little bit of extra level of control, but this also means that the only real intel gathering tool you have is off of EU. So we'll see what they decide to try to pull. I think especially from the offensive side, a little contact play forcing the Paranoia out early over at green, but the hit is all looking to A. So a lot of pressure here to see what Xander wants to do with this wall and when Boostio calls for it, and there we go.
Yeah, I just love the slow orbs from the Sage, especially on the A side when there's so many narrow areas. Even that wall too is just gonna make this so difficult. Kayak on the top, already finding some early contact and an early plant, so now time is on Fnatic's side.
A little body shot to Boostio. EU looking for the recon dart for the retake. Xander's making his way over, so this is all be about how you flood on through, and yeah, just high ground control for FNC. A little too strong for Fnatic. Xander fighting back. Isolation gets us to a 2v2.
Wait, this retake has potential from EU and Xander. But now, from Fnatic, from main, it's Boaster that peaks first. Alpha with the finish, and Fnatic with the pistol.
Clean, and you're already starting to see what the contact is going to look like for what 100 Thieves wants to do. You know for pretty much a pretty guaranteed fact that you're going to try to push Fnatic to try to move over to A. You just don't want all of that Sentinel pressure to exist on the B site and the post plant. So they're gonna. It looks like they want to try to force some action early over towards green, make Fnatic try to execute into the very tight A site with really just Sova Jet, and then hope that there's an opportunity for you to out-trade. So if that's going to hold, that'll be a really interesting kind of dynamic if that continues to be what it is. But here into what will be just two sheriffs, 100 Thieves, going to try to play a little bit of a firing squad over towards A for some early contact, and they will get at least EU the orb at A.
And Chronicle just spending all those credits to get that wall once again was a huge part of establishing Fnatic, but now 100 Thieves going to show a lot more presence.
Okay.
And it's Boostio, just a random headshot to shut down the lurk from Alpha. So Fnatic have to commit to this. You already got the cryo dash out, so this could be a window for Fnatic to engage in, but kind of waiting for this wall to expire. EU could be exposed, and Kayak has to be first contact. And the paranoia is spotted. Kayak vulnerable, but at least to safety.
And the other thing about 100 Thieves playing the Omen instead of the Gecko is that high ground control is going to be a little bit more free for Fnatic. You don't have the Dizzy to get that blind and push somebody off, so definitely expect to see Kayak continue to play up high like that. And so far, it's been a big benefit for them, but the early rotation for Boostio has been stalled with all this delayed action over at A. Austin is able to trade back one, and we're going to get 3v2 with Boostio now working on the long pinch.
Now with the sniper 2 from Boaster, you got to kind of watch over everything happening, but not going to be as fun when you have to approach up close and personal. Now with the spike down, this looks pretty cooked, especially if Boostio could develop more of a flank, and he kind of jump peeks, I guess, so it just gets caught.
A nice shot from Boaster, also tags EU, so this defense started to become a little bit more flimsy, especially against an AR. But Austin has found a Vandal, makes good use of it, and with 15 seconds remaining, Boaster's going to run out of time here. He's got to go quick.
Everyone's pretty low, and this is going to be a much better gun to handle the job, but with 8 seconds left, and Boaster not going to be spotted quite yet. Now just the mind games would like to keep this weapon, but EU's going to peek him first, and Boaster just has to sneeze on him, but either way, 100 Thieves will take that one.
That's a brilliant round for 100 Thieves, and it really is kind of starts and not necessarily ends with the little 1v1 between the Killjoys, but Boostio finding that pick onto Alpha makes Fnatic a little bit panicky because you don't know if there's going to be a long play around the back. You also don't want to just flat out commit to A where, again, 100 Thieves are expecting you. So they kill Noise, they kill the clock, and they're trying to pull 100 Thieves around, but Boostio just gets a little bit more aggressive, steps through B, and then there's just never any room for Fnatic to actually commit to the execute. So really solid stuff there, just resulting into a first blood on the opposite side of the map.
And there's just got to be some adjustments from Fnatic, because on Pistol, they got 8 completely for free and had time to set up Sage walls and put Kayak in positions. But with 100 Thieves being a lot more aggro, getting these first bloods, it was good. But now it's Fnatic. The ball is in their court after that pick on Boostio.
And you can already see, like, again, the establishment from that little triple peek in the Pistol from 100 Thieves at green has Fnatic looking to kind of put early pressure in different parts of the map. This time over the middle does result into a nice first blood for them to work with in a limited purchase after losing the anti-eco. But this is what we talked about kind of in our very long preamble. Fnatic wants to slow the game down. They want to make you consider what the options could be, and then they'll try to hit you with surprise. But 100 Thieves, again, are predicting correctly.
Hey, Xander, he's got to hold this down, and he's been an explosive player in the past, and even have a molly to slow things down against Fnatic, who are going to use some info util, especially from that Sova, to see what's up close. But Xander does get spotted from that dart, and he will be gone for good. At least that Sage gonna seal things off to get a safe plant going for Fnatic.
Yeah, that's a really great offensive wall to get that recon dart backside yellow where no one could deny it. So really good stuff on Fnatic now with the numbers. Should be good for a plant and a 5v2.
Especially with the Viper util in place, Fnatic have, it's just going to be another day at the office with how they're able to set things up on offense. 100 Thieves that almost have to be a bit more proactive, which I think Xander, that was what he was trying to do until the recon caught him.
Well, he was able to find one. It gives him a chance to try to fight this off just a touch, but trying to re-clear yellow and then deeper, trying to get into green is not easy to do. There's the one-way smoke to try to give maybe an angle for 100 Thieves to work with on this post plant. Recon dart pushes him back for a moment. There's the follow-up, though, and an opportunity to put some pressure on towards the spike. Nano and a shock dart comes through. EU pushing up, shut down by Alpha, and it's all just down to Asuna, who's not going to have enough time to make this happen.
Good stabilization from Alpha, and 100 Thieves maybe had a chance when he took out Chronicles, so no res opportunity, who already has it. So great job from Fnatic to really waste a lot of time and get set up before 100 Thieves could kind of realize what was happening.
Yeah, and this is another moment where we're going to really kind of get the intention for what these teams have already built against each other in this little chess game, very shortly here. Because, again, Fnatic have not really been primed to play over towards B early. They're going to use this Viper wall to hit there late if they want to, and then put the pressure either early at A or what we saw in that last round, show a little bit of force through middle. Have 100 Thieves to be a little bit more uncomfortable in their ability to rotate across the map. But this round here, not going to purchase into anything. Austin will have the one rifle. It'll be 4 classics. So, again, hero rifle action for 100 Thieves, and Kayak will start things off with first blood. Asuna's hero rifle will be punished on the aggressive play, and Fnatic should be looking good for a third.
Getting knives is cool, and 100 Thieves at least trying to fight for that orb because you have 2 people away from their ult. At least mainly EU would have been the one you could have worked towards, but big punish out of Kayak. And Fnatic have liked to buy those snipers in these sort of half buy or full buy scenarios, whether it's the Marshal or now the Outlaw. So Fnatic look good and now can even get more orbs now that they're going to plant.
Yeah, it's just, again, looking at what this composition is for Fnatic and what they've done in the past, their offensive side has found just as much success as what they do defensively, but a lot of the success they find in their post plant comes by way of planting here at B. It's just so tough to work through a Viper screen, and then you have a barrier orb, and then potentially slow orbs behind that. It's just so difficult to get to the post plant if it's set up over towards yellow. The other side of this, with 100 Thieves not playing the Gecko, it means that Kayak is going to have free reign, at least in his mind, to play up top on things like green and yellow or over towards 410 on the A side of the site, because you don't have the Dizzy to push him off that space. So, I'm still interested to see what the call is, why Asuna switches over to the Omen here, and we haven't really gotten an indication for what that provides outside of an extra flash. So we'll see in terms of how 100 Thieves use this composition to counteract what is going to be a very heavy Kayak offensive side.
Hey, you see farmed out towards the Hunter's Fury. Kayak is just farming kills, so that's great. And Fnatic can build momentum from here on out. So it's 100 Thieves that, how do you put up that aggression on a map like this?
Yep.
Like, it's a very large map, and it's been a lot of B concentration, but trying to catch Fnatic before they get set up is important.
And I think the part of that is getting Cryo an operator. We're in round 5, and he's finally able to purchase one after an 0-4 start. We talked about it a bit in the preamble towards this match. If they have a hot start, Cryo is no stranger to pulling it out in round 3. As soon as he can afford it, he's going to pop it. But now we have a little bit of a sniper v sniper battle. Knives are out this time for Kayak. Hunter's Fury going to be called in from the offensive side. Or pardon me, that is from EU side, beg your pardon. That's down the middle of the map, and 100 Thieves will use that as a chance to step forward, but they don't see what they want. So now you're backing up and splitting this defense up a touch.
Yeah, nice 2-1-2 as Fnatic get the dashes going from Kayak, and with the Outlaw, it'll be awkward. Maybe you can trade that with someone, but you kind of want to see if Xander's around this yellow box area. Recon is still available from Crashies, and they're just going to go off a contact play, and they wipe 100 Thieves from B.
And honestly, if you're 100 Thieves, unless EU can find one to stop this plant or stop the exit, you're probably going to save here. You have no idea where Alpha is. EU's been pushed off the angle up top. Now, Asuna has found the pick through mid. You've got the operator for Cryo on the backside of the site, so maybe a chance here to break this down just comes down to can EU actually scout anything out with this Aldrone.
Possible now with the Resurrect, but time is certainly running out, so Fnatic just have to protect this for as long as they can. He did hear that teleport. Asuna, Paranoia, Crashy's playing around safety around the box and shooting through, and Kayak tries to assist. They'll have to trade now. 3 versus 2. It's all the Cryo, and he won't be able to keep the op.
Yeah, that's tough scenes, and I get it because you get the opening pick from Asuna, so you're going to try to commit. You also have the op locking down that long angle to stop the shoulders through green, but simply put, there just isn't enough retake utility available for them to get around the back. Maybe there's a moment there where you have Asuna getting into yellow, that paranoid that does connect. And you have the ability for Cryo to hold off and make sure that Crashes is isolated. But him spamming through the corner of the box, finding the headshot, is pivotal towards making sure that retake stays safe. And now you're up 4-1. 100 Thieves are back to a save. And this has just not been a good first start to 100 Thieves have.
And it's slow for sure, and kind of wondering if that extended pause, you know, they come in usually with a lot of hype and a lot of energy and prep, and having to be iced out, as the Canadians would say. And Alpha at least kicks things off after getting first blooded last round, but that's traded. So Fnatic are having to slow push this, at least just keep their op activated here of Alpha, but he's going to kind of bring that towards spawn, but the spike's now heading to A.
Yeah. Chronicle able to find a pick over towards A as well. Asuna trying to get aggressive on the backside of the play. There's an opportunity, maybe pinch this with the EU to get the isolation onto Alpha, who had a little bit of trouble juggling initially. I thought he was maybe going to throw the op over the edge, but not the case. And hold on a second, 100 Thieves are finding a couple of key eliminations. Alpha is completely isolated. The no-scope connects. Asuna with the trade, but the round becomes very difficult from here on a 1v2 post-plant.
Hey, that was a lot for Alpha to handle, and just the amount of delay, a lot of information, counting numbers, and now it's the teleport. That's going to kind of mess up the awareness from Fnatic of where did Asuna go. And a 1 versus 2, definitely possible for someone like him, and just juggling and jumping on the high ground. Chronicle gets the win.
Yeah, that's not bad from 100 Thieves' perspective. You get a couple of kills in return, but largely speaking, Fnatic are fine, obviously going up 5-1 with the bank accounts that they've already been able to build. Now you have a lockdown in play. No way to counter it, as EU is very far away from 100's Fury. Cryo's got knives, but really I think if you're 100 Thieves, you're talking about how do we get Boostio an orb or a pick to try to counteract and go lockdown for lockdown. There's really no other way to go about it here. And honestly speaking, in terms of like how the game plans come together to this point, it feels like 100 Thieves are missing on trying to be able to contest the high ground. I mean, Kayak has been up there for free. You had one round where Cryo's been able to bring an operator to the table, and it really hadn't found the value that you were hoping for, and he immediately loses it beyond that. So all the trends and patterns are starting to get stacked up into the deck of Fnatic. And for 100 Thieves, I think there is going to be a question here of, do we just play for more of a retake-heavy style? Because the setup over towards B main has not really provided them the success that they want in terms of eliminating B as an option. And if you're stacking 3 and a leaner towards B, then your A site is just way too far open, and you just don't want to be dealing with a Viper or a Sage, you know, in terms of a post plant. So it's been a lot of problems right now for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and the only round that 100 Thieves won was when they had 3 on the A site, when Fnatic previously had A completely for free. Then Fnatic adjusted and have been win streaking ever since. Yeah. So it's 100 Thieves have been winning a round off of a surprise and off of not even a full buy. So I think this was a good timeout call there from Coach Zix for 100 Thieves to just kind of point out these small mistakes and see what the game plan is going forward.
And you can see even Fnatic are very aware of the potential of that orb being forced into A. They commit an early slow orb just to make sure that that orb stays safe. The one towards B is pretty much a non-factor, at least in the eyes of Fnatic, who have now made their way to 410, and the Aldrun will get a little bit of a deeper scale as they make their way onto site, and the lockdown will guarantee it.
Yeah, that'll be nice to just get a plant going. There is some delay here from 100 Thieves, but there's only so much Boostio can do, and he's one away from his own, and yeah, Kayak's like, yeah, someone's there, and that's kind of the jump that he's been doing quite a few times, and 100 Thieves haven't been able to punish it, whether they come through the back door or even from screens.
Now this is interesting, because 100 Thieves playing off this long pinch are going to try to pull people over to Boostio's direction. Trade in the back line. Alpha still got the operator out. Needs to connect on the first and is able to. Can he get more than that? No. And now the focus has to go back over towards Boostio's direction. They need to set up this pinch. They need to get it quickly.
Yeah, 100 Thieves have been very flank heavy, and Alpha will call that out. And Fnatic can try to focus on this lurker. Boostio is removed, and Fnatic just take this one step at a time, and it's all up to EU, and the high and low, too much for him to handle. And Fnatic continue to stomp through the 100 Thieves.
Yeah, not good. Now you're down to timeout. You're going to be on Cryo Knives in this next round of what is going to be a limited purchase. And Fnatic are just getting away with everything that they want right now. You've got another res ready for Chronicle, who's at a staggering 9-3. Viper's Pit to make the post plant a little bit more dangerous. Plus you have Crashies who can counter out a lockdown from Boostio. It's just not a lot of things going right at the moment for 100 Thieves. Cryo has not been allowed to do anything, which is always a problem spot when you talk about 100 Thieves in any sort of a matchup. But just kind of, again, to discuss it, they have been playing a Gecko in this composition since the beginning of the year. So for them to just throw in an Omen as a way to make you believe that they have something up their sleeves in terms of counteracting Fnatic on one of their best maps this year, it's just not showing up.
I think Alpha's just been such a fantastic anchor to be able to call out those flanks, and especially the amount that 100 Thieves are committing to those flanks. It's not just a single person, it's multiple. And maybe you would need like Austin on the front lines or more of that utility to push through the front and leave maybe one on that flank, or even just no flank at all, especially if Alpha is going to call that out.
Yeah. Haven't heard the knives pulled, I don't believe, from Cryo. Oh, yeah, he's got him out. Never mind, I just must have missed a sound cue. Aldrin over the top, trying to give a little bit of space for Crowd to move forward. Looking for a peek, doesn't like the look of it, dashes away. So now the mobility for Cryo is hampered, and he's going to have to hit some shots, as the hit looks pretty imminent towards this A site as soon as they decide they want to hit the triggers for it.
Just such a stacked economy, too, from Fnatic going up against Pistols. So 100 Thieves got to get their heads above water, especially post-timeout. It's not going to be this round, but you never know. 100 Thieves have gone through worse. They reverse swept MIBR. They're capable of anything, surely, right? But Fnatic are just front and center. Knives out from Cryo. Chronicle brings back...
Good wall.
There we go. Now we're getting the res going.
Yeah, the wall just kind of blocks that off, so you know for a fact you have the angle, plus a little bit of spam through the Radiant Nightbox will work out for another. Nice snap from Chronicle. And it is just all Fnatic all the time. Xander drops 7-1 the tally. Woof.
This is the form that we saw from Chronicle at Masters, and we're so excited that he's bringing that out in that map, especially after the extended pause, not losing any momentum. I mean, 7-1, it only builds up from here. You were facing the Pistols from 100 Thieves. Now that they're able to buy up, you're going for another op, though, from Cryo, and if you're going to invest all, it has to, right?
This just has to work for 100 Thieves. I mean, I hate to say it's like the writing's on the wall, but when you allow Fnatic to go to Icebox and you know the playstyle that 100 Thieves has, which, again, a lot of it funnels through Cryo, he just has to be in a spot where he can hit shots. 100 Thieves will give him a little bit more isolation here as the Viper's Pit is deep at green, which will either force a lot of early utility, which is an alarm system for 100 Thieves that Fnatic are making their way to try to clear that, or you're setting up Cryo to take his angle and hopefully win his first shot, and then hopefully beyond that win the round. But
yeah, 100 Thieves also had a deep recon at A, so they're kind of pivoting towards mid, thinking, okay, we don't have eyes on Kitchen, we don't know what's happening in mid, and we're expecting Fnatic to really change things up. And here is Kitchen, Alpha, already breaking that down. Boostio removed, and 100 Thieves are on the perimeter.
I mean, just look at what this has done. Like, you don't see any contact at A, so Cryo just doesn't want to sit on the backside of A. You know that there's going to be some pressure through mid, but he's in such a weird spot. And now you're going to, this is awesome. This is so well done by Fnatic. You pop a Viper's Pit on the middle of the map. It allows you free entry to B if you want it, but you're still lurking at A at the same time. You catch him on rotation. It's just chef's kiss right now from Fnatic. They could do no wrong. Cryo able to put a little bit of a linchpin under this rotation in and then follow up with a second, but he gets traded, and it's going to be a 3v2.
Yeah, Fnatic with the fake was real cool, but that op, I think, dwindled down the forces of Fnatic, and 100 Thieves have to pull out a win here, and it's all up to Chronicle. And Cryo just did so much work. 100 Thieves really pulling this round together after investing their pit and having to go up against that. Chronicle above and couldn't finish off the second. What, 36 HP for Xander? He's nuts.
That was tight.
Yeah.
But okay, lifeline in the mix for 100 Thieves. Cryo maybe shakes a little bit of the cobwebs off, hitting those two shots backside of his spawn. But the impressive part kind of goes off camera, where it's just the couple of 1v1s that 100 Thieves have in weird spots, they end up connecting on. So, okay, if you can exit this half with 4, you're going to be feeling like you stole one away if you're 100 Thieves, considering how this half has gone to this point. You're going to be able to get the operator back into play. You still got the lockdown at ready. So there's a lot of tools available for 100 Thieves to try to get this defense going again. But, you know, again, this just feels like one of those moments of, can you continue to find success with Cryo?
I think 100 Thieves are also trying to be more aware of top screens and how Fnatic have liked to take that high ground around that area to watch over whether the spike planter or just get the high ground in general. So 100 Thieves are starting to get some punishes, but that's just one round, so don't want to build up too much hope yet. We'll see what Xander can do over at Yellow Box, kind of go for these solo plays. You want to make something happen for Crashies, pings you with a recon or something, and there is a double kill. Good swing, great timing.
He gets everything you could possibly want. A 1-for-2 exchange at front green is massive. Lockdown going to be called for the defense. Aldrone, Nano Swarms, giving you the intention this is still going to be a plant, and Boaster will commit, but EU is able to follow up the kill to make sure Yellow stays a bit more compromised. Boaster has to hold his ground on top of the site as he will be detained. Is there a rundown for the knife? Is there a rundown? Are they going to get there? The shock dart will do it.
Oh my god. Yeah, he just really wanted that kill when he could have gotten out of the lockdown, but hey, 100 Thieves, that was a huge lockdown, kind of an awkward decision that Fnatic had to make. Definitely had time to plant, but to get the kill, to plant and escape, if just a couple more inches around the corner, maybe it would have been safe. But yeah, fantastic shock dart out of EU.
Yeah. And there's a level of conditioning there that I think Fnatic are saying, okay, it's just always, it's like, unless they're going to contest us with multiple members at green, it's only going to be Xander who's playing on the B site. So they get that pick, and that's why I think they make the commitment call of let's just still push into B and go for the plant. Worst case scenario, a lockdown comes through. The problem is they're not able to exit safely back to green again, thanks to the quick rotation out of 100 Thieves. But that's kind of Fnatic learning their lesson from, honestly, maybe a bit of the pistol, where they out-trade, they get to a spot where they're in even numbers, and they don't feel committed to being able to get onto the A site. Now they're sitting here saying, we got the one defender that we know for a fact at B. Let's just take our numbers advantage, play for a post-plant where our comp really shines. But 100 Thieves starting to warm up a little bit here. Get a couple of the key 1v1 wins that have allowed things to start to turn the tides of these last 2 rounds. Big shout out to Xander in that last one.
It was looking really dire when you're down like, what, 7-1 if you're 100 Thieves, and just to be able to take a timeout and go 2 for 2 after that, it speaks to the resilience that they're not a team that gets tilted anymore. They've built a lot of maturity over the years, and going up against a tough team, you just can't be intimidated. You gotta adapt and overcome. You can't give up in the half no matter how late it's getting. So good timeout 2 for Fnatic to get back into the driver's seat.
May as well. Cryo's going to get back into the operator again. Hunter's Fury still at the ready for both squads. Rez is at the ready for Chronicle. And Kayak will have knives if he feels like he needs it.
Get out of my way.
Which he says he does. Looking for an aggressive play over towards the orb, if we can catch that. Yep, here we go. Asuna in a little bit of trouble. Hunter's Fury to follow up. They get the connection, and then just a quick shot from Kayak with the knife to have first blood, and the A site look very vulnerable as he's able to find more. EU with the shutdown, but a mere consolation prize as this will be a very vulnerable site.
Yeah, Fnatic just played that site so well. Just the same thing of getting Kayak on top of screens, playing really fast, and 100 Thieves trying to punish. I like that poke from EU too, from the back door, but now all the pieces are set from Fnatic. It's just impossible for Xander to do anything. So Fnatic, post timeout, got back on their high horse.
And their high horse is hit him and hit him hard. We got knives. Let's just dive on in, play through A orb.
Last round before the
Let's not fiddle around. And it works out nicely. So last round of the half, purchase will be a little less than comfortable for 100 Thieves. Sheriff and a Judge are going to be in the mix here, but you can make that work on the defensive side. I think it's just Fnatic, again, to just control the tempo of how this map is being played right now. They're getting a lot of space. They're taking it. They're also getting a solid read of what 100 Thieves are stacking one side or the other, whether that be that triple stack that we've seen a couple times towards green, or if they're just putting a lot of members on top of the A site, which, again, this dark cover would lead you to believe that there's some kind of cheekiness. But how about Xander? Just runs forward towards green with the Judge. Finds Crashing. Hunter's Fury trying to get a little bit of action onto Boaster as they continue to ping him out, but they're not able to find the kill. They only get the weapon upgrade.
I don't know if they have the ping on Boostio, so even if you're trying to push the Judge, which you don't want to do in that tight hallway, you're going to lose to that, or you're going to lose that range to Boostio if he surprises you. So Fnatic trying to close this half strongly as they already are. Chronicle with the res, and now you're trying to see how far back did Xander fall. And if he gets one more kill, then he could just kind of pit off B if he wants.
Yeah, they do have an op, though, do Fnatic. So, again, that recon dart allows for that op angle to be taken. Xander, yep, will also be isolated backside of Yellow with a little bit of pre-fire from Fnatic. And that will, of course, make 100 Thieves have to react defensively. So pressure now back to Cryo, as he's going to be the only defender on the A site. Asuna just making sure nothing happens over towards A. He does have a Paranoia to help out his homie, but he only has a Stinger. So tough pretense here in terms of how you lock down this A site with just the two of them.
Yeah, Xander doesn't want to give up yellow blocks because as soon as you give up B, there's just no retaking against Fnatic. They've really struggled. So Xander's trying to get more help, and Boostio's playing a double up with him over there. But now you get to see the power of the Omen, and especially the Stinger with the Paranoia just enabling himself. But Fnatic trade that out, and especially with the slow orbs and the Judge where the sun don't shine, Fnatic are going to have a strong half.
Yeah, 9-3 curse and a cope.
Yep.
Might have to be. EU hearing Boaster tip-tap away over at mid. Also has the barrel here onto Alpha. No, only gets the one. So yeah, 9-3 is going to be the call here. And it's one of those things, you're in a best of one, and I understand, like, you're looking to finesse when you get the schedule and be like, how can we possibly find an advantage versus an opponent that, let's be honest, is better? You know, this is the second best team in the world as of right now. In a lot of people's minds, they're still the best team in the world in terms of consistency over the course of the calendar year. So if you're 100 Thieves, it's like, do we want to take our chance and like just go in these back and forths of Veto at our worst, your best, and then kind of roll the dice on a neutral playing field, or do we try to cook something? And they tried to cook, and at least on that first half, what they cooked did not work out all that well.
Got to cook something special when you're going up against double Sentinel and Viper, aka 2.5 Sentinels of Fnatic's defense. That is so frustrating to play against with how far back and how defensive and turtled up they can be. But maybe the offense is where 100 Thieves are going to shine, and where that aggression, where Xander doesn't have to just kind of play solo, he can be with the team, or I wonder if he's going to lurk around. I look towards Xander to be that impact player.
I'm still kind of, I agree with you in terms of like who can potentially be like the one guy to like really throw things into a bit of hysteria if you're looking at that from like how do you foil how Fnatic are playing. But I'm still looking to see what value Asuna is going to get out of this Omen. Because again, since April, in stage 1 and throughout, 100 Thieves have played Gecko. And they've done it in a way of, we'll use the Dizzy first, we'll get a little bit of clearance on the site, we'll make sure Cryo's got a free line of sight from the high ground, and then we'll throw a mosh and some smokes, and we'll get into sight, we'll plant. This is something that is very different in terms of not just what they're playing compositionally, but also stylistically. It's just not the same thing from 100 Thieves. And as we get to the offensive side, you got to think about, when are we spending our dark covers? Are we using those as a way to control the backside of these offensive sites? And can we paranoia somebody out and get early isolation? Because that's where you're trying to find the benefit, is guaranteeing nearsightedness as you enter into sight. So a lot of pressure, I think, on Asuna as well, just for the Omen switch. Yeah,
because the main compositional difference is the Omen and the Sage, and I think Fnatic have had a lot more bells and whistles and options with the slow orb, the wall, offensively, defensively, while I think maybe the Omen from the 100 Thieves is going to shine more on offense, go through all these walls, and really pressure these tight areas around A. All depends kind of, they want to see that early presence from Fnatic and not be too overly aggressive. Not show their cards yet. Oh, look at Kayak. He's so close, and he's caught by Xander, and not expecting 100 Thieves to just show themselves this late.
That'll work, though. Just, again, getting a read of the situation. We can kind of hear it from behind us. They're saying, push, 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 push. Get in there. Make sure he doesn't exit into sight behind this Toxic Screen. But 2v4. Some damage hit right now on 100 Thieves.
Oh, Boaster didn't even get that kill. You got Busio down to 24, and just thought that 100 Thieves had left the site, but bad read, and it's just Alpha that has to put damage in. But hey, 100 Thieves cooked something special off the pistol. The kind of delayed approach made it look like they were going through B or mid, and now it's Fnatic that lose.
Yeah, that's just patience is a virtue 101 for 100 Thieves. Fnatic's the one that's trying to throw a curveball in early, see if they can catch off 100 Thieves before they execute onto A, not make any sound with that little walk down in towards main of A, but yeah, it just doesn't fully work out. Lots of rounds to play with, though, if you're Fnatic. I kind of like the idea of just throwing a curveball there in that opening pistol, because if you win it, you pretty much guarantee the map. But now you're 9-4. Again, the question mark is going to be, I'm actually interested that Cryo goes into a rifle here. Often he would just kind of upgrade into a Sheriff or hold on to a Sheriff and then try to get to a round 3 operator, but not the case. So see what we get.
You got Kayak on the high ground. Once the smoke dissipates, could do damage. 100 Thieves, see if they're ready for it. You don't have Xander lurking around. They're just all committed for this. So I don't know if you're going to have Alpha push through. There is going to be that turret that marks them. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves are getting information on Kayak, who's going to be in safety, but there's more around the corner, and Fnatic are kind of separated from each other, not in positions to really trade. And Cryo messes up his dash and gets revealed through the smoke, so he goes down. Not the cleanest, but it still should be a solid round for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, unless Alpha can get into distance and range with this Bucky or find a weapon on the ground, this will likely be 3 rifles saved going into the bonus here for 100 Thieves, which is potent to be sure. But Alpha's looking for exits on the backside of the site, which could provide something depending on the direction that Asuna and Xander want to go. But with EU pushed up, you figure that their exit will be forward instead of backwards. So we'll see.
100 Thieves have a lot of ground to make up for how that first half went, and at least this composition is starting to show how it shines on offense. And not just being overly aggressive. You don't have to kind of overcook. It's just these paranoias, just putting Cryo in the right positions. And Fnatic that have to fight back against that.
Yeah, I don't like these first 2 rounds. I don't want to say that they're moot in terms of the playbook is concerned, but honestly, you synopsis by saying Fnatic tried something weird in the opening pistol with that walk down with a 3-man, didn't work, and then you're just stuck against rifles. So, I mean, this will be the round that we'll really start to see because this bonus is going to feel like a full purchase here with the 100 Thieves finding that plant and the success that they were able to keep 3 rifles in hand. So now we're going to really get an idea in terms of what is Fnatic going to try to default with? Do they play reactionary? Try to play more of something on the backside of these sites, especially considering that 100 Thieves are going to be looking to use Cryo on high ground to try to win at A. They don't really have the greatest of compositions in terms of getting B plant without Gecko being there. You look at the wingman to be that guy. So we'll see what 100 Thieves can, try to muster, try to stretch out this Fnatic defense and try to keep the Sentinels a bit split.
Yeah, this could be a big comeback for 100 Thieves, and now just using this Viper wall to kind of creep up and get closer to where Boaster was. And the difference between Xander and Boaster is that Boaster is not going to be stubborn about holding that yellow box. He can just kind of play the distance battle. Now with this wall back up, 100 Thieves can go for a plant.
Yeah, and Alpha just spams from up top through the toxic screen. Painful stuff. Asuna scaling deep to Snowman, though, is big. This is a huge post-plant position. But you can see Fnatic, they're still holding the backside of the site. They recognize that this is going to be an aggressive push through, but Xander and Boostio still collect. And Chronicle and Crashies are in some trouble, and they may just back off this.
Yeah, what a deep plant, too, from 100 Thieves. And now Fnatic are realizing kind of the dangers of giving up that yellow box. Is you're going to be having to retake from Snowman, and 100 Thieves are not even going to let you think of that, as they just kept pushing. And now this is the 100 Thieves offense we know and love.
Yeah, and that's the thing I was kind of hesitant to say without really seeing Asuna on this Omen before. But if you're utilizing and you're finding an opening win somewhere, you got a 5v4, you able to win like the close corners, whether that be at B yellow or up towards 410 at A, you can save your dark covers, throw them deeper, walk or teleport into them with a deep paranoia on the other side to stop the cross, and then you can scale one step further than maybe you're used to. So 100 Thieves looking like they want to try to execute off that principle. Can they just overwhelm at B main or over towards 410 at A, get those deep dark covers, get into those dark covers, throw a deep paranoia, and then set up a deeper post plant than you would expect. Because playing into a reactionary squad, the last thing you want is these Sentinels to get their utility down to kind of, again, win the battle in the trenches and come back into the site step by step.
Yeah, and Boaster's the type of player that is going to play his life because he is an IGL. He's that captain, and he's such an important part of that game plan, whether it's retake or not. So he doesn't want to take the risk of holding yellow box and doesn't want to be sectioned off by Xander's wall. But this has been a really good B offense, and now Fnatic are going to stack with Boaster to help him out, and it's going to be a double walkdown.
Yeah, they're going to try to get some isolation here. They do deal with the Killjoy turret, so that little bit of a safety net or an alarm system around the back could be in some trouble, but Boaster, Kayak in some trouble here at green. Boaster able to sidestep the nearsightedness. Going to get tagged by the Aldrone, though. Can he come away with one? But not going to happen. And 100 Thieves are going to have not just the weapon advantage, but now a 5v3 as well.
Even the economy advantage, that's only going to get better and better from a 1-7 deficit to 100 Thieves catching up and really shining on the offense, especially off of Xander's wall. And I was looking towards him being the impact player, I guess more towards Lurks, but just how they're able to utilize their wall to creep up towards B. But this time they're going to pivot towards A.
Yeah, and it's again, we've really only gotten one round of this half where we've seen what Fnatic want to do and how 100 Thieves are planning on countering that. This is a half-buy round for Fnatic. They're trying something cheeky with the double-double walkdown. No Tim Hortons reference for you, Lemon.
I was thinking about it.
I know you were. But there is a level now of, like, again, if Fnatic do not successfully play off their default, which is looking like it's going to be a very reactionary defense, and if 100 Thieves can continue to scale deep into these executes, there's going to be some issues that Fnatic have to respond to.
All right, now you've got that flank that's been exposed. Fnatic doing as much damage as they can, at least getting 2 kills. But time is of the essence, and 100 Thieves, they're paying attention. You're not going to get away with too much.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if Fnatic call timeout here just to reestablish what their default is, or are they going to give it one more try? Because that first offensive round and a full gun round that you see in round 15 was a very successful one for 100 Thieves. And yeah, Fnatic are going to talk about it. Kayak going to pull what looks to be an operator here as kind of a monkey wrench to the system. But the thing about it is Kayak, you don't assume is going to find as much success on the high ground on the defensive side of this map, just simply because there's just not as much for it to play off of. So does he try to do something where he's hard scoped from like back rafters on A and try to take an opening 1v1. Seeing that we have not had an operator yet from Cryo on the offensive side. They're looking like 100 Thieves want to play with a little bit more deep aggression. So that could be part of the problem, or part of the solution rather to the problem that we saw a couple rounds ago. A lot of questions here, and again, the chess game is really starting to unfold now that we're getting a better look at possibly what Asuna wants to do with this Omen instead of playing the Gecko.
Yeah, and 100 Thieves have done a lot of conditioning around Xander's wall, which is forcing now Fnatic to stack more towards the left side. So 100 Thieves can either fake and continue to play the mind games around Xander's wall, or just hit A hard with the Hunter's Fury that they've built up and just kind of buy that for free. Yeah,
that is another element into this particular round that they can utilize as another execute tool to, again, not just get onto site, but to get deep into site. The one thing that you know for a fact that Fnatic is going to struggle with a Sage Killjoy Viper is getting back onto site. If they cannot play off of where the Viper setup is or where they can drop something like a barrier orb, it's going to be tough for Fnatic to get back onto these retakes. So see if that's going to be the case. Once again, as 100 Thieves going to feel things out. Kayak going to play backside yellow with the opening op.
Here.
100 Thieves can also continue to play that fake if want to get their first pick here. If they don't get much presence, not seeing where kind of Boaster is. They've spotted him at yellow box before, but Kayak can get the one shot, dash out, and 100 Thieves may be forced to think of an alternate plan.
And you can see the dark cover that gets tossed by Asuna as trying to lead Fnatic to believe it's going over to A, but Kayak, a freebie, missed and whiffed. And now he's in a little bit of trouble. Paranoia is going to connect. He'll dash away to safety, but again, how deep do you want to play here for 100 Thieves? This time going to play off the dark cover for what looks to be a plant opportunity, but that largely is, again, if you can get this plant down, you have the safety net of the Hunter's Fury for your post-plant setup.
I don't know how long Asuna can keep the jig up, and has the ult if you just wanted to go towards A, I guess. But Fnatic, the more time you're taking 100 Thieves, the more that they're going to be taking the map, and you got a double flank, double walk up. It will be alerted by the turrets, so you'll get EU to turn around. And still that Hunter's Fury, which could have been used to maybe pressure Snowman and get a plank.
Yeah, but the thing about this is that Hunter's Fury is no longer a factor at yellow because of that long flank watch. So you have to play up if you're 100 Thieves, and they're out trading the fight.
All right, the plant. It's good for now. He got a lockdown if you really want to buy more time, and it's just Kayak who would hopefully like to save the op, especially at 0 credit, so he'll get away.
Yeah, it's a really good idea for Fnatic in terms of how do you counteract that play through B. Yeah, the snake bites do their job from Boaster. It stops the plant from happening for Asuna. The dark cover fades. He can't stay on site anymore. But knowing that you're playing against 100's Fury, Fnatic has to put pressure on green. They do a nice job at it, but 100 Thieves say, we're aware of what you're doing as well. Like, if you want to put two players over towards the backside of our B setup, we're going to just make you fight underneath two. And that's where you see Fnatic really crumble. They weren't able to actually get back over towards the site themselves. So good stuff from 100 Thieves, and we're going to be back to within one here.
Is there a way that maybe like Boaster will want to change his Viper wall towards B? Because I feel like Xander's getting so much value out of that.
I don't think you can. I mean, this is just such a stock Viper wall on A. It helps you with that retake ability if you do struggle, because again, just reconfirming the idea of like all you have in terms of finding information is your Sova. So like you have to be able to play off of something to get you back onto the A site besides just an owl drone. So that Viper's wall is going to be there every single round. The question will be, like, where does he want to put the cloud? And can you keep recharging a bit of a one-way from green to try to put a little bit more pressure onto 100 Thieves as they try to make their way over to yellow? Like, those are the things that I think Fnatic need to be thinking about in terms of how do you keep this very stationary defense active in the face of 100 Thieves, again, kind of forcing the issue early.
Not to curse it, but 100 Thieves haven't dropped an offensive round yet, and they're about to walk into the sightlines of Kayak, and he won't whiff that one, and big old hug, but Boaster, wow. I thought he was going to get that for sure, so the odds are even, but that op is still close, and usually you would have Asuna who would use a Paranoia and try to punish that, but Spike's going elsewhere.
Watch your lurk here from Xander. Fnatic are aware this could be a possibility. They see the cross from 100 Thieves back over to A, but I was going to say they don't know that Xander was here initially, but it doesn't make a difference. They're just going to stack up and play the 4v4. Again, looking at limited purchase here for Fnatic. But Kayak is the one who has the heavy weaponry and is in position. Just comes down to, does he hit?
That's the thing, Kayak is locked in. Drone looking for him, and what a shot! But a punish from Xander is huge, and the KJ Utils making it so he just can't keep rolling it down. 2 versus 2 with the spike ready to plant.
Hunter's Fury.
Hunter's here to try and stop this, and even Chronicle doesn't even need that. And ping onto Asuna, and he said goodbye to him too. What a comeback from Fnatic. You know, I cursed it. I said 100 Thieves haven't dropped an offensive round.
And
so.
they did it into a round that they didn't have full purchase. So you really, really let the whole region down. No, that's just one of those moments where, again, you know, there's a difference maker of Kayak hitting that first shot. It does look like there's going to be a follow-up. Cryo saves that initial play, but yeah, it is Kayak hitting two very critical shots, stopping the initial play at B and then doing the same thing over at A to let that Hunter's Fury sing a little bit more loudly. This is a must-win round, it feels like, for 100 Thieves coming into this one, though. Still fine in terms of economy, but with a lockdown into Hunter's Fury, you have the counters that you want to Fnatic. You bounce back, you win this round, you slow down the economy of Fnatic, keeps you right within the grasp of getting this to a level game. Cryo, good for the first, needs a little bit of help and has it. Xander finds the follow-up, that'll disengage.
Yeah, Chronicle, good slow orb to try and get away. I like the triple walk down because Fnatic just won off of A, so you're forcing 100 Thieves to go back to what was more successful for them was the B push. Yet the triple walk down for Fnatic, just investing more and more into trying to surprise 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that's the big key, is they're trying to surprise 100 Thieves. That's been the staple in, what, 4 rounds this half so far? The pistol, the triple walk down that we saw in the beginning, the double hit over through B-main and tube, and now you've got a triple stack over at Green. Fnatic is trying to take the game away from 100 Thieves, and to be fair, 100 Thieves fighting back nicely.
Yeah, gonna need help pushing yellow box, and Alpha is not gonna have a good opportunity. They just don't have the util to do that either now that Crashies is gone, so just gonna give that one up. And 100 Thieves keeping the driver's seat.
Yeah, this offensive half has looked very comfortable for 100 Thieves. Some of it, again, because of that cheekiness that Fnatic is trying to pull. And maybe that's, again, another element of, like, you're playing a comp that you assume is going to be very reactionary. So you try to get a little bit more aggressive. You try to catch your opponent off guard a touch. It just hasn't worked. So opportunity for 100D now. They didn't have to use a single ultimate in that last round. Bank accounts are enough to ship to Switzerland. And Fnatic are going to be dealing with an interesting follow-up round here. I mean, they've got a lot of tools, but it'll just come down to how they want to set up their defense. We haven't really seen them play off of that more reactionary, contest the spike type of mindset in a while, and I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to it.
Just Kayak still has the op, so I think put him at yellow box and don't do a walk down. Just let 100 Thieves come to you, and that just play for picks off of Kayak. And because the last round that we saw Fnatic win was off of a lot of muscle coming out of Kayak.
Yeah,
so
that's absolutely true.
Give him the good Cheerios.
Well, if the last round was a must-win round for 100 Thieves, this one's going to feel pretty mandatory for Fnatic. Bank accounts are running a little bit dry. Kayak playing an aggressive angle onto 410. He's going to hear that alarm bot he placed, though. So, opportunity to try to catch someone off, and what a play from Kayak. First blood onto Asuna as a critical agent to take out of the hands of 100 Thieves.
The quick scope in front of 3 players, like our jaws are dropped. So are theirs. So Fnatic going back to just kind of hanging back, again, letting 100 Thieves come to you and letting Kayak play for picks. And I wonder if 100 Thieves would just want to ditch this. But now you don't have any lurks activated, so you have to re-clear all of that space.
Yeah, and Alpha can just throw shoulders and watch to see if there's a cross back over to Boaster's direction at B. The Poison Cloud at mid will re-embellish and congest that Langle for a minute. So there will be some question marks here with 40 seconds on the clock for Fnatic in terms of where is 100 Thieves going.
I like that they pivoted because you just don't want to keep peeking the Kayak op. He is so good with it right now. So 100 Thieves going back to what was more successful for them, using the Xander wall, and maybe even getting able to pressure Snowman, which would be great, but Boaster is going to pressure back. 100 Thieves looking to land.
Hunter's Fury. Tags only once. Snakebite at the ready. Cryo is taking some chip damage, but it's going to commit for the plant. That's massive, and now you can, counteract with a Viper Spit of your own. Lockdown in play just to try to reinforce it from both sides. A Venn diagram over the B site.
So many ults invested. A big round for both teams. And that means just no vision for Kayak with this op. And now trying to get around to the yellow box. That's Fnatic's job. And now both pits are out of the picture. And it's just EU on the post plane. It starts with 1. 3 more to go. The recon.
Sees the knives.
And 2 players detained. And the ping onto Kayak. And Crashies dances and weaves. And it's Fnatic with the win.
That was immensely tight, but 100 Thieves just not able to survive through that hodgepodge of Viper's pits and lockdowns. They do actually eventually delete Fnatic's lockdown. I think it just took too long to get to because it looked like that was going to be the commitment, was stay on site, stay on the Viper's pit, try to force this lockdown out. But as they try to cross over into the site themselves, this is Fnatic has already taken away too much space over through Snowman. They get a read on it. They find the picks that they need. And the numbers advantage is too much to overcome. And so both teams do what essentially was required. We needed to see 100 Thieves win round 19. They provided that. Fnatic respond with one of their own. Bank account staying stable here as 100 Thieves take their time out in the second half.
Finally, Fnatic starting to kick down the door for 100 Thieves, not letting them get away with too much of a flawless offense. But you'd love to see 100 Thieves gather that energy, but Fnatic finding a way to fight fire with fire, literally. I don't know how. We saw so many ults, pit for pit, lockdown for lockdown,
yeah.
Hunter's Fury, like so much just happened, and Fnatic still found a way to control the chaos, getting around to yellow box and whatnot, and forcing the last time out of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, the first blood was pivotal for that too, just to again talk about where the numbers advantage started from. Makes those exchanges of ultimates a little bit of an easier call because you know you're going to have advantages just by countering and playing the exact same ults that they do. So 11-9. Rez is the only thing on the table. We've got ourselves some vanilla Valorant coming up here with just Kayak on the operator. And he's been, again, like you've already kind of alluded towards, he's been dominant in terms of finding an opening pick and controlling some key spaces. Fnatic's going to step up, deny the early recon bolt, and put themselves in position to keep Kayak safe on this deep play.
Yeah, 100 Thieves just taking it one step at a time, especially with Fnatic, who have liked to do these, kind of condition them with these early walk-ups, and Kayak, who could dash out and have some support from Crashies too, with all the util available, and 100 Thieves are not hearing or seeing much. So you got to have a recon or a drone, but it's the defense that pulls that Sova util out first.
They only see Boostio though. That doesn't tell you much if you're Fnatic. The problem is the walk down at 2 plus Kayak still on this angle. Cloud bursts himself back. Crashies follows up with a little bit of help, but Cryo was trying to get deep, trying to at least counteract this, and he does. 2 for 2, 3v3 action. But here's that quick play from Alpha on the pinch.
Okay, grabbing that spike is good. I was worried Alpha was gonna get on the flank, and meanwhile you have kind of a really deep lurk from Xander all the way at B, and Boostio's gonna go join that. Such an important 1v1 for Boostio to win.
Yeah, Xander will pretty much guarantee the round here. Rez Cryo says not so fast. Thank you for the free elim. Thank you for the orb. I'll be close to knives now. And he says, look what I found on the ground. Okay, so a very resourceful life from Cryo, as 100 Thieves will get to double digits. Unless Chronicle is able to find one isolated, but likely not going to happen here. And that is just a massive commitment from Cryo, understanding the situation. I can punish Kayak if he's going to play the op up close, and then the slow orb that kind of traps Crashies into position, allows for a freebie for a second. So good stuff out of Cryo.
Now Fnatic starting to realize, okay, that 100 Thieves are going to switch up the game plan, are going to cross from one side to the other, and that's where maybe someone like Alpha can find the right timing and try and walk up and cut out those rotations off. But 100 Thieves are also trying to be aware of the timings of, are Fnatic going to be walking up in the early rounds, and sort of what we're going to be seeing out of Fnatic. It's been really hard for 100 Thieves to read. Feels like they have to kind of adapt on the fly, and they're smart enough to do that.
Purchase will be okay for Fnatic. We'll have light armors in play, but a lot of weapons can still be repurchased. But 100 Thieves, you start to feel it now. Like, we're having our way on the offensive side. You've only dropped, what, 2 rounds? Yeah. And that's largely because Kayak hit some impressive shots. Like, you are controlling tempo nicely. And I think you just kind of stick to your guns. And yeah, another moment where Fnatic's going to try something a little bit cheeky. Alpha, wide peek, works out. Xander drops. Turret providing a bit of destruction, and Alpha will be traded. We go 4v4.
I walked down from Dube, and Fnatic wanted to cut off those rotations. Now they get ahead of the game with those picks, but 100 Thieves they don't really live with that deficit for too long. They're always at least able to go from a 5v4 to a 4v4. Now really just thinking, off of Boostio kind of starting to create that space over at A, they'll bring the spike over. Yeah,
they're just clearing a couple of angles. They're going to know that Kayak is not here. And that might be enough information to commit to this play. And you can see, yeah, Boostio is just playing the anti-air defense right now. Just don't let him jump back up to that backside screen. Aldrone out. deleted very quickly. Busio does get tagged. Slow orb to stop at any impeding possible plant. Nano to push off the angle, and Asuna will just take the vents, and the ropes rather, over and get the plant up top. This is going to be difficult for Fnatic to retake into, especially considering it's a Viper and Sage in the mix.
Crashy just has one shock bolt. You got Nade too, and Fnatic starting to get smoked off. It's not going to be easy, so Crashies at least can clear one corner, but Fnatic just have to swing and use the power of friendship, and it's going to be who can continue the lead or even things up. Trade for trade. 100 Thieves are holding it down for as long as they can, and Kayak finally activates on the flank, a double kill, now dashing towards the spike. That is all, and Fnatic get up to match point.
Yeah, that's just another one of those moments that you like it from 100 Thieves initially because you commit through, you get a read that Kayak was initially playing over towards the B side of the map, or more importantly, you just know he's not on A. So you're going to say, all right, we're in there. We're going to commit. We know he's playing it up. Problem is, he drops the op for a Vandal. He's quick on the pinch. And no one's really watching for it, because if you're 100 Thieves looking at a Jet with an op, you just don't expect that that's the player on your flank. You've accounted for everything else. So nice moment from Kayak. Swapping the weapon, getting into play. Also just the fact that you get a trade from Crashies is massive to allow Kayak to continue to be a little bit unguarded and uncovered. So huge round for Fnatic, who now find themselves on that point.
That's the Kayak difference. What can he not do? There's always a player on Fnatic who has to step up and make miracles happen and to will a win into existence when it otherwise looks sometimes cooked. But got the ult from Asuna, and he's going to go for a plant in the middle of his own smoke. Okay. He got the walk down from 2 from Fnatic, kind of the same thing they did last round.
Yeah, this is messy, but the thing is, this is going to put a lot of pressure on 100 Thieves just because you've got this snowball of a rotation coming through the middle of the map for Fnatic. Asuna maybe in position, but Boaster's seen it. And now you look to see if Busio can help out at all. Good timing for Asuna here. Can he find more than just the first? Yes, he can, but the trade is out.
And it's just Kayak, now 100 Thieves have finally gotten together to get it up to 11. And what was it? Mitch was saying 13-7 for Fnatic. I'm a little bit off with the 13-10 for 100
I'm
Thieves.
way off.
But what was yours again?
I don't want to talk about it. Let's get into the next round.
Man, this is the best map I think we've had on the B stream.
Oh, without question.
This is hype.
We've had beatdowns.
Yeah.
We
said this was our match of the day.
We did say that, and I was skeptical, but here I am, eating my words for dinner.
Oh, you got EU close to a Hunter's Fury. Knives out from Kayak with Stinger buys. Or, you know, Hero Vandal too from Fnatic. But it's all up to what Kayak can accomplish really deep into B main. And 100 Thieves kind of like to play slow sometimes in these early rounds, see what Fnatic are cooking up in the walk-up.
Well, and this is the thing, is the economy gets a little bit shattered here for Fnatic. So you've got a couple of Stingers and a Guardian in the mix. So it's going to force Fnatic to consider playing a bit more aggressive, which again, with this composition, it's not going to feel all that comfortable. But look at the space they've already taken. You've already gotten through Tube. You've already gotten through Green. The Viper can rotate back for Boaster, and those snake bites can help delay a little bit longer for these flanks to get into the action. So, you know, for Fnatic, you've got them cornered, you've got them pinned. Now it just comes to, can you hit the shots with the Stingers?
Hey, Kayak was impactful on the flank before. With the Stinger, it'll be kind of different, and Alpha holds it down on the front line. So 100 Thieves are kind of weak, and despite the Vandals, it should be just better. But you're not obscuring screens a whole lot, so you're going to have to play from the low ground. Kayak with the knives out. Okay, Stinger not so good. Knives even better. But are these butter knives or what? The flank is okay.
EU has to win this fight. He just absolutely has to. That's your post-plant security, and he's able to win it. Xander also able to follow up onto the site, makes this a little bit more doable. Zasuna's on an island, but the Hunter's Fury for EU is the win condition.
This is for the win, and it's all up to EU to save 100 Thieves, and you still have a Hunter's Fury, but Crashies is up first, and a big win. Fnatic 13-11.
Wow, it was a great opening dart. It's just one of those things that if he's able to follow up with the second one, maybe there's a world where he's able to convert, but the biggest part about that is that initial walkdown. I don't know what happened to Cryo right there. Like, it just looked weird from our observer, but he kind of just side strafes into a corner. He didn't look like he was flashed. Looked like he saw a member from Fnatic close by, but just gets completely caught and isolated. Doesn't get those knives into play. Maybe takes a little bit longer than you'd like for the isolation on the other side, as Kayak was quickly again on the flank behind B. And after the first half was looking really dire, 100 Thieves giving us some major consideration here to the just recently runner-ups at the international stage in Toronto. So impressive showing for 100 Thieves after what was a very slow start. It just felt very different than what we were used to, and it almost caught Fnatic off guard a touch there.
Yeah, a little sketch when you go up 9-3 and then 100 Thieves almost tie it up, but we kind of wanted to see how this Omen was going to look, and it definitely shined more for 100 Thieves on their offense, and they almost looked like they had a flawless second half until Fnatic started bringing out the timeout and kind of really iced things out for 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
And Fnatic looked better and better. 100 Thieves started also hitting the A site more. I thought B looked stronger, but they just tried to keep switching it up to keep Fnatic on their toes.
Yeah, and I think on the other side of, like, I've said this a couple of different moments throughout the map, Fnatic, especially in that defensive half, they were trying a lot to catch 100 Thieves off guard, and none of those trap plays really worked out all that well. So, I know it's a 13-11, it's a really tight scoreline, but you kind of wonder, I think, a little bit if you're a purist to what Fnatic likes to play as, of were they being a little bit too cheeky and getting a little bit punished for being too cute? Maybe, but regardless, the result is the result. Fnatic walks away with the win, but I think 100 Thieves fans will be impressed to see what they were able to offer, considering that they weren't at Toronto and they came out second in the qualifier to get here in the first place.
Kind of a big performance out of Kayak too. It was fun to watch Fnatic, and it was our best map of B stream, but we also have one of our best interviews coming up, and it's Pilsky with Crashies.
Sorry.
All right, so we just finished up that best of one between Fnatic and 100 Thieves. The boys back home really made you work for that. Is this a different kind of matchup for you playing 100 Thieves, or is it just another game? What was the vibe for you?
It's always fun to play my NA boys, obviously. I know them very well, but yeah, it's just kind of another game for us. No pressure, just playing the game.
I mean, it was kind of like the tale of two attacking sides. You guys started really hot. Obviously, it was a pretty grueling best of one. Not only did it go long, but it took a while to get going as well. That changes things up a lot. So how did it feel getting it across the line after they really brought it quite close? A lot of like B contacts, things like that, a lot of info denial and, changing things up quite a lot. How did that feel, and what were your guys' adjustments in response to some of that?
Yeah, I think they were playing their attack side pretty well. We tried to adapt kind of early. We tried a few different things that just wasn't working, so we just resorted to playing kind of standard and let them do what they want to do, and we'll figure it out. And yeah, that's what ended up working. We won some close rounds in the end, so yeah, I'm just glad we could close it out.
So how are you feeling going into the rest of the group now? Best of one out of the way. A lot of people didn't even expect it to really necessarily get that close, but 100 Thieves brought a fantastic game today. But now moving into the best of threes, especially for you guys being a big favorite for this event, that should feel a little bit more comfortable for you, right?
Yeah, obviously best of threes are nice. This is probably the scariest matchup we could play, 100 Thieves, and they have a lot of info on us because we just came from Toronto, second place, a lot of footage. So yeah, BO3s, I think we'll be good.
Who do you have your eye on in the group going forward here? You're going into your qualification match. You feeling confident?
Yeah, definitely confident. We're going to play either Gen G or EDG. Too hard.
I think Gen G did take that one out pretty convincingly. So
okay, so yeah, then I guess we're playing Gen G. Hard opponent, but I think we're going to get revenge from Toronto. So
yeah, feeling confident. So look, specifically for the Gen G matchup, anyone in mind that you have? What's the vibe playing some of those guys from Pacific? That's where I'm from, so be careful what you say.
Yeah, obviously we're familiar with Texture and all of them. Like I said, we play them in Toronto, so we're pretty familiar with them. We watch a lot of them, so yeah, we're ready. So
awesome. Well, we'll let you go take a well-deserved rest, Crashies, before you play your game against Gen G, and we'll throw it back up to the highlights and back onto the desk.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I think just overall it kind of cements what we're talking about, where Fnatic are trying some different things in that second half. You hear it from Crashies, none of it really worked out. So what do? Let's just play the comp that we have, make the adjustments, and yeah, trust that Kayak's going to do Kayak things, and that worked out nicely.
It was kind of funny to hear about the advantage/disadvantage of whether you played Masters or not, because you have a lot of you have a lot of footage on you out there, and 100 Thieves not so much. So I'm sure they learned a lot. And does this win for Fnatic say more about them or 100 Thieves? Because this was closer than what a lot of people expected, Pilsky.
Yeah, absolutely. What were you going to say,
Yeah,
Chip?
I was going to say, and Crashies kind of hits it in that best of three. Like, their map pool is so well fleshed out. Like, I understand the idea of, like, you're going into a best of one and you're sitting here like, oh, sweet, we get Icebox. But wait, we played Icebox a lot at Toronto. So
yes,
let's just that's why I think it maybe calls for them to try something different that's not on film, like some of those aggressive pushdowns that didn't work. But I think as you get deeper into best of threes, potentially best of 5 grand final, that's where Fnatic shows their strength, their ability to flex their map pool.
I mean, you know, we heard it from Crashies, the approach from Fnatic. I mean, standard as standard gets. They're playing the Sage on Icebox, you know. They don't want to really reinvent the wheel too much. They like to kind of adapt and play things on the mid-round. But 100 Thieves played a fantastic game. They changed up from the Gecko comp into the Omen comp. That's a big playmaking comp on Icebox, and you could tell they were really playing around the Sage comp. They were trying to disrupt before the post plants came in. They kept changing it up from faster plays where they had like the top side B play that they did with the Omen getting the really quick plants. And then they had some really dry contact rounds where they're just swinging dry. There was a couple of missed shots from Kayak as well that made a couple of those rounds go a little bit better. So they really had a deep playbook. They had a bit of a read going into this one, Jen. And look, it was very close.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves overcooked a little bit on these flanks. Like, they would send 2 or 3 down, and Fnatic didn't really let them have the time to develop those flanks. They would just keep pushing on the front lines, and Fnatic would clear out Boostio, who was left solo while the flank was still forming. So, like that, Fnatic just didn't give them an inch.
Yeah, I think the other part about this, and with the struggle of 100 Thieves going into a composition that they're trying to outflex what has been a very passive defensive setup for Fnatic, is you sometimes forget about the power that Gecko had for you. Your ability to toss a Dizzy and get all high ground clearance is something that they really missed in that first half. They weren't able to get anything for defensive pressure to keep Kayak off the high ground. That's where he really farmed up in that first half. And then, of course, he shows up when it matters most to come up clutch for the team in the last couple of rounds. So it just, that first half is what really I think is going to stand out for 100 Thieves in terms of how they were building up and scheduling this matchup and preparing for what I'm sure they were banking on was going to be an Icebox.
Yeah, I'm hoping that's going to give them some confidence. As we've seen from a lot of the best of 1 games, you've had a lot of very top teams, very quality teams so far here in EWC Valorant, pushed very close. And I think even if you are on the losing end of the equation, like Billy taking on Paper Rex or your 100 Thieves here, knowing that you're playing the very best teams in the world very close on at least a map is definitely going to help out your confidence, Jen.
And not to be a hater, and this is both a good and a bad thing about Fnatic, is they have these players that are stars. They'll just muscle through and get these miracles. Like, one player just starts popping off, like whether it's Kayak and it was Alpha or it was Chronicle at Masters. But does it always have to be one player that kind of just like grabs around and wills it into existence? Like,
I don't think so. I think it's just the way Fnatic's system is built. Anyone can step up when they find a vulnerability. Yeah. And this time it was Kayak. He had 9 total first bloods. 6 of them were on offense. So it just goes to say that, again, he was just free. And Fnatic say, if you're going to get more high ground control at the Kayak, just have at it. Have a good time.
Yeah, I think you definitely see that, especially when they're playing a really default comp like the Sage comp. You need to be a little bit more like caveman, man with gun adaptations.
For sure, yeah,
like Alpha's just going to push down mid and contain them when they take the A main control, or, you know, you're going to have Chronicle just sitting inside of the dark cover progressed on B long. It's a little bit more of the, I wouldn't call them simple solutions. You know, Valorant's a game with, you've got things flying everywhere. You've got missiles, you've got water walls and things like that. Sometimes you need to bring it back down to man with gun shift.
That's true. Shout out Herbert, though. That's my Aura farmer right there.
Aura farmer.
No, and again, I just have to say it again. Like, that's the strength of this Fnatic team is, depending on the map, anyone can pop off and what the compositions look like. They're a very, very solid top-to-bottom squad. And that's what we saw, not just in their region, but we saw it again in Toronto. Yeah. You heard it from Crashies. They're excited to get a little bit of revenge against Gen G.
Well, that's the thing. That is already a mouth-watering fixture here in EWC. Like, Fnatic Gen G qualification match, that's going to be an absolute banger.
Yeah, I think it's not even just the firepower of Fnatic, but also kind of the anchoring that Alpha did on the defense. I think we're kind of very recency looking at the second half, but I think Alpha being able to stop a lot of the 100 Thieves flanks was a huge reason why they couldn't get a lot more rounds going, why that half went 9-3.
Yeah, that's very true as well. There were a couple of 1v1s that happened, like flank for flank, or at least lurk for lurk, and that changes the dynamic of how the rounds go as well. 100 Thieves sometimes coming out as benefit for that, but yeah, it's just when you've got somebody like Alpha who can trustedly go on his own rogue mission and come away with at least a 1-for-1, it's going to set you the rest of your team up for a lot of success. And so, yeah, good stuff from Fnatic.
We'll probably spend a fair bit of time setting the table for the next best of 3. So let's, again, do A-Stream React. You know, it is our duty. We are just React streamers at this point. Unfortunately, guys, Edward was not gaming. I'm happy about the result, but if you wanted Edward to be gaming, Jen, no,
Edward
not today.
Edward sleeping?
Eeping.
Eeping. Who do they face?
Gen G. Gen G, that's why they're in the progression match.
Oh, so EDG gets 100 Thieves later tonight.
Should be. Yeah, that's a banger as well. I mean, this group is just too stacked. As you can see, next match is going to be BBL taking on DRX. That's going to be a best of 3. Best of 1s are over. Look, honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing some more of the Veto, seeing some more of the depth from some of the teams here, Jen.
Yeah, and that match is going to be coming up soon. We have 2 best of 3s left, and it's going to be a long day, and I think energy levels are going to be coming into factor for some of our players.
Yes.
So.
Yep. 100%.
I'm ready to go.
You ready to go?
I don't want to hear any fatigue
I'm 100% ready to go. But look, I'm seeing some EAP here and there creeping into some of the players, but that's where you really got to push through. You got to push through the wall. That's the difference between, you know, these veteran players that have played these long play days, multiple best of 3s, you know, they've played these long tournaments. Those are the teams that more consistently go deeper in these events.
And the other side of it is, like, a lot of the events that are set up for Valorant don't have teams playing multiple matches in one day. So now you're going off of a long, getting yourself prepared for one best of 1. You know who your opponent is. Now you've only had maybe a couple of hours at best to get yourself ready for a best of 3 versus an opponent that you may not have expected to fight, depending on, you know, which group you're looking at right here. Like BBL, DRX, I don't think people would have expected that. They would have expected Sentinels to get through BBL. Yeah. So now there's an opportunity to possibly, again, surprise us a touch in this best of 3.
Yeah, 100%. So look, BBL DRX is going to be our next game here on the B stream. Will be a best of 3. So we'll go to a short break and we'll be back with all of that action for you.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. 2 worlds inspired by each other. 2 worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2025. We're here covering the VALORANT action in the group stage in the STC Esports Arena. We've already got all the best of ones out of the way. We've set the table. We've got teams seeded into the elimination matches, teams seeded into the progression matches as well. We just watched a banger between Fnatic and 100 Thieves, Kev. That was as close as it gets.
Maybe it shouldn't have been, though. I feel like the second half kind of got away from Fnatic a little bit. We looked at the first half, looked very clean from Fnatic, 9-3, and then, I don't know, things got maybe a little sloppy. I'm seeing Fnatic really take some of these aggressive angles on that defense, getting punished a little for that. 100 Thieves finding their groove, you know, still a threat in this tournament.
100%. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be bringing up against, I believe, EDG in that lower bracket match. That is going to be a banger as well, Shift.
Should be. I mean, EDG did not look particularly great based on the results that we saw. 100 Thieves looked good, so, you know. Pass the dish, move on to the next.
Yeah, and moving on to the next, we will BBL in a huddle. Taking this game very seriously. It's going to be a longer day for some of these players, but BBL have already surpassed expectations at this tournament, Kev. They've been, I think BBL stands for bubbling. They've been bubbling under the surface in EMEA. And that is energy.
That
is the vibes that you want to hear.
I'll tell you, one of the Bs might be for big, because I'm hearing big energy back there. That was absolutely sick. We watched them come through and probably have, would you guys agree with me, maybe the upset of the day so far? I mean, taking down Sentinels, one of the strong favorites for this tournament, one of my favorites for this tournament, given that G2 are coming in with a weaker lineup compared to what we were used to seeing. Sentinels, they are the team that needs to hold NA strong on their shoulders, and BBL take them down. A BBL squad that is like on the up and coming. We talked about the fact that they are a real true dark horse, and they proved it game one. I mean, absolutely phenomenal stuff. I want to point out a specific player, Duelist 11, 18-year-old young Turk coming in, absolutely demolishing the server, playing up against Zekin, who is like an MVP level player, and Levin just dropped 30 on Sentinels.
Anybody who's been watching the challenger scene in Turkey or EMEA Ascension, any of that tier 2 competition, it's like a conveyor belt, bro. They just keep pumping out young Turkish players that are just cracked as hell, Shift.
Don't sleep on them, my man. Constantinople, Istanbul, Constantinople. I'm just going for just Turkey references at this point.
Nice.
But no, I mean, the thing about it is, like, it is a surprise. BBL, you know, not to, like, rain down on them a little bit. They had a good group stage, didn't meet expectations at the EMEA playoffs. And then you come into EWC qualifiers with missing the cut to get into Toronto.
Yeah.
And you take care of business. You deal with Team Liquid, who we already talked about is kind of cursed right now.
Yeah.
This can't get through these, you know, middle of the range teams, so to speak. But coming out and setting the tone, winning a best of one versus Sentinels is huge. Confidence has got to be high.
100%, and I'm glad that you brought up the EWC qualifier in particular, because you look back through some of the EMEA results, like even in kickoff, BBL was able to take out Fnatic, although that was, I think, Fnatic a little bit slower earlier on in the year. Yeah. But they basically have only been losing to Heretics as well as Team Liquid. So being able to actually, you know, overcome a team that's given them a lot of trouble is a very promising sign for BBL. Over on the other side of things, DRX, I mean, what a bloody opening game for them with Flicker in the roster, Shift. That was absolute gas on Haven, mate.
Boy came, teed it up, knocked it out of the park, my guy. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better debut from Flicker. Talking about a DRX team that we really spoke a lot about. Their expectations are high. They're not going to deal with nonsense. They want to be at the best that they possibly can be. They didn't feel like a Charlotte brought that to the table. You had Flicker into an international debut, and he top frags with nearly double positive KD. So everything you would want in terms of DRX being able to add that fragging potential, and it's on a Viper nonetheless, so it's huge for them.
And he stepped in right now as well. You know, we talked about the fact that you had the interview with Marco, and it's like, is Flicker going to be playing this entire tournament? Didn't really answer the question, but we can just answer the question right now. He's on stage right now. He's getting ready to play right now. So Estrella is still out. Flicker is still in. We're getting ready to see just how much depth that Flicker can add to this roster, considering this is going to end up being a BO3. We can go to all 3 maps here. Flicker's going to really need to pull through for more than just a BO1 this time.
And that's the thing about it, is like, how much time and repetitions has he been able to build in terms of getting across the entirety of DRX's map pool?
Yes.
You know, coming in prepping for a best of one, all right, you have an idea of what the Vetos are going to look like, but now you have to really stretch to see if this guy is the truth.
Well, you said the key word. Let's bring them up. Let's have a look at the map pool for this best of 3 between BBL and DRX and kind of set some of these expectations going into the series. I totally agree with your point there, Shift. I think for Flicker, he's shown the Viper on Haven, and they said in the interview, DRX, that that's not necessarily a specific agent to his pool. Looking through his pool, I don't think it is either. I'm looking at a lot of reps on things like Yoru, a little bit of Enit, and I think DRX as a team are going to be flexible enough to play anything. Another Sunset coming in early on there, Kev.
Yeah, I do wonder wonder, you know, what are we going to end up seeing here? Because Sunset has been a map that I think for the BBL side, actually one that they haven't played for a long time, which is maybe a little surprising that they decided to pull this one through. I mean, basically, this roster really, what is it? December last year is when we saw Sunset with this team, so it's been a while since we've seen a BBL Sunset at all, so a lot of questions in terms of what they're going to be doing. I mean, we're so many patches ahead of when they last came to here.
Yeah, Sunset has been a map that we have seen from DRX, played it in the grand final at the PAC, championship grand final versus PRX, lost it, but they get their best map in Ascent and a decider of Haven, which has been great for them. So DRX is going to be thrilled about their ability to clean up the back half of the series if they do not take the opening Sunset, whereas for BBL, this is going to stretch their pool just a touch. Just looking at the results on the year so far, Ascent has been fine, 4-2. Haven has been okay, 4-3. So not as convincing of a map pool in terms of statistics, but again, different venue, different environment, different tournament.
Paper, and we've seen DRX play Ascent a number of times now. They beat PaperX twice on that one. In fact, in the actual qualifier to get into this event versus PaperX, they lose overall series, but the one map they got, it was this Ascent. Yeah. And there's still, that was still Teo meta, so they put the Teo on board, but we also see the Deadlock in there as well. So really interested to see now in this current DRX squad with the changes to the roster, how they're going to navigate that.
Yeah, I think Ascent is not a map that I necessarily heavily associate with DRX.
No.
I think I'm really thinking more towards the Lotuses. They are a team that's quite flexible in terms of the pool overall, but it's no surprise to see them take out Pearl. That's been their permanent ban for donkey's years at this point. So look, honestly, I'm interested to see the Haven with the Viper comp that they have mixed in if we make it there. And as for Ascent, I think they could play anything. I think they could even go back to like a double duelist or something like that, to be honest. That's something that they ran with Flashback in the roster previously. We've seen Flicker play the Yoru a little bit.
Yeah, they've had a lot of success running a couple of different comps on the map, but getting into the conversation about Sunset, I'll be interested, I think, for BBL. As we mentioned, have not played it since December, so kind of throw that all away. Will they throw Levin onto the Neon and try to go with that early aggression, and try to match what DRX is likely going to play, which is that. So that'll be, I think, an interesting point of conversation to see what identity we're going to get from BBL.
And Levin got away with a lot on the Jet and that Icebox versus Sentinels in that BO1 game, and he was able to play super aggressively, completely disrespecting Sentinels, and this is part of probably why you see this BBL success coming through, where, one of the insane rounds was he comes up with a Stinger, walks into B, and just out-frags Zekin, who unfortunately 140 taps him with a Phantom, but I mean, just who does that kind of thing? He's like full buys armor, he has no money, full buys armor Stinger, and just takes that duel and wins it. And that was just Levin throughout the entire map on Icebox, repeatedly getting away with plays like that and absolutely demolishing Sentinels for the majority of that map. So wondering if we go to the Neon, we go to the Sunset, how much of that does he do again? And how much respect does he show DRX or lack thereof?
Yeah, I think, honestly, this BBL team, it's a perfect mix as far as you ask me. You've got some vets in there, you've got Yampi, you've got Magnum. These guys have well and truly got their reps. They played on some top EMEA squads. Then you're mixing in some young Turkish talent. You've picked out Profek. He was insane in Ascension EMEA, despite the fact that I remember his team go next. They went up 2-0, and people were thinking, like, they beat Apex, who were like the favorites for the end. People were saying to themselves, Go Next might be a contender to be able to win Ascension EMEA, and then they choked and got grouped, unfortunately. And Profek still put up some really good numbers. He's been a hell of a player, and I think he's been a big pickup for BBL. I would have thought that a lot of teams would have their eye on him as a pickup for the controller position, and he's really been valuable for BBL as a pickup.
Yeah, he crushed the qualifier, came away with a VLR rating of a 1.34, which was like light years ahead.
He's one of the better rated players in the qualifier, right?
Yes, absolutely. He was the top, at least in EMEA, by a million. He also pulled a 1.5 KD. That doesn't hurt. So, like, it's one of those situations that you're getting value out of a player that you expect to just kind of play your controllers and
he puts up numbers on controllers, bro. He's been doing that for quite a while. So they've got some good veteran experience. They've got some good firepower over on the side of BPL. It's no surprise as to why they're performing so well consistently in EMEA, maybe not getting those international placements until this chance at EWC. This is the event that they've been waiting for, Kev.
Yeah, and they only barely missed out on Toronto by a single game versus versus Team Liquid. There was that final map of Fracture. They looked like they had the capability of even beating Team Liquid, which they ended up doing to qualify for this event. So they eventually get their revenge, and this is now, well, their second international showing in terms of games played, but this is their first international event. So a young squad, a rookie 11 who's looking absolutely on fire at the moment, and a BBL squad that is really heavily motivated given the fact that they already missed out on one big event, and now this is the time to prove themselves. And
you beat a Sentinels team that you're thinking you could beat anybody.
Yeah.
Legitimately. In a best of one, it's an overtime, it's a heated matchup. You're getting some, like you mentioned, Kev, like just you had some ego wins where you're just like, I'm just better than these guys. Like that goes so far for the mental of these individuals that, again, don't have that same kind of international experience.
I mean, you're an 18-year-old rookie and you're going up against Zekken and you're just like, I'm better than Zekken.
They're built different in Turkey,
let's go.
bro.
Like, yeah,
I'm telling you.
This guy is like, he's got that Althea aim, and it's disgusting to watch. He's really, really good.
Yeah, look, you see a lot of that from the Turkish players. For the side of DRX, though, I mean, they're going to be wanting to take this matchup out as well. I think these teams will have been pretty close to fourth in their respective regions, at least in the recent stages. We were talking about BBL narrowly missing out on Toronto. DRX narrowly missing out as well, I believe, in that matchup against Paper X in the lower bracket. So I'm pretty sure this is the fourth EMEA seed in stage 1 and the fourth seed from Pacific, unless I'm missing out on something. So
you're right.
It's going to be a bit of a measuring stick as to how the regions are as well. And I think, look, as far as BBL's concerned, I love DRX. I'm from Pacific. I love this team. I want them to succeed, but I'm almost rooting for a storyline where BBL, like maybe not underachieving a little bit, maybe not quite getting to the international events. If you make your way through Sentinels, DRX back-to-back to qualify into the playoffs,
huge.
I'm with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, I think, maybe the storyline about these two squads. They came out of the groups of their stages in their regions really cleanly with expectations that looked super, super high, but then they don't really get the results that they want to in those playoff runs, finishing fourth, missing out on playing at Masters. But now you follow up, DRX takes care of business cleanly versus XLG. BBL comes out, surprises the Sentinels team that everyone had high expectations for. This is a huge matchup. Both these two teams looking primed to possibly get this the first team to qualify out of the Group B.
BBL do it. I mean, that would be incredible. They already are kind of this young team that we, you know, kind of hesitant to say, we're not going to say they're a favorite, but absolutely, as mentioned many times now, a true dark horse. They beat DRX as well. Now suddenly they're in the conversation to be like one of the best teams at this tournament.
Every EMEA like talent, even like Big Time, who is from the EMEA, is on Pacific. He's literally, I'm just doing Pacific.
Who would he choose for this game?
Definitely BBL. And he's just sitting there. He's just sitting there every day. You know, I'm like, what do you think of the Pacific teams, Morgan? What do you think of the Pacific Big Time? And he's like, at 3 a.m. last night, I was watching BBL. Man, this team is so sick, bro. Like, he's always just gassing them up, bro.
Bitchman was gassing them too. This is my dark horse to win the tournament.
He said that BBL have the capability to win the tournament, and watching that Sentinels game, maybe it could be true, but I will start believing that for real if they can take down DRX. So at minimum, you got 3 maps, super competitive game versus DRX, take at least 1 map. I'm starting to really believe in this BBL squad, and you know, EMEA might be coming to this one looking very hot, considering NA are already starting to maybe drop out. Although Heretics did lose, so maybe that's the one exception.
Yeah, but I think the thing about it is, like, if BBL not only win this series, but do so by way of winning against one of DRX's best maps, historically speaking, that would also kind of, again, boost them in the stocks overall. Small maybe caveat, I think some purists are going to say this isn't, you know, DRX well rehearsed with Flicker in the mix, but from what we saw in map number 1 for DRX, he's improving this team, not letting them down.
I think it's a win. Like, honestly, fair dinkum if they beat Flicker in this form. I mean, this is a hell of a rookie debut from the man. Like, you know, he was putting up numbers in Tier 2 for the Academy team, decent numbers, but the team wasn't particularly successful. Looking at the numbers on the page, was not expecting anything like that bloody Haven game that we just saw from him, Kev.
And that's also like a weird pick. I mean, we discussed this backstage. Viper's not really that meta on Haven.
It's not something DRX even play.
It's the Gen G style, which DRX are adopting a little bit. You're putting a new player onto that role, you know, in the position of one of your veterans of the squad. Former IGL Australia is still here, by the way. Could still end up playing. But you have like a weird comp with a brand new player. Just bringing that out. Game number 1, full confidence, and Yeah, they, especially in that first half,
there are so many
away
reasons why that should go wrong. Legit, you
sure.
know?
Yeah, exactly.
And they've made it work, but that's just vintage DRX. That is that coaching staff. Look, honestly, we've seen a lot of Sunset so far this tournament, more than I'm used to in Pacific. It usually gets banned out. We do not see reps on Sunset too much, so that's kind of changing things up a little bit. And I think, look, I talk a lot about DRX's coaching staff. They've got a phenomenal coaching staff that usually preps them very well for these games, but as you guys mentioned, it's been ages since you've seen anything for BBL. There's going to have to be a little bit more adaptation right off the bat.
You talk about coaching as well, and that's been a change that's been on this BBL roster. You know, they sort of part ways with their former head coach. You have a promotion from Pal from assistant to head coach. And now that, by the way, timing was right as we hit the EWC qualifier, and that's when you start seeing this BBL kind of resurgence. I say resurgence, they still came fourth in EMEA, but they're now, I think, stepping even further beyond that. Powell in the leader's position and just taking this team to a brand new height. I just think it's just so surprising and so awesome to see that they can take it up and beat Sentinels. And now it's just like, well, how far can they really go with Powell in the coaching position at the head of the table and this completely unlocked BBL squad ready to really show what they're made of for their first international event.
I was just looking at the results going on to the Alpha stream. Paper X 13-10 on Lotus, up now 8-1. On Icebox over Carmine Core. So
quick 2-0 for Paper X.
Taking care of business.
after the playoffs, I suppose, for Paper X. Nice and early on. One of the better seeds, probably.
Imagine if, because you have G2, Billy in the lower bracket. G2 win that, get a rematch against Carmine Core. That would be a nice and spicy game, I think, for a good little lower bracket decide to see who the second team coming out of Group A is, as we're pretty sure at this stage, Paper X, strong favorite.
I don't know if G2 beats Billy though.
Yeah, I think I was giving them a little bit, you know, I was coping a little bit for the, I'm just saying it would be a fun storyline, but yeah, given that Billy went so tight against PRX, that's going to be a scary low bracket game.
That's a scary one for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what DRX is going to be bringing into this game. Did have some more kind of mid-season events floating around a little bit. I'm seeing DRX playing a little bit of Deadlock Cypher on the Sunset.
Cypher,
You've already seen the Deadlock once today. It was the solo Senti though. That's
from Titan.
From Titan. Yep. And look, Abo. He went off. The rest of the boys weren't necessarily...
Raga MIA, sadly.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, if we still see what we're going to expect, Deadlock, Cypher, Neon, the whole idea is Neon with support from Sova and Omen, gets clearance of the site, Deadlock throws on a barrier orb, and then you win the round. Like, that's kind of the idea in terms of what DRX will want to do. Now, it just comes down to, does Flicker have that in the back pocket? Or are they going to try to force something like a Viper in the mix again?
I personally think they'll probably just change comp. Like DRX just always comp changes. They always switch things up game to game to game to game. So I really wouldn't expect anything different. Worth mentioning as well that, you know, we do have Flicker in for Estrella. Before it was Estrella Bane doubling up on the Sentis there. Although we did hear in the interview from DRX that Flicker is quite flexible as a player. At least in the Academy roster, we've only seen his official reps on mostly Yoru and Enit, but already bringing out the Viper shows some flexibility in the Asian pool. Wonder what else we're going to be seeing.
Come on, let's go. That's what I just heard.
I got an interview, one for you as well. Just Stream A, you get that BBL win. Levin gets interviewed as the obvious MVP of that particular game and that map. And one of the questions was, what are you guys looking forward to in terms of taking on DRX? And he says he's ready for anything. And I guess we are ready for anything.
You are. Take it away, boys.
All right, thank you. Wow. This has been the podcast of podcasts, but let's jump in. First best of three here. Group B, DRX, BBL, Sunset.
Check this out.
For map number one. Hit me with some
Double Deadlock. It's not going to be one team. It's going to be BBL as well.
Sir.
We do not know what BBL are going to bring to the table for the Sunset that they haven't played for over half a year. Now we'll get the answer to that question. And of course, Levin on the Neon.
The big difference, though, Magnum going to be playing onto the Viper. So we'll see what kind of space that could be created by that. As the opening pick over towards A main seems to be where the action is headed. Hyunmin doesn't like the look of that, backs away. Sensor drones are in place to try to stop this action. At least stall it. Hyunmin comes back with a nice shoulder piece.
And he was so good at getting that versus Titan, or rather versus Shilai Gaming. Both the Chinese teams that lost a little bit earlier on trade back onto Marco.
That's at mid, though, so some pressure now onto this DRX defense. But Bane able to stop that in its place. Sociable takes down the new man up into Flicker. Prophet able to also clear back space at Link. This will be a free rotation back to B.
Huge kill into Bane. You get Bane down, suddenly the map opens up. Now you don't have to finish on A because it's available. And time is still going to be good for this post-plant. Human, though, always dangerous There's a play to watch out for. Still alive, still got good HP to play through. Lack of util here could be a bit of a problem for this DRX side now.
Yep, you still have a smoke available for Profik, so how do you want to set that up as the post plant is back in towards B main? Going to take a little bit of time here for DRX to re-clear out these spaces.
And how do you, and yeah, they'll have to clear all of that out, but then how do you play into this triple setup in main? I mean, you don't have the util for this. You could slide in. I mean, Human's got to probably end up sliding in here.
Oh, there's the refresh on the grab net. Yampi stuck in the corner. Counter comes through, and yeah, Yunmin's got nowhere to go. BBL able to out-trade it, and that'll be working out beautifully for the first round, and it really comes down to that play back through mid.
Exactly. In mid, Bane, he goes 1-for-1, but then loses a further deal. Is DRX couldn't quite hold on to that mid position, allowing BBL full rotations, 3-man setup in towards B main, super hard to clear, very little util available on the side of DRX to play through, and a loud cheer you hear from BBL as they win that round.
Yeah, good stuff, clean stuff. And the early play over towards A is going to be interesting to see how DRX want to deal with that. Saw the sensors be dropped kind of into choke points over towards A link and backside A elbow. But yep, one-way dark cover just gets beat by timing, even with the initial lockdown coming through. Flicker trying to follow up, does take care of it, one trade, but numbers still good for BBL.
He was even grab netted. That maybe even helps him out because he just goes to crouch and defeats the crosshair placement. Oh, DRX, Spring and Flicker dropping 2 there, already forcing rotations. BBL can go quiet now, play off their one-player advantage. They're hoping that DRX were going to fall off this site. Humans looking to potentially check this with his own body.
Yeah, you do lose your Neon though, so there is an opportunity here to play a little bit of contact. Mako's got plenty of utility to try to help out for Hyunmin if he hits a shot.
This is actually quite nice. I like that he's just going to be like playing in his own smoke, has Paranoia ready to go.
Yeah.
Hyunmin's fallen off though, which is a problem because if he wants to play for a Paranoia, it would be good to have Hyunmin play off that.
Nice try, trying to play off the sound cue for the orb, doesn't fully work out. Sociable there to keep Yampi safe. And now it's just down to what Hyunmin and Bane can find inside the A site. Paranoia cuts it across Hyunmin for 1, but the trades are decent, and BBL will pretty convincingly take the second.
Yeah, I'm loving the confidence out of BBL right now. They're willing to take these fights, able to win them as well. That initial trade with the grab net coming through early on in A main, won by BBL. And just play it quietly. Really comes down to Mako finding a play through his own smoke.
Yep.
Didn't end up using his Paranoia, which, you know, possible situation where I know he wants to play off the timing, maybe Paranoia's first. Situation we could be playing off the contact of Hyunmin as well, but maybe some difficulty there, just given if Hyunmin gets rushed down straight away into elbow, how fast can Mako activate? So yeah, it is definitely a tough spot.
It's also an anti-eco who's got a classic. Like fast laying up, looking to move quickly as BBL onto the B site. Able to get that pretty convincingly.
Yeah, Bane's just going to give it up.
Yep. Going to play for retake, of course. There is a sensor behind the setup on this post plant that Mako is going to try to feel out. Should be triggered.
Oh, he's able to crouch past that one. That's
sure
the thing. He can crouch past that one easily, and Profik has to be good for this, and he is. Really huge kill. Guardian taking out Mako.
Here comes the take, though, from the backside at B. Bane for 1. Hyunmin following up, but the trade's still too good for BBL. Freeing the last one left alive, and he's got nowhere to go. Don't know if we needed the annihilation there, but you can stalk the body. Why
look
not?
at this, look at this. Just let him know. Disrespect him a little bit here. Well, this is BBL. They know that they're coming into this one as underdogs. They know every other team. Most teams they're going to face, especially the deeper they get in this tournament, are probably going to get favored, are going to be favored against them, rather. And BBL's like, we don't care. We don't care how the predictions go.
Yeah.
We're just going to be better than you. We're going to out-aim you. We're going to outplay. We're going to disrespect you. Yeah, just drop Annihilation in there. Yeah, we'll just do what we want.
I mean, the thing about it is the Annihilation is tossed as the retake is on the way, so, like, I get it. But clean stuff. I love the tempo change here for BBL, just not letting DRX get their feet underneath them. And now they're back on to a save. The bonus coming through puts this very firmly in BBL's control.
It's a huge kill from Profik as well, because that could have been troublesome on that flank angle in B main. So, you know, massive stuff is be another DRX. At least a couple upgraded pistols here and a Stinger, but not looking at too much more.
Grab net forced out. No peek from Mako as the dark cover supplies the support it needs. Reveal is here. Levin, though, stalled until Sociable comes to join. And that will be market control going to BBL in a 5v4 early.
Mako has a lot to do here. I don't know that he realizes what's occurred as Levin is just going to walk straight through. He dies anyway, and this is going to be a nice backstab. The round's over.
Yep.
Didn't expect too much out of DRX given the money game, but we're already thinking about, is a timeout's going to come through DRX now? This is already at 0-4. They have their second gun round coming on through. BBL on a bit of a roll. They're heating up. They're confident. They're yelling. They're excited.
Everything's working. That's the other part about it. Again, it's early. I get it. But everything that they've put together so far has worked. So definitely leads you to some narrative and pattern trends as we move a little bit deeper into this and forcing DRX, like you mentioned, have to make some responses happen.
And there's a bit of context here as well. If we go back to the Sentinels BBL game that happened just a little bit earlier today on the A stream. It was 5 in a row in that second half attacking side for BBL before Sentinels finally locked in. They came through very well-timed, tactical timeout, some choice words given over.
Okay. Love this already from DRX in terms of an adjustment. You got the one-way smoke on the corner. That does get into play deep, but you also throw an early barrier mesh. It allows DRX to kind of focus their energy early in this round right here at mid. Is there a double swing available? Yep, Hyunmin for the first. Is there more? Yampi follows, but Mako trades. Numbers advantage for the first time to DRX.
A massive shutdown in terms of the gameplay for BBL as well. They don't really have any other map control to speak of. And a potential, DRX was thinking about double facing straight down from top mid, re-smoking the one-way to give Bane a little bit more to work with as well.
Deep recon bolt pulls back Mako just a touch, but Flicker still holds on to the
this is
close
going to be
corner.
rough now.
Yeah, and this is, I like this from DRX with that early barrier mesh. It kind of allows you to take a little bit of an extra focused energy in the opening first 45 seconds of the round to where you can try to do something like that, where you're playing for double swings at mid. You know that B main's going to be safe. The issue will be, if this continues to be a set play for them, how does BBL respond? And if they don't even pop any contact, then DRX will go back to essentially doing the same thing that they were doing.
This could still be in a reasonable round for BBL, and I'm not even talking about the plant here. I'm talking about the fact that, okay, he's going to get the plant for money, but any kills he gets is really heavy damage. That's going to be freeing down. And that's the other thing. It is also clutchable. He's got another smoke coming online. Can he isolate these angles?
No.
But there's 3 members down. If you look at the economy for DRX, they're going to walk away with only 2 guns here. So some damage was done after honestly, that should have probably have gone worse for BBL.
Yeah. And I just want to keep an eye on what that barrier match is going to look like if DRX continue to throw that very early at B main. Because if it does BBL just say, all right, we'll wait for that to fade, and then just keep the pressure on DRX's defense, which has been very faulty to this point. But this is the benefit that DRX get. You shut down B main, extra numbers can focus on different parts of the map. You win those opening trades.
Imagine if Bane dies here, by the way. That would have been critical.
Yeah. See what we get. Barrier mesh, not going to be thrown immediately here. It's a dark cover to get placed instead this time.
DRX, full ultimates available. Speaking of which, it's going to be TP into spawn coming through from BBL. And it's BBL trying to speed things up.
And that'll work. I mean, speed things up is putting it lightly. Profit
Ooh, double
all the way
tag.
deep over towards the defensive spawn. Hunter's Fury follows. Hyunmin able to respond, though. Gets us to a 2v2, but the Neural Theft will reveal that the B side is wide open for the taking. And Sociable will continue to let himself get pinged deep to see if he can slow down DRX on this rotation.
See if Bane has a timing here. He's going to have a 1v1, but he's just not on the right angle. Not at all. Sociable has now potentially just finished this one up. Just Hyunmin left alive and not in any sort of position to get that kill, to bring it to a 1 versus 1. BBL again, keeping that lead strong.
Yeah, looking good. Tempo, tempo, tempo has been everything. Economy's going to flip now. And this is where things start to get really, really dastardly as BBL is just running away with this first half. And again, the issue right now is DRX, they want to take these early fights. They want to be in a position to respond to the aggression from BBL.
Yep.
And they're doing so by throwing early utility at B main, but they're still not winning the gunfights that they do. Sociable's 11-3 for crying out loud.
Yeah. It's interesting that the deadlocks, when we look back at the Titan game as well, as Abo top fragging.
Well, that'll work. Talk about, again, getting aggressive through B main. The overdrive's in play. Flicker with the Hunter's Fury back over towards mid. Not going to connect. But that's
look how
great
deep
space.
Hyunmin
And
is.
it's a weapon. He's got the overdrive now. Weapon's been collected. Plus, the spike is down.
11. Ooh, just didn't realize how close Hyunmin rather was, and Hyunmin will go down after collecting 3. This guy's the first Blood Master And he has done more than enough for DRX to come back in this run. And look, DRX had ultimates coming into that was their advantage, despite not having weaponry. Annihilation is still there for freeing, by the way.
Following it up off an Annihilation is going to be tough, though, with a Classic and a Stinger behind it. So we'll see if there's going to be any potential to kind of at least isolate if they get a read. Magnum, bit of a rogue mission. Does he get good contact on Flicker? He does initially, but doesn't convert the elimination. So everything resets, 40 seconds on the clock.
They know it's not A as well, because A is so well covered by Bane's utility. Just contacting up 2 players, one by one. Prophet already down, just down to Magnum now.
30 seconds
And this is a huge economic win. DRX is about to get their thrifty win, and they pick up guns too. This is massive.
The weapons are a little far away to get the instant upgrade, but they should be able to get 2. So that'll be nice. We'll see if Bane can find another. No, he's not going to get there in time. But still, regardless of it, a huge thrifty win for DRX puts them right back into this map.
Yeah, that's a confidence builder as well. As you start to hear some of the celebrations, a little bit more mild than BBL, but for DRX, measured, calm, collected, as they're not going to fall prey to the pressure of being down 1 in 5 earlier on in this Sunset, which is BBL's map choice that they haven't shown since December of last year. They're showing it now. It's looking good, but DRX are still DRX.
Yeah, they're fighting, man. And again, they're doing the right things in terms of let's take B away, force the gunfights to happen through mid or at A, which is tough to do against a deadlock. So they're doing the right things in terms of keeping them in the playbook to counteract what BBL are throwing. Different look this time, though. BBL going to have a little bit of a show of force at B main and now start to get an aggressive step forward at elbow.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be info now. Shots fired. Tag into Magnum as well. Multiple players shooting. Humans sprinting over. Curious thing is, though, A main is just so covered in utility between both Bane and freeing, which really only leaves elbow available. And so they're going to make a lot of noise, but the issue is they've kind of stacked 5 man here. They're going to make a lot of noise. Might just go quiet here and re-enter A, but if they want to go to other places on the map, they just don't have the info anywhere else on the map, and that's a huge issue.
Yeah, because the Aldrone for DRX cleared all of mid and looked into tiles. So now you're using an Aldrone just to try to keep DRX a little bit more planted to give space for BBL to rotate over, but Yampy will fall on that lurk, and now it's just down to the 4v5 on-site. Paranoid cutting across. Mako stepping up into a corner. Hasn't fired yet, but does get figured out. Annihilation called behind that as Magnum will find a double 11 another. And now it's just down to what exactly Bane and Freeing can find from outside the picture of this Viper's Pit. And it looks like this round's going to come to a conclusion.
Freeing was hoping so hard that he was going to catch Magnum and that Annihilation. That would certainly defeat the Pit. He's going to make a good go of this one. 1 versus 2. Sunny, you start to feel like it might be doable. However, you are in against Viper's Pit. He's got a single grab net. Not full HP either.
There's the peek. No, not going to happen. Prophet cleans it up. 6-2 the count.
Yep.
Not the worst news for DRX, but again, it just comes down to this problem position of once the site's been taken, the retakes have not really gotten off the ground.
Yeah, looking on the minimap for that as well, for how that round sort of transpired, that could have gone a lot more poor for BBL if the DRX, if the fake on A didn't sell so well and DRX pulled 4 over, because you have a situation where BBL aren't working off info there. They're just kind of thinking, okay, well, we don't know what else is happening on the map. We're going to sell an extremely good fake over towards the A side, which, you know, you're going to drop all this utility on the A main side. If you're DRX, which leaves Belt a lot more, Elbow rather, a lot more open, and suddenly you lose control of that. You're getting scared. You're putting a lot of members over towards A. And BBL just hoping that was what ended up happening, and that did end up happening, which gave them a free site over on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and it helps that Magnum finds 2. That's another part of the problem there, is that you get that angle and he converts on it. So, good stuff for BBL. Once again, just moving around the map pretty darn swiftly. Again, that early Aldrone at mid does create an issue for BBL, but you're right. The counter from their own Aldrone plants the defense, gives them a chance at numbers. And that's been good for them, and really a number of rounds at this point. Not just in first blood battles, but in 4v2s, they're not really faltering in those moments.
It is scary that it went down to a 2v1, though. And a somewhat winnable 2v1, potentially, as, you know, so should be, where the Freeing got one of them. Unfortunately, missed the Annihilation, which could have ended up in potential further kill. Just the Viper's Pit too hard to play into, but 2-6 now. BBL still really holding on to that 4-round lead that they've had for a few rounds in a row.
Paranoia cuts across the right side of B. Fast lane allows entry. Levin stuck not once but twice. Min for another. Relay Bolt gives Levin a chance.
Oh,
but there's the big slide across. Keep in mind that this is a limited purchase for DRX, and they're looking pretty flawless with a couple of weapons now collected.
That's just a complete shutdown. BBL wanted to speed up over towards B. I don't think they've done like a really super fast play at B yet. And yeah, classic Neon running into Trapwire. There's the Neon hard counter. No one there to assist. At least the Relay Bolt slowed things down a little bit. And now DRX, as the game slows down too, they're starting to pick up and close the gap.
Another important round for DRX. It's going to be a thrifty and a half by win. Or 2 of their 3 round wins so far in this half. So again, it's like, that's great, but at the same time, our full purchase has to have a little bit more significance.
Sure.
We want to try to finish off this half on a better note.
Just hoping for a plant now as DRX is full abandoned B, but Trapwire is going to give info out, and then we'll just see how confident Yompi is, rather, in the final moments of this round. Or he could just be saving too, be honest with you.
I mean, the cash isn't terrible, but
you're not winning with 1v4, really.
58 HP, 1v4. Yeah, you don't need to force a plant because the cash is fine.
And you know you're not going to get hunted here because the other team's cash is still just average.
So I was just looking for a couple of consolation picks. But, okay, good stuff from DRX there, counteracting the quick play from BBL. Again, Trapwire's strong versus Neon. That's just another example of why Cypher gets played into Neon.
It's so cool seeing Hyunmin just slide on in, helping Bane there as well after Bane gets stunned up, which is the only thing stopping Bane from just getting that really fast pick onto Levin. Operator now on for Hyunmin, by the way. 12 and 8. First Blood King, this guy we saw versus Titan, or rather versus Sheelight, how often just off rip. Raga a couple times being shut down. And now the top duelist on the opposing side. And Hyunmin all too happy to show that he can still be top dog in the server. No young gun's going to stop him today.
Playing back, looking for a shoulder pick right here. He's going to get an opportunity for it, but Levin Relay Bolt out. Caught by one of his own, but fast lane will actually provide a bit of space. Paranoia to follow. GravNet locks this play in towards elbow, but 5v4 nonetheless. The barrier mesh instantly deleted. And DRX are going to have to try to fight this 5v3 on the A side if there's going to be a commitment.
This might end up... Oh, okay, well, I did not expect that, but I was going to say this could end very similar to what we saw with a massive sell over towards A, and then suddenly they're going to shift over towards B. DRX are reading this early. You already have Bane shifting over towards B, and you caught it. Massive TP into the back now from Profect. That's going to really make things awkward for DRX.
Yeah, I just don't know how you rotate around this if you're DRX. Going to walk down 1 through A main. Hold hands on their way back through the defensive spawn to re-clear.
Watch for Marco.
He may have missed the timing just barely onto Sociable and the 2 members into Market. So now it's on to Bane, and he can't do anything, can't get his one.
Marco.
Spoke out. Now the threat is known. There'll be a plant, and with that, it'll be a bit of a staggered post-plant setup here.
That's really important for Marco to win that deal now over towards Market. Another one, freeing and taking down Yompi.
Wow, we're just not catching any of that as Magnum comes across. Hyunmin, overdrive out, shut down by Magnum. An important another double kill for him. And now they know that Mako is playing from somewhere on the front side of this B site. Isolates onto the first. 1v1 situation, dark cover comes through. Magnum able to find him just before Mako gets into the cover. So 3 in the round for Magnum. Another clutch moment for him. 7-3 goes BBL up.
Really tricky situation. Another 2v1, but for BBL, this time they drop their first member. Profit falls. Magnum has to do what he does best to try and clean up that 1 versus 1, but yeah, unfortunately both players, too many angles to check. They couldn't play together as they would have liked to effectively trade off each other. That was pretty winnable for Marco. And DRX will be a little disappointed by how that round ends. But we talk about this 4-round gap, BBL consistently keeping that in the game.
Yeah, just a little back and forth here. You win 1, we win 1. Same grab net trap play over towards A. Bested by the speed 11. Relay Bolt to clear. It's a lot of elbow space given. This will be the first time we've seen DRX playing on top of the site. Little double stack up, comes through. Flicker for the first and the second. He gets all 3. So that's a huge heroic play for the new guy into the mix for DRX and likely wins the round.
You got young talent on your team, or we got young talent on our team. DRX are happy to play through Flicker as he cleaned up MVP in his BO1. Hyunmin, speaking of cleaning up, That's going to be the first half. Nearly done for. DRX getting the fourth. Not really expecting Yumpy with just a judge.
And a flawless round. On top of that, okay, so let's tally the inventory here going into round 12. Really don't have much. Maybe an overdrive for 11 to be earned. Close to a Hunter's Fury for both players. And that's about it. So this is going to be one of those, again, whose playbook is bested for this, because flat out for BBL, the economy is not great.
Considering how this started, you see that 4-round lead, 1, 2, 3, and 4 right at the beginning. That's kept that 4-round gap going for the majority of this half, really. Now suddenly BBL find themselves one of the few moments where they don't have money. It's been fast plays so far, and they want to, well, they've been conditioning DRX to these fast plays.
This is different, though. So you've got, again, DRX in a bit of trial at A. You saw the defense trying to back off B, but a trap wire falling at markets keeps this split. Now for BBL, the question will be, with no fast lane, how do you want to try to break down either of these two sites?
I don't know if you saw that, by the way, but the drone, you had a situation where Levin could have killed the drone early. He actually backs out to main, allows the drone to see his entire team there, which sells A a lot more, giving that mid-room for Social B and the rest of BBL to play through, and they capitalize on that. That was really nice from Levin.
I just don't think you need to peek that if you're Hyunmin. You're in a spot where you're set in a 2-1-2 split up, and you've got a weapons advantage, and now all of a sudden things start to go the other direction, 4v2.
I think DRX believed that was just a full A committal. I don't think they realized how many members were still hiding over towards mid. And now suddenly BBL, good player advantage. Oh yeah, it's a free kill.
And the Hunter's Fury, that will land. Does he get the second? Sure does. Wow. And BBL will take the 8-4 half. Decent fight back for DRX there in the backside of the first half, but largely speaking, that was as comfortable as it gets for BBL.
It's just such a beautiful round being played by BBL there. I mean, they've conditioned these fast hits on every part of the map so many times, but particularly on that A side, to the point where it's like, if you are now expecting that a lot of these rounds, if you're DRX, and then the drone play, as I sort of mentioned, it's just a real tiny detail, and you only really get to see it on the minimap. The fact that Levin allows the drone to see his entire team to sell that even further. You talk about how does that mid kill come through? It comes through because DRX just, they were sold that, oh, the whole team's basically at A main. They're doing the same A main thing they've been doing the entire way. So yeah, let's start exploring a little bit. Hyunmin gets punished and suddenly numbers go BBL's way.
Yeah, that's a decision that I think Hyunmin's going to want to back, because you could just free rotate back through your spawn. You had the Omen watching in through mid. Plus there wasn't an impending attack onto A, but trying to find something, create an opportunity to the operator, but nothing there. So 8-4 half, swap the sides around here as DRX will have a chance on their offense, which has been their stronger half, at least over the course of this year.
And I would have said as well, if 5-7 finish with DRX would be a really nice recovery considering the first 4 rounds and how that situation went for them. I do believe, if memory serves correct, round 5 was even a thrifty win, no? So that was like, that was a really big round for DRX, but given that BBL held on again onto this 4-round lead, DRX just still feel like they're getting close to closing that gap and then just slipping every single time as they get near it.
Actually, I think 7 was the thrifty win. Regardless.
Yeah, there was one in there somewhere.
There was one in there, yeah. But the pistol's going to feel super important here for DRX to try to get this thing closer towards level footing. And we'll be interested, again, with this composition. First time we've seen Flicker in the roster. Does DRX want to play with that same style of aggression off their Neon?
They don't have the Cypher, so I think in terms of getting information and filling gaps, that's going to be worse for the team. They're going to have the extra Viper wall to play through, but you are lacking in a lot of these insane cam positions that you can get.
Yeah. Well, and the other side of this, too, is it should make Hyunmin feel like he's going to be a lot more free to make those opening engagements happen. Just
no trap wire, right?
Trap wire, right?
Yeah, huge. Check out A.
Uh-oh. Okay, 1-for-1's not terrible there, but the defense has to back off. The only thing about this Viper that allows BBL maybe a little bit more freedom on site is that you can just pop the wall as soon as you hear the run.
Yeah.
And that forces some respect to come through with the decay. Showcase there for a moment, but Hyunmin still able to connect under the headshot as the spike will be planted at B.
Yep. Well, Bane's going to join the team, 70 HP through main. Retake coming through Bo, but Market's clean as well. Look at this coverage. They have B main covered, Cypher util, Market covered, Deadlock util.
Clean. So now it's just down to, can you win your gunfights on top of the site if you are DRX? Flicker on low health. Finds 2 somehow. And Profit will be finished. So once again, a moment where BBL starting to gain a little bit of footing back onto the site, but Flicker shuts it down quickly. He's having another good map.
I mean, look how dirty that double Sentinel setup can be. If you actually make it onto site, you can actually set up everything. Bane living there, winning in a situation where, you know, honestly, I saw a world where Yompi actually gets 2 kills. He landed a couple of initial shots onto Bane, but just couldn't connect on the head. Imagine, I mean, that's a totally different round otherwise. And then you have this, but it's so much easier for Flick and the rest of the DRX knowing how much coverage you have. B main covered, market covered, has to be Boba. Everyone's going to come through there. You're just lining them up like ducks.
Oh, yeah.
And the Flicker takes them all down.
Grab net avoided by Levin, but would have to take some extra special care re-clearing B main, but he's feeling saucy, so we'll step up and get that position in the name of BBL. Classics everywhere else on the map, though.
B-main.
DRX are looking to make a play over towards A. Lurk. Wow, 2 ships in the night.
Yep. Who's going to turn around first? Maybe
Might
none
not
of them.
matter. I mean, Levin's got the advantage here by slipping around the backside.
He's going to end up walking the trap wire, though. Yeah, Freeing's not got a lot to do here. In fact, there could be a situation where Freeing's like, B's clean, let's rotate, and
Correct.
then Levin's suddenly in a position to catch the rotators. But how much can he get?
He's going to get an opportunity here. There's the first, and uh-oh. Now the question, yeah, Levin's going to know, wait a second, I found Mako. There surely is a lurker somewhere. So this will throw a little bit of an alarm system to BBL, who know that there should either be an impending play through mid on this re-wrap back to B, or the defenders on A are about to be met with a lot of resistance.
It's just, there's all this info on B, but nothing else on the map here for DRX. And this is, oh, this needs to be so good for DRX, Levin! My goodness!
Follow up, though. The trade comes through. Sociable at mid-map. Splits things out. Heard by Freeing. And the problem from everybody else here for BBL, outside of the impressive nature of Levin, is that it's still just classics. Magnum's able to find himself 1 rifle. Can Sociable, or pardon me, Profit get another, and yes, 2v2, weapons on both sides. Post-plant setup right here on top of the site. Magnum finds the first. Paranoia gonna cause some issue for Bane. 1v2, can he get outside the cyber cage and transfer? Oh, trying for it, but doesn't find the first nor the second. BBL get their 9th.
What an interesting round. I mean, yeah, okay, Levin popped off 3K in there, beautiful stuff. But that entire 2 players, B main, passing each other, neither of them got to see that info. And then the big question is, what does DRX do about this? You have this really huge flanking member of your deadlock all the way on A, or B rather. Eventually they make the call to rotate. Just look, oh, this was so good. That really just gave the number advantage for BBL to be able to get this round back.
Yeah, that's the advantage of those 2 players passing by one another. As much as it's like, you got a guy through, we got a guy through. DRX are caught. Just not expecting that long flank to come through. Hero rifle for Hyunmin here in round 15. Everything else is pretty much standards you'd expect.
Just couldn't get Freeing onto any sort of advantage and into a position where you can actually activate it for Magnum. Taking down that early hero rifle. This is falling to pieces already.
Yep. Should be a pretty comfortable round unless Mako can provide something Reddit-worthy. Hit by a bit of that snake bite. Chip damage is out. Sociable, Profit, clean, through mid. Last one comes out.
Okay, not quite.
Not quite. Flicker. Let's see what you got here, kid. First one's good. No follow-up. 10-5, BBL in firm control.
Wow. Extending that to a 5-round lead now. We talked about 4, how about 5? Bringing up 1 more. That second round, dude. Not winning your anti-eco. Really hurting for DRX. Hero rifle also didn't get much done. I understand, though, you know, put that hero rifle in the human's hands. He's been dominant. He's been keeping up. He's been winning. 15-13, the only double-digit member on DRX. The BBL just look like they are not going to be denied operator for Levin this time around.
I want to see DRX hit with some aggression here. There's nothing in the way of Hyunmin. Use your utility, get aggressive, take the site.
Suppose we haven't really had a super fast take before.
Wow.
Well, maybe a little too fast. Profit quick on the trigger.
Yeah, but the trades are decent. Levin's in some trouble, and yeah, just cannot read that. And why did this take so long if you're DRX with no Cypher in your way? So post-plant setup's going to look pretty comfortable. 4v3. Freeing, watching the flank. Everyone else focused on the site.
And it's the double Sentinel setup again. Link covered by, or at least partially, was by the mesh. Now they're going to walk on in. Drone to lead the way. A lot to clear through, though.
Yeah, Sociable will find the first. Surely they don't just brute force their way into this. GravNet will lock down one. Bane will punish. Sociable, the last one left. Annihilator's going to likely hit on the one. Now it just comes down to can he actually follow up after the kill comes through. Stunned up. No, not able to finalize the kill. Gave himself a chance for the 1v2 isolation, but not to be in DRX get to 6.
Yeah, there was a whirl, but he gets stunned up at the end there. And unfortunately, not going their way. So DRX still keeping this competitive. You called it. Fast play. Change the pacing for DRX. Go towards a classic double sentinel plays. Barrier mesh into a link. Lock up alley with some traps. The rest should be pretty simple to play through. Marco really set things up for success on that initial take though, because you know, losing human early doesn't look good, but Marco brought it back by 2.
Yeah, and that's just one of those shots for Profik, who's nearsighted, that just, oh, that hit. Cool. Levin, op out. Nice shot. Takes Yunmin's face off. And that actually stops the Owl drone from getting any more information onto site. So Levin will keep this angle held. And honestly, for DRX, I just don't know what you do here. You just take a little jump double peek, apparently. That's what you do.
He did not get to fire. There could have been a opportunity to kill 2. I saw the potential for the collat. He'll get taken down. Really nicely done by DRX to beat the operator.
No, the thing is, they still have this deep barrier mesh that's already in play. So can you force some of that early consideration for BBL to stay on A? It fades, as you call. And that will allow the defense to move around just a little bit more sociable. Leaning mid, everything else just kind of set up for Magnum to play on an island by himself.
This is still a really good post plan if you can get there. I mean, we're looking at Hunter's Fury. Fring has an ult coming online as well.
Exactly where you are.
Just comes to be, can you actually get that done? Bane will get the reveal.
Is Magnum going to step up here? Looks like he wants to.
30 seconds left.
He's going to have to.
He's going to have to get 2. Only gets the first.
And guess what?
Now, you got Bane on a lurk. You've got everyone else cutting act through mid for the post plant.
The players that you want alive are still there. Plant probably should have gone to Fring if I'm going to be a little bit critical here. Flicker didn't need that. But we'll see if that ends up impacting the round or not. Most important thing right now, okay, by the way, in Spawn, if Bane wins this, that's probably round.
Not quite able to. Actually misses every shot. Follow up, though. Profik was completely hindered by the GravNet, so the 1v2 would have to come through for Sociable, and he's lost Flicker's timing.
I mean,
on to freeing now.
The 2 ultimates just make it impossible.
Hunter's Fury going to pull him out. Sociable, GravNet down. Still has time if he can stick this. Freeing did get captured, but no, the toggle not going to work out. Freeing finishes, and now we're back to a 3-round deficit.
Yeah, I think Bane going down there was pretty huge, giving an opportunity. And that opportunity then ends up being acknowledged for the win. Just really considering that 1v2 so insanely hard to win with the double ultimates are online from those 2 Sentinels.
Yeah.
Really acknowledging the early trade there as well. Operator, Levin gets 1. In my mind, was good for at least 1 more, if not a collat to kill 3 there.
It's tight, was close, but not quite. Would have been impressive. BBL going to take a timeout, talk about this. Economy not looking all that strong as DRX has flipped things around a touch here. And again, it's just, you know, same story. We're just not seeing the Neon find as much value as you would have expected, but doesn't seem to make a difference late into these rounds. DRX are making the right mid-round adjustments.
We'll see what we get out of this timeout. Human has still been in position of frag despite a couple times that's not gone his way. Obviously, you weren't too pleased about one of the rounds where he sort of walked out into mid and kind of just got fragged. We are also seeing speed ups now, DRX changing pace a little bit. His post plants are strong though. I mean, that is going to be the strong point, assuming you can get the right players alive. That round was still pretty tight considering the 1 versus 2. Well, before that, I mean, when more numbers were still available and you don't quite have full B main control, but
yeah.
7 and 10 now. We've closed the gap a little bit.
Should be 8 here too, for what it's worth. Just the Judge, Frenzy, Stinger.
Well, they want this round.
Yeah, especially the Viper's Pit being called. It does set yourself up to possibly get this. A bit of a choke point battle. None of that heavier, quote-unquote, weaponry is here, though. It's just a GravNet. That'll get called. Fast line up, keeps things safe. Messy here at the Annihilation being called. That gets instantly countered. DRX stay alive, taking lots of chunk damage, though.
Ooh,
and Levin tries to finesse something. Doesn't really work out. Everyone stays alive, if only barely.
I don't even know how he got out of that without taking any damage at all. He just slides on in, gets revealed, and A lot of shock darts being traded here. Human did get hit by one of those. Now response.
Oh, and eventually the spam through the smoke gives an advantage over to DRX. Viper's Pit still in the way at A, but a chance to do what Bane is doing, which is try to find another angle of approach. Has the weapon advantage at mid. He's got Yampi in his way at market, and they may wait for that as the door comes closed. So
that's big.
Now it's just down to if BBL can get the info and maybe try to stop the door here with this judge. Prophet in trouble, trying to spam. Timing beat by Hyunmin. Trade from Flicker good. DRX firm control on B.
Just waiting for those grab nets to come back online, sliding on through, overpowering them with superior weaponry. Even mid still in position for DRX to have control as well. Bane 1v1 coming through, and Magnum doesn't even have the weapon out in time. So yeah, that'll be it. 2-round gap now, DRX. Slowly but surely on this attacking side, closing that gap.
Yeah, somehow, some way, right? I mean, it just hasn't happened in the way that you would have figured. This full gun round is an important one, though. DRX take this, and if they can do it in a way that continues to cause headaches to BBL, the dynamic of this entire map has completely changed. So this one feels pretty critical for BBL just to try to stop DRX's momentum. I think in particular because they haven't even needed the Neon to open the doors for him.
It's a story of the attacking sides, but right now on BBL's defense, big walk down in mid.
Oh, there it is. Hunter's Fury sidestep by Hyunmin as he's able to still find one at through mid. You get another teleport for Mako to clear out the backside at B, and DRX is going to have a 5v4 post plant where BBL need to make a decision here. This double flank around the back has a lot of stuff in its way.
And it will be revealed shortly. There's a lot of stuff in the front as well. There's a lot of stuff really all over the map, and that's the real problem here.
Good snake bite. Flicker taken care of. Relay bolt comes through. Do they check the corner? They do. The bait still.
He's stunned. What?
That doesn't matter. It's an aesthetic ability. He's able to find both headshots. Hyunmin follows up. And now it's just down to Yampi. 1v3, and he has to save with the economy in tatters for BBL.
Bane just got away with murder there. BBL, they even checked it. They were thinking, we need to check this. There's probably someone there, and they lose that to Bane. Unbelievable. Winning that situation is going to give DRX 9. And this was the gun round. They're going to save one rifle. And how keen right now of DRX, probably not going to chase this one. They're just going to run towards spawn. But yeah, I mean, second time we're seeing BBL on this half thing save, so really is the story of the attacking sides, and BBL wanted to do something different this round. They went down pretty aggressive in mid, lost one to Hyunmin, thought they could have caught thought they had the catch on Hyunmin.
Yeah, they did.
Not the case.
I mean,
Neon doing Neon things.
Yeah, they also had Flicker stunned in the corner. Doesn't matter. Or Bane rather, stunned in the corner. Doesn't matter. It's just an aesthetic ability. So this is looking like it's going to get to a 10-10 tie.
Go, go, go.
Don't want to rule out BBL with a hero rifle and a judge, though, especially in the hands of Prophet, who is playing at elbow.
It's not a hero rifle on Levin or even Prophet, though. Yampi, with full respect, unfortunately, he's not really, and there it is, he gives the rifle. I was going to say he hasn't been putting up the numbers like some of the other members on his team has today, so see what Levin can do with this one.
That quick take should lead to a full post plan. BBL trying to challenge. Really no reason not to. Yampi creates an opportunity for two, but there's the follow-up. Leaves Prophet by himself. 1v3 technically as he's upgraded the judge into a Phantom.
Yeah, Bane won that 1v1 against the hero rifle of Levin in mid, and this one I'll give Prophet the opportunity. Still got some reasonable util online to play through as well. Winnable 1v2. Lack of util on the DRX side, and the two players on DRX are pretty split as well.
Yeah, I don't know if Prophet saw any part of Hyunmin right there, but doesn't make a difference. Swings it out in the backside of the site for an easy headshot. Yep. We're tied at 10. BBL staggering on this defense right now, and again, it's just not in the same ways you would have figured. Like, Hyunmin's having a good map, but outside of a couple of the rounds that they've been able to fast lane and paranoia and get onto B, I'm surprised we haven't seen aggressive A hits come out more often from DRX.
These post plants are just so hard for BBL as well. This is 5 rounds in a row. And we were thinking earlier on, if you look at 13, 14, 15, pistol going away DRX, and then suddenly BBL bring it back and just win that second round and a half. And it's like, okay, now we're back on a struggle streak for DRX, but the last 5 have just been good.
There's the one-way smoke, relay bolt out. That clears out the backside of Link. Yampi in the corner in an untradeable spot initially, and Yampi is able to find two. Plenty of damage done as Sociables getting the workout over towards Elbow.
Yeah.
And that will leave it down to the new guy, 1v3.
I gotta tell you, I gotta call out Yampi a little bit more, because when I did that, he just fired up. He absolutely got in that server. I said, you know what, maybe give the rifle to Levin. Levin died in that 1v1, but Yampi, a couple rounds now, has stood tall in these situations where he needs to get a couple kills. This time, playing off the Sonic. The stun delivers.
See if there's any magic here for Flicker. Plenty of time and the spike to play with. Mike, a nice little 1v1 here.
Does he turn around?
Nope. Levin will snap, connect, and BBL back up. But only by a small margin. 11-10. Economy still fine for DRX.
Yep. Good round for BBL to break the cycle. 5 in a row. You wouldn't want that to be 6 if you're BBL, but for DRX, it has been a game of catch-up for them as we go to the DRX timeout now. I want to make sure that any semblance of, let's just say, comeback for this half is shut down right away. BBL win 1 after dropping 5. DRX want to shut that down and make sure that it goes back to DRX, and it is just that 1 and not more.
See what the call is going to look like here for DRX. After really, the execute through A main looked solid. It's just getting utility on the site itself doesn't come through there on that last take. A lot of it thrown over towards that A link at main, not really onto the site itself. And obviously, Yampi's able to punish it with the 2 kills that he finds and essentially wins the round after that point. So, again, the layering maybe not as convincing as you'd like to see from DRX with the new guy in, but we'll see if they can find an adjustment here.
We talk about punishing Neons as well. Okay, you don't have a Cypher, but guess what? Sonic, since that you get that stun down, Neon trying to run through, that is still a way to punish.
It's fair.
And so when that comes through, BBL happy with it.
Just not as much of a guarantee,
The
right?
op was also revealed by Levin in that previous round, so information for DRX to play against in terms of understanding where that could show up on the map. Which has, by the way, been pretty rare on this side for BBL, given how many rounds they've lost. This will be the second time we've seen Levin on the op. Unfortunately, no customers right away.
Yeah, at least not over towards A main. It's a full focus hit up their mid. Recon bolt out. Relay bolt out after that. And Hyunmin is able to isolate for a 1v1. The Viper able to tally 1 by way of Snake Pit. And a follow-up as Magnum's going to go to aggressive. Sociable making the call that they're trying to rotate through market, so help was very swiftly on the way. DRX will still get control of B, and at least enough for a plant. Annihilation queued, Sociable costs, and he's able to find a connection. No way for Bane to help out, and that will be map point now for BBL.
Yeah, it's a sad little fly through across the map for Flicker. Brilliant stuff from Sociable rather for 3 in that round, actually, after the Annihilation comes on through. Levin didn't get to see a lick of action, but we'll get the free defuse at the end to work over towards the overdrive, and now map point for BBL.
Match point.
As that DRX tactical pause did not deliver them 1 round back towards them, and unfortunately gave 1 to BBL after a 1-to-1 trade. Human going down, but unfortunately the rest all going BBL's way after that 1-to-1.
So you're going to have overdrive here for Hyunmin with a stinger. Hunter's Fury at the ready, plus a neural theft for DRX. Levin close to an overdrive of his own. Hunter's Fury also 1 away for Yampi, but just kind of tallying that ultimate resource bank. And DRX going to show force at A, but it's all but a fake. At least an initial early show of pressure, no commitment, but the early walk down for Magnum is different and fresh for BBL.
Yeah, not something they've done just yet. BBL have certainly not, outside of that massive walk down with multiple players earlier on in the half. This is the first significant solo walk down that we've seen. And with this, look at the information given, huge rotations.
Oh, missed opportunity though for Profit. Finger guns out for Hyunmin, playing scaled in the site. Owl drone out. There's the shock, there's the reveal. Stinger will work, plus the follow-up from Bane.
Brilliant stuff.
So DRX looking good to get their 11th. 11 is stuck right now at market.
Stinger not upgraded just yet, can't quite reach a weapon, but that aside, I think Hyunmin's done more than he needed to. And now you have an operator to the retake. Would love to have an overdrive here if you're 11, but not on the cards. Unless he gets something here. Time is just running out, man.
Yeah, that's the biggest part about it. And as he's shut down, Magnum is the last one left, and he will also meet his fate. So DRX one away from sending this thing to OT. Plenty of considerations, as you know, as much as BBL has a nice bounce back after the timeout. BBL still, relatively speaking, struggling in the full versus full purchase rounds on this defensive side.
I'm about to go to a potential second OT for BBL specifically, given they went to OT against Sentinels, which they did win eventually, but this is almost the opposite of the Sentinels game, where you start 6-6 for BBL and Sentinels in the first half, and then BBL get that insane 5-round streak on their second half before Sentinels start to catch on up. This time around, the first half dominant for BBL, second half a lot closer, and DRX really threatening this OT, especially with that kill.
Yeah, that's on that walkdown for Magnum again. Annihilation out, doesn't really need it, rather, I should say, as Prophet is found immediately before it actually connects. Yampi just trying to contest wherever he can, but for BBL, they are stuck inside of the backside of B. Crossfire setup for DRX is 3 members wide. Good shock dart onto Hyunmin.
Good reveal.
But damage is only part of the problem here, as you have to find a way to retake. Here comes Levin, trying to get things done. Does have the overdrive out and available. Recon bolt deleted.
Oh!
Able to find one, but freeing on the crossfire setup is good. Trades back and forth, leaving it down to Social for what have to be a 1v4 in technicality. And a defuse. And if you can't take it by the candor in my voice, the hopes are not high that he's going to find this one.
He just doesn't know where the members are. I mean, he's going to have to assume B main for sure, but I don't think he realized where Marco is, so this is just a little bit too difficult needed. One more play to still be alive. No time here. OT's coming in. And no issues for Flicker. Young gun for DRX, showing what he's made of.
Wow. This is big. I mean, for DRX, after the opening first half looked as miserable as it did, until that little bit of a back and forth that finished off the half, DRX pull this one away from BBL on their map pick, a map that we have not really seen a lot of film on. Then you're going into an ascent where you have been really good on. Dangerous prospects.
It's that 16 to 20 spree of rounds you see from DRX that really made the difference here. On a human operator on the defense this time around. Now, if you remember, BBL's attacking side, very fast, super quick hits. Don't care about the double Sentinel defense here. See if that ends up being the play again.
Yep. I mean, the defensive side is the question mark here. Hyunmin's going to play something different with a glass cannon operator in the overtime. Quick play from Levin, shut down. Barrier mesh, make sure there's no follow-up. So big advantage here for DRX early on the defensive side, 5v4. Barrier mesh getting shot at to be deleted. Prophet on the same front gets in the backside at A main to find a trade. And now that isolates DRX's defense on the site.
Yeah, I mean, look at Elbow as well. In play, Yompi onto freeing. Barrier mesh to cut off in towards alley. That's finally going to clean up on all members of A. Looking pretty clean now for the plant. Human drops the operator, obviously. Gonna walk back in. Rifle in hand, but only 2.
Exactly, and there's no armor here for Hyunmin either. Can he open with something cleanly?
Recon's up.
Deleted. Yampi finds one, grab net, has him locked in place, and why not pop the Hunter's Fear, I suppose? BBL bounce back after dropping the first blood and take the 4v5.
Yeah, the timing was insane there for BBL. Both the GravNet and also Recon coming up just as the final 2 members of DRX are trying to come on through. And what a big game from Hyunmin as well, pulling his team through. It was actually sociable on the other side at 25. We talked about early on in that first half, he was already starting to lead in the stat department, and here, not shy about leading the way for the team. Would be BBL's second OT win up against a top performer globally. If they can take this one through. But their attacking side has been, well, the defensive side of BBL has been a little bit worse for wear.
Yeah, both teams, that's been the issue. First blood to the defense. That's also through tiles. Quick aggression for BBL again, but reinforced this time. Magnum going to have to back off and try to play. This is a really good dark cover to slow down what looked to be an impending hit into B. There's also really no way for DRX to re-clear mid of them with that barrier mesh in the way.
Yep. DRX going quiet, trying to draw rotators over, which successfully they have been able to do. This is part of the issue, is they being BBL, because they lack the Cypher, they lack the extra utility check, these gaps. They just don't know what's happening on the A side. So off running is going to be Yompi. 1v1.
Yompi's walk down. Barrier mesh will fade, but draws the line in the sand, but catches Bane. That has to be DRX hitting the execute call now. Our cover just has to be pushed through. GravNet in the way, but the fast lane gives a little bit of space to work with. Sociable for one. Profit follows up, and a follow there as BBL will win the defense, win it in overtime in 2 straight rounds, and take map number 1.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who their competition is. BBL are here to play another 14-12 win against an international top dog. Sentinels was first, DRX is next, but this time around, it is a BO3, which means BBL have to do this again.
Yeah, I think, you know, you look at this, in the statement early from BBL is one that carries through the venue, not just because of the level of volume that they're yelling at, but just the fact that you start off with the first 4 rounds, you win your bonus, you really set yourself up to quickly take your first map. But the issues in the second definitely give us the consideration that this DRX team is absolutely for real. Like, you're dealing with a new player in the mix, now playing a different agent than what he had played earlier. When, you know, Viper was what he played in the best of 1. Now you're on the Sova, but he's providing in the moments that you need him to. I think, you know, for DRX, it's just the issue of how much pressure could they find from Hyunmin? I think on the offensive side, it felt like it took a while for them to kind of play with that speed that you would have expected with no Cypher in his way, but that's just one of those things that DRX were finding success in other avenues until they eventually got into the overtime and were obviously into playing a 4v5s.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was a very tight match on Sunset there, but totally echo your sentiment, Kev. 12 and 14, 14-12 rather, for BBL, being able to scrape 2 wins over very, very quality opposition. But worth mentioning, that is their map pick of Sunset, so being able to just get it across the line there doesn't necessarily mean that this series is done and dusted as we look forward towards Ascent here. Yeah,
I mean, I think the good news is, like, great, you can, as shown versus Sentinels, take down top of competition. You've now shown that twice, which gives a bit more confidence for this young BBL squad to be able to take it a little bit further. But both times, very close, could have gone the other way. There's good things you can take away from that. I would say probably still more good than bad. The only bad is, like, well, you're barely winning, but you are winning against competition that's favored against you. Sure. You're still the underdog in both of these series, so it is probably a little scarier for DRX in some way, given that DRX are trailing the entire map and had to try and force this comeback, taking us to the OT. DRX, they didn't look like an easy team for BBL to walk over, but at the same time, DRX, given that they had to trail the whole time and play for this sort of comeback, doesn't feel good for DRX.
No, I mean, I don't know if I fully agree with that, considering that you're playing on BBL's map selection that they have no film on. And for DRX, you still have a series in front of you that, again, leads towards what your map pool has found success in the past. Sure. I think especially this upcoming Ascent, you can really turn the tides back and force the consideration to be, now you're playing in our playground, forcing the bar to kind of be elevated just a touch, considering that you did take it to overtime in a map that you have not played with Flicker yet. So, I don't know. I'm still feeling hopeful for DRX, because that's a very convincing start for them in terms of, again, showing a new map that we have not seen from them yet.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. DRX are a solid team, top international squad, potentially, definitely, according to Mitch, a favorite for one of the favorites for the tournament, so you wouldn't be able to put it past them. Just the fact that BBL can do this twice, so it's proving it's not a fluke. It's like beating Sentinels, it's a BO1, it's a fluke. Well, just did it again versus DRX, actually.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I don't know, like, I think it's a bit of bias creeping through to say they're going to win the whole event, but I mean, DRX are always the team that you cannot underestimate. They always punch, I mean, I wouldn't even say above their weight. They're just a bloody good team, mate.
Yeah,
they always they're very consistent in placings, not only in Pacific, but usually in international events, maybe earlier on in the year after the kickoff win, maybe didn't make it quite as deep as they would have wanted, but that is an age away, and they're looking to write a new story here in EWC. If they're going to do that, though, they're going to have to bring things back on Ascent, and we're going to go to a short break before we find that out, so don't go too far.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
This land is calling.
BBL barely getting it across the line on their map pick of Sunset there for this best of 3. Getting closer towards the end of the day here, but the job's not done just yet. Joined by Shift and Avril once again. Looking forward to this map of Ascent though. This is going to be the pick of DRX. We've seen both of these teams have some reps in the last little bit in various different competitions, honestly, whether it be some mid-season events or whether it be some of the VCT itself. So I'm interested to see what these teams are going to be bringing here, Kev.
I mean, it's a big one given that this is 2 back-to-back wins for DRX versus Paper X on this particular map. And I mean, you said earlier, it's like sometimes you've got to take those wins against Paper X with a grain of salt, but...
Yeah, 100%. Also, though, like, I think Paper X have only just been working out Ascent. The good news is, just to throw a little bit of Pacific stuff in there, that I'm looking at this BBL comp specifically. They're playing triple ENIT on this map, and that is a very similar style to what Paper X actually does play on Ascent. It's a very, very similar approach from what BBL is to what PRX is doing, and it seems like DRX has done a very good job handling that on Ascent.
If, it's a big if, they continue to play Tejo. That's the only question.
That's true, that's true.
The qualifier, I believe, was still on the old path.
Correct.
I don't think... Oh, wait, yeah. I don't know if PRX did play Tejo on the triple ENIT, but they definitely did play Fade and Tejo and KO. They definitely played Fade and KO. I don't remember if they played Tejo, but, you know, still triple ENIT. Like, I think, like, in my brain, you know, triple ENIT is triple ENIT. You got a lot of util. You're probably going to be, like, prowlering. You're probably going to be flashing. It's a lot of, like, mid-round plays. Very active play style, Kev. So, look, I think they're going to have a pretty good idea if BBL sticks to that. But BBL hasn't played it in quite a while, since back towards the end of May. They've had more than a month to reinvent their Ascent if that's what they want to do.
I think both teams are going to move away from Tejo first and foremost. I just think this is, like, all these results are from Tejo patch, Tejo meta.
True.
And so, you know, moving into this, we even saw changes in terms of what we're expecting on Sunset, where the deadlock coming through from BBL was maybe a little unexpected. You know, to be fair, they hadn't played that for such a long time. We weren't exactly sure what they were going to bring from the table.
But bloody last year, mate.
Yeah. So, but this time around, I just think we're definitely going to be looking to drop the Teos on both sides and then adjust from there.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, yeah, if you can't come up with a new comp in about 6 months, then it's time to drop the coaching staff as well as the Teo, as far as I'm concerned. Look,
they just got a new coach. They just promoted Val.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And that is going very well for them. And I've actually heard Big Time sing Pal's praises. He's a big fan.
H-Man
so,
as well.
Look, I think there's a lot of support behind Pal, and it's proving out even here in EWC. So look, let's see if they can continue on the right foot, though. I think they will get the start defense chances this is DRX's pick,
That's
unless
true,
they do
yep.
want to play, again, a very active playstyle and start out attack on Ascent, but I would be surprised if they
No,
did.
I think they did pick defense to start off on. And I think the thing about this particular map for these two teams is, yes, the recent statistics lean towards DRX because it's been a playground for them across not the PRX wins, but also other major wins across their region as well as in the qualifier. But the same could be said for BBL, finding recent success. 3 straight wins in the last month and a half, 2 months. So there is a level of, there are no strangers to it. The question mark is, it's going to feel like a fresh map for both two teams, because I do not expect them to play Tejo. Unless you're so rooted in what that protocol looked like in terms of your initiation, throwing triple initiator into the mix, that you don't really feel the presence or pain of not having that extra set of salvos. So.
And look, so far for Flicker, Viper, Tick, we've gone Enit, we've gone into the Sova. That was pretty
good.
Yeah,
Solid.
I think that's a pass from me. Hey, I know that he can play a little bit of Duelist, he can play a bit of Yoru. This guy is flexible as hell, and he's just continuing to deliver, so I'm wondering where he's going to fit into their Ascent comp, Kev.
Yeah, probably Sova would make the most sense coming into this one. Fade also sees a little bit of play from just looking in history, but I still got to talk about the fact that this is going to be the changeover to Jets for both of our duels as well, but for Levin in particular, he really, really won that game versus Sentinels, going through his Jet 30 bomb versus Sentinels against Zeka. That you got to look out for.
He's got his work cut out for him with Hyun Min, one of the best Jets that we do have in VCT Pacific. But let's get into Ascent. Once again, it's going to be Avril and Shift to take you through all the action.
It should be a fresh slate for both these two teams. We'll take a look. Yep, no Tejo here. Vice will be pulled out for DRX.
Ooh,
Chamber Vice on the other side for BBL with the Yoru. So again, rocking double senties in certain regards. It's just the difference of duelists at the moment as freeing Mako. First 2 kills come their way. Yampi able to hold the front line at A main. Paranoia cuts across the site. Shock Dart to follow. That will work out for an elimination. Door shuts on the play. A little bit more spam through, but Yampi only finds so much and freeing can plant.
Saving the life there. It's going to be the door coming down just in time despite the scan coming through. Still trades going back and forth here.
Sound sensor up.
2 alive. See what BBL can do with Sociable and Magnum.
Low health pool for Magnum in particular. There's the drop down. You obviously hear this, but Sociable has all the shots fresh to go with the Headhunter. Razorvine out. Freeing still holding into the corner. Backs up. Easy headshot for the third. Magnum now left by himself. And Freeing's going to have an opportunity to catch 4 and will. Good start for DRX.
That was the biggest celebration shot I've heard from DRX all series so far. That one meant a lot. Gonna have 4K. Bring you a decent amount of confidence for Freeing now and DRX to start things off, considering they were trailing in the last map this time around. They want to be the ones in control. The BBL, I mean, even look at this comp a little bit. It's not going to be the Jet, it's going to be Levin on the Yoru. You've also got a double Senti look here as well with the Chamber. So as we move away from Teo, it is a very different type of composition for the BBL side, whereas moving on for DRX really is just shifting the Teo out for the Sova. Everything else looking pretty similar to how they used to play.
Yeah, and just one of those things, like you look at how these double Sentinels are going to play, they're going to be very differently set up. I'll hold that thought as we're going to have early contact here through Market at the B sidewalk. Barrier mesh causing an issue. That's the first issue you talk about when the deadlock's in play. How do you get through that when it cuts off the site? The second issue is how do you get back onto site without having the same kind of initiator presence that we're used to seeing?
Walk past a bunch of, you got to walk past a shear going in through from B main, but it's going to be a very incredible angle. And Bane is just not going to be able to do anything about it, which also eliminates the shear, which is an issue.
Exactly. I was about to say, that's one way of dealing with the shear. You deal with the agent that provides it. Flicker in the corner. Going for a recon dart here. I'd say aggression's right at the front door. The Bolt does get one reveal before being destroyed. Paranoia going to allow BBL to try to step up with these classics, but no. Shut down on the choke points. Judge too strong. As Levin will find a consolation kill and a second before DRX clean up the anti-eco.
Yeah, making it slightly more expensive for DRX's anti-eco, but nonetheless, easy plant on towards B, drop down a bunch of Sentinel util. And what is a double Senti look for both teams, interestingly enough. Not as standard as you would have imagined for a map like Ascent, but here we are.
I think the map, though, is like, it's molding towards that. Just due to the fact that, again, the deadlock separation is key. The thing that was new is the chamber. Like, we just, especially in the North American
lack of Killjoy here as well, I think.
Yeah, that's the other part. You know, or Cypher. That's the other one that you often see. But Yeah, it's very different ideas for how this map wants to be played for both these two teams without the Tehu in the mix. Annihilation early earned does find a capture on the site. That's the Yoru who's currently in the cocoon. Mako pushing out. BBL not able to save Levin, although he does find one in some form.
Oh!
Through the smoke before the door closes. The judge connects. DRX should be good plant.
Yep, and all Magnum can do is watch as he waits for the rest of his teammates to come through and at least delete the barrier mesh, but see what Sociable can do about this one. Reminder, this is the first gun round so far for BBL. And already in a tough spot. Look how concerned Yompi is with the potential flank as well. I think Yompi might have a kill here onto Marco if he gets in there quickly enough.
Saw him on that rotation to the dark cover. May not make much of a difference. The time is running out in this retake. Magnum able to find Mako eventually to the 3v3, but again, the clock, maybe the biggest enemy here. BBL able to jump back on over. Good sensor is free and gets the frenzy to work out. Grab that to stop Sociable. Can Yompi find Bim? Yeah, sure can. And how about that? BBL clock against them. Find the kills, and honestly, you look at DRX and say, what was that?
I think there was just a slight mistiming there, Marco. Looking for a little bit more on that judge. Opening kill into Profit is nice. I mean, they had a decent play advantage to work through here as well, but once that real retake sort of happened, Sociable coming up large with 2, and I didn't even see Yompi drop in the recon until quite late after they walked onto site. Still ends up working out for Yompi. Again, lacked in the kill department a little bit earlier on Sunset, but heated up quite a bit on that second half and now continues that as we head into Ascent round number 4.
Full guns on both sides. Full grab net set play doesn't really work out for too much. Dark cover to try to control the front side at A. Human trying to work his way in, but again, everything's stopped by the Razor Vine. Levin for 2. The teleport onto site though by Mako goes completely unnoticed. He's good for his one. Flicker follows up for the trade, but they've lost Levin. At least initially they have. Flicker will get a read off of that flash. And they're just going to sit, wait, and see if Bane can join the action on A.
He knows where Levin is. By the way, Levin used Dimensional Drift to push all the way into A main, but while he does that, he leaves the rest of his team. Pray for DRX to take down as it's going to be Bane joining Flicker here. Just Sociable really to deal with as...
Last player standing.
Well, Sociable is too much to deal with maybe.
Nice. That'll work. Yeah, just kind of a mess at the front door. That's the power of the Vice, though. You smoke it, you Razor Vine it, you throw some deadlock utility at it to try to counter, but it doesn't really work out all that well for DRX. And it's just, again, just ships in the night. You know, the teleport onto site, the dimensional drift on the other side, everyone just gets a little bit lost.
I mean, this is going to be a potentially quite rough attack side for both teams, considering it's double senti on defense and double senti on attack. So, whichever team sort of strings together a decent number of attacking rounds might find themselves in the driver's seat in the series, if not winning it outright if you're BBL on this map. Potential walk down and B. Just tuck away for Levin right now.
Yunmin able to step out, get the orb. That's enough for Knives, which you figure he's going to want to use here in this round with Sheriffs and a Stinger for the rest of his squad. Not a lot of push-up or really a feel-out towards B main, so Levin's feeling pretty comfortable for the time being.
Mid's completely taken over from BBL as well.
Yeah.
So DRX at this stage, I mean, is Sociable going to walk on further forward? Levin certainly is. They both will.
Well, Hyunmin on a pogo stick, able to find the trade, looking for more. Has Sociable in his sights, and that'll work out. But the follow-up from BBL is clean as Magnum takes down 2 with that mid pressure you were exclaiming about.
Just 2 members walking down mid. Catwalk taken by Magnum, and BBL happy to just completely explore the map and take over. DRX had no idea that they just lost that much control of the map, and then suddenly BBL activated at the right time. Bring us to a 3-2 here. Very competitive back and forth instead of this super one-sided start that we got on Sunset.
Yeah, and the other issue there for DRX is you don't have the ability of contesting mid because it is pistol upgrades and knives. So a vulnerability in just the weaponry that you can bring to the table as we're going to get our first tour de force. Paranoia immediately to Levin's direction. Revealed and has to use the gate crash to get back to safety. Razor Vine to stall a little bit longer, but a shot from Hyunmin trades off the first blood as Mako committed to his teleport backside of B. Levin now stepping up off that gate crash teleport. Once again goes 1 for 1. Paranoia for Profit. Going to try to get him into a position to teleport on to help his teammate in Yompi, but BBL in some trouble here. The double drop down. Yampi finding one. Flicker trying to find the wide swing. Not going to work out. Now Yampi backside of the sight's going to get 4 as BBL take their 4th round.
Is that his second 4K as well? Yampi has really come alive. Unbelievable stuff. And we talk about Profek on this team, Levin obviously, but my goodness, 8-2 already. And this guy didn't have any help backside of B. He was completely caught out. You're thinking he's dead to right. Surely nothing's going to happen here. This opening pick from Human, by the way, is disgusting. He beats out the tour de force. It just snaps onto the chamber. But then Yampi just staying alive here. Unbelievable stuff.
It's the first one for me. I mean, as the double drop down, you get a headshot just on the corner of the wall with a little flick. But that swings the economy favor. Back to BBL once again. DRX on a half buy. Looking possibly just for a quick burst play into A. You've got, again, double Razorvine, or Arc Rose Razorvine combination at the front doors. Dark cover comes in. Now an opportunity for BBL to try to break down this hit. And how about Profik and Magnum just saying, come on into our web. We're spinning it through the Annihilation, causing a bit of an issue, but a mere inconvenience is more what it feels like as Freeing is stuck outside of A, and they're just going to run him down. 4 in the round for Profik.
No guns for DRX here. BBL say that's no problem for us. The Annihilation, the only positive to talk about there for DRX. 5-2 now. And talk about it being a back and forth, but now suddenly BBL once again trying to get that 4-round lead that they had in the early moments of Sunset. So a lot of ultimates in their pockets as well. Just a Profik and Magnum show in this particular round to stop any aggression coming through from main.
Yeah, that's just the power of Vice right there. You've got the Arc Rose as a delayed reactionary flash. You've got the Razorvines to stop things in its place. It's just too much control coming through. Steel Garden at the ready for Magnum. 1 away is Bane from having the same. Yampi also for the defensive side has the Hunter's Fury, but same can be told for Flicker as we get into round 8.
Sociable opping from mid, and that's going to be the early Hunter's Fury coming through. Too easy for Yampi as marker falls.
BBL with the numbers. Oh, just a stray shot connects onto Hyun Bin just to make matters a little bit worse. Again, the Razorvine playing on the right side of A. The Arc Rose still keeping the tree position safe for BBL. And honestly, if you're DRX, you've got no control in Mako right now. You don't have the ability to flash Hyun Bin in. I just don't know how you opened up the site unless you use Hunter's Fury to do it.
You fully lost mid here again as well. And so forget about that. Just straight over towards A.
Razorvine
diving into his own smoke, but punished by Profik very fast.
Yeah, if you're going to commit for any sort of a way to fight back into this, I think if you're DRX, the only real option is to use the Hunter's Fury to clear off one part of the site. They just try to dive into a Razorvine.
The problem is these rounds are just getting really dirty, and DRX is falling apart. We're not looking at close rounds for DRX anymore. We're just looking at them being completely shut out of sights. And you talk about it, Vice is going to be a problem to run into. It's the double Sentinels that are just going to be problematic, and you are running double Sentinel yourself. So at this point, I mentioned earlier, how many rounds can you get on this attacking side for you to feel comfortable so that then you have enough buffer to play through that you can suddenly get your double Senti online for your defensive side? Because I think it is going to be the game of winning on defense by how much.
And that's been the case, I think, with the Tejo and Nerfs that have come through this map. Even with Tejo, it still felt very defensively sided. And that it will continue to be the case, at least here early.
Quick one in here is that Sociable did lose his op in the previous round, so there's at least one bit of economy damage done. But yeah, I'm seeing like 8.4k on Yampi here from how many kills he's there. So yeah, the money is all good as DRX. No surprises. Looking at their timeout first for the map. And given how that last round went, yeah, I mean.
It's just, this map becomes extremely difficult to figure out from the offensive lens because there is no pulling the defense around when Sentinels can just drop utility at the beginning of the round and say, there it is for the entirety of it, like Razorvines and Arc Roses. Very difficult to counter. It's not the same as like a Cypher Trap. Other side of things over towards B, like if you run into a deadlock setup, well, eventually, how do you deal with things like the sensors? How do you deal with things like the barrier mesh? Now it's just the chamber. So it's like, interesting that DRX continue to find themselves like diving in towards the Vice instead of trying to maybe play for a little bit more B main control. See if you can kind of avoid a little bit of that. Maybe try to put some pressure on BBL to like commit a number member over towards B, but so far it's just been DRX just kind of head bashing A.
They also maybe have to be a little bit concerned about the operator, but we're just seeing a lack of control mid as well, multiple rounds. I've seen now.
It's the operator.
DRX just like they've completely given up mid, and mid has just been a winning position for BBL, but at minimum you'd think play through some smokes, cut off angles for sociable, and then at least have some presence there. But you're also seeing Magnum multiple rounds. He's happy to just play catwalk.
Grab that in the corner. Again, DRX are showing us something here off these breakoffs that would lead you to believe that they feel like there's someone to challenge in this A main push. That's not the case. Now we got the Steel Garden out though. Recon Bolt will clear out Heaven. Should be a free take here for DRX unless Magnum has something to say about it. Prophet trying to work his way back into the picture. Weird teleport, but stays alive. Little worse for Ware on the initial, but goes 1 for 1. Now you have BBL with the Aldrome through tree, trying to set up the retake from that position. They're able to get 1 from Levin. Magnum does fall though.
Oh, Flicker.
Yeah, living up to the name. Goes from one to the other, and DRX will have a plant and the numbers.
Yeah, he's got Hunter's Fury here as well, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to play off-site. He's going to be in hell for now, droning through. And what can Sociable do with this?
Has to hit this. Do you check this
The
tight
barrel,
corner?
he's already revealed himself.
Yeah.
Because the barrel on that up is just so long. Freeing knows, as the name suggests, it's going to be a freebie, and finally DRX get on site. They get a round win. They get past the Razorvine. I believe it was a shock dart that deleted that earlier on, which means you only have to really worry about that Arc Rose, and suddenly your on-site flicker goes large, and you're good to go. Doesn't even have to use Hunter's Fury. Good stuff.
Yeah. A little bit of a tempo change may lead to some minor adjustments for BBL, whether that's where the Razorvine is placed, which is the case here, or what you want to do in terms of the personnel, especially considering that the operator can still be afforded. Again, that's going to be used at mid, as you'd often expect.
Yeah. Was also a Steel Garden round as well, which
good point.
Gives DRX a little bit more to play through, rather than just running into rifles and kind of destroyed in A main.
Shock darts out again. Does delete the Razorvines again. Hunter's Fury ready for Flicker. How do you commit to if you're DRX onto A this time? Do you spend the Hunter's Fury to try to clear out some of the site? You know that BBL has been heavy stacked at tree.
So the least amount of mid that BBL have played in a couple of rounds. Does Prophet really want to do this?
No, just checking off the top of his dark cover. Oh, he slips into the corner. Levin gets one up top at Hell. Now you've got Prophet to find his one. But Mako clears tree. That's a nice area to work with, especially with Flicker holding onto a Hunter's Fury, but someone's got to come and collect this spike.
They know Levin's close. Dimensional Drift is going to be there as well. Barrier Mesh to lock out on short. But yeah, they still need a plant. That hasn't happened yet.
Well, there's the Dimensional Drift. Mako will be pinged out. And you're going to read that. Yep, there's your Sova.
30 seconds left.
Levin shut down. Huge pick from Flicker. And Bane's going to be allowed to plant.
And
so now the Hunter's Fury can come through. Mako gets one. If Bane can get one as well, that will obviously win the round. But just to kind of get a little bit of damage, it would be nice as Flicker is still playing deep. Troubling position here for Yampi. Shock dart over towards Bane. On site. Opening shots. Evenly exchanged. Yampi on the white peak. Bane punishes, and DRX able to get us this a little bit closer to tied.
And Flicker ready to swing just in case it goes wrong, but you see the shot coming through from Yampi, position revealed. Hunter's Fury, just in case things go even worse. Really big round from DRX. And that's considering the fact that Prophet got himself into wine. What a brilliant position,
correct,
completely unmarked, and came through for at least one massive kill there. Really thought BBL were going to get a lot more done. I think one of the pivotal kills was Levin popping Dimensional Drift, putting himself into wine, then just losing the 1 versus 1.
Yeah. Really good call there. So now, all of a sudden, after what had been a defensive, dominated first half, DRX have changed the narrative with a couple of rounds in a row, and it puts a little bit more pressure onto BBL to try to clean things up, and their economy is a little bit more broken here because of the 2 forces on the operator in the last couple of rounds. So what do they have to afford here? I don't even know if they have enough for a full purchase. So you have to kind of make a decision on the financial side of things, like, do we want to actually purchase here and see if we can maybe steal something away, or do we just save to play for the final round of the half?
The DRX have also played B multiple times now. They've conditioned this one, so where do we find ourselves in the following rounds where Or A rather, B hasn't been explored for a while, mid hasn't been explored for a while, multiple A finishes. Still though, look at those 6 rounds in the middle of it, 3 through 8. Really huge for BBL.
It's still a chance for DRX to tie the half, considering that's huge. Into a weakened weaponry, DRX are looking at B main. Early pop flash doesn't really say much. And this weapon of Sociable will stay relatively safe, but good. Grabbed out into the corner, has Sociable locked down.
It's a big reveal.
Reveal from Yampi is decent. Shock Dart's finding some chunk damage. May lead to something with these Sheriffs, but another spray down from Hyunmin. Has a 5v3, make it now a 4v3. 4v1 rather, I should say, as the rest of the kills come through quickly. And there it is, a clean polish for DRX. Back to within 1.
Clean grab net there to secure the kill onto the chamber of Sociable. And DRX likely to finish this one 6-6 now, unless BBL's final gun round has anything to say about it. Look at the string of ultimates online for DRX. Yep. And it's going to be quite a lot to play through, lack of which for BBL. And as I said during that pause as well, haven't seen B in a while from DRX, and they decided that was around to pull it through.
Yeah, against the weakened weaponry, that makes complete sense. But different show here. Early paranoia at B main and a deep dark cover trying to put some pressure onto B. It's going to force the Vice back. Knives out for Hyunmin. Look at the quick play from Sociable. They get Mako at the commitment off of his from the shadows. But Sociable gets caught looking the wrong way. That may have been a round-winning kill if he could find it. And DRX will have vacancy to set up their 4v4 post plant with 2 big ultimates available for them.
Yeah, Mako full committed that one, pulling BBL over. Now suddenly, it's a free site, free plant. Good opportunity though, Hyunmin still good for one.
Oh, Bane, no, backside towards A main. Critical to find Profit. You still have freeing with the Annihilation. Can he find the bank shot if they toggle the spike? Flash is on the way out, and yeah, they do bait it out pretty darn nicely to the 1v1. Levin versus Bane in the corner. They know he's playing over towards Bane, but Bane finds the shot, and DRX gonna get to 6-6 through the half.
Wow, what a brilliant finish there. Both players hiding in main. Annihilation to remove one player in the last 1 versus 2. And just clean shots, Levin. We've seen how good he has been in the last 2 maps. One in the series, 1 versus Sentinels, but so far this Yoru hasn't been winning a couple of these 1v1 situations. It's a step away from what he usually plays on this map, which would have been the Jet. And a 6-6 where you have to start discussing the fact that for both teams, defense is where they need to succeed.
Correct.
But DRX gets 6 on their attacking side. So is this enough defensive rounds for BBL, considering that they're going to be on the attack now, double Senti into double Senti?
Yeah, we're going to find out pretty darn quickly. Because again, this is the first time we've seen both these 2 teams post-Tejo nerfs. So what do you have cooked up if you're BBL, having not played this map since mid-May? That was the big storyline we talked with Mitch as we set this map up after map number 1. Whereas for DRX, I mean, same could be said. They haven't played it since mid-May, but very well rehearsed on it, without question. And before the nerfs, 76% defensive win rate for them. So you got to figure these boys know what they're doing on this side of the map.
It's also a change in style. I mean, we talked about this on the desk, but triple initiator for BBL previously on this map. So they're moving away from their comp in a large way. Now we need to start seeing if they can pull together something on this offense. Despite me saying Levin might have had a quiet one, actually still at the top of the leaderboard right now, sitting right next to Yompi. And you'd imagine maybe Yoru on the attacking side could be what Levin needs to pop off again and lead BBL to victory. Or it's going to be DRX bringing us to Haven.
And it's going to be down to how do they want to set Levin up, especially considering that the chamber is just an extra rifle or weapon a lot of the time. You know, obviously the Tour de Force brings a certain level of prestige with it, but we'll see what that looks like for BBL on the offensive side, because it does feel like this is a lot of get Levin into position. DRX looking for a quick push in towards B main, largely shut down as Bane takes a lot of damage. And meanwhile, mid-map is wide open. So BBL will say thank you very much. They'll have Sociable pushed and scaled deep into position as they try to catch the rotation on the defense.
Yeah, just drop him off and then shift over towards A side. Now you're up Cat, forcing Freeing to move away and address that issue. Might be able to find a timing here as well. Like the scan also, that's going to be freeing court, utility out. But because the grab net is there, followed by the paranoia, there's just no opportunity. Freeing is going to survive.
But Sociable, meanwhile, off screen, finds 3. Spike can re-rotate back over to B. So even though the play towards tree didn't necessarily work out, the play towards tree did work out because it forced the defense to move. Sociable, oh, headshot lands. Magnum in the corner, gets one, snaps for the second. Big stuff from Magnum as BBL take the pistol.
Magnum in his name, Magnum in his hands as well. 2 kills there to finish things off. It's BBL once again in the lead. This time they'll take a pistol compared to losing the earlier pistol, but what an exit here. These are the kills you talked about. The possibility for Sociable to maybe activate and push over towards spawn, but no, just catching plays in Pizza instead. And Magnum following up at the end. Again, another 2 kills in Pizza to clean up the round.
DRX not going to do anything crazy here, just classic. So BBL, the question will be how cleanly can they take this anti-eco, if they take it at all. We've seen some craziness so far today. Small walk down for DRX at B main. A little bit of pressure here for Hyun Min with the long range angle from Bane, but Magnum, Sociable, they find the first 2. And if BBL continue to just rip apart the middle of the map like this is going to be a big issue for DRX defensively.
Well, let's see what happens over here in market. I think Sociable is considering that he could get caught here, but really this is just 2 alive now for DRX as they've been dismantled. Not expecting much from Flicker, although you could just be Sociable and miss the second shot and Flicker will make things a little bit more interesting for the round. Magnum, too sharp though. It still will be an 8-6.
Yep. Just comes down to can Bane find anything else on the post-plant exit?
I was going to say as well that hard for DRX to want to get aggressive in this round, considering, you know, double Sendy for BB on the attacking side means you can cut off so many different angles that DRX could push on through. As you see, the first kill came in through from B main, just waiting patiently. Long range advantage, Sociable getting a kill from Tiles into Cat as well, so patience rewarded here.
2 off the Steel Garden early is Bane, by the way, or Brandon, by the way. That could be something you play for. Can you get him an orb here at B and then re-wrap back over and get him the 1 at A?
That was also a winning play coming through from Bane on the attacking side for DRX. There was that 1 Steel Garden round win.
Yep.
Looked pretty good for them.
Looks like they want to set him up to try to get one. Decoy, Aldrone, a lot of spend here. Yep, and they're going to get him 1 off.
The scan, though.
Doesn't make much of a difference. Maybe trying to find 1 more pick. Try to pop the shear. That'll pull the defense, at least their focus initially, over towards B. They also, again, continue to get free space at mid. That's, I mean, again, I just don't know how you deal with this if you're DRX in their current form. Like, you have to have an operator, you would think.
They have double center. You would imagine that you have enough util to cover these gaps, but mid is consistently a gap, and that's going to lead to a take on B.
Flicker, Hyun Min, Bane, all still playing on site at B. Bane will catch his first over through stairs. Steel Garden earned, though, as Magnum finds his elimination, and BBL will profit off of that. Last player that could potentially deal some deterrent to this setup would be freeing. He finds 1, walking his way in. Good shot backside towards Arches. Sociable on the corner, though, shuts it down, leaving it down to Mako. 1v3 in his position, largely revealed as he breaks the door at mid.
Yeah, he's going to save here. This is just way too difficult. Steel Garden kind of saw the play coming on through, take the orb, farm the ult up. And suddenly, DRX's gun advantage gone. Free upgrades all round for BBL. You even have Sociable thinking about going for the chase here. And to be honest, whether he gets a kill or dies, he will get the tour de force off this. So it's a free gun next round, regardless of what happens.
Yeah, why not? 9-6 tally, though. And again, there's a level of, yes, you have double sentinels if you're DRX. But you really don't want to spend a hefty amount of utility guarding mid like that. That's where like the Killjoy has often found a lot of favor in North America. You just throw an alarm bot down or a turret somewhere by mid-market. But you don't have that ability here, and DRX need to figure out what they want to do to defend mid.
Because the sense is that it's not quite the same in terms of info. That's more of a punish utility, right? You want someone to walk into it, then you can just swing on them while they're stunned up. Or if they're going to crouch through that one and be slow about it. So, yeah, I guess to your point, not exactly the same. Really, sheer is the big tool here. That's being placed into B main.
Yeah, you don't want to spend that at mid. They're going to, but it's not going to feel good.
Well, you also can't just keep losing through mid either, so...
Yeah.
Launching thorns. Thorns activated.
See what the play call is going to be. As also helping out at mid is Flicker. Keep in mind this is a limited purchase though for DRX, so even though they move some of the defensive utility around, how much will it really matter?
Ooh, good catch.
Yeah, the decoy for 11 allows him to kind of play off of his own utility. You also have Mako stuck at A main. And Sheer at mid or not, may not make much of a difference. Yunmin's with the hero Phantom, decent damage there. Able to find one, but the spike is not a part of this play. Flicker connects onto the Sheriff shot and hold on a second. Still very winnable until maybe 11 shuts down the hero rifle. Now it's going to have to be on the Flicker to connect, and he will not be able to. Bane 1v3 with just a Sheriff.
Ace time.
Outside of the dark cover. Nope, not going to happen. It's an ace for 11.
We can do this again.
There it is. There's the pop-off. That'll earn the Dimensional Drift as well. Beautiful round coming on through from BBL and Levin. And I could see a situation where he gets that dirty flick onto Human as well. Into Glass. That would have been truly disgusting shot. But just catching, freeing out, utility in hands. Playing with his senses. Put some decent damage on a Human, which allows him to just pop through damage through the wall. And then easy ace at the end there to extend this lead further. And suddenly you're starting to look at DRX thinking, it's another 4-round gap. We've seen where these have gone, but we also have seen that also leads to an OT, possibly.
Well, quick hit here on towards A. Defense not really in position to deal with this, although Levin is not out of his dimensional drift yet. Oh, nearly a chance there for the Annihilation to get called in. For freeing, doesn't really work out. Flash onto Flicker, pushes him off. Also gives high ground control to Levin, who again just is snapping. Oh my! 8 straight kills for Levin. And Bane just kind of watching over the top of the site as well. Levin has an ace followed by a 4K. This guy is everything.
Yeah, 2 more. That'll be 11 for 11 in just 3 rounds as BBL. Speaking of which, they hit that number. 11-6, 5-round gap, and you think you're DRX. How do you pull this one into OT again? As we thought it was going to be the defensive side for both teams, certainly looking at the double Cindy setups, but BBL 5 in the attacking side in a row.
And I don't even know what you talk about right now if you're DRX. The middle of the map was an issue. You've moved your utility of the Sheer over, and now it just creates free passage for BBL to stack and push. And I don't know if they've seen the Sheer down at mid at all yet. I don't know if it makes a difference.
I don't know how keen you are if you're DRX to suddenly force up. It's a tough situation. If you lose the next round, guess what? BBL hit 12. That's match point.
It's match point, yeah.
That means BBL go through, most likely. But so what are you going to do? You don't have any money. Are you going to fight for this round to prevent that 12 from coming on through?
I think you have to.
But a defensive force coming through with double Senti on a defense, and you want to get we saw a aggressive round come through from DRX somewhere. I believe it might have been the first 3, and that got shut down really massively as well. So we've seen that fall apart for DRX. Either way, between a rock and a hard place here, you can save, give the 12 over. That feels terrible. You can force, and you lose.
Wow.
Well, then you lose the entire series.
Yeah, they're
probably
going to go for Sheriffs. I think there's a level of, like, you know, you want to see the team play for the win. Not to say that Sheriffs are impossible, especially considering how good some of the shots have been, but again, you're dealing with light armors and double outlaws for BBL.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so set up to take down DRX in this anti-eco. You saw the potential for DRX to set up sort of a flash play, paranoia play into A, but BBL just weren't even there, so that's a little unlucky for DRX. And now mid taken again and freeing. Doesn't quite have vision over, but he might be in a position to get himself a freebie onto Magnum if something goes well for him.
Delayed play through mid, why not? It's been free. There's the Sheer. Sociable doesn't care. Yeah, and you just stagger that with the play through B main. Spike will be held back just a touch, but look at the rotation watch here from Magnum. And now it's just down to who hits their shots if you're DRX with pressure all over the map.
Bane and Human need to do a lot here. Bane falls early. Human falls to the back of the smoke, but they just know where he is. They're going to run him down. He's going to be good for 1, but this is the plant coming in. Post-plant is going to have a Hunter's Fury. No gun upgrades here. Marco's going to at least bring it numbers to more reasonable.
We'll get him 1 rifle. Marco's at full health. Door is weak. Dark Cover will possess the mid-map. Freeing. Is he even the first one to peek? Is it just going to be some sort of a peek out through this?
Oh, Mako, what?
A shot from Mako. How has he managed that? So now you've got a chance. Mako's still full, but he gets blindsided by Yampi. Last one is Freeing, and he's caught outside of Boathouse.
Man.
Match point for BBL.
Mako made that one interesting, but I think the insurance policy was still there. Yampi, so nice and clean. Looking at Hunter's Fury, match point found. And what a win it would be for BBL to not only take down Sentinels, but then DRX as well. Be 3 map wins for them in a row against 2 top international squads. You won't be able to call this one a fluke anymore.
No.
Especially if it's a best of 3 where they clean up 2-0. You don't even go to a map 3. Forget about it.
Yeah. And it's been impressive for BBL. It really has been. Have not dropped an offensive round into a double Sentinel setup on Ascent.
Yeah. And now, because Cher is in mid every single time, you're feeling confident about the rest of the map, and you're feeling way more confident now that Flicker's gone, and Flicker's been so solid for DRX as well.
It's so clean, dude. It's so clean. One player plays the counter flash. Little bait switch that comes out. Dimensional Drift is here. There's the decoy. There's the pop flash. Follow it up with one more. Hunter's Fury. Little extra damage. Salt in the wounds as Mako will be the last one left and has given this the good old heave-ho college try. But it had to be a 1v5. And this next part is the most difficult part about it.
He's already revealed positioning.
Try to get one of his own. Sidestep just a touch. Spam is good as Prophet finishes it off a convincing 13-6 at BBL 2-0 to qualify for playoff.
And the most insane thing about how this series ends is the fact that it's a 13-6, not dropping a single round on the offensive side, considering you're running into a double senti, as we've already discussed. But better than that, you look at how those last 2 maps went, double OTs, OT versus Sentinels, OT versus DRX. How about you go to the Ascent map choice from DRX, by the way, and then you just dominate them 13-6. I mean, they're getting better. They're looking better as we move along, to the point where it's like, not only can you not say this is a fluke anymore, but now you get to start talking about, like, how far does BBL now shift up the rankings to be, dare I say, I don't want to say favorite yet, but I mean, it's starting to look that way.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is they win a group. They're coming into the playoff as a top 4 seed. That is all you have to really, I think, say out loud to get the resonance that this team is looking really clean. And Mitchman was saying it when we were talking with them before the event, and even a little bit during. It was like,
big time
BBL
believer
team, big time, the same way, are saying that this team looks good. The way they're playing Valorant right now looks good. And I think the more impressive thing about this, 13-6. That was after a 6-6 half, like you already alluded towards, them not dropping an offensive map, or offensive route, rather. The thing is, I don't see them getting worse at defense. They're only going to get better. Like, a couple of those rounds were winnable. They just got a little bit faltered, a little bit sloppy, but you go and clean that up. This BBL team's looking really dangerous on Ascent.
Yeah, and then you have some of the other big teams of the tournament. Fnatic going really close versus 100 Thieves. You have the fact that G2 are not coming in with their full roster. You have Paper X going super close to Billy Billy, although they do clean up KC, which
pretty
probably you would say that it should happen, and maybe BLGs have played out of their minds. So 2 big teams down for BBL, as I would be very curious how many people would have predicted that BBL would be the first team qualified from Group B. I think that number would be tiny.
Yeah, I think that there were plenty of people that would have had BBL getting out of Group B. But getting out as the first team is the difference.
I don't even know that that's true, because I think a lot of people logically would say Sentinels, DRX, and, you know, your choice, which one you want to put number 1 and number 2. That would have been the logical choice. However, no, it's going to be BBL.
Yep.
Well done.
That's kind of pick your poison type situation. But for the post-game reaction, we have Pilski on the main floor with BBL.
Just saw BBL get their dub over DRX and advance. That is a huge win for you guys. Been following your journey over in EMEA. You're able to best Liquid in the qualifier to be able to get here. But now, back-to-back wins. Sentinels and now DRX back-to-back. That is a pretty legit run through this group, Yampi. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel amazing. I don't think I ever realized it yet. Like, it's a top 8 that we got, and with this team, I'm so incredibly happy and so proud of everyone. Like, after missing Masters Toronto, it felt hard, and coming here, we had something to, I guess, prove to ourselves, and I'm just so happy.
Yeah, you guys have just been bubbling under the surface in EMEA, not quite able to make it there, very, very close a couple of times. But what was the difference this time around? I know you guys have had a recent coaching change. I believe Paul has been promoted to your head coach, and you guys have been working on things for quite a while. But being able to finally overcome Liquid, a team that you've lost to, as well as Heretics over in EMEA, that was a big win for you guys. What's different with this run here for BBL?
I would say experience, if I'm honest. I think the experience of the pressure and knowing what to do differently. I think in EMEA we had some very bad things. I don't want to, like, you know, take away anything from anyone, but I think we lost a lot because of just ourselves doing stupid mistakes, and you learn from those, of course. And I think the experience thing is a huge part, that coming into these games we kind of know what to do, and when things don't go well, how do we react, what do we do, how do we trust each other and stuff like this.
How is it for yourself personally as well? You're back on the international stage, you get to play a team for another region like DRX. Feels good for yourself?
Yeah, it feels amazing. It's been 2 years exactly right now that I haven't been in an international event, so yeah, it feels incredible. Like, yeah, it's just nice to be back.
And how are you feeling looking forward through in towards the playoffs? It's only single elim for this event, so a little bit more of a cutthroat format that we're used to in VALORANT, but are you feeling confident?
Yeah, I feel confident, and if I'm honest, I like it. I think it just means that every game is super high pressure, that if you lose, you are out. So I personally like the single elimination playoffs, so I'm excited for that, and whoever comes, I think we are confident.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much for the interview, Yampy. I'll go let you get some rest, and good luck in the playoffs. We'll throw it back up to the desk for the highlights, and the boys can take it away.
Great stuff from Yampy. Really good insight in the first international event for BBL. Off to the races. Again, big win versus Sentinels to start the day if you missed it. But more impressively, coming out, finding the resiliency as they were starting to be battled back on their own map pick, and then to come into a fresh composition against a team that's, again, dealing with another fresh player in the mix and look that good, especially on the offensive side, is impressive.
It really is that Ascent map that sold it for me, because you could say, okay, 2 OTs back-to-back, you know,
Sure,
they're
yeah.
just barely scraping by. Well, that narrative doesn't work anymore when it's a 13-6 on your opponent's map choice, on what should be the weaker side in theory in terms of attacking the double senti, and yet they still make it work. And it's a game where it's not just 11 show on that Ascent either. We saw across the board, Yompy started off really huge, big rounds coming through Magnum as well. Everyone really coming in and applying their value to the team. And we saw every single member across the board being able to contribute in meaningful ways.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, look, for DRX, this is going to be a bit disappointing, but I think this game was kind of, you know, especially the first map, it was close. There was some really, really good moments, and I think it's really entertaining when you do get the 4th seed from EMEA, the 4th seed from Pacific take each other on in an event like this where we usually wouldn't get to see something like that. It was a very close matchup. It was very entertaining. It was one that we wouldn't usually have the pleasure of watching.
Correct, yeah, it's a head bash based on how they came in as a seed, and just also what the repetition looked like leading into this event. Both teams missing out on Toronto, but both teams kind of falling short in their own region after a successful group stage. It just felt like this was a matchup just on paper, based on their resumes, should have been even, and for the most part it was, until we got to that final half of VALORANT.
I just think BBL have a lot more to prove. DRX have already had some results in the past. They already know they're a top team. And BBL, the type of team where they barely missed out on Toronto. I mean, I guess, yeah, DRX as well, but for BBL, it's like they got that chip on their shoulder. You could feel it from the energy, how loud they're getting, how excited they're getting before, you know, before we even got into the series.
Yes.
But then also when they're winning these rounds, they're just so energetic about it that you can tell how much they want this as a team that know that they are the underdogs, that know that every team they face, especially now moving forward to the top 8, they're not on paper favored against. But it doesn't matter. That's going to fuel them because they know that they have a lot to prove here. And every single time they take them down, it's just more proof that they might be one of the better teams here. And maybe later on the playoffs, we'll see just how far they can get if they can be the best team.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm like certified Pacific stan, but actually, I think I'm converted. Like, I'm honestly really looking forward to PPL in playoffs. I hope that they can continue to, I mean, upset some teams. To be honest, looking at the field of the EMEA teams so far, with Fnatic playing 100 Thieves very close, and now against Gen G, I know that match is still ongoing, but that is a very tight game. BBL is looking like at least the most convincing EMEA team here.
Heretics falling apart, 4-13 versus NRG, so...
I think that says more about energy than it does about Heretics still, but I'm tempted to agree. Like, in terms of what we're getting out of EMEA, the expectations have not quite hit. You know, in terms of Fnatic coming out and dominating, didn't happen versus 100 Thieves, struggling a little bit versus Gen G. Who knows? This might be the best team in Europe right now at this event.
At this event, yeah. Let's slow down a little bit. Fnatic has still got to play the rest of the series against Genji. The first half was very one-sided, but since then it's gotten a lot closer. So look, if you're wanting to watch more gameplay, definitely hop on over to the A stream, because we are just going to quickly touch on the next matchup that we do have coming up today. It will be, of course, NRG taking on RRQ. NRG already turning a couple of heads with a big, convincing win against Heretics, Kev. And look, over on the side of RRQ, a very solid team, and they seem like they're ready for this event too.
When you talk about teams that got a chip on their shoulder, NRG is that team. They got a lot to prove. They've swapped up players in terms of roster, coaching side as well. Back and forth between Mike's, back to Bonker to Mike's, back to Bonker now, and it's like, well, this team with Scuba in it just looks good. I mean, we were there, casting NRG, pushing through as the first seed, winning that NA qualifier to get to this event, missing out on Toronto. I mean, a pretty big story for a decent amount of teams that miss out on Toronto really showing up right now in this tournament. NRG definitely on that list.
Yeah.
I love it. I think just legitimately we're seeing the teams that have had more time to prep, change for the patch, are learning a lot from what they saw in Toronto and then molding based on what they think their identity is going to look like. So I'm excited for this next one. Should be a banger.
Absolutely. Look, we'll see who is going to be molding at the end of the day. I believe that's what you said, Shift. But first, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back with NRG versus RRQ to close out the day.
Reach your impossible.
group stage, and we have a fantastic fixture here. It is going to be RRQ taking on NRG. Both have looked pretty solid in some of these best of ones. Dare I say NRG even turning a couple of heads, absolutely demolishing Heretics. And I'll get your opinion on that first and foremost. Welcome back, Jen. Look, I would be feeling pretty optimistic as an NA fan about NRG's prospects in this series.
Yeah, because there's a lot of teams that bring in, you know, these newer players, and then they're still getting acclimated, because it's not even just integrating that new player, but feeling comfortable as a team and having that new system. But it's, I think, the Mata engine that is really leading that, and to look so good on day one. I'm really proud of NRG, especially when some of the NA teams have been struggling. NRG's looking like the best hope.
And look, you're kind of Pacific, but like you did the NA qualifier, you did NA. I don't know what you're. What are you? What are you, bro?
I'm not too sure anymore. I'm just kind of back and forth at this stage. Bit of a mercenary across the board, but I would say like probably leaning NA, but still Pacific at the same time. Look, I wanted to comment on that NRG win against Heretics as well. It was a big game for Brock, who kind of pulled out the Odin, at times even just disrespecting Team Heretics and just running them down with that Lotus. So Lotus. We'll see if that ends up coming through in the Vetos in a hot minute, but NRG's just completely demolished Heretics. That might be one of the more one-sided games that we've had today. So yeah, that's it's a great look for NRG, quite worrying for Heretics.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that. I mean, that is the kind of best-of-one performance you want to do to set the tone for the tournament, and particularly going up against a team like RRQ. I think if you can dismantle Heretics like that, taking on RRQ, although they are the current reigning Pacific champions, I think you can really, you know, have some belief in yourself that you can get this one done here, Jen.
Yeah, I think I was really happy with how RRQ did against Titan Esports. I think it was 13-6, and as one-sided as it is, but they're cooking with their compositions. They've been in the kitchen. You had Jemkin on the Waylay, the first time at least we've seen it on the B stream. I don't know what they're up to on the A stream all the time, but just Jemkin was on fire. And not even just the agent that kind of changed things up. He kind of was just fragging out of his mind.
Yeah.
Also just the missing gameplay from Titan. I mean, Titan Esports really, to me, they only got those 6 rounds, but it just wasn't pretty gameplay across the board. I think they were getting ripped apart pretty frequently. So the fact that the Waylay even got brought out just speaks volumes that RRQ can just even experiment, do something a little bit off meta, play something that you quite risky, I think, in a BO1, because you know you could lose to a Titan Esports club, but Titan, I think they're just a caliber or more below RRQ, and it really showed.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And I think for RRQ, like, they were preparing for Toronto. They were probably preparing to go quite deep in Toronto. Didn't really have to show too much internationally, Kev. So I think I agree they have a lot cooked up in the kitchen. They have a lot that they probably didn't show. And that means that they've had even more time to prepare for EWC here. They've probably got a very wide map pool. They've probably got a couple of different agent comps that they can go towards. So they're going to be a little bit harder for NRG to prepare for, I think.
It's a rare matchup as well, you know, given that NRG didn't quite make it to Toronto, so this is a team that we sort of talked about before we headed into the break, and coming into this one, just like BBL, a lot to prove, making changes to their roster more so than a decent number of teams here, and not in the sense of like, well, you know, we're just having to put our coach in. They have sort of moved the coaching position around, but with Finesse's retirement, that left a huge gap in the roster, and I think Scuba filling in for that position has been looking really good. He looked great in the EWC qualifier coming into this one, and obviously they dominated Heretics so hard. It's like, well, everyone just looked good in that game.
Just the way that NRG have been able to build up these challengers players into like already a tier 1 squad this fast. I mean, I've casted over Brock just in NA challengers, and we call him Big Brock with more words added to it, but he really is just that impactful of a guy. And Scuba, I think, was such a criminally underrated player as a controller, but he was also able to flex so many different agents and roles, whether it was a sentinel, the controller, everything, when his team asked him to do it. So he's really the selfless, flexible type of player that any tier 1 team could get, and I'm really happy Brock and Scuba ended up on NRG.
Yeah, I think that's what's been great about EWC so far. We've already seen BBL, a team that hasn't maybe had the opportunity to get some access to these international events, punch well above their weight and punch their ticket straight through into playoffs, and that could be the same storyline here, Kev, for NRG potentially.
Yeah, especially when the rest of NA right now is, you know, we're still kind of in question of where they're going to land here. G2, obviously, their roster isn't as complete as they would like it to be. You see Sentinels fall to BBL earlier, but then again, maybe BBL are just that team, and Sentinels are likely still going to be the other team moving on through, although they have to get through DRX now, so question marking that could go either way. NRG right now looking like I don't want to say maybe the hope of NA, but they're looking like the strong spot from NA right now.
Look, we'll focus in on RRQ to start things off here. I believe they should be the pretty heavy favorites for this matchup. They're the reigning Pacific champs. They took down Gen G. For me, definitely, but I think for a logical man's as well, they are probably the favorites for this matchup. They've qualified for an international event, maybe underwhelmed a little bit at Toronto. Unfortunately, I know they are probably pretty disappointed with their performance there, and that's going to light a fire under them. The thing for RRQ is they are very much a team that they have some mental blocks at times, or they have some blocks with certain stages or certain opponents at times that it takes a while for them to work through. And I'm hoping, Jen, that Toronto is exactly that. They've learned some lessons. They've maybe been able to adjust some things, whether it be mentally or like in-game, and they're going to bring a better RRQ here to EWC.
Yeah, they went to Toronto, but didn't have to show that much footage because they just went right to playoffs as a top seed.
Yes.
So you're not revealing too many of your cards.
That hasn't gone so well for a lot of teams, honestly.
Yeah, so
right?
people kind of wondering if the format, if they would have played in Swiss, what kind of a different RRQ we would have gotten. But
oh, that was such a good moment, by the way. That was such a good moment. They were kind of hard stock outside of even qualifying to playoffs at times for many, many years in Pacific, and then they've always been a very solid team in Pacific, Kev. But look, they finally got a trophy, and you could tell how much it meant to them over in Pacific.
Yeah, and now it's about seeing whether they can repeat some success going into international. We saw them in Toronto. They would have liked to have a better performance there. Moving into EWC, kind of showing what they didn't get to do in Toronto and prove that they're a top Pacific team, because we talk plenty about Gen G, DRX being these real powerhouse teams, and RRQ really should be in that conversation. PRX needs no real further discussion. They literally just won Masters. So Pacific, you would say definitely the strongest looking region overall, just to be safe. And RQ need to make sure that they're in that elite Pacific club where they can take down teams like NRG.
I think which is the strong win out of NRG. All eyes are on them to kind of well represent North America. And, you know, the big excitement is those players for sure, but also bringing back Coach Bonker, who as a European coach brings a lot of structure. And I think when you're integrating newer players or players with less experience in VCT, it's so important for them. And look at this, speaks to the preparation when you have such a strong first map, I guess first series, that NRG, I think this is going to be a closer series. And this the whole day has been about the underdogs. Think about K-Corp, think about even 100 Thieves, if you want to call them an underdog, against Fnatic. These have all been close matches.
Totally agree with you. And look, they might not have FNS in the squad anymore, but they have Ethan. He has so much veterancy, even going before Valorant even came out. This man has performed very, very well in TAC FPS. So they still do have those leadership figures within the squad, as well as some up-and-coming players from the Tier 2 of NA. And you got the chance to cover the NA qualifier, Kev. So what did you think of their run over there?
I mean, just incredible. They took down MIBR, which already you have to start thinking like, whoa, this is a really big win. Again, this is before MIBR sort of went to Toronto as well, kind of underperformed there. So it could have, that may have just been the first look at MIBR in their current form. Bit more of a slump. However, a huge win at the time. Still, I mean, I'm not going to take it away from that. It definitely is still just a huge win, regardless of how you call it. Then taking down 3-1, 100 Thieves as well. A team that they have a lot of history with. And really, that event, the qualifier for EWC, was when we got to see Scuba debut on the team as a rookie, coming through from Cubit Academy, now moving into a roster like NRG, seeing how he was going to fit in. Looked very flexible, played a lot of Viper, but had some controller in there as well, a little bit of Astra. So you have flexibility on this man, but also fragging power as well. He was really performing, saw him do some great stuff on Split, and just instantly going up against good competition like 100 Thieves, like MIBR, and putting up top performance. And we kind of in a similar fashion what we saw from Flicker on DRX today.
Absolutely. So we'll get into the Veto here. We are going to have Haven and Lotus taken out straight away. Look, Lotus is a map that RQ dabbles in a little bit, and NRG, I'm interested in this. They're going to go straight for Split. This is not a map that RQ in Pacific have a lot of reps on thus far. I think they only played it against PRX, and that was quite a close game. But NRG into Split, and then Pearl going to be picked up by RRQ there, Jen.
I'm excited, especially for Mata on Split. I mean, he's, I think, had 8 first kills in that series against Team Heretics. They went 13-4, so it's the Mata engine and how you're able to enable him. And Brock is one of the best initiators you could have pulled out of challengers to do so. And Scuba, who's been consistent, you can rely on him to play solo. I think NRG look very, very good, but this is now a style or a different region that you're not used to playing up against. Pacific play really fast, and NRG have to keep up.
This is going to be where you're going to see the Viper from Scuba come on through. Really good performances. Played split twice in both series in terms of the qualification, both MIBR and 100 Thieves. They did lose it to 100 Thieves 11-13, but they beat MIBR 13-10. So yeah, really good stuff across the board. I think this will be a decently good map for NRG.
Yeah, I think I'm looking forward to what kind of style RRQ are going to bring on it. They did play that burst double duelist with the Yoru Rays last time, and that's what's interesting about RRQ as a team. For those that aren't familiar, is they do have Monyet who can flex controller, or he can go secondary duelist. So they can very much play a faster double duelist style, a more bursty style, or a slower style where they can leave Jemkin a little bit to his own devices. But he's more of a duelist that he doesn't like to get his hands dirty. He doesn't actually hard entry a lot of the time, and he really takes his time with things.
Yeah, the Neon Yoru double duelist from RRQ was really cool.
True.
The only question mark I had was kind of, at the time, it was a solo initiator Taeho, which you always usually pair that with a Breach and a Taeho. So what the initiator choice is going to be interesting, but then the KJ Astra being able to flex around the map and place those smokes wherever, it is a really cool look out of RRQ. And if we go all the way to Icebox, then there's a big difference of NRG like in the Harbor, RRQ like in the crazy guy on the Omen. So, but that can always change.
That was just, I believe, for Toronto, and they kind of flex around a couple of different comps in Pacific itself. For Pearl, totally agree with you. Could definitely see Yoru Neon for RRQ, and I'd probably just chuck Kushi on a fade. This is his rookie year, by the way, in Tier 1 Kushi, and he has been absolutely phenomenal for RRQ, Kev.
This is also a Pearl that, you know, was played against 100 Thieves by NRG. That was a very strong look as well, 13 and 5 in that series.
They've got a good rate, like win rate on it, bro, and you're picking it into them. They domed in this qualifier.
Yeah, and the only difference here is going to be the fact that we are going to see them move away from the Teo, of course. We were still playing on Teo patch for that qualifier. So you are going to see some flexibility, because these are the type of maps where you start to see guys like Scuba move around different roles. I'm looking forward to that one for sure.
Absolutely. So look, as we head onto the box, we've touched on it a little bit. I'm interested to see what we're going to get, because historically I remember RRQ did like the KO Teo Enit. You obviously mentioned, Jen, that they did go for the Omen. We've seen a couple of different teams opt for the Omen comp already at this tournament. I think it's been one of the more popular Icebox comps so far.
Yeah, also just the duelist matchup of Mada versus Jemkin, who have both had really explosive starts in their first map. And just a reminder to everybody that the winner of this match qualifies into the bracket, because it's 2 wins, you're in. So this match is going to mean a lot, and it's best of 3 where you finally get to see some stronger maps. It's not like BO1s where you're kind of banning everything out, and it's you're really going the distance there. So we're going to see some strength.
Yeah, I mean, this is given how good NRG looked in the qualifier, in their opening game versus Heretics, I think this one could be a very exciting one. And we've already seen some OTs come on through, particularly from the BBL games. We saw that in our previous series as well. And I think there are a decent number of parallels between BBL and NRG as well. So hoping for the best from both teams.
Absolutely. Well, we're ready to get into the game. It's going to be split to start off this best of 3. So I'll throw it over to our casters, Lemon Kiwi and Avril.
Yeah, the big qualification match between the big dogs of NA versus the Pacific champions, and we kick things off on split. NRG's choice before Pearl from RRQ and Icebox at the end. Best of 3. It's a marathon.
Guess what I see on board again for RRQ? Jemkin played it last time. Monyet says it's my turn. One more Waylay game to come on in for NRG as standard. They're going to be playing Scuba on the Viper, Sky for Ethan, exactly what they showed in their qualification games.
Oh, you got the Jemkin, or sorry, Monyet, Waylay. Jemkin's actually on the Yoru. Interesting there.
Yep. Something Mitch has talked it out plenty. Jemkin, like one of the best Yorus out there.
Ooh, just a double duelist, or the double dash is already at the back, trying to run after Sam, and does so. And Sam, such a vocal guy for NRG, just did not cry help loud enough, and NRG will be in heaven, already dogging up, using that Sky. Such a unique comp that you don't see every day, but those deep flashes are going to be so useful from the Sky later on. But the pistol going very well so far for RRQ in this 5v3.
Flash out, no entry just yet. Low HP, at least for Jemkin. Monyet down is going to give a little bit of opportunity, but just not enough left here. Scuba has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and so many angles to get through. Nice headshot. 2 more to go. Jemkin injured, but gets the last laugh in the end. Pistol for RRQ, and it was just keeping it simple. He got the 2 kills, but just getting Monyet so deep into sight so quickly to get the chase down on Som was everything.
Yeah, not the type of double duelist you're expecting. You know, Raze would be pretty popular on this map. We've seen Jet being played plenty of times as well. Even the potential on Neon is certainly going to be there, but instantly just taking the entirety of the site and refracting back over towards B main is going to be the waylay of Monyet. And despite Scuba coming through for a couple of decent shots towards the end there, big celebration coming through for IRQ. This will take away the pistol.
Such an aggressive start from RRQ already. Hitting the B site, not being too worried about the smokes, not even caring about mid control, but we're going to see many looks as the anti-eco has still 2 pistols, but an important rifle in the hands of Jemkin, a huge star for RRQ.
Trying to really set up a trap here in mid if possible. Ethan looked like he might want to flash out, certainly a lot of util in hands. Shorty on board for Brock as well. And you can see that RRQ, yeah, they're expecting something.
Oh, just the flash out. Good swing from NRG. Jemkin playing anti-flash and just coughs back at this defense, but playing close to safety. NRG even get good damage as Mata will head into Mail and RRQ. Pretty satisfied with that exchange. You're going to try a different route this time. Paranoia to get those players in heaven. Entry from Crazy Guy. Mata re-swings into it, does what he can to kick back against RRQ, but there is just no stopping this anti-eco.
Just knowing where the trap was going to be sprung, taking down Ethan early, and then RRQ instantly shifting over towards B main, where they succeeded last time. They'll completely take control of the site. Brock, nothing to really do here. Might just play for exits. That'll probably be it.
Bringing all those weapons too, and to the bonus is always nice. And this is going to be the power of the double duelist and just how they're working together and not afraid to kind of abandon the endeavor and go for something else. And Brock's doing good damage just to get the ult online as quick as possible. Now RRQ have good momentum.
All right, time to see what we got on board for NRG first gun round. Well, high expectations. IRQ, again, coming through with some very unique comps so far, twice in a row. Not often you're going to be playing against this. Hard to really scout out, hard to really prep against. Very fast hits that we've seen so far. Easy pivots to B. Haven't seen much out of A yet so far on this IRQ offense.
Oh, different Viper wall from RRQ, just to kind of give the illusion of threat over at Garage, especially with how successful RRQ have been at back-to-back B-site hits. So having this now gate crash ready behind, Jemkin's not going to get to use it.
He's just going to go for the orb, just in full view. Knowing that, no, NRG are not going to swing this one again. I'm just going to take this orb, no worries. As the wall does, I think it was the Viper wall also coming in to assist a little bit, but wow. That level of confidence. We do find some first blood from the NRG side, though. They've been needing that.
And Monyet's got to expect someone in this close corner, especially when his teammate went down that quickly. Double dash, trying to get after Som and did not check that corner. So the spike's going to head elsewhere, but this round's looking pretty cooked
really
from RRQ.
Huge kill from Scuba on the A side as well. That's going to prevent any sort of rotation for RRQ. Xferio was thinking he could make some real inroads onto A to allow the rotation to come on in. Now just limited members alive. And really nothing found so far in this round. Everywhere on the map they tried to go has been shut down.
30 seconds left.
I like the adjustment from NRG that you're knowing Monyet are going for those double dashes, getting to the very back. So can you cut off the reinforcements? Can you even shoot Monyet in the back? The NRG already adjusting how they're approaching the B site, which is also just maybe they're going for orb, be more front and center. They got NRG got first blood off of that, and it's a flawless for NRG to fight back against all that.
Yeah, you'll love to see that coming through from NRG after a couple of unfortunate rounds, particularly that last one. Convergent Path's already online for Monyet though, so through those first 3 rounds, we're already starting to see some of these early timings in terms of the ult. Nothing else really getting online too quickly elsewhere, but this is the gun round that's going to be all important.
first time on the A side too. I like this Viper wall from Xfero, and maybe they'll cause a fight over in ramp where Ethan can always fall back to his own Viper wall if they wanted to have a more passive approach and just play off of flashes. But then Mata can just play at the front door of that Viper wall and just let RRQ come to them.
Giving up a decent amount of space here. Trailblazer will probably at least see one. That's mid taking down. The Lurker's gone, which means now that RRQ have to really commit here, and beyond that as well, Scuba will be on the flank, going through sewers.
Also knowing that that was the flank and that there's not going to be anyone with Crazy Guy, like Scuba going through sewers is going to cause a lot of problems for RRQ if they don't get the ball rolling, which now being able to dash and get the spike down immediately. NRG are giving a considerable amount of space, hoping to play off of Ethan's flashes and activate on Scuba's flank, which he's already put a dent into RRQ, forcing the attention of Jemkin.
That's going to give Som the opportunity to come through as well. This is going to be a very difficult post plan now. You got triple entry potential coming from the NRG side. Still util to play into this as well. Paranoia ready, set up. You can see Som getting prepped for it.
That's the Haunt out first, but yeah, not having any smokes on this post point, it's just gonna hurt RRQ so much, so they gotta hold it down, and NRG just divide, surround, and conquer.
Yeah, just a brilliant flag. Scuba for 2 here. Scuba, again, sort of talked about this one in the pre-show before we even got onto this one, and even commented about the fact that Split was one of those maps where Scuba's Viper was getting a decent amount of value, and well, 5 and 3 so far, but the impact that we got to talk about, the fact that he just takes down the late lurk in towards mid, gets a good flank through sewers that I think you'd have to be a little bit more concerned about if you are RRQ, given that you've lost positioning in mid. Maybe they assumed that it was going to be going through ropes for Scuba, not the case. And just the fact that it ended up being a double flank with Som being there as well. Triple re-entry in terms of the retake for NRG, just full numbers advantage. Couldn't ask for more, really.
Yeah, from the flawless into another round win to a full buy, NRG got so rich so fast considering they dropped the pistol in the anti-eco against RRQ. So now we find ourselves on mostly a Stinger and Sheriff buy from RRQ, hoping to unite with just the limited weaponry that they have. Of course, you have flashes, a lot of that Sky Util from NRG to check out ramps and playing their life, playing really conservative and not being too aggressive on that front, which is going to reveal that RRQ are not there.
Happy to play very safe on both B and A. I mean, you have the share covered for B on info. Okay, here we go. Just a dash on through, but Mata's still going to get one.
And that's good enough for Manya, and he's going to activate the ult, and now 6 HP and a dream against Ethan.
Oh my God.
The double kill is everything. Cushy was hoping to just, hey, go bait for me, bro. But 2 versus 2, thrifty potential for RRQ.
That could have just changed the entire round as well, because it was looking decent numbers for RRQ, and Ethan just says, ain't no way. As it just have a couple more members to deal with. Question will be, do they know where Crazy Guy is? Because Crazy Guy has the type of position to cause some real problems here, especially if you're stacked up and you come in at 1 versus 1. Okay, Ethan, no issues.
I'm really happy with Ethan's impact so far, and now the Seekers just to see how close Xfero was and almost the ace at the end. And this is the IGL being able to put up numbers like that. He's on ramp control and able to easily rotate over to help B, and RRQ tried to pivot to that, and it's not going to work out this time.
That was probably the most we saw out of RRQ in mid. A couple B mains already, trying to work their way up A, couple plants on both sides, but mid. I think there was one other round where they just kind of sniffed out the potential of a trap in mid. That might have been the round 2 for the anti-eco, but aside from that, not a lot of mid coming through from RRQ so far. And well, this one just gets shut down so fast. What a brilliant couple of kills from Ethan. That double up and to heaven on B was just everything they needed.
And to correct myself from earlier, Monyet still has the ult too, so this could just cause even more problems. But now you got the early pit because Scuba's had such a good start to the game. He closes off mid completely.
You can play the Nightfall and conversion paths into this one though, so you have to be a little bit careful if you are Scuba. Don't want to be caught out in mid. Not the most difficult thing to clear if you are RQ and you want to go in that direction. Just going to spend a bit of time clearing through the rest of the map here, showing a little bit of presence on towards B. What RQ don't know is Som has pushed up a decent amount on the A side already. See how far he really wants to go. So far, this is RQ just not really thinking about committing anywhere just yet.
Also just seeing how much energy you want to push their luck, because as soon as Scuba had that one kill, he started exploring the map, but RRQ are just not giving them an inch. So now being able to use this gate crash, this clone, it's up to Jemkin to be solo on the right side, and that's the beauty of running the double duelist. He's going to have the dimensional drift too, so
this is a fake though.
He's going to reveal himself. It just pops out, shows it to some, but will be traded in the end. It gets NRG busy while RRQ get it done at B.
Yeah, they've ignored the Viper Spit as well, but at least that info is there for NRG, knowing that, okay, nothing's coming through mid. Pit's got to go down in terms of losing it in mid, but being deployed on B.
The showstopper in the middle of this pit doesn't find the Viper quite yet, and RRQ will hold down the base and play from B main, and Brock, there's just no chance.
Just see Monyet as well, just dashing on through. Yeah, showstopper, cool. I'm going to trade positions with you. Dashing towards heaven. Showstopper doesn't get that kill. Brock's going to go for a save here. We're going to be all evened up 3 and 3. And I think that sell onto A did work for at least a little bit, given that you kind of caught Brock rotating off B slightly. And even got a kill off there. I mean, just dimensional drifts opens up in the middle of the site and takes a 1v1 and wins it.
Yeah, just like decloaks out in the open. Just like, I'm surprised he got the one kill, but did get NRG jumping for it. And the showstopper for Mata to not find that pit, oh, that could have been the round difference. So NRG are going to take a time out and discuss how to go forward with this. This is a very close game.
Yeah, I think this is also a situation where you are seeing on the defensive side NRG play some of these sites a little bit light, thinking, okay, we can just play off the share here. We know Razorvine is available there as well. Even the players on A in previous rounds, not this last round, but in previous rounds playing really far back. Ethan happy to play just behind the Viper wall. Kind of reacting to what RRQ want to be able to do, then playing a lot more pressure in the mid. You can see that NRG's game plan really relying on controlling mid, which they've done very successfully, but B main has been pretty good for RRQ, at least on a few rounds now. Decent amount that they've won there.
Yeah, I think RRQ have to do as much work as possible with this double duelist on attack to just convert as much as you can, but you're also seeing the confidence that Jemkin and Monyet have to split up as the duelist and try to accomplish things at different parts of the map to force NRG to play kind of 3D chess instead of checkers. And you see that just pulling NRG to the opposite sides of the map just opens things up even more for RRQ to hit that weaker site.
Some of the history as well would suggest that NRG are probably actually stronger on the attacking side of Split rather than the defensive side, particularly in that MIBR game to qualify in. Let's talk about the fact that Mata wants to walk up, though. Easy conversion onto Cushy and Spike down as well. Monyet to follow through.
Yeah, with the Thorns, they're going to slow you down. The Viper Molly and an op that's watching down. You rolled the dice and you got unlucky. You hit the side where the op is watching, and RRQ would have to hope to get more information out of this fade as kind of the solo initiator, but it's really relying on Monyet to make a lot of the space with the dashes, but NRG are more aware of it now.
Well, it's good news that Xfer has pushed his way through, got in a freebie over on screens now, tucked away in spawn to try and catch a rotator. That'll be Som. Meanwhile, the plant will come on through, so still, you know, decent for RRQ in the round considering the numbers disadvantage, but you really need Xfer to be able to find something on this angle. And he's not going to be able to get it. And now, oh, crazy guy. I don't think he got spotted by that, actually. So he is still in a good position to maybe take down Ethan.
Yeah, it depends on the timing of the other people over at ramp, but there's a trade right from the op where the sun don't shine. So NRG happy with this round to take a lead, especially after the timeout, they're able to stabilize.
Just no way for the last two members of RQ to help each other as well as Xfer tries to come through from spawn. And it's just caught out by Som, who, yeah, I mean, he knows that their own defensive spawn is probably does have a player there. It has been compromised given they lost a player on screens. And NRG starting to pull together a little bit more now, especially just that opening shot from Mata walking on through, full confidence, and then converting onto Monyet as well. And Jemkin to follow. Just a complete 3-for-0 opening trade, giving NRG such amazing numbers advantage.
And I know Brock plays a lot of Vice for this team, but man, do I miss him on initiators and kind of the firepower, the frag potential that he would have if he had those flashes in his hand. But NRG are trying to put up as strong of a defense as they can, but now letting RRQ get into heaven, that's going to be an issue as Monyet collapses into Scuba and quickly gets back into position to help propel the spike towards the back. But there is some problems. Ethan's been evicted. Brock can at least trade, but now he's between a rock and a hard place, but still spits back at RRQ and forces a lot more effort out of this offense to get the round going. 1v1 between Cushy and Sam, and this spike is heading elsewhere.
Yeah, Brock and Ethan held on so well there. Pulling out the Steel Garden as well, giving advantage. Now this is 1v1, needs to be very, very important, and it's going to be Cushy. Just see Sam from a distance, evening things up. And despite all the effort, considering how things went on A main, Heaven, good look from RRQ, but just dropping members on that actual site itself from how well Ethan held with Brock. And by the way, this has been, I think, round 3 is when Monyet got conversion pass. It's been 5 rounds. He's really milking this ult today.
He's cooking. And got jump scared from Cushy clutching that and everyone screaming. 9:30 and RRQ just haven't lost a beat. So RRQ getting really hyped, and it's only the beginning. Both these teams have been neck and neck.
9:30 p.m.'s early days. We got games to play, and Monyet straight away double dashing in towards Heaven. He's just cleared out the whole thing.
Monyet's got to take it one step at a time, and the judge, just even with all those shots, Brock keeps his distance and keeps Heaven control, and RRQ are going to rethink this approach.
Maybe overcooked a little bit there. I mean, the rest of the team is just still kind of chilling, and okay, see what happens over on this side of the map. Scuttle goes the way of Som. As you see the double walk down from NRG finding value. I'm not too sure what RQ's game plan was there in terms of the rest of the team had no follow through off of Monyet's space created, but they also didn't go elsewhere. So it's not like, you know, is Monyet pulling attention over?
Kind of a 1-1-3, a lot of duels that RRQ are losing, and now with the Vice wall up, there is some isolation, and I want to see NRG take advantage of this, and Brock and Scuba do exactly that, and Spike's still in the hand of Cushy, no HP, he's going to need a band-aid, no friends, no hospital nearby, and NRG, despite giving up all that real estate, they just know how to really catch RRQ at the heel.
Brock and Ethan just cooked them entirely there. Share splitting up the team, then the flashes coming on through, super easy swings for NRG to be able to collect everything through. And what a round, and a confusing one once more, where it was starting to look like decent value. Monyet just clearing out all of B Heaven, but no follow through from RRQ. He dies, and then RRQ's like, well, it's time to go over towards A, and the share plus flashes just completely annihilate them. It's going to head into a timeout now for RRQ to talk things through, given, yeah, man, that last round was just messy. That's all I can say about it.
Yeah, there's a lot to cover on that post plane and not a lot of time to set it up because the rotations are there. There's not going to be a lot of waiting for NRG to knock at the door, so better protection on screens. That's where Brock and friends are causing the most amount of trouble, making sure you have a smoke at Heaven, and a lot less options for RQ when they're running the double duelist, of course. So I think Jemkin and Monyet looked really lethal at the start, but NRG are now kind of taking a step back and really watching for those aggressive duelist plays.
And remember, this is a map for NRG where most recently they've done better on the defensive side. And so they're really just showing that this offense from RRQ getting picked apart as comfortably as it is on several rounds. That's not to say that RRQ haven't won some good rounds in there. Certainly the pistol and anti-eco helped them a lot in terms of keeping the scoreline close, but you're just really starting to see this defense heat up and look solidified for NRG. And took MIBR down on this map and stopped Aspas, and if you can do that, can Monyet and Jem can do more.
Showstopper from Mata. I'm hyped for this one. Of course, you have Seekers from Ethan if they wanted to farm an orb, but Ethan's been very passive and kind of letting his dog and his flashes do all the talking over at ramp and not really showing much face. Like I said, NRG very much playing far back against his double duelist.
No share at B this time. Typically when they kind of just leave Som alone on B, he gets to play off a share as well as the Razorvine and his own paranoia. But it has been the game plan for NRG to play both Ethan and Brock a little bit further back on a quick rotation from Scuba if needed. A lot of mid control that they're actually giving up right now as both Mata and Scuba fall off, and that's going to allow RQ push into ropes.
Yeah, getting into heaven at close range with these pistols, the classic right clicks can be very scary. But RRQ, this is going to be a very tough round to pull together, at least the Prowler. And, you know, a lot of Cushy is clearing that space, trying to give you as much heads up as possible as Ethan starts to pick them apart, activates the Seekers, which is already going to discover Jemkin and the rest of RRQ that cannot back them up.
Just give this space away, but then still be in position to receive as RRQ want to walk out from heaven. They want to walk onto site at some point, and once more, Ethan, Brock, and even reinforced with Scuba coming through after falling off from his own ropes position that was holding him mid earlier. And Ethan's done well enough that, yeah, he's happy to just throw an extra Seekers in. He's 12-5 right now, top score on the entire server. And whatever RRQ are talking about in the tactical pause, well, they need to really bring that to light in these last 2 rounds now.
Yeah, Ethan's a big source of that information from NRG, which has been mostly sourcing around the right side. Now he got Prowler from RRQ, maybe just keeping things simple, going through main instead of focusing on heaven and ramp. You got the dashes from Monyet, and it puts a big dent into NRG, able to rewind back and let the spike go down as easily as that. And RRQ keep all their eyes peeled for screens, but the smoke has dissipated at heaven, so NRG can try and get looks on all more angles.
They've finally taken down that defense. Ethan falls, Marta pulls out Showstopper and doesn't even get the chance to pull the trigger, by the way. You just have RRQ using the double duelist, gate crash, plus the double dash on Monyet. 5 on the post bump. This has been the round we've been waiting for RRQ for some time.
Yeah, RRQ getting comfortable in the crossfire and just going to finish off what they started. And that's what RRQ just had to adjust. The gap was at screens and also knowing when that smoke goes down at heaven.
Just to see if RRQ can clean this one up properly. Yeah, they're not even going to bother with this last kill. Well, Scuba will show his face and Crazy Guy will finish it off. We might be able to end this one 6-6 if RRQ can really pull through strongly. And yeah, there'll be questions about how they do on the defensive side, considering double duelists. You really want to see more out of their offense. This is going to be a potential more rough look on the defensive side if it's going to be Waylay, Yoru. Let's take a look at how that one broke down again.
Oh.
It was really, to me, that beginning with the Monyet plus Jemkins, rush down, double dash, gate crash straight away. As we move over to the B side.
Ooh, an off. Like that off from Som, and he could think about either holding that angle at B or walking up or even playing as far back deep into sight, especially hearing that Prowler come out. And Scuba continues to be the X factor. He gets that pick at mid, can go towards sewers, here's action at B. He's going to go and reinforce that into Mail. Meanwhile, RRQ do what they can with the minimal weaponry, and it's just up to Monyet in a 1v4.
This is just falling apart. I mean, they dropped ultimates in this one, convergent paths. 11 rounds deep, farmed that one up on round 3, drops it in there. Nightfall to follow through from Cushy, and it's just going to be Som holding on so strong. Scuba as well, winning his 1v1 against Xfero and no Monyet. Has just too much to do. And no health as well. Oh my goodness, 7-5 for NRG, looking amazing on the defense for RRQ. That last round could have gone a lot better for them.
Now you get to see the firepower of NRG on the attack when Ethan can now try to flash in and set up Mata for success, where kind of just a well-rounded NRG, no flashy, no Mata engine. It's really been, like I said, Scuba being the X factor of where his lurk is and kind of all the ideas and variations he's shown. And when he wins that duel, what is he able to take advantage of in terms of map control?
Surely Jemkin dimensional drifting through sees Scuba as he runs forward. No surprise they couldn't get their punish onto him. Scuba just walks into Poison Orb, wins the 1 versus 1. You just start to see the numbers whittled down, the ultimates again not finding value. And that was a side that I think on the attacking side for RRQ that you want to see more out of the double duelist comp in terms of success on that side, and get a bit worried about what they're going to have to do now on defense to try and scrape their way back. And scoreline is not terrible, like it's 7-5, but I just think RRQ probably fell short a lot more than they would have liked in terms of attacking side should be stronger for their comp.
Looks like the vibes are still up for RRQ. Oh, somehow not the same. Maybe NRG just a little sleepy, but despite the half sort of going their way.
That 950 hitting around now. At 10 p.m. about to hit.
All that loudness came from RRQ. Maybe it's more time zone friendly for them. I don't know. But yeah, this is NRG's map pick, so maybe expecting more than a 7-5. The expectations are very high for themselves, of course.
I think they've done well. I think the rounds that they won were pretty decent when you consider that the 2 of the rounds that RQ got were the pistol and the anti-eco as well. You start to think when the gun rounds actually play on through, yeah, it's just mostly NRG. We'll see how much exploration this double duelist comp is going to have to do, at least for Monyet. You can refract back if things get a little bit difficult. Gate Crash is obviously a tool to use as well, but I think a little bit easier to punish.
Still a flash from Jemkin too, going up against Ethan and Mata, so he's going to pull the trigger first, and Mata with a big surprise against Jemkin, and couldn't even get the punish. Monyet with a big double kill. Ethan wasn't sure as Mata kind of satcheled back. Bit of a mix-up. Spike down too, oof.
He can go through, yeah, he's got refract, easy. Got the information. Scuba on the other side. 1 tag in there as well, also towards Mail. That is really unfortunate for Crazy Guy. The only problem here is you have NRG winning over towards B, but there's just no spike control. That's the real terrible situation that NRG are put in.
Yeah, what a big double kill from RRQ, and even you let that spike get picked up, you start to surround them, you flanked around ramp, and the only other spot NRG could come from is you didn't have info at mid, especially when you lost someone over at B. So here is the push from NRG through ropes, and it's a 4K for Monyet.
And he's on track to another early converging paths. So we'll see that one get used at the end of the map at some point. And for RRQ, this is where the Waylay really shows its value a little bit. And again, it's that spiked drop on ramp that really caused a lot of problems because NRG actually won over towards the B side of the map, but you can't rotate and transfer to that side when you don't have spike control. So they have to run back into Monyet, back into towards ramp, back into Snakebite and all the rest of the util. And then a massive 4K in the pistol that gives them enough money for Monyet to now just pick up an early Phantom.
NRQ in both pistols, and this is their way to get back into the driver's seat. The Stingers being botted from NRG. And they send 3 walking down over at B. The smoke will limit things, but what Mata can accomplish running around mid, being the solo lurk, is going to be interesting. Now B is being hit, and it's Crazy Guy that's going to take one down with them, and maybe more, but the shotgun is too good from Scuba, and you're even going to take control of Mail. NRG are not just going to sit by, and RRQ are causing quite a ruckus, rotating from heaven, and now the back sight. There's no util left from Cushy, so NRG just have to hold down the 2 doorways, but 2 HP for Ethan. It's not going to be easy.
This is going to be coming out down to Cushy. Okay, well, the Bucky's going to find one.
Enemy remaining.
But Cushy is the extra player moving on through the other side of the map. It's only 2 HP for Ethan, but that's all he needs. And just like the compatriots from NA, G2 known for winning these forces, known for winning these stingers, NRG saying, we'll do it too. And they do it to great success. It did get close, but Ethan, indomitable, 2 HP, and he gets it done.
The NRG are not asleep. After all that yelling, I thought Cushy had one for a second, but what a clutch from NRG, especially Ethan, kind of hanging back and playing his life, knowing how important his life is as one of the most important initiators, especially with those flashes. Does a really great job with those the Stinger special out of NRG, as now it's towards A.
Really nice solo from Scuba as well. Getting at least the 1 on the Bucky, super important. I'm pretty sure that RQ knew he was there. Speaking of early Jemkin, just ripping through NRG.
It's just so insane. Immediately teleports out, and NRG just gonna dog up. Now that you have that window to engage it while the Yoru is off tempo, but NRG do at least bite back against RRQ. You don't know what awaits you on the other side. Of course, a Prowler from Cushy if you wanted to check through A main, but it's going to sit back.
It's an insane read from Jemkin as well. Just this fact that he's like, you know what, we probably would normally save here, and various members on RQ did say, but he's going to play through on a hero outlaw. Of all things, checking over the money side, knowing that probably not going to be full armors for NRG, and that's exactly the case. They're all very vulnerable to the outlaw, and that just comes through in a big way for RQ. But as we go quiet here, RQ super far back, no info at all. 2 duelists alive, and Cushy has a Haunt and a Prowler, but needs to be very considerate of when and how these are used, given how hard it can be for this team to find information. But tell you what, Monyet with the conversion pass here, this will be a great round to pull through.
Yeah, whether it's the thorns from Brock on the post plant, or even a flash from Ethan, whether you want to use it within the site, how comfortable you are, just going to make sure that there's no one deep back there. 13 seconds, NRG are going to activate now, and the only one who can say something about it is Monyet, who's going to be on that high ground, now waiting for reinforcements. The thorns are also going to be a problem.
They just don't have guns, that's the biggest problem, but he's going to make the play anyway. Oh, and he's already been, okay, doesn't even, I mean, he's been caught really as soon as he got shot immediately. He should have known it was going to be too tough. Minimum would have liked to have seen somebody else follow through. But need to get a lot closer for the Classic to have any value here, so might just end up playing for exits. As Jemkins can still do a decent amount of damage. Every single play on NRG is within one-shot territory for this Outlaw.
That force from NRG really just shifted the tides, the way they're able to carry now a couple rounds together. And Jemkin, like you said, getting those exits. And this has been, neither team have been able to really create too much of a gap. This is now the biggest gap we're going to see. 3 rounds as NRG lead that.
And I thought RRQ probably would struggle a little bit on this defense. They got that early pistol, but just, you called it, you're losing that anti-eco to the force. Really hurts the momentum for what RRQ could have achieved. It's actually double pistols for them, but instead of getting the 4 rounds, they'll get the 3. When you consider that half the rounds they've won is essentially off either a pistol or something close to that. Doesn't feel good as far as the guns come on through, and the guns that do come on through for this round, obviously the Outlaw that was saved over from Jemkin, but even for the rest of them, there's only 2 rifles here. Xfera's going to play inside smoke with the Judge. Or at least think about it.
Yeah, just keep buying down to 0. It's such a bummer for RRQ, but the power of Judge compels you on this map, I swear, especially being in male. If Mata tries to just satchel in, be crazy with it, you just have so many people looking at you, whether it's Vents or even a Judge sitting over in male. So NRG, if they keep, wow, they're just going to spray through the smoke, I guess, and really punish Jemkin.
Well, they saw the shot come through. Jemkin revealed positioning, and then NRG too happy just to throw shots in there, hoping for the best, and they'll get better than that. And now you're starting to feel really worried for RQ, given that they have essentially forced up on this defense. You don't see a lot of those happening, but yeah, everyone's essentially buying to 0, whatever they can. And can Xfera get close enough for this Judge to work?
Good paranoia, and of course you got the Molly too, so RQ have gotten good delay, and this gets Xfera into a better position. He's rotated over with the Judge. You almost wish he held it at the front door. It would have been so much more impactful, but probably trying to play anti-sky, anti-flash where you can. And look, the impact of that dog, nothing. Storm is going to stay put, and NRG have to push and don't know which side of the pillar to get around. As Storm has to reconnect. Good win against Monyet, gives confidence for NRG to go forward. There is 12 seconds. RQ can try to play prevention. The planters go off, and it's Cushy left in a 1 versus 3, and he can't do it. Double digits for NRG.
Yeah, the Monyet ultimate comes through. Convergent Pass slows things down massively. NRG have to pump the brakes there, but RQ can't really do much with that. They can't afford to get too aggressive. They know there's NRG members over towards main. And now they have to go for a timeout as their money is just completely broken. Losing Jemkin early hurts a lot there. Xfera at least got that 1 on the Judge, tucked away near the default plant to try and swing through for an extra kill. The Judge reveals his positioning quite early and just can't quite collect more. They had a definite weapon disadvantage going into this round, which turned then into a player disadvantage, which then turned into a possible recoverable situation with ultimates being used, but just no value gain to actually give them anything to work through in that round. Once the hindering starts to fall off in terms of the debuff, and then NRG happy to just reignite their aggression onto site.
Yeah, RQ feeling the pain of not having more initiators and just not being able to follow up with kind of the good utility. It's just NRG playing very well positionally against it. And Sam, I think, did well for kind of being in an unhelpable, untradeable position. And then once he got that pick, NRG flooded in. So that looked really good.
That might have been one of the more impactful picks as well. Sam getting into the back of side and getting the kill to Monyet, who had one of the only rifles on board for RRQ. And he's probably the guy that is best in position to take advantage of his own convergent paths and try and take down some hidden members. But the fact that he just loses to Sam, which was a player that they were not able to scout out.
Not ready yet.
It's not like Sam ulted there or anything. He just snuck his way in, used his basic TPs, and put himself into a winning spot for the map, for the round, and maybe for the map, because 10 and 6 now.
Yeah. If RRQ don't convert the next rifle round, this map is cooked. But at least it's a best of 3, and Pearl is RRQ's map pick, so they could try to force the 3rd one, but it's not over yet. NRG are starting to run away with this. a 1 to 2 round gap is getting ever so larger, and a lot of that coming from the economy difference ever since that NRG force. Now with that boom bot, you are going to see someone in mail, but now that you're able to poke out, you know no one's in vents, so good information out of NRG. Where did those defenders go?
IQ just wanted to take a risk. They wanted to force up themselves in defense, which is a little bit less common, and well, they found out why most teams probably wouldn't do that. Crazy Guy, yeah, Paranoid, that'll be good. That'll slow things down. Snakebite as well.
Crazy Guy's timings on those Paranoias are so big, too. Just the molly to catch anyone in the corner, just to spam through Crazy Guy, not able to escape. But next up has been Xpharaoh to cover the gap, and he goes 1-for-1. But I don't think that's going to be enough against RRQ, especially if they would have wanted to pick up those rifles. Now Cushy has full util. Him and Jemkin are going to have to pull a rabbit out of their hat.
It's a decent amount of trades, though. RRQ, I mean, hate to say that this is actually pretty workable. Util is pretty decent. They just need to connect these shots, and it's not happening. Scuba is a little bit too sharp, and Ethan, even though Scuba goes down, too happy to trade an 11 found. Q, of course, you talk about the fact that that was an eco. They got a couple kills on that eco. For the last 2 remaining members, it is so hard for them to retake. And now this is the round. Weapons back online, operator in hand for Jemkin. Dimensional Drift in there as well. Yeah, there's also, by the way, a decent amount of ultimates on the NRG side, but for RQ, this is going to have to be an absolutely massive round. Otherwise, it's a one-sided split as we get ready to move into map 2.
Yeah, NRG are looking almost flawless on this offensive half. If they win pistols, then NRG are going to clean up maps even faster. But they can win everything else, and Jemkin is insane, but he does get punished. Look at where Psalm ends up, too. Like, he's just already towards screens. It allows that Viper's pit to get set up from Scuba, and the plant is easy as that. It's going to be outside of the pit, though.
Most importantly, Jemkin dies, which means you don't have a very important tool to clear this pit through the Dimensional Drift. Speaking of this pit, Scuba, shorty kill coming on in.
I don't know if landing within the pit would have made a difference, but Monyet is insane for dashing in the middle of enemy territory, but it's a 1v1 Crazy Guy versus Scuba. The newest additions facing off to make a difference, and it's just a stalemate with the pit up, the spike down, 52 seconds. It's a chess match.
He's let the pit go. He is really hoping he'll get a timing here. Crazy Guy is getting impatient, shoulder gets checked, and Scuba 3 kills in the round will clean things up for NRG to get 12 and 6, and what a brutal gun round to lose if you're RRQ, because now you're just not going to have guns to bring through for what is probably going to be the final round of the half of the map. NRG at map point.
Wow, what a read too from NRG in that last 1v1, knowing where they were going to come from. I like that NRG are extending further and further outside of the site, and Monyet has to go for crazy plays, kind of just sacrificing himself to try and get the spike delayed just so RRQ can have a better entry, but it is match point. RRQ don't have a good buy.
I feel bad for Martin away, because I don't think we've seen a single showstopper even fired it, let alone getting a kill. However, doesn't matter for NRG. Like I said, that Jemkin kill was so huge. That's one of the best tools for them to clear the Viper's pit, taken away immediately. And RQ want to make their own pit play in mid, forcing this to the extremities for NRG, but you know what? That's probably fine. NRG have won plenty through B main and A main in the past, and look at the advanced movement here. If this is a kill, it's probably over. Jemkin's gone. And now conversion, call it right now. Let's hit the Pearl.
Yeah, no dimensional drift, no pit. This is RQ going next, and Mitch will be joining us in a second. We'll have some news to report over the big favorites of RQ, but maybe it's just a map pick difference and just the power of NRG having more bells and whistles to play with. Big fan of the Sky and how much information Ethan's been able to provide. And even though it's not the Mata show, it's an NRG well-rounded team closing things out very shortly, hunting down Cushy, who I think RQ have accomplished so much in the VCT Pacific scene as the champions, and they'll have that buffer. But wait a minute, a 1v1? Did I go there too soon? It's a nightfall. It's a clutch from Cushy. All right, Mitch, go sit back down.
That is ridiculous. Cushy coming in with 4 large ones. That round should have been over. NRG had such an extreme player advantage. They had map control. They had basically everything going their way. Items as well in terms of the weaponry, in terms of everything they have in their utility. That is a crazy comeback. The Nightfall to clean it up as well. Did not expect any of this. Things got out of hand quick, and around that NRG would like to forget. Now, do NRG still most likely just win this map anyway? Yes, but this is just players 1v1 into the sight lines of Cushy, and he's like, yep, this is how I'm going to clutch it.
And like on a half buy too from RRQ, like we kind of were both like, yeah, let's go to Pearl, but RRQ, not on RRQ's watch. Now you got the double walk up, double dash, just giving NRG the hug. Maybe he really wants to go to Pearl too, and NRG just get a free one.
No time to refract either. That's also ultimate down. One of your rifles down. RQ have certainly recovered from worse, as we just saw, but they're going to need to do that 5 times in a row now to hit an OT. If we want to put some and inject some belief into RQ for the remaining 5 rounds and a half. And here we go, Cushy, the hero of the previous round. How much of a hero is he going to be this time?
Ooh. Well, it's not only just the trade, but the information that, okay, we're heading towards the A site, so the teleport going to happen for Crazy Guy to go and check out A. He doesn't stick it.
He did that so early. Did he assume that NRG had already rotated on? Surely not, because Cushy literally had the info that was a bunch of rotators still coming through from spawn. So it's like, that was a weird ult coming through, in my opinion. Eventual Drift will see everything else. He's only going to see Ethan.
Oh, paranoia, but as soon as Crazy Guy went to check for targets, NRG's fire was already there. And now it's just Xpharaoh and all the effort that Cushy did. It seems out the window unless Xpharaoh can make a good Cushy impression. But it's still 13-7 for NRG on split.
Cushy made it interesting. Very fun round 19. Unexpected clutch. But tell you what, NRG, they still come through strong. Overall winning it 7-5 on the opening half. And we expected a lot more from the double duelist attack from RRQ. As I sort of mentioned as well, NRG, they're probably strong on the defensive side anyway, but then you just got to the opposite side in terms of the halves, and after the pistol from RRQ, a force buy from NRG leads them into an extremely high number of rounds in a row that completely shuts out RRQ.
And NRG just corrected their spacing to go to kind of deal against the Waylay. It's not something you scrim against every day, but Manya got some surprises early on and also had an interesting double dash even just in that last round, but NRG were able to space out accordingly to deal with those duelists.
Absolutely. I mean, that is a massive statement from NRG yet again here in EWC. I mean, they've been able to take their opening map pick of Split very convincingly over RRQ there. I'm quite impressed with what I've seen on Split there from them. And I think, look, RRQ are going to have to go back to the drawing board as we head into Pearl. I mean, you casted the qual, you saw a couple of Pearl games from NRG where they've had some clean dubs. They're looking in fine form today. I mean, this could be an upset.
They're looking in, well, it's been the day for upsets, it's been the tournament for upsets, but at the same time as well, I think NRG are a very underrated team. Much like BBL, people are assuming that NRG are the same NRG of old that kind of dropped out very quickly in VCT America's playoffs. No, this is not the same team. Bonker back in, Scuba in, it's a different look. Scuba really performing here. But Mitch, I mean, maybe out of line for me to throw a question back at you, but you've seen a lot of RRQ, man. This double duelist look was just like a bit of a weird one for me. A Waylay and the Jemkin Yoru coming through on the split.
Yeah, Waylay just sucks, man. Like, I don't know. We've seen a lot of Waylay in VCT Pacific from Nongshim Red Force, and they were never successful with it. I have seen less successful games from Waylay than I've seen successful games, and I would say even the win over Tech isn't necessarily like a successful game from the Waylay. I think you could have put Jemkin on any duelist on that map, Jen, and they probably still would have won. So I think, look, I don't know. I do like throwing Monya on a dive duelist, and I think, look, Monya on the dive duelist plus Jemkin on the Yoru is a recipe for success, but not that duelist.
Yeah, Monya, I think should just change his name to Crazy Guy. With some of these dashes I was seeing at the end, like with some Asylum level plays, like this one in particular, I wasn't a fan of. There were some times where I think he was very selfless when he double dashed to try and prevent the plant over at A. I like sort of the double dash plays on B where he's able to get all the way towards the back door before any defenders or any anchors could escape. Yeah. So there was some kind of strengths there, but yeah, the ult sucks.
Yeah, for those that aren't aware, Monya means monkey in Indonesian, and that's how he likes to play. He likes to send it. He likes to jump everywhere and cause chaos.
He likes to swing double branch in on towards the side and just hope for the best. And sometimes, well, he dies so quick, doesn't even get a chance to refract.
It is very entertaining, though. And look, definitely could see a similar look as we head on to Pearl. We have seen Yoru Neon in the past from RRQ. We've seen them cook That time definitely burnt the risotto though, Jen.
Maybe the Neon is just going to be more simple. You have a better ult, and it's just going to be a better setup. And I really liked Cushy's impact on the Fade. I think it's been a big kind of duel between the initiators. I thought it was going to be, you know, Mata versus Gemkid, and that was going to be the big focus. But to me, it was the initiators and what information they've been able to provide. And Ethan holding down ramp solo over at A, to kind of Cushy leading the charge with the team, finding what he can with the Prowlers. It's been about those two.
Yeah, Cushy's been rock solid. I mean, this is his rookie year in Tier 1 for all those that aren't aware. Came into Pacific, into kickoff, and already just started taking names. He was scouted by the coaching staff of RRQ. I don't think at the time his numbers left off the page at all, but he's just gone from strength to strength this year, Kev.
Yeah, he had that brilliant sort of 4K clutch, but it's one of those situations where, like, okay, we see this one hero round come through. Truly, I thought that round was over. It probably should have been over given the numbers difference. Scuba just completely lit with the kill feed early on. Yeah, so we see a couple of decent situations for RRQ at large, and when you look at the round breakdown, they got nearly half their rounds just from pistols or anti-ecos, and they lost one of their anti-ecos, and we talk about that force from NRG. Changed the game completely. I mean, it looked like it was going to be NRG in the driver's seat for the entire map anyway, but I mean, it wasn't just them in the driver's seat, it was also full pedal down as soon as that force came through.
Yeah, look, NRG front-running that entire game of Split. That map pick has worked out very, very well for them, and I dare say they're going to be feeling pretty confident to close out this series, but we'll see how RRQ do recover after the short break. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2025. We're here in the VALORANT group stages, and NRG have already gone up 1-0, just one game away from upsetting RRQ and qualifying into the playoff bracket. That is surprising to me. I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to be happening here on Pearl, because there's bound to be some changes here, Jen.
Yeah, I think NA are rolling up our sleeves, and we don't care what champion you are.
I'm so intimidated right now. Oh my god.
She's got the Wii going on now. Yeah. Great map from us. We played a great game.
Yeah, bro
Good
thinks
team.
she's on the team.
Good team effort. Good team effort, you know.
We got the, what, one Canadian in Valorant? I don't know, but but it's fine.
Where's your Wii for RQ right now? I'm sure we got some.
Wii man? Are you talking like Nintendo? Is that what we're talking about?
I'm talking about the Pacific team going on here. You're back in RQ a little bit. Surely they should be looking a little better than they are.
Look, they wanted to potentially try to gimmick themselves a win by playing the Waylay, just playing their troll comp, you know, and not showing too much before they head through into playoffs. Look, they got us,
so true.
okay? They got us.
Just sandbagging twice in a row.
It turns out that NRG can play split. My bad, guys. So
Absolute
look,
cinema.
let's just try and get some reverse sweeps going here, Kev.
Yeah, well, Pearl's coming up next. We'll see if that happens. This was a dominant map coming through from... I'm not just talking about the split, by the way, but even in the qualifier coming through versus 100 Thieves, which, you know, they 13-5 Pearl. Disgusting win coming through. And this was... You know, asterisk will be, it was Teo meta, so we're going to see the Teos all change up, and both teams have history of playing Teo on this particular map, which is not going to happen. But I'm just looking at some of the history here. Double duelist again, potentially for the RQ side. It's going to be Yoru and Neon. So seeing a lot of double duelists out of RQ, but that split double duelist look just didn't give me any confidence.
Yeah, you're kind of missing out on those bells and whistles and all the different utility that could just get you information, because Manya looks so much better when he knows what's going to be ahead of him on those dashes. And there's going to be a difference in duelists, because NRG run only one duelist, and it's Mata on the Jet, at least the last time we saw him, and he was enabled by the KO Teho at the time. So RQ, I don't know if more duelists is going to mean more frag potential. I wouldn't mind them falling back to another initiator, but what do you think, Mitch?
I don't think double init really fits RRQ. I think if they're going to go for a slower style, they're going to play Senti heavy, throw Monya on the Astra. It's something that he has played a little bit in the past in his career, so I think that that's the way they would go if they want to lean into a slower comp. We have seen Kushi play things like Vice. We know Xfero can play a Senti, so I think they'd lean in that direction if they wanted to go slower. But I honestly think they will stick to double duelist here. I think Yoru Neon even is the best combination, but in the past, Kev, I have seen them play things like Jet Phoenix as well, although it was quite a while ago.
Yeah, I think Phoenix is probably reasonable on a map like this as well. So it's like, I think Vez played Phoenix earlier in the day. Trying to remember what
that guy's a certified Phoenix spammer, but you know, it's
I'm trying to remember what
pretty
map
good
was
for
on, but like, you know, I think I've actually seen Phoenix a couple times on Pearl, so I might be converted back into a believer, but I just think that split just gave me a bit of a sour taste in my mouth looking at how the double duelist was navigated through RRQ.
I think that's one of the more shocking games I've seen from RRQ, to be honest, guys. So look, I think that's closer to the floor of RRQ. There is a lot more above that. However, we will head into the game to see if they can recover here, or whether they will once again miss out on an opportunity to make playoffs as they have done historically. Take it away, Lemon, Kiwi, and Avril.
Cool to see Brock on the Sova with the now flash, of course, from Ethan. Got the KO with the knife, getting that info early. The double duelist, of course, from RRQ, as we expected.
It's basically the exact same comps that both teams played most previously. In the previous game, just move the tail out, put a Sova in there. Ethan KO could be an X factor here. Is a bit more of a rare look these days, from my perspective, on Pearl. Look at this early art control, though. NRG happy to walk in through, take all of this mid, delete Cushy, and now suddenly they have a lot of control of the map.
Yeah, I think the KJ just gives you more information with the turret, but then there's such good delays with the Thorns and what side of the coin you are and whether the flashes from Vice are good or not. But I think NRG are looking good so far, of course, with that first blood, already getting RRQ to patch up those gaps that were left behind from Cushy's corpse.
Now looking to potentially double back around, confusing RQ a little bit, forcing some rotations. Slight exploration going to be coming through for Scuba just to make sure no flank is on board. As the time starts to dwindle down, RRQ with no information, just sniffing this one out. Crazy Guy in position next to him, Xpharaoh.
Oh, a flash. Crazy Guy, does he live? And he gets pinged. The spike is down. NRG met with some contention from RRQ, but nothing that they can't recover from. As a spike down, Monyet makes an appearance. 2 duelists left. Does it have enough to take down NRG when it was just such a good start to the pistol? NRG, though, have a problem, and it's Monyet. The solution could be there, playing out of sight, out of mind. Crossfire for NRG, and you have a knife. You have Scuba in position. And it's Ethan and Scuba that could collide one last time. Ethan just gonna bait for Scuba getting the finish, and RRQ took both pistols last map, but it's NRG with a better start.
Hey, we're talking about problems for NRG. How about problems for RRQ there? Long flank coming through from Ethan on minimal HP, but in position to just strike at the right time. Went from 4v2 to 2v2, so you'll say the double duelists from RRQ started to really show their mechanical value towards the end there. No utility either, just having to face that one straight up. Ethan will close the door on them, doesn't even die, doesn't get traded. So now NRG pick up the pistol, which, fun fact, RRQ got both pistols on the last map and still end up getting crushed. Not a good start for RRQ, considering that narrative.
Again, RG got good info off of Ethan's knife over at the A orb, so just knowing those numbers gives confidence for NRG to grab the orb, and you're expecting an anchor over at B, whether it's Jemkin, probably not expecting that, but he's able to teleport out if he's met with NRG fire. But just now it's kind of the orb grab, little Easter egg hunt.
Might be a call around to finish at A. Certainly had Ethan hanging out in that direction for a while, though not advanced movement. Now back over towards Art, which is the direction they headed in the previous round, but very scary. They just don't really know what they're walking into right now, and more specifically with Crazy Guy pushed up so far, they do not have info that Crazy Guy is going to have a flank on them.
Of course, smokes in place from Scuba. Be able to get a safe plan. This is going to be even harder to retake from RRQ, especially with the time it takes to rotate back, and NRG can take all the space they can, whether it's the Stingers or Mata that want to play deep, or they can just play from A main, but on this flank, it could be Crazy Guy that gets a good surprise.
Yeah, it will be. That's going to be the player that really needs to be leaned on from RRQ's perspective. Totally unknown player. How far back are the rest of RRQ, though? They're like in spawn even.
Yeah, just going down with the ship.
That doesn't even look like they really want to go for this at all, which is super strange. I mean, you
just die to the spike.
But really, you should even consider some exits here. But no, it looks like they're just going to die to spike. Okay.
This seems so hard to retake with the amount of time NRG could have had to set up, and not wanting NRG to get too much momentum, especially on their offense, because that's where NRG were the deadliest on split. Kind of the crazy win streak they went on, and RRQ really suffered in the economy because of that.
Just would have liked to maybe see Crazy Guy at least attempt something there, being an unknown player that had a reasonable positioning, but I can respect the fact that, you know, don't want to accelerate NRG too quickly. Guns up now. All full armors except for Jemkin.
No big actually a turret adjustment from Cushy over on the right side of the map, where NRG have liked to push before. Of course, the knife change from Ethan from A orb to around where they'd like to push. NRG just being able to use the smoke to maybe pop flash out with Ethan, but no, Ethan's in mid, so.
There's 3 players here on the defense as well. Monyet's going to reposition slightly, play off of Cushy, seeing if anybody's going to bite and walk through. Smoke's faded now. First blood, good for Cushy. No further info though, but the spike down is a lot.
Yeah, you still have a flash from Ethan that can help try to push his corner, but he's just kind of unaware. Not sure why Sam is the one making first contact with the spike, and Ethan's not even kind of making an immediate reaction to try and help assist pushing through that corner.
Ethan was on the other side of the map. Ethan was trying to make something happen on the street B link. And now he's really going to try and, well, not for very long. I was going to say we wanted to try and recover that round a little bit. Brock. And a 1 versus 3 with all to do. limited time, not expecting too much here, but a great trap setup from RRQ in general over towards ARC, given that they've lost that positioning multiple times now, at least the last 2 rounds that we've seen. It was about time they found a punish.
Yeah, the big info tools that NRG had, Brock was droning through B long, and then you had Ethan kind of waiting around mid, and NRG could have really used either of them to get through that corner to get the spike back. And not a quicker enough reaction, but a good rifle round from RRQ to punish that.
I think they just kind of gambled in terms of info and just assumed they could walk on through. And kind of doesn't work out in their favor, obviously, so big one for RRQ. Good to see them take that one away. It's such a strong look here. It's really the rest of the members after the first blood is seeing that really feel bad for, and they probably could have walked away from mid as well if it wasn't for the fact that the spike dropped. I think that was the part that hurt the most. Could respect that Ethan was trying to get something done over towards Link. Cause some commotion. A round that you'd like to forget if you're NRG. Still though, guns look reasonably good. Scuba on a Guardian, slightly unfortunate. Action on towards the A side though. Guardian, who cares? Straight through the wall, crazy guy down.
Like that knife from Ethan too, kind of seemed really delayed and it came through A and caught RRQ off guard. Information for NRG to win through that A orb control and through the right side, and that'll inspire the spike to go over. But RRQ could kind of delay things with the Astra Stars that Xfero has down, and this could set up Monyet for success.
Look at how NRG have, at this point, obviously got the advantage over towards A main, but they have definitely abandoned the rest of the map, including over towards Art, which they struggled in previously. They got to walk past 2 stars. Especially the grab wall is going to slow things down considerably. This is now going to be RQ trying to hold on for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Mata's able to use the smokes to cover himself during that grab well, but RRQ's firing squad in position, and Monyet got enough time bought for him, but NRG still carving their path through, and it's just Scuba as RRQ got back into position in time, and as the spike tries to get picked up, RRQ just used it as bait.
Way too easy for RRQ just to be able to slow that one down. Double stars, straight into the grab well, making it difficult for NRG to walk on forward, and Monyet, a firing line straight into A main, collects more than a couple, shutting down everything from NRG, who not interested in doing too much defaulting, got crushed earlier, round 3 on Art, completely abandons mid this time around. Full force being shown over towards A main after taking an early play down to 4 the 5 versus 4, but yeah, not able to break through at all. I think once the grab wall comes through, have to start considering, is it time to cancel? Do we have enough time to rotate or go quiet, do something? But no, they wanted to push on through, and Monyet was all too happy to receive.
Just NRG not being happy with the information that they're getting, like whether it's they walked into R after they had used the KO knife and just walked in, contact, no initiators, just vibes, and not getting what they wanted there, to now droning a B, not really knowing who's anchoring that, not satisfied with going for a B push quite yet. It's been a lot of A hits. Now they're getting hit by grab wells. Monyet's on the other side, who is a very impactful Neon, kind of scurrying around that middle box and making it very difficult for NRG to have a successful take, at least consistently with all the smokes that are in place.
It was a stronger defensive side for NRG in that Pearl game against 100 Thieves, where they got the 13 and 5.
Time to jump.
7 and 5 on their attacking side, which is where they are currently, and a couple of advanced weapons purchased up here. Bit of a half-buy situation. Very quickly just pushing forward in towards the streets. Nice double killjoy utility being burnt as well on the defensive side. Cushy getting that info.
Ooh, good tap from Xfero. Already proccing that RQ, had a heads up, and look, they're just gonna play aggressive off of taking care of Mata. No duelist for NRG, you lose a big opener, but you still have Ethan with a flash, no util from Brock, Stingers. This is the power of friendship. They're gonna hope to re-clear through streets.
Didn't get the opportunity to really play off Mata either. He cleared a decent amount, got rid of that killjoy utility, then he just kind of solo peeks that one through, doesn't shoot a knife off and dies for it. Well, the rest of NRG is still hanging around mid, and now Brock, you mentioned his name, he's next on the chopping block.
Okay, yeah, I was worried about that push. I think they could have just stayed focused on going towards the B site, and NRG have so many objectives in their head, And look at how deep Som is playing, and he gets discovered. NRG just keep poking and prodding towards the enemy spawn and are not getting anything done from that.
Could have been a good one from Som. Could have been a good one from Marta as well, considering the Blade Storm being pulled out, but Som wanted to walk through water there. Instantly caught out. Yeah, half by will be shut down pretty comfortably from the RQ position, and now we're going to start talking about the ults as well as we get 6 rounds deep in this first half. Decent number of ults are about to come online. Operated out. Jemkin looking over towards B. Not a lot of action actually on the B side. I think NRG have mostly played through mid, ending at A main. Perhaps this is the time to look at B. Unfortunately, they're going to be walking into Operate. Let's see if they're ready for that.
What a difference from Monyet from the Waylay to a 9-1 is it? And I want to see the overdrive, but I don't want to cast a curse it. And of course, RQ sometimes hesitate when they get hit by that Ethan knife. And of course, when it gets rid of all your abilities, that I understand it. But still standing and delivering, RQ are not going to give up that space for free.
You know, we're just going to get a little bit of damage on them on yet, but both teams wanted to fight over Orb there. Now re-clearing is going to be Crazy Guy. Not too sure if he actually got eyes on Scuba there, but in either case, he has full control over that banana. Is back over towards mid now, potentially through mid, down the streets. But they have lost on this angle before. Marta rechecking the same angle. This time doesn't find anything. That turret's going to give decent info though.
No damage is finally trying to figure out what is RQ set up for B. Who is this anchor? And it's going to be Jemkin with the op. Maybe not expecting Mata to be that close. And Ethan still has a flash. What a shot from Jemkin. And no trade for NRG. Not a quick enough reaction as Ethan wasn't in position to flash up. But NRG are still going to be on the chase. And you still have Som inserted at B main. And Jemkin's just going to fall back with the op as he should.
Well, they feel confident still to push into the op because it is just Jemkin. Currently needs to wait for some rotators. Util being dropped in his face. Smokes will block out positioning. In through. Scuba just wants to run through and chase down and gonna get punished for that.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, kind of why RQ getting their wires crossed. Probably could have just waited for Crazy Guy to finish the Hunter's Fury. Still, should be a good round for them. They're up by 1, but the time is on NRG's side in the post plan on the high ground. Oh, Brock! Oh, he's different. But Xpharaoh hits right back.
Good
2
flash.
versus 2, and Ethan still not in this. It's just up to Som, and just the teamwork is too good from RQ.
The flash was good, but the reload just completely cooked it, sadly. That was a very unfortunate situation for Som.
It's good.
Maybe a little confused as well in terms of what Scuba was doing. Dropping down all the smokes, cutting off sightlines for Jemkin's good. That's what you want versus that operator. But then beyond that, things started to get a little bit messy. Multiple ults being dropped into that play. Multiple ults being earned in the middle of that as well, which could have gone very differently in the favor of NRG as RQ now have 4 in a row. A crushing around losses. Big 4 stingers coming in. Still not really a 4, still just a half buy here, but what can we get done? Steel Garden can definitely even up the economy in terms of weaponry here if they can get a good situation to drop it off.
Can go for that.
Taking that back.
Op shot 2 from Jemkin as he was at the front of B main, but now that he gets smoked off, he can kind of fall back, and NRG is just going to run it down B main, something that I was hoping to see more out of them, especially when you have the Steel Garden activates that, and I don't know if it got Jemkin. Either way, NRG going to get a safe plane out of it.
Yeah, just going to be a retake here. Jemkin falling off. Might end up swapping a gun with somebody, and then Dimensional drifting through as part of that retake. Very important now as a couple of members on this side of B trying to go through Club and see if they can get a bit of a flank going. This has been spotted. They definitely know about this information. Brock, good. Any more?
Any more out of it? And it's RQ going to try to retake, and with Crazy Guy's double kill, it's going to be a lot easier. And NRG have Ethan with no util, and the rest holding it down where they can and pushing together. But RQ's clutch potential, something to write home about.
And that was a great situation for NRG as well. They got the plant down. Just checking time here. Yep, barely in there, but we're fine. 1.3 seconds. No sweat. Just chilling for your RQ. 4 members alive. Operator still held on to. But yeah, a plant, you're in close range proximity with stingers. You even have a situation where you get express information from the share being placed down, being popped, and Brock in position to at least get the 1. Beautiful would have been 2, but 1 is already pretty damn good for NRG. And they just need to try and hold on and figure out what else they can do with this thing. Is hard, though, once the Cosmic Divide does come through as well. And you start remember RQ's superior weaponry, pulling them through more.
NRG are just not getting a lot of luck. Now it's been back-to-back B hits that have been retaken by RRQ, so maybe you have to think back towards A. Now that early knife, you pinged RRQ, especially that Neon being at that side of the map, so going towards R and NRG, this is something they have to be careful of. And now that they're more united as a squad, it's Mata that'll just jump over that KJ and try to surprise RRQ, who are waiting at the back. And then there's an important 1v1 between Monyet and Ethan. He's going to push up and look for that. Ethan is punished, no flashes, and Monyet goes back towards the front. And NRG cover all their bases. Psalm with the 3K could just be converting this round. And it's Jemkin that hopes to keep the op.
Psalm broke the timing on that fast lane coming through, so he just kind of gets past it straight away. And in a position that RQ were not ready for at all. Monyet was hoping he could lock out more members from NRG with that fast lane. And as we call it here, Jemkin saving that up, and he got a ton of info that round as well. He pushed up super far up, full control, looking into club, knowing that nothing happening over towards B. Just got to check over towards A. NRG will finally bring one back. It's taken a while. What is that, 5 rounds in a row for RQ, and NRG with their first reply in quite some time.
It's pivoting back towards A and working off that information from Ethan with that knife and coming through R and trying to just really break down the structure of RRQ. And being able to catch Monyet, I think, was very important because he can cause a lot of damage. And look, he has 11 and 4. That is the star of RRQ. And if you could shut him down, you probably just dismantle RRQ from there.
Operator still being online is definitely going to be a threat. As we start to see this, look at Som getting past that fast lane. And the 2 players being caught there from RQ, none the wiser. As Som will find the kills required to bring NRG back within fighting contentions. Just 2 rounds now, the gap between them. A couple of early movements there from Monnier on A main, but this is going to be a full B push led by the drone, just to make sure that this is not where the operator is.
Especially with NRG liking to go through R to RQ, which like to set up there initially. They're pretty confident in their retakes, and NRG Cosmic Divide putting Mata in a more aggressive forward position, trying to get ahead of the game. A big surprise against Monyet.
Oh,
what
no.
a flick! What? Monyet is locked in, and it's not over yet. Offensive Hunter's Fury from NRG to stuff the defenses of RRQ, and it's just Crazy Guy and Jemkin with the op still getting into position with all the smokes in place. He's not going to have good vision, but Crazy Guy will make the job a lot easier, at least being through that back closet side. It's a strong position that Brock flushes him out. Beautiful shock dart.
There's still no plant though, so this might still be stable for Jemkin. Obviously, he's in a rough spot. Would like to swap out his operator for a rifle. And he doesn't have info. Look, he's still looking over and towards the back. Okay, yep, diving into the smoke. Make an attempt onto the shorty. Obviously not going to end up working out. Yeah, just didn't have much to work through there. We're still concerned it could be a player in towards halls. Despite Mata kind of falling in the tower, in the high ground, Monyet just kind of flying to his face. The rest of NRG still come through really strong on site, led by Ethan.
Yeah, just NRG repositioning on that post plant, kind of playing through B main, Cosmic Divide, and just having Mata get aggressive and get information. Even if Mata went down, which obviously ideally he would have taken down Monyet, but just knowing the numbers, knowing what's going on, having Mata be proactive, I like to see that out of NRG.
I think just being able to drone through B, knowing that you're not walking to the operator here, you can beat some of the utility being placed on the ground, given that Mata can just sort of fly past it, and then Cosmic Divide to make it really difficult for any remaining defenders to still contest, putting yourself into a good position to win, and really importantly as well, kind of wasting a lot of time for Jemkin, who twice in a row now has found himself on the wrong side of the map previously, 2 rounds ago, pushing up heavily over towards B ramp into club, and would have been a great position to find somebody and fall back off after he gets a kill on the operator, but had to rotate all the way around the map, ends up saving the op this time around. He plays over towards Art side, knowing that a couple times now NRG have gotten aggressive on that side of the map, and that would have been a decent punish, but once more, unluckily finds himself in the wrong place, has to retake with an op again, and this time commits to it because there wasn't a plant yet, thinking, okay, well, this is playable. But another round that just goes awry for RRQ. That 5 in a row has looked really good, but NRG closing the gap lovely now, as it's just going to be the one between them. One more round for the op for Jemkin, though. He really wants to try and find value.
I really thought the adjustment would have been to just put Jemkin back on B, because that's where RQ have found a lot of that success. But thinking those Astra smokes have been kind of hitting his vision, of course.
He was on B 2 rounds ago,
yeah.
And no one came, and that's the unfortunate thing.
All right, Steel Garden, just a zoning tool for NRG, and then having Mata double dash towards the back room. Good power positions zoned off from NRG and getting a plant. And look, just not being afraid to go past these smokes and to hit RRQ before they get set up for the retake. Don't give them time to think. Don't let this up. Get into position, but the high ground is something that NRG have to worry about. And Brock had a beautiful double kill in the past, and I think NRG can play out of sight, out of mind.
RQ's gone. Yeah, going to be saving. I was going to say as well, you have a situation where even in Halls, Mata has control, all other players have fallen off. And the plant is looking too strong here. How much money are we working with here? Do you want to chase? Well, you got okay money for NRG, but into 3 players, into an op, might just be safer to allow this one to go. Happy to just collect yourself another round to bring it even 5-5 as we have a much more competitive map than what we saw onto Split. Slower start for NRG, but RRQ have gone quiet in the last 3 rounds.
Is this going to be the round RRQ change things up for B? Because now it's been multiple rounds in a row for NRG being successful on those takes and being just a little bit more aggressive. Now you got an Odin, that's fun.
And you got an Odin coming through a Brock now. It's something that he pulled through versus Heretics on Lotus and just completely disrespected the enemy with. We'll see where that ends up being played through. And once again, Operator for Jemkin, which he did save through from the previous round. Is this the 3rd round in a row that he has looked over towards Art? And he is thinking at some point, surely this is the round that NRG finally come into Art, and I get that pick that I've been waiting for. But once more, it's going to be B.
Yeah, NRG just being able to drone up, use their Astra Smoke to approach safely, and then insert Mata, double dash into the back. It's just the same game plan, but this time paying a lot more focus to that top high ground. But Hunter's Fury, Mata is going to be dancing with the Wolves, and he still has an impact to stop RRQ's retake before it truly blossoms. And RRQ are left with Jemkin and Crazy Guy, who at least, instead of the op, will get a rifle. But NRG have built up so much momentum on these attacks, but Crazy Guy's shock darts are something else.
You got utility here. This is certainly playable for Jemkin and Crazy Guy. Crazy Guy onto Brock. That's all the flash is good for. What? No way. This is it. Crazy Guy picking up 3 in that round. The last 2 going its way. A little bit of support coming through from Jemkin as they go back for the Operator. Dropped it off, picked up a rifle, actually got a retake in there. Whew, RRQ.
Kind of had a... That Hunter's Fury from RRQ caused kind of a divide in NRG when Mata is dashing towards streets, trying to maybe either shut down the Hunter's Fury or, you know, do something in the awkward position he was, while the rest of NRG tried to get away from the Hunter's Fury. And usually playing from main has been successful for NRG.
Crazy Guy even picked up the Odin, by the way. That was dropped off the body from Brock. Little spoils of war there. Picking that one off the corpse of NRG as we head into the final round of the half. Null Command ready for Ethan. There'll be a 2nd one so far in the half. And finally, here we go.
Yeah.
They're walking into it. But are they going to drone it? They will, which means, yeah. Yes, but no. The drone, very well played.
But maybe? He's sticking around, I guess.
Good structure from NRG there.
Yeah, he's still, because of that defensive smoke, NRG get to walk up pretty much for free. But now knowing the op is there, they have to be aware of this. Big shutdown from Mata. Thorns in place. No approach from RRQ. Mata is unleashed.
Massive round. Drop off Ethan here as well. Everyone else falling off. Share to cover the flank. And it's RRQ, 3 members left to try and make this comeback happen. 1 off the ult is Xfera as well. There's a knife wall catch information on 2 from Ethan.
Just suppressing the ability to when time is of the essence and just getting an alternate angle. NRG have the time to explore and go through mid, maybe get a backstab onto Cushy, but there's no time. RRQ have to go in, and now and on the other side of the smoke, you just get spammed through, and Mata just trying to cut through, almost wanted the ace, gets away with a 4K, and it's a 6-6 half.
NRG. Brilliant final round there. Mata going absolutely large, beats the Operator. Jemkin wanted so badly to find value on that. The only thing he got was earlier on, I believe we found 1 Operator kill when he dragged the crosshair down over on that street side of B Lincoln. just kind of snapped on top of Mata, but this time around, Mata flying on and instantly snapping his own crosshair onto the face of Jemkin. Nearly found himself an ace this round. Absolutely brilliant stuff. This is 6-6. Starting to look for a very close game. I mean, NRG went MIA between rounds 3 and 7, but over in the final 5, aside from that round 11 here, a much better look for NRG.
Hey, you get to see the double duelists now kick some butt on attack, where we kind of saw Monyet activate at times with the speed, especially being a huge threat over on the A side. Jemkin likes to buy the op and just unfortunately be at the wrong places. At least have unlucky reads against NRG, who have pivoted back and have really fixed up how they were approaching B, which got them a very solid win streak.
I mean, I think a big difference that we saw as well, very early on in that half, in the first quarter, you could say, we saw a lot more mid-control, or at least attempted mid-control coming through from NRG. They wanted to go through Art multiple times. There was a huge punish in one of the early rounds as well, where, you know, kind of dropped the spike early. Som went first, died there. That caused a lot of problems for that particular round and got them completely cleaned up. But then as we progressed to the second part of that half, our second quarter here, it was a lot more just straight up hits on sites, particularly B. I think the last, was it 4 rounds? Definitely the last 3, but it felt like the last 4 rounds, B, to Jemkin's despair a little bit in terms of not being in the right place to catch that. But even at the end, when he was in the right place, instantly droned out. Here we go though, it's Monyet early.
Monyet already being fast and loose, going towards the opponent's spawn, and now pressuring NRG from multiple angles, and it's the opener from Cushy with the Sheriff, and Monyet, he senses blood in the water. 1 HP, and just couldn't get the last shot into Brock, brings him down to his knees, and NRG is just trying to play as safe as they can for reinforcements. You need Ethan in this fight, and Brock cannot stay alive.
Not afraid to speed things up here. RRQ instantly threw out. They're saying, you don't want to take this mid-control. We're going to do it on our attacking side and find value. But Mata has something to say about it. Dash ready to go. First kill on Xfero. What else can we get through from this duelist who nearly got the ace on the previous round?
It's so impossible to retake all the different angles, and RRQ that just don't have to show face, but NRG are going to try and bait them, tap the spike, get the attention, shock bolt, spot out, what a read, and the second, another 4K!
Not impossible for Mata. 4Ks back-to-back, nearly got an ace last round, and he will get the 4K again to bring NRG a pistol in this second half, and that was looking dire for NRG, considering RQ's fast start, instantly getting value, instantly getting a plant, pushing on through, taking art control. Cushy and Jemkin doing a decent amount, but the belief here, Mata so clean, isolating these plays and the snap with the Cushy there. And even in this 1 versus 2, dodges the shock dart, isolates Jemkin, then just gets Crazy Guy down. So clean from Mata.
So good. Don't want to make Mata mad. A solo duelist playing as 2. And if Mata's going to keep up this kind of form, NRG could just be qualifying out of groups. Remember how important this match is, and it's series point for NRG. But of course, being able to take that anti-eco has kind of been the staple for NRG when RRQ just looked that good on pistols. So it is just a 1-round gap, but NRG looks solid.
It's a huge confidence builder, I mean. That's the kind of round that just puts the pressure onto RRQ, and now you're kind of doubting it a little bit in terms of RRQ. It's like, damn, that was such a winnable round. It should have really been RRQ, but Mata just had something else to say about it. What an unreal performance these last 2 rounds back-to-back. Swap sides, swap halves, doesn't matter. Jet go kill, Mata 4Ks. We get past the technical pause and head into the next round here. Oh, good play. Oh, what?
Wait, Som judge difference, the double K, or the double kill while he's flashed? Som is insane. He had that 1 round where he had a 3 or 4K over at A. This is his playground. He got the spike down, teleport in. Jemkin, I respect going for the big play solo, but
he was full flashed.
Yeah.
And Som still got that one done. This is going to be flawless now.
Got the 6th sense.
Not quite.
And NRG extend the lead by 2, and all thanks to Som's solo effort over at A.
I was expecting the worst there. Som maybe get the 1 kill, then drop the weapon, give the judge over. Not that the judge would have been that threatening. Maybe in the hands of Monyet, sliding on through the judge could be a little scary, but the fact that he just lived Flash, look at him, he's flash. Well, to be fair, there's a bit of a team flash going there as well, so maybe multiple RQ potentially flashed themselves. In either case, did not expect Som to be able to do that much from that position. And now the more important gun around for RQ. This is where they need to start closing this gap a little bit because the game is starting to move away from them.
Oh my god, this is going to be a bloodbath. Both teams being aggressive, but being stunned and flash, shock bolts, a distance being kept. But Mata at box will not be able to be to escape, and NRG just can't trade. There's just been such good suppression from RQ using that utility. Now the dust settles and NRG can reestablish themselves. RQ grab the orb and they can leave.
Huge kill into Art again. When you look at the situation, Cushy goes down, drops a rifle for Ethan. That could have been a really nice flank coming on through, but he kind of reveals himself on utility, and then Ethan just snaps 90 degrees, Sheriff in hand, pops the head off. And NRG, despite having lower equipment here, now you start to feel like this is a quite winnable round. Low HP for Moniette as well, by the way. And somewhat low HP for Xfera. It just means suddenly these, what hodgepodge of guns are available for NRG might end up working out for them. And better yet, RQ, they're going to come back to A where NRG are waiting.
Yeah, and Ethan was trying to look around mid, but not sure if he got the timing on the rotate to B. But now you're sure RRQ trying to evict over at A, and it's the recon as RRQ try to dodge that and not reveal themselves to Brock in the position that he's in, working with Scuba close together. Ethan with the flash at distance, but with these smokes in place, RRQ have a sense of safety to get a plant off for free, while Scuba tries to distract away. I think maybe a grab well hit. Either way, RRQ now have time on their side, but not HP. They are so dangerously low, so they're hoping to spam through NRG to keep them in their place.
They're burning through util really quickly at this stage. NRG have basically dropped everything into this round now that they can. Let's see if Ethan's picked up rifle can get it done. He'll tap the spike ever so gently. With Brock going down, numbers are starting to look bad. Scuba, though, he'll reply with one more. 2 versus 2 now. A drone to come on through. Check the final couple of positionings. Big kill for Moniette.
It's just Scuba, and I don't think Crazy Guy and Moniette really have to react until the spike gets tapped. And with that recon, you confirm that the round is sealed. And RRQ keep themselves in the game and not let NRG get too many rounds together in a row.
Really had to work for that one. That was a tough one for RRQ to win. You could see the potential for NRG to still bring that round back in, especially given the numbers were fine, given the lack of time, but being able to just get the plant down, survive, get yourself off of the site as well. Really massive stuff. It was this kill, just bang, straight onto Cushy. Thank you for the rifle. But an equally nice kill, Moniette down to 5 HP, surviving against Ethan. I mean, if that goes the other way, NRG probably win that round.
Can't deny the post-plant impact that Xfero had with the grabs walls and all the delay that NRG were forced to go kill and not just be able to zone and pray. Meanwhile, RQ were expecting a lot more action over at A, and this time they'll be met by a wall, literally a vice wall that stands in their way, but at least RQ get a free orb out of it.
Well, look at this movement from NRG as well. Ethan thinking about walking a little bit deeper, but certainly in a good position to punish anyone that walks up. 2 players that can play off contact with each other, I should say. And further deep is going to be Mata. There's a couple players that are within one-shot kill. Cushy is not one of them.
Of course, you have the star in place right next to Ethan that can bail him out if he wants to fall back, and getting that info in mid. Of course, would want to flash and go for something if NRG were in a position to trade for him. So for now, you kind of let RRQ do what they want.
They're going to go back over for an A finish here. You still have to get past the shear. That is a bit of an issue. At least the Razor Divine is gone. But a lot of waiting members from NRG ready to receive as we get into the final 30 seconds. And I think NRG, obviously, they just got good info. They know it's not going to be a B finish, as it's been Mata just waiting there patiently for so long.
And you got like an Odin from Brock, full util, Ethan with flashes. This is gonna be RRQ suffering against the util of NRG, who have them surrounded, and our NRG have left a trap, and RRQ are just trying to get the swipe down, but the Odin and all the spam from NRG denies. 12 seconds for RRQ to bail themselves out, and they get stunned, all thanks to Scuba, and it's just impossible with Mata getting the knives out and cutting down all the rest of RRQ and keeping that 2-round gap.
Yeah, not even a possibility safe for Xfera there. Mata finds his timing, goes across the entire map, feeds the info early to his team to allow them to stay over towards A. Plenty of util to still slow things down. Again, you get to get past that share, but then there's the slowdowns from the grab wells and all the stars being placed. Scuba and the rest of NRG comfortably prevent even a plant really from being able to come through. Big stack up now from RQ, changing things up, moving towards the B side. As Mata still holds Outlaw again. We'll see what he can actually get done with this one. Probably a lot now, given that it's just pistols online for RQ, so shooting gallery on board. Potentially just a minute.
Oh, Monyet just dies immediately. And that's just such a good read from Mata to not only buy the Outlaw and watch B main, but hey, we don't have eyes on streets, and finds what he was looking for.
As the Outlaw that he kept over from the previous round after he pulled Bladestorm, and what a round to be able to pull it through once again, given that this is just going to be an eco. But a plant is not too bad given you're on an eco for RQ.
Yeah, he gets to farm up some ultimates for NRG to get closer to that finish line, closer to playoffs. It's just Jemkin and Cushy. Of course, the lockdown for the next rounds are going to be big. You got NRG flank developing, but with two, it's only so much Cushy can clutch up against, and this is not going to be a split round like before.
One kill with the plant is probably an okay round coming through from RQ. What's not going to be okay for them is the developing lead that NRG are coming through with, and the double digits on as well. 3 more to go for NRG to push themselves through the top 8. And then we'll have to start talking about whether this is an upset or not, which, given that RQ did win Pacific Stage 1, storyline-wise, it might just end up being the case, but it's been a rough go-around in this series so far for RQ. See if they can close this 3-round gap in any sort of way, as they'll finally have some more money to play through. This is going to be a reasonably big round, given the amount of ultimates in their hand as well. But Mata, he's finally upgraded to the operator, so he's ready to frag, just in case he hasn't already.
Yeah. What can he not do? And RRQ already winning that BO1, so they have a buffer. Whatever happens here, Hunter's Fury to kind of put down the red carpet for RRQ, and it's Monyet taking up all that space. Now you're hearing a drone through the back site, and RRQ could try to explore that. Monyet's going to decide to just stabilize the team because you haven't covered all the angles, and NRG are poking and prodding and splitting the focus of RRQ, and are leaving this to a 3 versus 3.
Steel Guard really slow things down and put a 1v1. Mata, no issues there. Cushy ripped away. And the players on site trying to prevent this plant from coming on through. Son will take down Xferia, and a Crazy Guy likely just has way too much to do here. It'll at least make it interesting. Low HP though for Ethan. And with enough time, actually now this is starting to look a little bit more winnable for Crazy Guy. He's got Recon that's been refreshed there, full HP, versus 2 players not on full HP.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, and Ethan will have the knife, and of course Sam just got his refresh. I still think Sam was just such a nuisance. Crazy Guy had to pivot. And he has to pull off a clutch. And it's Ethan that throws it out. And Crazy Guy does it again.
3K, massive stuff. That's a round that RQ needed. He clutched up big there. I was looking at the HP bars. It didn't even matter because the headshots came on through, but you start to believe in this possibility to win. 50 seconds left remaining. Full rotation available to go to the other side of the map. The Steel Garden definitely slowed things down, but Monyet still just close enough, pulling out the shorty. Once Steel Garden nets to get himself a 1-for-1. And just caught with utility in hand. Ethan couldn't fire off a shot in time, and Som couldn't swing in time to play off the fact that Ethan gets taken down.
You just didn't think Crazy Guy was just going to be out in the open. He would maybe be in that back room. Either way, let's focus on this A-orb fight that now a head-to-head. A lot more numbers for RRQ. NRG, I think, could just fall back and play for Util. Just like those angles they played before. Let RRQ walk in and just pummel them with Util.
It's ironic that Brock, despite spamming with the Odin, is the one that actually takes a little bit of damage on the opposite end. And, well, Cushy, here we go. Almost got that second one, but Ethan, he's a 1-for-1 here. Dimensional Drift coming in from quite far away, but he is coming in.
Okay, pinging 1, pinging 2, flash, get him, keep him busy, play from main, and Monyet gonna go towards spawn. If you catch Brock, this would be winnable, but he has to achieve this here and now. And now it's all up to him, and maybe wants to swap out the Odin, but...
Well, Overdrive is there, so you're right, definitely swap out the Odin, that is for sure. But this is RRQ just failing to get any control over it. No, okay, well, it's over. Scooball is unknown there. This is RQ failing to get any control over onto A-Link. Been a bit of a troublesome area for RQ so far in this entire map. Definitely on this half of the map. Actually won a decent amount from that position early when they were defending, but Monyet was the only one really able to get too much work done. And the Dimensional Drift, yeah, good info, but they just couldn't work off that info to actually convert into kills.
I think this is the NRG game plan. That is the bread and butter of just kind of hustle and tussle towards the A orb, try not to give too much, fall back, take all the angles around, and especially Som has been the dagger, the tip of the spear. Big hype, but also a crazy guy, I think, is the same thing on the other side. So what many more angles can RRQ try to explore? They're all just flooding through main, and can they go through R? Can they go towards spawn? Manya just tried to be creative, but by the time he achieves what he was hoping for, the rest of the team's dead.
Time for a B round to come through, I think, from RRQ. See if they can find some success on that side of the map instead. Definitely a struggle pushing device utility, no matter which way you slice it, though. This is just NRG coming to this tournament looking so hot, so strong, and proving that taking down Team Heretics was one thing, dominating them, but winning against RRQ, especially given RRQ taking some risks with their composition on split, and actually happy to shelve that away.
Top 8 within arm's reach of NRG. They're missing out on Masters and Odin, Brock. Ooh. Manya just giving him the peace sign, but it's Manya that is going to be seeking peace. And all the team are left into pieces too, and there's only so much you can do with Stingers and Sheriffs, but RRQ going to put a dent into Ethan's head ideally, but the Odin just screams back, screams through the smoke, and NRG is soon to get to match point, unless Crazy Guy pulls off his shenanigans.
Well, he just doesn't have a gun this time. That's what he desperately needs, and the numbers are not quite there. 1 versus 2, very different from 2 versus 4. I'm not too sure what RQ's game plan there was, but it has been dismantled extremely efficiently from the NRG side. And
Last player standing.
Good damage.
Well, Crazy Guy is still just on a stinger, sadly. He'll run into Marta here, and Marta, we've seen how good he's been so far. He'll get this shot.
Yeah, it would have been nice to get the Hunter's Fury. Crazy Guy's like 2 away from that, so I respect just going on a leisurely stroll, but it will be towards the lower bracket very soon if RRQ don't cook up something real good. NRG now with an Op and an Odin. Oh boy.
6 and 2 this half so far. Just a massive shutdown. This was after Manya had already died after popping overdrive as well, where Manya, by the way, I assume knew that Brock was on the low ground. And when he swung through into B, he actually checked high ground first, and while Brock just tore him down a piece with the Odin.
Uh-oh, Scuba, better watch out, but Mata has his back. That's all you need, support. And then NRG get the fall back. Usually they don't even get first blood. They kind of just exchange util. They bait a lot of those options out of RRQ. Then NRG take their positions around A. That's been the success story from NRG, and now RRQ find themselves without Manya, who was their top fragger for most of the time. He started off like 9-1.
Final round here. Crazy Guy still 1 off Hunter's Fury. No gun in play as well. Drone does tag 1. Look at this advanced movement though. Cushy has pushed up enough that could give some confidence for RQ to double back around. And that's what you have to imagine, the lockdown round as well coming through from Cushy.
They'll be sealed in by the Vice Wall if they're not careful, but that's fine. The lockdown will just be even more impactful against NRG, getting them out of their face. So RQ do have to clear their way there, but a good cutoff point from NRG, who just have won very critical duels in that potential final round. And it's RRQ that step in 3 versus 5, a turnaround they're hoping for. And it's at least clearing these power positions, but it's the backside you have to worry about. Big win for NRG, and it's Som that ruins the hopes and dreams of RRQ to come back into this series, and it's a flawless one at that. NRG take the series and go to top 8.
Talk about a statement finish right there. Flawless to end things on. Ultimate starting to come online, but unused for the side of RRQ. They struggled on split. The Waylay and the Yoru double duelist look just not the play from them. Unable to find too much at all. Hoping for a lot more on Pearl, and you'll say at least it was competitive to an extent. First half looked reasonable. You get to that second half, it's just a massive fall off for RRQ. Unable to find much at all, aside from a very exciting Crazy Guy clutch. That was basically really it for the RRQ side. These double duelist looks, both maps, unfortunately not finding their mark.
Just NRG just having so much structure coming into this. You bring Bonker back into the lineup, you kind of switch up your IGLs, and I don't think NRG really missed a beat. They took their first best of one very confidently. They go into this, even beating down 13-7 on Split, and then a very confident Pearl at that. This is NRG fire on all cylinders and being NA's strongest hope, in my opinion.
I had a lot of hope for NRG coming to this as well, looking at how strong they were in the qualifiers, beating some decent competition. I know some may consider, like, you know, maybe a couple question marks considering MIB didn't end up looking that good in Toronto, and 100 Thieves is 100 Thieves, and they did struggle a little bit earlier today, although so at least got a little bit competitive against Fnatic. It's NRG, though, all the way today so far. Let's go down to the stage with Mitch and see who he's got on board for an interview.
Here with Ethan from NRG that just qualified in towards top 8 with back-to-back wins against Heretics and RRQ. That's got to feel pretty bloody good today, mate.
Yeah, it was a good day. Clean.
Yeah, feeling good about that. So, look, a lot of people are talking about the recent roster addition for you guys. Seems to have been going pretty well since Scuba's addition. So how's he fitting into the team?
Really well. He's making all the plays we need him to, and it's clicking for sure.
And what is it about you guys and playing some of these mid-season or off-season events? I remember watching you guys play the Soup League last year and go on a little bit of a run. Maybe VCT NA hasn't necessarily gone the way that you guys would have wanted at times, but again, here at EWC playing some international competition, it's going quite well for you. So do you think it's easy for you guys to adapt to international teams, or do you think you know, maybe NA is a bit harder? What do you think?
It's something about just, you know, being somewhere else for the tournament. Hopefully we can translate it back to NA, but yeah, it's looking good so far.
And how are you feeling going into the playoffs? Bit of a different format to what we're used to in the main circuit of VCT. It is going to be single elim, so a little bit more cutthroat. How are you feeling about that?
Feeling good. We just got to keep up the pressure and keep up the individual performance too. I think that's a huge thing right now.
All right, well, congrats on the win. Ethan, I'll let you go and rest up, and looking forward to seeing you play in the playoffs.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I'm looking forward to seeing who they're going to play in playoffs too. NRG are in Group C along with RRQ, Team Heretics, and Titan Esports Club, and making out of that after beating Heretics 13-4, beating RRQ 13-7 around that for both maps. NRG did the work to get out of this group.
Yeah, NRG, I mean, they're an exciting team right now. They're reinvigorated, looking strong coming into this tournament and delivering results internationally as well, in the sense that, okay, take down Heretics, make that one look easy. Then coming to RRQ. RRQ, they're a team that you have to really respect in terms of their results, and Pacific, who has proven in multiple international events, Pacific looking like the strongest region, but RRQ still internationally the team that is maybe disappointing a little bit. As a representative of Pacific, Paper X, surely they are the ones that you are just going to be able to rely on to be able to win. But for RRQ, when you think about them being first seed and being the best team from Pacific, at least from winning it, really we should be getting a bit more from RRQ than what they're displaying right now.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. I think for those that don't follow Pacific too closely, there is definitely a narrative of RRQ when it comes to pressure matches, when it comes to qualifying towards next stages, sometimes crumbling a little bit, not playing their best game outside of what we just saw from Pacific Stage 1, where they did come out and win the whole thing and finally break that curse a little bit, at least domestically. But I would agree with that. I think this was a bit of an underperformance here from RRQ, and NRG played a fantastic game, Chen, and they took full advantage of it, and you can only beat the opponent that's in front of you.
Yeah, NRG only built up from what they did against Heretics, which we don't even want to show that. That was like R-rated. 13-4. they brought that business to RRQ, and can you just imagine what RRQ are going to look like tomorrow or on another day? Like, they had to play both those matches today, and RRQ just couldn't kind of bounce back from that. So excited to see what RRQ can develop tomorrow.
Yeah, what's the vibe check from you, Kev, on NRG, seeing them go all the way through the qualifier? You followed their whole journey, you've seen all their games, the same performance all the way through. Are they getting better? How are you feeling about it?
I think they're consistent. That's all you can really hope for right now. You don't want to see them getting worse. Better would be a decent look for them, but just being consistent, winning where they need to, winning kind of flawlessly at the moment as well. They haven't dropped a single map so far at this tournament. Day one, we're playing late here. It's like 11 p.m. Energy is still high for the team. Finished off the final round with the flawless as well, really just shutting down and shutting out RRQ both maps in a row. We thought Split was maybe just like, okay, cooking a little bit too hard in the comps here with the Waylay for RQ, but then Double Duelist look again on Pearl, still not delivering too much from RQ and NRG. You have to have the conversation now. Is this basically a win that we look at as an upset or no? Because
they didn't look like the underdog team.
I rate NRG pretty highly. So in my mind, I don't know if I think it's an upset, but I think if you look at seedings, if you look at histories most recently in terms of their personal VC performances, yeah, that does look like an upset.
Because I think just being able to skip out on Masters, NRG just got to focus on this event, right?
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of teams being able to take that approach can help you out a little bit at times, but we'll now kind of turn the narrative. Little bit of a preview for tomorrow. We're going to change the stakes up a little bit, and we're going to get some eliminations, Jen. We're going to have some keys crushed tomorrow and some dreams crushed tomorrow.
It'll be at least my first time seeing keys crushed, and you get to do it in front of your opponent, and they get to just watch and sob in front of everyone, and that's where your hopes and dreams are being crushed as well, not even just the physical object.
Yeah. What about you, Kev? You're an expert on sobbing. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Mostly in terms of making other people sob. So it's like me personally, no tear ducts. Those didn't come pre-installed. I personally uninstalled them. Yeah, we got some lower bracket games which could get really interesting in here. Heretics versus Titan. Both teams looked very shocking today. So a big turnaround overnight required for those two teams. And I believe the other match that we have on board as well, just double checking it really quickly, is at least on this stream, XLG versus Sentinels, where, I mean, that could be a rough one for XLG because Sentinels, they lost to BBL, but they still look like a strong team. They still look like NA's top team right now. And look, I got a lot of love for NRG, but Sentinels are still Sentinels.
For sure. Like, I think you are sobbing yourself, thinking that you've drawn Sentinels in an elimination game. You've got to play a whole best of 3 against Sentinels. The other games that we've got here, I think an absolute banger. 100 Thieves versus Edward Gaming. That's going to be a fantastic fixture. I believe that'll be on the A stream, and Billy and G2.
Yeah, you don't want to see G2 go out this way. You just want to see them go out with the biggest fight ever, and it just sucks that they but they met K-Corp in a best of 1, your very first map, and you drop that, and then the rest of your competition is the most stacked teams ever. So really hate to see G2 go out this way, but that's going to be a really tough match.
Yeah, I think expectations with G2 changed immediately when the announcement that Leaf wasn't going to be here. So you have to kind of adjust expectations a little bit, really just hoping that even despite that G2 could still come through with the rest of the 4 core members to display something that you could believe in them for. But KC just came in so big that game, 13-6. I mean, it just wasn't close enough for you to have a decent amount of faith, but they can still come back. Billy are kind of scared though. They just took Paper X so close that Billy are probably going to come into this one a little favored.
Yeah. Maybe I'm just a little too NA pill today, but 100 Thieves still went 13-11 against Fnatic, and they almost came back. If they just would have had a stronger first half, like that whole series would have been different. So I hope no one's writing off 100 Thieves quite yet.
Yeah, I think, if you're an NA fan, you have a lot to look forward to. Me personally, we had 4 Pacific teams in 4 qualification games and only 1 qualified, so I'm honestly feeling a bit cooked, Kev.
Well, thank God you're not a Chinese region caster or anything like that, because they're getting more cooked right now. We look across the Chinese teams, EDG getting dropped by Gen G 13-4. We already talked about Titan. That wasn't a good look. Shilai as well, not a great look. Shilai also playing with their coach. And so, yeah, the Chinese teams are in a rough spot, man. We talk about the fact that typically in these internationals, maybe one Chinese team will have that massive pop-off. Yeah. We had EDG, we had Wolves, but right now for this tournament, it's not looking like any of our Chinese teams are really doing too much. Yeah,
they're having a little bit of a tougher time, unfortunately. I think Wolves maybe feeling like they didn't quite do enough domestically. Maybe they would have done a little bit more damage at this international event, but at the end of the day, as I said before, you can only beat who's in front of you, and there are no excuses when it comes to the qualifiers.
Hey, Wolves were barking up the tree at Masters, okay? That's all we got to care about.
Say, maybe the hope of China is going to be Billy because they still have that close game versus Paper X. If they beat G2 and then take down KC as well to make it through, that is going to be that one Chinese team that you might be able to still get behind. But yeah, it always is, unfortunately, just the one Chinese team. The other ones don't look like they have much to reply with at the moment.
Alrighty, well, we did get through all of the action today. It was a first day of EWC 2025 Valorant. It was a long day. We got through 4 BO1s and 2 BO3s today. Tomorrow, we will have some elimination games for you guys. We will see some keys crush. We will see some dreams crush. We will probably see some more teams qualify as well. So let us throw it to the Kadir top plays of the day to send us off for today.